carried Kutim Li life motto that one must always learn. Study more, study forever, never stopping. That young man buried his head in books from dawn till dusk, eventually completing his graduate studies quad honors. Just as he crawled all of that living hell, he immediately declared firmly to his friend, I am definitely done studying. From now on I am living for myself, so don't even think about making me study anymore. Just as that plan began to form, Grim Reaper was dispatched to send him on his way to reincarnation. In Enki, and after all those years, his mountain of knowledge and all those degrees ultimately amounted to nothing more than scrap paper. However, he was granted a chance to start ERV in another world. As the third young master of Liki Wadana family, Ike most powerful magical force in EP Empire. Looking at his tiny hands, Lihan Wadana was in sexy, unable to believe what was happening. He remembered everything clearly. Could he really have been reincarnated into another world? And as a noble, third son of a powerful family at that, but his feelings instantly shifted to overwhelming joy, nearly bringing him to tears. He finally understood. This must be UP reward for surviving graduate school in his past life, a precious opportunity to finally relax and rest. Unfortunately, it was just wishful thinking. Li Ki first rule of Ki Wadana family was that Li Ki eldest son would inherit the entire estate. Except Fo E firstborn, Li Ki other children had to choose their own paths for E future. Fortunately, E family was willing to provide Fo whatever Lihan wanted to study. As little Lihan grew up, he began training in swordsmanship, simply because he found it useful and had nothing better to do at Lai Gi time. During one training session, Lihan 8 Master asked if he wanted to dedicate himself to Leek Path of Leaky Sword. Without a second thought, Lihan replied, no way all along. I am definitely going to be a mage. That 8 Li most stable path. That response left a look of sheer astonishment on all along Gate face. Seeing that reaction, Lihan worried his answer sounded too uninspired, so he quickly tried to explain himself. To his surprise, all along suddenly dropped to his knees and burst into tears. Your wisdom moves me deeply, young master. Most noble children harbor unrealistic dreams. Jeet Ren ambitions from a young age, yet you are already planning such a practical future. Fu, someone who had survived graduate school, Lei Lihan, being practical was simply second nature. In this world, whether EPE knightly orders OE adventurers guilds, even royal family always warmly welcome talented mages. This was Lei place that cultivated such talent. Empire 8 Premier Madich Academy in Rogan. Now that he had reached school age, Lihan had to begin his academic journey once again in this new world. Standing before Wee Academy gates with a look of pure wariness, he thought, I guess I'll just have to grit my teeth and endure a few more years. Seeing this, All Along immediately spoke up to encourage him. You will certainly do well, young master. Even Nai Master has highly praised your natural talent. Hearing that, Lihan could enli sigh. I can't believe he even forbade me from practicing Ma Di Cha for fear that children would be in danger. Anyway, then do for your insincere comfort. Having been a graduate student who had dealt with countless professors, Lihan was more than capable of seeing through what others were thinking. Although All Along wanted to follow his young master closely, he had to stop before P Academy gates. From this point on, both guards and servants were forbidden from entering. Lihan felt that those people were unnecessary anyway, so he proceeded into Weak Academy all by himself. However, after walking just a few steps, he suddenly realized the key place was packed with people. Not in Lai were there soldiers, but a whole procession of servants had also appeared to serve nobles. Haddon and Rogar required AP students to enter on their own. Lihan's mind was immediately filled with questions. The key scene before him was entirely different from what he had heard. Right then, a young man standing nearby suddenly began to tremble violently. T-date all ruined! Oh, get heavens! Lihan thou, young man was ill. So he spoke up to ask how he was. What ate Li matter? Are do alright? Li young man suddenly ground his teeth. I can't possibly sleep without my servants. Servants are no different from my own hands and feet. Isn't doing this I key same as cutting bapi my limbs. Can do stand eat. Flailing his arms and legs, he thrust his face seek Lu to Lihan Gate to interrogate him. Lihan didn't know how to respond, so he just nodded to get a ve quat. Unexpectedly, Noble thought he had found an ally and became even more fired up. He charged straight at Leek Academy 8 mages to protest rule against bringing servants in, an Enlai to be struck by a Mind Kian Tren spell, turning into a dazed fool who kept muttering. I sincerely repent. Damn neat, Kiki mages in this place certainly don't any mercy. Witnessing that scene, a chill ran down Lihan 8's spine. How could they nonchalantly use Madi on Niki children of nobility like that? Could those rumors be true? That this place I deek fun of monsters, and anyone who happens to die will be buried on Mao Teen behind. While Lihan was still trembling inwardly due to Daiki rumors he had heard, Ga Academy gates suddenly swung Uba H, a blinding light poured along Kuda resounding voice. Welcome to Enrogar, do stubborn fools. Before that overwhelming magical power, everyone froze as if turned to ice on a key spot. This was like terrifying power of headmaster of Enrogar Academy. I recall telling do all to enter here by yourselves. But it doesn't matter, even if do not wish to follow wiki rules. I still have ways to force every single one of you to obey submissively. As soon as leaky words were spoken, all lake luggage and servants of leaky nobles were immediately sucked into lakey air and vanished without a trace. Ignoring the sounds of agonizing wailing, Headmaster coldly continued. Why are you all still standing there, lie a bunch of idiots? Move your feet. Get in, get in, get in. That spine-chilling voice was coming from a blue skull floating in mid-air. E.T. was unclear whether this was a Mai Chi Academy or a den of Lockheed mages. Then, Li-T massive gates of Academy slowly slammed shut, completely isolating everyone from the outside world. ET was first day Li Han set foot in Einrogar, EK Empire 8 most prestigious Mage Academy, and a bad premonition was ringing loudly within him. Inside Lei Academy, the young lords and ladies, unaccustomed to fending foe themselves, were crying all one after another. While Li Han was blending into the crowd, a female voice suddenly called off from behind. "You're Li Han of Wardana family, right? My name IDT Yonner Makin." Similar to White Wardana family, like Makin family was an ancient lineage of mages. Li Han replied following proper noble etiquette, then asked Yonner what she wanted quote him. To his surprise, the person who actually wanted to meet him was a prince of Wei Empire. This was not hard to understand. Einrogar was my perfect place to study and view connections. Even though Yeet was in Lai first day of school, everyone was already enthusiastically forming cliques and making friends. Standing before Wadi Prince, Li Han silently considered that calling him, Your Highness, seemed a bit excessive, as Wide had Harvi 100 children. Even within Miki royal family, all attention was focused solely on Ki eldest child. Meanwhile I Keem paid almost no attention to his other children. Consequently, their lives were even more of a struggle, especially when they had to survive in a place full of descendants from great families like this. Even though they possessed royal blood, they were still considered inferior even to Yonner 8 Makin family, and Li Han couldn't help but wonder why she was taking like initiative to befriend them. Other nobles thou Ki same as him and began to whisper, why ID she supporting an obscure prince could no reputation at all. Since having more friends ID better than making enemies, Li Han gave Yonner a friendly handshake. Of course, what it not to lie about making friends. Yonner immediately flashed a radiant smile. Really? Then do you? I'm so glad you agreed, dear Ki first one. Upon hearing those words, Li Han's entire body suddenly felt an uncomfortable prickling sensation. He had light feeling he had just been lured into a trap. This person was Ganando, Li 97th prince. There were rumors he was actually EK 101st prince, but he insisted he was 97th. Clearly, he was desperate not to be ranked after EPMB 100. This prince was truly childish beyond help. He was always losing his temper at Li Ki mockery of others. Not on lie was he childish, but his intellect didn't seem very sharp either. Li Han had Li offered a few words of flattery, and he immediately puffed up his chest quote pride. While they were talking, Ganando suddenly glanced toward Lakey distant crowd. In any case, they rejected my invitation, yet they ran V to strike up a conversation. Quote Adanath Et truly ridiculous. Li Han looked at Adanath Et 40, 4th princess of someone CPLU to that, while quietly calculating in his mind. She possessed a noble demeanor as expected of someone from royalty. Naturally everyone would choose to follow her, unlike that other person. Yet Ganando still mistakenly believed Li Han was on his side and relentlessly tried to incite him. Do you deal quitter later, okay? You're tall and look very strong. Of course, Li Han wasn't foolish enough to listen. Someone of a distinguished lineage like Ganando wouldn't go around bullying others. Ganando still didn't seem to understand, continuing to defend himself. I didn't tell you to bully, that ain't called punishment. But before he could finish, Li Han cut him a PC. Someone lie that wouldn't do such a thing. Think about it yourself. Naturally, a fool like Ganando couldn't come up quit anything, so he had to ask Li Han what to do. Though not particularly interested in this prince, Li Han still offered him advice, be generous and overlook Yate. But if you don't want to, then step O and challenge them yourself. As soon as he heard fighting mentioned, Ganando immediately became as obedient as a puppy. We don't need to make a fuss about this. As a prince of a distinguished lineage, I will generously forgive them. Seeing Ganando obedient foe first time, Yonner immediately approached and praised Li Han profusely. Oh, you're truly amazing. You can really manage his stubbornness, whereas even a relative like me had to throw in Gi towel. This alone showed how much trouble Yonner had endured because of this royal relative. Be Wei, Li Han then directly asked what he was curious about, calling 8 amazing IDP a bit of an overstatement. But first, I know Du two are relatives, so why do Du go to such lengths to look after him? Right at that moment, Li Green Skull appeared once again, brazenly interrupting their conversation. Do you all are having such a pleasant chat, do Ironheads? Upon seeing Lady Skull up see Ilu, Li Han was immediately stunned with astonishment. A lich, Fian, the remnant of a mage who dared to sacrifice everything for immortal life. Unbelievable that principal Idika lich. It seemed that before enrolling, Li Han had studied his theories extremely seriously. Indeed, he lived up to his reputation as a postgraduate alumnus. While everyone was still in a panic, principal suddenly posed a question. I have something to ask all of Daya. Why do I call you Ironheads? Waiki first person to raise their hand to answer was Adinas, stating, because Waiki symbol fu this year at students IDK steal. That IDE correct answer. Your house IDK awarded 10 extra points. Hearing this Fuiki first time, Adinas asked in surprise, do houses also have a scoring seat tem? But Li principal answer truly made everyone want to sink into ground. Of course not. If you want to become a mage, first you must learn how to distinguish truth from falsehood. That it right key symbol representing this year at students IDP steel. Steel ID a material that can be transformed depending on how E-Date crafted, a precious thing possessing countless uses. A perfect material for new students lie do. Those honeyed words made all Li students exclaim in astonishment. Everyone felt their passion for striving ignite. To their surprise, it was all just Li P principal 8 teasing. You fell for it again! Li, reason your symbol ID key steel ID because your heads are all empty! Damn it, there ain't really nothing left to say to this principal. While everyone else remained stiff in place, and Enlai Lihan could still glance around, no matter how much key principal taunted, Iki others remained unable to move. Li reason was that moving in an area overflowing magical energy was unimaginably difficult. But now I feel E-Date easier than before. Could it be because I've gradually gotten used to this place? Perhaps due to many days of exposure to Mage, his unusual reactions quickly caught E Principal 8i. After scaring P students all of their wits, E Principal finally stopped his joke. "Sheet seems I've been a bit harsh on those who have just traveled a long way to get here. Alright everyone." P Lee looked towards E door on Lee Key left. "Go ahead and enjoy feast, relieve all like fatigue accumulated during your journey." Before OP students' eyes a room immediately appeared filled with dishes that were both delicious and beautiful. Soft white bread slices were thickly spread with butter and cheese. Fragrant chicken was marinated with oil, butter, spices, and flour. Tea was then cooked with wine, creating a premium chicken dish that made everyone eight mouths water. Gindam brown pastries were covered with a rich, creamy sauce. There was even fresh fish grilled of charcoal in Lee European style. Even someone with royal blood like Anando craved ate so much that his drool almost flowed like a stream. However, just as everyone had put down their knives and forks, all key food in front of them suddenly vanished completely. At that moment, Headmaster ate familiar laughter echoed again. "Do you foolish children have been tricked again? When will you ever get a little smarter?" Li Han was utterly speechless with this headmaster. "I once heard that turning into a fiend would require sacrificing some things. I am sure this headmaster has left quite a few important parts of himself." After teasing Lee new students to his heart-ate content, headmaster then conjured a pile of supplies. "This academy ID a place that trains mages, and like greatest motivation that helps a mage constantly grow stronger ID desire. These are Iki uniforms and rations Fu someone like Anando, who enjoyed delicacies year-round, mushroom rice and bread were truly nothing side of torture." But just as he was about to object, lied headmaster leaned his skeletal face CLO. "That it right, this ID reaction I was expecting. P food ID key hard to swallow, isn't heat? Then learn Ma De Che and earn delicious food for yourselves. P cloves and wands also look shabby, don't they? Then diligently study Madich and then find better things for yourselves. That IDE rule of this academy." After hearing Lee Headmaster speak, a student immediately had Lee's idea of going on to get more supplies. As soon as he heard that, Lee Headmaster 8 eyes immediately lit up. "Precisely! A very get question. During your first year, you will not be allowed to leave this place. Even visiting your senior's ID absolutely forbidden. That it all. Now everyone disperse. Get luck, kids. Go forth and become me greatest mages." After enduring like bizarre announcement, Lee Hanside quit resignation. "Why does every world have these kinds of teachers? I'm utterly tired of encountering them." Lukey Professor just now had eyes just like his teacher in his previous life. That it right, it was that terrifyingly crazed look. While Li Han was still lot in his thoughts, Gainando ran a pitiful look on his face. "Li Han, you're planning on going there too, right? How dare they treat us like this? Food and clothing as miserable as this, how are we supposed to lie?" Li Han, however, didn't bother paying him any attention and silently concluded, What if that skull ID actually more decent than my old professor? This place not only provides food but also issues clothing. As expected, this academy IDE still much more upscale. Damn neat. Iki protagonist 8 brain doesn't seem to be working quite right. This must be Iki's side-eye case of studying too much in his past life. In Leaky Empire, like Wadana family isn't very well known among like aristocracy, as very few people know of them because this family always uses their Madiich research as a curtain to isolate themselves from likey bustling outside world. Because of this, whenever they are mentioned, there ID nothing to say other than misconceptions. Ganando was so shocked by Lee Hanet's statement that he was left speechless. "Even my servants have never dressed like this. How on earth have you been living until now?" Feeling so refo Lee Han, Ganando teared up and patted his shoulder in comfort. "Come visit my house when do you have YP chance." Lee Han didn't understand what was going on, but still nodded in agreement. There was really no helping these eccentric people. Afterward, two of them left the place together, effectively becoming friends. And Rogar accepts anyone with talent regardless of their background, however, to prevent needless conflicts among difficult, headstrong teenagers. Lee P dormitory ID divided into 4 areas based on the student's status. Lee P imposing Azure Liki Rygian Tower, wherein like he noble descendants of Iliv Regine have qualifications to enter. That ain't right. And enly those quat lie eve blood of Regine flowing through their bodies are allowed to set foot here. Eternal Vermilion Bird Tower. Enly those who pledge to sacrifice everything to Likey's sacred flame are permitted to enter. This idea sacred and pure land reserved exclusively for clerics and apostles. Like White Tiger Lightning Tower, where unlike those possessing fury strong enough to sweep away all things can enter. This ID Key Tower where generations of knights have lived, they are willing to walk both a key path of light knight and key mage simultaneously. Li Bipilfi Tortoise Prophet Tower, a place in lie those quit endless patients are capable of entering. Members of this house are frequently discriminated against because of their low social standing. This discrimination ID most evident among newly enrolled students. But there will always be exceptions to every rule. In Li Han 8 eyes, these students are all Li Key most lucrative potential clients, so he must make connections with them. You cannot get rich without doing business. In the core of business lies in practical experience. It looks like I need to hurry up and accumulate more. Just then, a contemptuous voice suddenly rang off from afar. No matter how do you look at ET. I still don't understand why Academy allows such lowly people to enter. What are you looking at? Am I not telling why truth? Seeing that person dared to insult his future business partners, Li Han immediately stepped forward. Truly lowly person here IDDU. Once we have stepped foot into this place, aren't we all supposed to leave everything else behind? An arrogant person Li Du has actually forgotten such a fundamental thing. Li Han words immediately received approval from Li's surrounding students. Hate right. It seems he comes from Liquidana family, as expected of someone from a great family. Leak group that had just made derogatory remarks was surrounded by Iki others and instantly blushed Kut shame. They had not expected such a fierce reaction from Lee crowd. As for Li Han, he was extremely satisfied. Kut immediate result. Excellent, YP atmosphere IDK much more pleasant now. All I have to do IDK walk a Viki and introduce myself and that ATE. However, before he could even get Sikelu, everyone panicked and scrambled to get away, saying, Wadana, don't be foolish enough to look, there go near them, that family ID very dangerous. Rumor has eat that IP head of that family ID Raijan. But no, I heard they are descendants of ancient spirits. Lihan stood frozen in his tracks, completely unable to understand why everyone reacted with such terror. He turned to ask Yonner, who was standing beside him, Yonner, do I look that scary? Yonner replied nonchalantly, not at all, eat not lay eat that bad. Looking at Diu, one in Lyce's lead demeanor of a true aristocrat. Until that moment, Lihan still had no idea how notoriously terrifying his family was. Just then, Gainando came running from afar. Lihan, Yonner, why did you two leave his highness Prince behind lie this? On Iwei Lihan continued Lai P conversation he had left unfinished. Quit Yonner, Iwei Yonner, could you finish Lei story you were telling earlier? Yonner immediately replied, oh, are you asking about reason I spoil him so much? Walk reason lies quit his mother. Suddenly a magnificent scene began to emerge. It happened during a banquet. When she was small, Yonner accidentally spilled a drink on Queen Quate dress. She was Gainando 8 mother. Everyone thought that Lee Mac and family was surely doomed this time. Because even if like he culprit IDP a child, eat IDP difficult to be forgiven. Yet, Queen Nod and Nai did not punish her but also gently took little Yonner into her arms. Yet okay, everyone makes mistakes, sometimes IDP miss Yonner hurt. That scene was truly as beautiful as a movie, of course. If Eat were one of key movies Lihan had watched in his previous life that ID'd how, Eat would have played all. But in this place, Lee real reason was simply that Gainando 8 mother was extremely wealthy. As long as one treated Gainando kindly, she would provide Yonner quit a huge sum of money. Upon hearing Lee fun reason, Lee Han 8 perception immediately collapsed. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, a rather impure thought popped into his head. If that ID really case, perhaps I should quickly befriend him too. These two people are truly touching examples of get friends. While chatting, three of them walked to their shared residence, Bilu Lukri Jian Tower. But this academy ID ridiculously large. Inside there are enough lakes, forests, and mountains, ID almost lacking in nothing. Yet key principal still heartlessly forces your students to fend for themselves. Just then, a crowd gathered ahead suddenly caught Lee Handate attention. Because that was also key path leading to Lyra Lu Raigan Tower, he immediately pushed to Lai Key front to see what was happening. As soon as he managed to squeeze to Key front row, Li Han was so astonished that his jaw dropped. He could not have imagined that famous B Lu Jian Tower would be so miserably dilapidated. Upon seeing Scene, Ganando immediately opened his mouth to criticize. Even lake servants' quarters are more spacious than this place. Do they really intend to force me to lie in this shabby den? Key more I look at 8, key more utterly disappointed I feel. However, moment he set foot inside Lee Tower, everyone around him suddenly vanished. Lee P's space in front of him also abruptly changed. While Li Han was looking around, unsure of what to do, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Welcome, young mage. Where do you wish to go? In just a few moments, Li Han quickly understood what was going on. While the Lu Rajin was a magical tower, truly living up to Lima Deech Academy 8 reputation, he placed his hand on his chest and politely asked, which places am I allowed to go to? Upon hearing that, Iki Tower replied, kid, do adapt quite quickly. For now, Leek and Lai places you are permitted to go are your private room and Lai P first, your student's lounge. After hearing this, Lihan continued, so that means I can go to other places in Lee future, right? Lai Tower explained immediately, exactly. There are some places you can enter just by knowing Lai Key name, and others that require more information to find. But for now, you can't go anywhere else. Key principal has strictly forbidden ET. Li Han didn't ask further and immediately chose to go to his private room. Before he was teleported, Iki Tower sent a friendly welcome. It seemed Li Han had made quite a get impression on Lai Kibi La Rai Junan Tower. As soon as he arrived in his room, Li Han opened Lee Academy 8 introductory book to Rudi T. A few things about Enroger. Besides IG core mandatory subjects, students can select their remaining classes. After a 1-month trial period, everyone has the right to decide whether to continue or not. Mages are those who seek Lee operating principles of Lee world. Even if others offer to help, a mage must still walk their own path. Signed Osugona Dantas. After reading Key book, Li Han realized why Key principal wasn't as strict as he thought. He even felt that studying here would be more relaxed than in university. Furthermore, this room had almost everything he needed. Li Han was keen and Lai one who thought so. In like eyes of young nobles, this room was lie an empty pit. They couldn't even imagine living in such a place, even in their dreams. After fully understanding all like academy rules, Li Han decided to head to Y Lounge to ask what subjects everyone wanted to take. Upon hearing his question, Yonner immediately shared happily. I want to study alchemy. I have always been interested in that field. My dream ID to who be my own shop and supply goods to Key imperial family. Do want to do eat together. At Key mention of business, Yonner 8 eyes sparkled. Never expecting a noble lady to be so hungry, Li Han felt a slight chill down his spine. Alchemy not easy work, let me think about eat more. Wake alchemy industry in Eek Empire was notoriously cutthroat. From spreading rumors to sabotage rivals to monopolizing ingredients for medicinal production. Guilds even fought every bit of profit in Key market. Li Han calculated that choosing a more stable job would be best. When Yonner asked him back, Lihan suddenly became hesitant and found it difficult to respond. At that moment, his mind was filled with subjects that were less competitive and easier to score high in. He prioritized a goal of becoming an official, in other words working Fu-wide imperial government, so regardless of which field he specialized in, grades and competency evaluations were always key most important. However, if he spoke those thoughts directly, an enthusiastic person like Yonner would surely feel disappointed. Therefore, Lihan chose his words carefully to respond tactfully. I plan to try out several subjects before making a choice. Something this important shouldn't be decided too hastily. Just then, Gaynando came running Veek while shouting loudly, "Everyone, something big has happened. I suspect there's a thief in my room. There ain't nothing left inside. Ate completely empty." Lihan and Yonner understood Likey's situation as soon as they heard ate, and both were immediately left speechless. Even when Gaynando repeated himself, their reactions remained unchanged. It seemed they were gradually growing accustomed to Ike affliction of these noble children. Following day, Lihan walked along while intently reading a book on fundamentals of Mage perception. This was one of IP course subjects for first-year students, and each dormitory had its own lecture hall. In NCTC contrast to Lihan's studious spirit, rest of IP group looked like nothing more than walking corpses. When he asked how they were doing, they all immediately began to complain. "We're so hungry that our stomachs are gnawing at us. Iki beds are so hard that no one can sleep, and Iki coarse clothes keep prickling us, making it unbearable." Hearing those words, Lihan couldn't help but recall his life from his previous world. At that time, even a lunch break didn't exist in his schedule. His on-and-lie ration for the entire day was a single chew-su lot bar given to him by a senior. After struggling to finish all of his work, he had been eagerly looking forward to Jieki Ren feast that was about to be served. To his surprise, all he received was a cup of noodles and exactly one piece of a rice renen. Compared to that hellish life, Lee's circumstances here were far better, leaving Lihan feeling quite content. After walking and complaining for a while, I group finally arrived at Ike Lecture Hall Fu Li class. However, as soon as Ike door swung OUB&H, students who had arrived earlier suddenly burst into screams. "Good heavens, what ID that? ID this really our lecture hall?" Because right there inside room, a troll was standing right there. Despite like a lady troll politely introducing herself as an academy professor, noble children 8 minds were still filled with doubt. Trolls were known as violent and dangerous monsters to nobility, despite key fact that nobles were always under strict protection. Yet now, a neatly dressed troll was standing right in key middle of their lecture hall. After calming down, Lee students took their seats one after another. Lee professor also began to introduce herself. "I am very pleased to meet all of you. I am Gaxir Kim, and I carry blood of a half, ogre. I understand why do feel terrified, but rest assured, I do not eat people indiscriminately." As she said this, she suddenly licked her lips, and her face became terrifyingly fierce. "Except when I am truly hungry." As soon as she finished speaking, Leaky's whole class was scared out of their wits. Gaynando even foamed at Leaky's mouth and fainted on Leaky's spot. I wondered if there was anyone normal left in this academy. After introduction, Professor Gaxir began lecture. "I feel a bit regretful about that joke just now. Anyway, let it start league lesson. Most students here have never cast Madiche because Madiche IDP extremely dangerous, therefore, NLI adults are allowed to use 8. But DU are all mage candidates who have reached League Iron Rod Inc. This subject will help DU understand what Madiche IDP and discover which type of Madiche DU have a talent foe. Key path to becoming a mage ID incredibly arduous. I hope I can be Iki compass that guides DU." Hearing those words, Key whole class breathed a collective sigh of relief. It turned out that not every professor here was as eccentric as we headmaster. It seemed like headmaster had left an indelible marks on Ike's students' hearts. Unfortunately, that impression was not a get one at all. At each start of Likey lesson, Professor Gaxir asked Key most basic question: "What exactly ID Madiche?" Almost immediately, Aidenaz raised her hand to answer. TADA, when a mage uses power to change the external environment according to their will. As expected of a star student, she always answered first without ever being wrong. Then Professor Gaxir added further details. "A very good answer, but to be more thorough, Madiche ID using mana as primary power source to transform external things. Those accepted by Key Academy all possess enough talent to sense and detect this source of mana. However, to cast Madiche, do must go further than that. Do need to fiend tren Key mana yourself and then shape quit great precision. Enli when that step ID completed can Madiche be cast. People often think that one must chant a spell or perform certain movements to use Madiche, but a key most important factor, ID still your will, never forget that." After explaining Lee basic knowledge, she asked Lai students to take their wands and experience Fu themselves. After a long wait, Lihan finally got to cast Madiche quit his own hands, while Lee P other students were still struggling. Professor Gaxir patiently used her words to guide them step by step. "I want you to visualize a beam of light in your mind while continuing to maintain Liu, existing source of mana." At this moment, Yonner closed her eyes tightly, trying to feel Lai mana within her. It was difficult. It turned our controlling mana felt like that. It was Lai holding the reins of a wild horse at a fun gallop. Quit just a lapse in concentration, that source of power would immediately vanish. Noticing that EP students had begun to sense Gi mana, Professor Gaxir waved her wand to guide next step. While trying to keep Li mana from dispersing, recite the incantation. Olay! Instantly a dazzling beam of light burst from Lei Ki wand illuminating the entire lecture hall. Why Ki incantation can be any quissy do you think of in that moment? But remember, EP shorter leaky spell, EP easier EDID fo do to maintain focus. Observing Light Professor at demonstration, Lihan quickly grasped Like key points and condensed them into 3 steps. 1. Gather mana. 2. Shape Yi mana as desired. And 3. Chant Yi spell. However, understanding Like lesson did not mean he could immediately replicate Eat perfectly. It was no surprise that his first attempt failed. And it wasn't just Lihan. Other students were in Li's same situation. Their mana went all of Fi and Tren simultaneously, firing wildly in all directions. At that very moment, Professor Gaxier gave his wand a live flick, instantly ensuring like safety of all students. If you cannot see and Tren this power, Ma Di Che will become unstable and may even turn to harm others. But a professor responsibility ID to prevent that from happening, so continue your practice calmly. Do not be afraid, whoever still has mana left, try again. By second attempt, 1/3 of Li Ki students had given up, leaving in Li 2/3 to press on. Observing live students' expressions, Professor Gaxier smiled with amusement. While Lei ID simplest spell usually takes a month of practice to master, but this ID a hurdle that students must overcome on their own, so I will not reveal Li Ki's secret to Dio. By Ki third attempt, half of Ki remaining students also gave in. By Ki fourth attempt, nearly everyone had given up, leaving in Li 3 students. By Di fifth attempt, only a single person remained. By Ki sixth attempt, it was still in Li that one person. Suddenly, Lihan raised his hand and spoke. Pardon me, Professor, I know ye tate rude to interrupt, but I've lied to keep practicing. It seems I am Li one left now. And only then did Professor Gaxier realize that Li Boy was about to start his 7th attempt. Normally, first-year students would be completely drained of mana after Li 5th attempt, regardless of how much physical stamina they possessed. Mana, in Lei Ki East, their ID a tribe that calls this power Ki. Scholars who light us how sophisticated call it elements. Some conservative priests call it divine power. This energy source, known by various names, ID very foundation of a Mage 8 power. Since every spell consumes mana, an inexperienced young mage will naturally encounter phenomenon known as mana depletion. However, Lihan's demeanor remained perfectly XT even after his 7th attempt, which greatly intrigued the professor. Furthermore, when asked, he introduced himself by his first name instead of his surname, successfully earning points quid or foe, demonstrating a spirit of equality. Professor Gaxier gave a friendly smile. Could do step forward. Name Lihan was quietly etched into her memory. Immediately after that, she asked Lihan to place his hand on hers and then began to sense Kima Na flowing within his body. Key moment their hands touched. A massive surge of mana, like a raging sea, caused Professor Gaxier to suddenly be pulled deep inside. It wasn't until Lihan called awe to her that she snapped back to her senses. Professor Gaxier hurriedly withdrew her hand and insisted that nothing had happened. Like class would continue as usual. At this moment, Ganando leaned in and whispered to Yonner, "Hey, shouldn't we see him? What if she eats him?" One ID truly speechless at this young man at imagination. Before letting Lihan return to his seat, Professor gently patted his shoulder and told him in a low voice to stay behind to talk after today 8 class ended. A while later, once Y students had somewhat recovered, Professor Gaxier continued like lecture. You've likely all realized that your Manan IDT easily exhausted, but do not be discouraged. P more diligently do practice. E more your internal mana will increase, and your consumption rate will gradually decrease. Sometimes weak enthusiastic students lose Sin and Tron during practice and end up injuring themselves, so we must be extremely careful, right Gainando? And one more thing, I don't eat students. Poor guy, his mouth really got him into trouble. After giving careful instructions, IT first class finally came to an end. After class, Lihan went straight to Y Professor Gate office as instructed. Excuse me, Professor, but did something happen? Why did you call me here privately? Professor Gaxier looked at Lihan with a meaningful gaze and then spoke slowly. Actually, P headmaster told me about you before today class even began. Upon hearing a headmaster mention, Lihan instinctively stepped back. Being noticed by that crazy old lich truly sent a chill down his spine. Seeing that reaction, Professor Gaxier spoke up to reassure him. Don't worry, Lee headmaster may seem a bit silly on Iki outside, but he ID actually a very kind-hearted person. P students don't know this, but Leaky headmaster ability to judge character ID incredibly accurate. Every year, he provides a lot of information regarding EP new students. Be careful with that beastman student, he might burn down Leapy dormitory a few times. That student ID a demi demon, remember to be cautious when using holy Madich around her. And his TVM men about Li Henhua's this student possesses Li qualities of a great fool. Professor Gaxier understood hidden meaning immediately, he called Du a great fool. While that can be taken literally, Easterners often believe that a great fool, ID sometimes a genius, what we perceive as foolishness might actually be linked to something extraordinary. His intention was to recognize all hidden talent within this student. I wonder what kind of student that disciple will become in Li T future. Li Henwadana, I have high hopes for Dio. Seeing Li Professor Ludin thaw for a long time, Li Hen hesitantly called out, Professor. Of course, Professor Gaxier couldn't directly onchi xpp rate his thoughts, so he resorted to a different way of speaking. Leo P reason I called DU here privately IDE because wiki amount of magical power within your body ID too great. After hearing this, Lihan just scratched his head. He wasn't too surprised, it was indeed get news, but did IK Professor need to meet him privately just for this? He thought that practicing more would naturally increase his magical power. Professor Gaxier continued to explain, you don't just have a little more than others. Even I cannot measure leaky limit of that magical power source. That statement made Lihan freeze on E-spot. Leaky total amount of magical power a mage possesses ID fundamentally one of leaky factors determining their strength. When magical power ID insufficient, people resort to all sorts of methods to drain themselves in order to gain more power. This means that those who possess more magical power will encounter fewer such limitations. In other words, this ID is a symbol of a great talent. Lihan 8 mood immediately turned GOE. If Professor 8 words were entirely true, wouldn't his future path be paved with roses? However, before he could rejoice for long, Professor sadly said that his condition was regrettable. Hearing this, Lihan asked confusion, "What do mean, Professor? Isn't having a lot of magical power a very get thing?" Professor Gaxier picked up Lai cup in his hand and began to illustrate. "That ID not wrong, but your magical power ID excessively large. Imagine magical power as water inside this cup. Quit such an amount regulation ID extremely easy. But if you had to fiend trun a vast amount of magical power like Psi, wouldn't Lai P difficulty increase tremendously?" Being an intelligent person, Lihan immediately realized where key problem lay. This means IP difficulty in controlling his magical power and applying magical principles would be terrifyingly high. He disappointedly hugged his head and collapsed to Key ground in helplessness. As expected, too much of anything again not get and magical power ID no exception. At this moment, Professor Gaxier took a bracelet and put on Lihan 8 wrist. This bracelet has leapy ability to absorb magical power, and 8 will help you now. Hearing this, Lihan immediately perked up. "Will everything be fine as long as I have this bracelet?" "Then Dio, Professor." But of course, things couldn't be that simple. If 8 were just a small problem, why would Lee Professor have called him to his office? Quit no other ideas, Lihan asked Key Professor for guidance. Professor Gaxier thought for a moment and then said, "Continuously casting many spells to expend magical power within Dio will be very helpful. Dio are allowed to train on your own because depleting your magical power will not cause any danger." Key's solution sounded both simple and effective, but Lihan 8's expression clearly wasn't happy. On his way back to his room, he walked his head down dejected. "Sigh, why has my future suddenly become so bleak? From now on, I must ensure I get really high scores. Oh, perhaps I should choose classes that don't require likely use of Ma De Chi." Thinking about it, he immediately turned to ask his two friends for their opinions. "Hey, have you two decided which classes to register for yet?" Yonner cheerfully replied, "Of course, I'm still choosing alchemy, and hey, do you two want to study quote me?" Before Lihan could even be in his mouth, Gainando quickly interjected, "What are you talking about? Alchemy ID and LIFO servants and low-class people. That thing has no principles worth studying, Yonner. You're too foolish." Hearing that, Yonner quietly clenched her fist. Gainando, can you step aside? Sensing Locke overwhelming killing intent, Lihan immediately obediently backed far away. Gainando, however, didn't notice key danger and took a fun thunderous punch from Yonner. "Hey Gainando! If you went up in Leak Infirmary later, don't even think about asking me for any potions." Thanta-like lessons all along once taught, Lihan also understood a bit about martial arts. And in his estimation, that punch deserved a perfect 10, leaving nothing to criticize. Afterward, Lihan and Yonner went to Venue Fook Introductory Alchemy course. On Li Wei, Lihan was still a bit worried about what had just happened, but Yonner said Eat would be EVP as long as Ganando apologized. Looking at her calm demeanor, it seemed this was definitely not Ike's first time Ganando had been beaten. Along Quay, Leek too noticed many students from other towers also heading in Ike's same direction, most of them from Xuanwu Tower. Lihan originally didn't care about their presence there, but Lai P gazes directed at him made him feel a bit uneasy. Commoners often have several reactions when encountering nobles, either fear or avoidance to prevent involvement or even overt hatred. Hearing why Keith's trend whispers around him, Lihan could Lai sigh helplessly. He understood very well that if he appeared too friendly, it could sometimes be counterproductive. Not long after, all these students had gathered. Just then, a voice from afar suddenly rang out, "Has everyone arrived yet?" Once again, students marveled at their professor. After a demon principal and a half-celestial professor, weak appearance of another peculiar professor was hardly surprising. However, it turned out that this time Wu Qi professor was just an ordinary human. Unlike Li P principal and Professor Gaxier who enjoyed teasing, this professor seriously got straight to Li point. "My name ID Urigam Jumda, but you can just call me Professor Urigam. Surely all of you are thinking about IP same thing right now. Key Academy has built such a vast Bielin, so why are we gathered in an UUB courtyard that doesn't even have a single table?" As usual, Adanath immediately raised her hand to be Key first to speak. "To sense EP magical power from nature, sir? And to understand leaky natural sources of power that are beneficial to an alchemist." However, this time her answer was incorrect. On Key other side, when Yonner asked Lihan what he thought about that question, he tried to answer. Could be purpose be to collect materials. Unexpectedly, that wild guess was completely correct, and he even received praise from Professor Urigam. "Dear also a blockhead. I mean, dear quite a clever student." Hearing that remark, Adanath immediately turned her gaze toward him. Suddenly becoming Lai P center of attention, Lihan couldn't help but feel a chill. He thought, "Sheet was just a lucky guess. Don't treat me like a rival because of this." Following that, Professor Urigam officially began a lecture. "P real reason we have gathered all here ID for me to teach DUE most important element of alchemy. I am sure you all believe that an alchemist must possess outstanding intelligence and extremely precise Medich Kintren. However, that way of thinking ID worlds apart from reality. Key most important ability for an alchemist ID collection of materials." Yonner was busy taking notes on like lecture, and upon hearing this, she froze in astonishment. What Lee Professor had just said was completely contrary to her previous understanding. At this point, Adanath raised her hand to speak. "Professor, we can grow materials ourselves or have others provide them, so gathering skills and lie make up a small part, right?" Walk other students also began to whisper, "Her Highness ID Key right, why would we have to find materials ourselves? This ID truly's trend." Those words immediately made Professor Urigam fume quit anger. Do you blockheads, do don't understand anything about Wauki real world at all. Do you wouldn't even be able to grow 10% of Aiki materials do you need. Furthermore, most of Aiki things bought from outside are unusable. Key reason we accompany adventurers ID because they are key ones who usually dig up those herbs. Yet, they exploit those precious medicinal materials so carelessly to die point of being heartbreaking. Realizing he had overreacted, Professor Urigam quickly lowered his voice. An alchemist must know how to collect materials themselves. If Du can't even do that, Du cannot become a good alchemist. That explanation ID enough now, let us begin knee practice. All of Du must bring this type of material back to me, he said, and then each student was handed a drawing of Aiki herb they needed to find. And Rogar, aside from his illustrious reputation, also carried countless rumors that were not exactly positive. Among them was a rumor that someone had once let their life while studying Mage. It was clear that Mage was inherently extremely dangerous, and accidents were not exactly rare. But isn't this too unprepared? Why bring students to such a place? Li Han thought to himself as he looked at forest behind him, silently complaining. He thought that two people going together was still too dangerous. Yanar agreed and wondered if anyone else in Li Ki's same tower would be willing to begin. Li Han immediately thought of Princess Adanath. She was also quite excellent in many other subjects. However, Einar seemed reluctant to be in a group with this princess, as she was known for being difficult to deal with. Li Han, on the other hand, thought that since they were just looking for herbs, surely nothing serious would happen. Unfortunately, both of them were too late. Adinas had already formed her own team. In that group, there was also someone from Lysi Tortoise Tower, who had previously avoided him. Li Han was so envious he almost shed tears. Seeing this, Einar immediately explained, Her Royal Highness was already famous even before enrolling. She was also renowned within the royal family than to her superior intellect and talent, truly a born star beloved by Iki public. Therefore, her every move was watched by everyone. In contrast, no one paid any attention to Ganando, just thinking about it felt bleak. After a while, most students had found teammates. Could and lie a few from Lysi Tortoise Tower remaining alone. Li Han carefully considered what to do next. If his Tim and Enlai had two people, it would truly be too dangerous. They needed one more person capable of compensating foe teammate remaining weaknesses. Just then, his gaze suddenly landed on a girl. That was Nulia from Blee Tortoise Tower. She was a night demon and also belonged to Wiki Night Patrol, a patrol force operating in Iki North. Night Patrol Tim gathered extremely seasoned hunters and scouts. They often operated in Iki North, familiar Quetki mountainous terrain lay by back of their hand. As soon as she saw painting presented by Professor Urigold, even though she had never heard of this type of herb, Nulia was still full of confidence. This Martine was her atom ground, finding herb and Lee painting certainly wouldn't take long. This was wide opportunity for her to showcase her abilities and surpass other students. Just as Nulia was about to set Ba P, Li Han and Einar suddenly called off from behind. Cough. Olet, I am winner of House Macon, and I am Li Han. It is a pleasure to meet you. Quite just a glance, Nulia recognized Einar as a noble, Li Han standing right beside him. Students of Lucky B. Lysi Tortoise Tower generally had little goodwill towards nobles, so she coldly asked, What do you want? Hearing them ask if she wanted to form a group to go into Uki Mountains together, Nulia immediately became highly vigilant. What exactly are Du planning, she wondered, secretly clenching her fist. Ready to act at any moment, she thought. Those nobles are indeed all cut from Lipi same cloth. They always called us barbarians and hurled insults. These guys probably aren't any different, she thought. Just then Li Han gently suggested, going alone ID very dangerous. If a men XT appears, how do you plan to deal with it? However, Nulia still coldly turned away and flatly refused invitation. Seeing this, Li Han asked if she could tell him reason. IDEE that you're afraid will use you as bait and then run away. Having her secret intentions exposed, Nulia's face immediately turned as red as a ripe gak fruit. She hurriedly made an excuse about wanting to act alone, but Li Han immediately interrupted her, saying that regardless, entering Lipi Deep Forest alone was risky. I'm sure that not real reason. Do don't know what might happen in Key Forest, and do have to collect ingredients and carry them back yourself. I believe you aren't foolish enough to think you can handle it all yourself. As Li Han spoke further, Nulia became so embarrassed she wanted to dig a hole and crawl into ET. To silence Li Han's incessant talking, she reluctantly agreed to Gineki Tim. Thus, Li Han's plan was a complete success. Yanar, standing nearby, was slightly dissatisfied with that method, truly curious about what Wadino family had taught him. So why three-person Tim entered Deep Forest together, beginning their ST fo herbs fo Professor Urigam. Then to her familiarity quitty mountainous terrain, Nulia gracefully jumped across the branches, speeding forward. Seeing this sequence of movements so skillful that they seemed inhuman, Yanar couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of an experienced hunter. But how did you figure that? Li Han calmly explained. Her thighs and calves are very firm, and caluses on her palms prove she uses a bow and arrow frequently. Those are all signs that Enlai appear on seasoned hunters. Nulia heard entire analysis and immediately became more guarded. Could he really guess all that from just a few clues? This guy was indeed Stren, as if his eyes could see right through people. At that moment, Li Han admitted he was just guessing, primarily having seen Gi Night Patrol badge hanging at her hip, which almost caused Nulia to slip from Li Tree. It seemed no one in this Tim was normal, and after a few jokes, Nulia ate worriness lessened slightly. Then, Yanar invited her to come down and walk with everyone so that Lipi whole group could maintain Lipi's same pace. Initially, Nulia intended to object, but after hearing Li Han reasoning, she was left speechless and unable to argue. Mies an only person in Li Ki group capable of identifying Li herbs was Yanar. If she collapsed from exhaustion, who would like group rely on? Nulia immediately changed Lee's subject and turned to question Li Han. So what IDP your role then? She finds herbs, I lead E-way and do nothing at all. If Li Han were to confess at this moment that he was just tagging along for a free ride, Nulia would probably be so angry she would turn into a demon on Li Qi's spot. Therefore, he seriously declared that he was there to ensure Qi's safety of E2 girls. Hearing this, Nulia re-evaluated him. Looking closely, his physical stamina was quite good. Perhaps he came from a knight family, so why was he studying at the PB Luara Gen Tower? Li Han realized this was a get opportunity to get closer, so he proactively introduced his background. Actually, I don't belong to a knight family. I come from Lucky Wadana family. As soon as she heard Li Qi's name, Wadana, Nuliate's expression immediately changed as if she had just seen a god. Seeing Nuliate's look of terror, Li Han also instinctively became afraid. He immediately turned to ask Yonner. ID there's something wrong, quit my family. Yonner gently patted his shoulder to comfort him. Most nobles are entangled in some unpleasant rumors, but like Wadana family IDE most extreme case. Li Han was completely oblivious to this, so he was curious to know what EP rumors were. Without hiding anything, Yonner explained in detail, head of he Wadana family IDE actually a EGN after Tide Slayer rebellion. He used his breath to burn them all into parched corpses. Wadana family bloodline was originally formed through a contract with an ancient spirit. Because of this they possess extraordinary magical abilities, but in exchange their emotions are gradually stripped away. Leak Wadana family IDE by no means merciful. Leak mages sent to suppress rebellions once wiped an entire city. Those are wiki rumors circulating about his family. Hearing this, Li Han was so frustrated he nearly burst into tears. At that moment, he just wanted to shout aloud that Li P old patriarch wasn't actually that bad. Why IDE every damn thing blamed on like Wadana family? Having observed Li Han this whole time, Nulia, despite her wariness, couldn't help but chuckle, saying she didn't know anything else. But it seems rumors that members of Aki Wadana family had let their emotions are certainly fabricated. Afterward, E3 continued their journey to Tifo Herbs in Iki middle of Key Forest. They hadn't been walking fo long. Nulia immediately signaled Li Group to C-Tap. E turned out she had just discovered some animal tracks nearby. Look at this spot. A rather large creature once passed through this area. Key tracks are very faint, so I suspect E was controlling its weight to hide its presence. I am truly curious to know what kind of species ET IDEK. Seeing that Ioner clearly showed no interest at all, Nulia immediately felt embarrassed, thinking she was rambling again. I have to get used to this. Aside from bloody villagers, no one likes listening to such things. Suddenly, Li Han stepped forward with an excited expression. Wow, that sounds in T-rate 10. What else can you tell from these tracks? Meeting an outsider who was genuinely interested in this subject first time, Nulia asked again in disbelief. ID this really in T-rate ting. Li Han was momentarily stunned. Was it not noteworthy to her? Nulia blushed as red as a ripe fruit and began to stammer, not knowing how to respond. Finally, she jumped up and shouted. Regardless, whenever you find tracks like these, it best for you to stay highly alert. That creature doesn't just possess a set of giant claws, however, accurately guessing its species ID no easy feat. I've heard that many monsters frequently linger around like area of Medici Academy. And Roger ID a land overflowing magical energy, causing wide terrain to transform and countless species of monsters to thrive. Of course, there were also monsters born from experiments and creatures formed from discarded potions taking each shape of peculiar X-Li monsters Key Morley had heard. Like more he realized this academy was not safe at all. Since Li day he set foot here, he hadn't encountered anything normal. Because they found new tracks, Li Group decided to follow them along E ground, as doing so would reduce Lu Qi risk of a surprise attack. Before continuing their journey, Li Han suddenly expressed his desire to learn how to ready tracks from Nulia. Nulia warned that this XQ wasn't easy to learn and was certain Li Han would soon give up, but he persisted in persuading her, saying that if she were willing to teach him, he would definitely do his best to learn. I thought Nelia would coldly refuse immediately. Unexpectedly, she broke into a radiant smile like a flower. In that case, let me see what you can do. Perhaps journey so far had caused Nilia to gradually be nod up more from her state of constant worriness. After following Waiki trail for a while, Yonner finally discovered Waiki herb they were looking for with her grass. Yeet ate a bit of a pity that we and N Lee found too. But I think Wake Rest will suit up soon. There aren't any others nearby, so let it continue moving forward. Because she was so engrossed in observing like herbs, Yonner completely failed to realize that life surrounding forest had gone deathly silent. By key time she turned around, she saw a giant boar staring intently at Lee Key, three of them. Li Han could sense mana radiating from ET, so this definitely wasn't an ordinary wild boar. According to Niliate experience, this was indeed a Men XT. Li Qi Men and XT clearly had no intention of letting E3 of them go. It slowly closed in, Li Qi Mana surrounding its body growing denser. At that moment, Li Han took a wand out of his pocket. Standing still lie this will be very dangerous, and since IE group has no weapons, I'll use my wand. Since Oki's wand 8 Sai could change according to his will, Li Han immediately extended 8 into a large staff. An Enlai then did Nilia suddenly remember. That 8 right, Li Han came from a family of mages. Speaking of which, Leek Wardana family was a clan of great mages. He must have learned a few spells before entering like academy. However, when asked if he was certain of victory, Li Han didn't dare to give a definitive answer. Seeing this, Nilia seriously instructed him, if do fail, take Wucky red-haired girl and run first. I will distract Ed and lure 8 elsewhere. White atmosphere suddenly became unusually touching. White 3 of them looked at each other and blushed simultaneously, truly leaving one speechless at this Tim. Just then, Yukimen's Tifi became enraged at being ignored and immediately charged straight at Li Han Quit Fun Force. Nilia was so tense she broke all in a cold sweat, her eyes fixed on Li Han. She wondered what Mage he would use to take down that boar, but contrary to her expectations, Li Han didn't know a single combat spell. He tightened his grip on Li Ki wand, recalling Yi words he had been taught when he was 10 years old. P-sword may be kind of all weapons, but do must never depend on 8, do must master many other weapons to handle any situation. And lie those who understand that pre-XT can infuse mana into their weapons, this IDE known as I-Ki state of Ore. These were Wai-Ki lessons all Long had passed on to Li Han while teaching him swordsmanship. However, only a select few could ever reach I-Ki state of Ura. Eula Long hadn't made that clear, fearing Li Pi young master would be disheartened. As Fu Li Han, he and Lai wanted to become a mage and work in an office, so he wasn't sure if he needed to risk his life Fu, Wai-Ki, sake of Ura. But because he misunderstood his thoughts, Eula Long had implemented a demonic training regimen so brutal it was haunting. Now, leaky things he had practiced so hard years ago finally had a chance to prove their worth. Even as Gaikiman XT continued to check forward frantically, Lai Han stood motionless, his cold gaze locked onto Luke to gate. He waited until Iki distance between them was just Seek Elu enough. He gripped EB1 tightly and stabbed it straight into Li Men XT trait mouth. Li Men XT hadn't expected such a treacherous move. It collapsed in pain and died on Leaky spot. Could this be Leak legendary physical mage? Seeing that unbelievable sight, Nulia cried awe and horror. Did you just stab to death? Quote your wand. What happened to Leaky Ma Diish? Aragoth 8 wand was incredibly sturdy, even capable of being used as a mace. Even so, taking down a boar men in XT quit eat was no easy feat. This succeeded in Lai because Li Han had unconsciously channeled mana into Leaky wand. Although still far from achieving Li Pi's state of Ura, he had begun to adapt so that he could survive on his own. After conducting a very careful inspection, Nulia confirmed Ki Men XT was dead, then pulled a Ki wand on returned heat to Li Han. And Enlai then did Einer breathe a sigh of relief. Does this subject have to be so harsh? I can't believe they dared to throw first-year students into this godforsaken place. But before she could finish complaining, roar of another men XTO'd from Li Ki distance. Even an alchemy enthusiast Lai Einer began to feel Lai giving up. Fortunately, Nulia spoke up to encourage them and Li group continue their journey. White 3 followed Loki Sao to a cliff, where a boar men XT below was attacking a Dennis 8 group. Noticing that a Dennis 8 Tim had quite a few members, Lai Han thought that just staying back and observing would be fine. They certainly wouldn't be in any danger. In a similar manner to what Li Han had just done, a boy in Li Ki group also enlarged his wand and took initiative to step and confront a Gi Men in XT tree. Quite just a glance, Einer recognized him as Asin of Dankin family. Locke's Dankins were a family famous for their excellence and a terrifyingly precise way of working. Dina's family had served Emperor as advisors for many generations. Meanwhile, Kadankin family supported the imperial family in Aki fields of law and finance. Despite saying he would on Lai watch, Li Han still observed closely to prepare for any eventualities. If he was a Dankin, he should be quite reliable, and furthermore, his stance suggested he had studied swordsmanship. On the other side, Asen pushed his glasses up menacingly and declared aggressively, every single one of your movements I do within my calculations, do you fat pig. You absolutely cannot escape my calculations. In the very next moment, he darted to Gi Men XT8 side as fast as lightning and swung P staff down forcefully, but his destructive power was elite complete opposite of that giant physique. This bit of strength was inanely enough to make Li Men XT fly into a rage. Nun Lai slightly lifted its foot and delivered a Lai kick. Asan was blown away from Lai Ki battle. Now, its gaze had shifted toward Leak remaining people, as La Captain Adinas courageously stepped forward to shield everyone, spreading her arms to protect female students behind her. Seeing YP's situation become increasingly unusual, Yoner immediately asked Li Han how to handle it. After week recent journey, Li Han had unintentionally become a key person Li group looked up to as their leader. However, he didn't say a quoos and lie silently observing everything. On Adinas 8's side, she was extremely tense as Ikiman XT slowly approached step by step. Had to be perfect, just lie what she had always done. If she carefully analyzed its movement and attack patterns, then, while she was still agonizing in her calculations, MNXT suddenly let out a miserable roar and collapsed unconscious on Leak ground. It turned to that Li Han 8 group had quietly circled to Daiki back, waiting for the right moment to strike unexpectedly. Thanks to Leaky extensive experience of veteran hunter Nilia, this plan succeeded smoothly. Having been rescued, Adinas quickly regained her composure and approached to offer her Then do Wardana. Lian also responded solemnly, there ID no need faux formalities, princess. Witnessing that, Nilia curiously turned and said, why are these two being so polite to each other? Since they are classmates, isn't there a rule to set aside such etiquette? Yoner just shrugged to signal that she didn't know either. Wanting to Onche XP rate her gratitude for this incident, Adinas promised to remember Key favor and find a way to repay ET, while Li Han didn't beat around Leaky bush and made a request immediately. Hearing that, Adinas immediately became tense. She didn't know what Li Han would want to ask of a princess like her. But Li Han 8 wish was incredibly simple. Actually, Peak Li recommend a subject that I'd easy to get high grades in. After all, do know a lot of people. When Adinas heard this, it was like a bolt of lightning. A subject that was easy to get high grades in. What exactly did he mean? Was Wardana truly just looking for a course where it was easy to get high marks, or was he secretly testing her? Because she was overthinking it, Adinas had no idea how to respond. Right at that moment, a terrifying voice suddenly echoed, "I know what kind of lesson you are looking for. I understand that better than anyone." Upon hearing that voice, Li Han's whole body immediately trembled. What on earth I did this? What I did this ominous feeling? This spine-chilling sensation was exactly like one he had felt before. This Kitren atmosphere was just like when he met his university professor in his previous life. And just as he had predicted, Professor Yurigam suddenly appeared from behind, saying, "Wadana, that ID alchemy." His face at that moment was terrifying. ET was as if he wanted to swallow Li Han alive right then and there. Li Han quickly tried to calm himself. "No, I must remain calm. I am no longer EP knave student boy I used to be." After that, he gave a radiant smile and politely replied to "Why, Professor? If one has enough passion and love for 8, this will certainly be a wonderful subject, sir." He was very confident in his answer, thinking he had escaped the awkward situation, but to his surprise, Professor continued to ask, Do you really think so? Then listen carefully. I will personally CP-ret that passion and love for you." This completely exceeded Li Han's expectations, so he had no choice but to speak his mind directly. "I feel I'm not ready to learn this subject, sir." But it was too late. He was already receiving countless admiring and envious gazes. After all, not every first-year student was so enthusiastically courted by a professor like this. Professor Yurigam also understood that coercion couldn't bring get results, so he merely sighed and decided to end today's lesson. "I think that ate enough for today's lesson." He take a pity that Ike remaining group of creatures didn't get to meet Diu. Hearing this, Asen quit his bruised face, immediately looked up and asked, "Does that mean you intentionally late them to us, Professor?" Professor Yurigam calmly explained, Do you really think I just sent you into Lee Forest to dig faux herbs? Today's objective was to help Dio face various situations while searching faux herbs. Whether you eat capturing, dodging, fleeing, or hiding, an alchemist must know how to handle unexpected incidents. Have your arcs hard heads understood. Just by looking at scowling faces of Libby students, it was clear how dissatisfied they were quit this teaching method. At this moment, Einar raised Lai herb in his hand and asked, "So, we don't need to pick any more herbs, do we, sir? We went through so many horrifying things just to get them. Look, sir, all 3 of us have found them already." As soon as he saw a herb, Professor Yurigam immediately rushed Irvi and embraced Li Hanate group. "What? I didn't expect you to actually find 8. Then you have passed he course. Indeed, you are all talented students born to pursue this subject." Meanwhile, Li Professor leaned CKLU to Li Han ear and whispered, "Everything I did just as I planned, student Li Han. You absolutely must learn this subject." Li Han's spine immediately felt ice cold, as if a vengeful spirit had crawled to VET. Based on his previous Life 8 experience, he knew he was doomed, but at that moment, he had no choice but to smile while swallowing his tears. Finally, he had no choice but to accept cruel reality. "I will try my best, alchemy IDP my dream subject." His lifeless eyes and foolish smile looked truly desolate. It seemed Professor Yurigam had a very good impression of this student. Goyboy looked very mature. Children his age usually like to rebel, but he was unusually obedient. Therefore, Lihan also received a reward. "Because you both defeated wild boar and collected herbs, I will grant you a special privilege. I have a cabin deep in Lee Forest. Throughout this school year, you can go there anytime you want." As soon as he heard, Lihan showed a suspicious look. "Are you planning to trick me into working for free there, sir?" Before that judgmental gaze, Professor Yurigam hastily explained, "Wait, let me explain further to Dao. What do you think students need most? Snacks, of course. Currently, your lives here are already chaotic enough. Just one more week, and everything will turn into a complete mess." Thinking about it again, Lihan also found Life's statement very reasonable. Who could tolerate such a meager new? Moreover, all people living in his tower came from royalty. Professor Yurigam continued to speak slowly. "Meanwhile, my HUD ID filled with fresh, delicious ingredients. Not to mention, I picked all the fresh vegetables and fruits myself. Oh no, that place ID no different from a beefy cave. Just imagining it." Li Han's eyes lit up like lamps. "Alchemy ID indeed true love, Professor." There really are no words for these 2 teachers and students. Unlike Li Han EP, other students hated this subject. This professor has gone mad. He released wild boars and expects us to butcher them. I absolutely will not study this subject anymore. I thought I was going to die just now. Ignoring he murmurs, Li Han turned and left. Initially, I was going to complain that this school was too stren. But now, nothing can surprise me anymore. The most important thing right now I deek to ensure my own food portions. Afterwards, Li Han and 2 others, Yonner and Nulia, struggled to drag wild boar back to Professor Yurigamate hut. Looking at giant wild boar lying before him, Li Han couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. "I learned how to prepare animals' faux food from all along, but doing it alone would surely be exhausting." Just then, Yonner quit a pale face, rolled up her sleeves and walked RVs. "Li Han, let me lend you a hand." Seeing her unwell expression, Li Han asked quit concern, "Yonner, although dear pale quit fear, dear trying to be brave." "Of course, I'm fine, but can you give me some meat?" Watching 2 noble friends prepare to butcher leaky wild boar, Nulia gaped in astonishment. "Are you really going to butcher heat? Dear both nobles, how do you know how to do that?" Hearing this, Li Han and Yonner simultaneously turned to ask Kut very serious expressions. "Nulia, don't you lie meat?" This question truly hit her weak spot. Chewing on leaky food provided by principal every day who could endure heat. In this situation, meat was even more precious than gold. Finally, Nulia decided to gin the group. "Let me sard you the skills of a hunter." Nulia was indeed very proficient at this, while Yonner was accustomed to handling raw materials. Li Han was certain that with their assistance, everything would go smoothly. Although Professor Urigram didn't directly participate, he still brought some necessary tools for butchering. After preparing everything thoroughly, Key 3 immediately got to work. Li Han Taek's ray of skilled movements made Nilia look at him with completely different eyes. She couldn't help but wonder, could Lok Odana family also teach these skills? Even though Einar was a little awkward, he still completed Key assigned task well. Every part of Li Wildboar was utilized completely, nothing wasted. At this moment, Lian fanned LP fire while thinking about Lighty future, wondering how long this hellish life would last, and perhaps he should seek some meat foe when eat was needed. Observing from start to finish, Professor Urigram praised Li group, are due planning to make smoked meat. That ate quite impressive. No matter how favorable Li weather, meat spoils very easily, so choosing to smoke eat was indeed a very wise decision. Li person Professor Urigram paid most attention to was Li Han. Li young boy had been studying alchemy for 3 days and had already accomplished this much, which truly surprised him. That young boy constantly exceeded all his expectations. Just then, Li Professor's stomach suddenly rumbled, immediately drawing everyone attention. So Professor Urigram happily added some more ingredients. As for Li Han, he immediately rolled up his sleeves, ready to sevapi his cooking skills in Li kitchen. Quite his expert cooking skills. Li Han quickly on everyone or v quit meat so delicious eat seemed divinely bestowed. Freshly cooked meat, fragrant buttery bread, a gentle peaceful atmosphere. Along quit a few seek lu friends. Third day passed peacefully without any disturbances. They ate and chatted. Then they laughed and joked together until their stomachs were fun. Turned out that happiness could sometimes be that simple. After eating their fill, group still had a problem to solve. Although they had smoked quite a bit, there was still a significant amount of unprocessed meat, and Li Ki group was too fun to eat anymore. Throwing it away now would truly be a heartbreaking waste. While everyone was racking their brains, Nilia suddenly had an idea. How about sharing this meat quit friends in Li Tower? Li Han and Einar immediately looked at each other, and I Ki same thou simultaneously flashed through both their minds. Do mean we should sell Li Ki meat? What a brilliant idea! Of course, Nilia had no such intention, but she couldn't stop these two madmen. Students of Than Long Tower are all from wealthy families, so this probably isn't an issue. Wait, they are all nobles, so they certainly wouldn't want to accept charity. Looking at Li Ki two people in front of her, Nulia was speechless and petrified. Are all nobles this peculiar? Li Han followed by adage, you reap what do you sow? While Einar believed in saving every penny, Ike two of them together were truly a match made in heaven, but Nulia was unaware of this, so she asked again bewildered. Do really want to sell YP meat for money? When invited to begin their venture, Nulia quickly hugged her bag of meat tightly. No way, I just want to share eat quit my friends. Despite Ike two of them trying to persuade her in every way, she steadfastly refused to change her mind. Looking at Ike three children in front of him, Professor Urigum couldn't help but exclaim. These three young ones are truly both talented and fun of passion. However, no matter how you look at them, they possess enormous potential for mischief. I am sure they'll become a major headache in IT future. Than Long Tower was built separately from Lake Key Main Tower, and Aid always warmly welcomed students quit like gentle fragrance of young leaves. However, today something a little unusual appeared. As soon as they passed by here, Lee students were immediately captivated by Ike's alluring smell of grilled meat that made their mouths water, while Lihan and Einar stood welcoming them with radiant smiles. Lot everyone. Do you all probably haven't eaten anything yet, right? This bizarre scene left everyone frozen in place for a moment. What kind of trick are these two playing? Don't tell me. At that moment, Lihan cheerfully spoke up. Come in and have a seat. We specially prepared this dish for all of you. As soon as they heard that, everyone ate mouths almost watered into rivers. After all, it had been a very long time since they had tasted meat. Of course, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Lihan smiled and raised a finger to signal, 1 silver coin per person. Lie. Fu Aiki noble students, that amount of money wasn't worth mentioning, so everyone gladly agreed. As soon as they bit into first piece of meat, everyone immediately burst into tears. How long has it been since we last ate meat? Eat ate melting in my mouth! I can't believe they brought such an amazing dish. Everyone was so delighted that they chewed while raising their hands to Lee Sky, then simultaneously howled like a cult. They were truly beyond help. On the other side, Lihan and Ioner were incredibly excited by their results. I can't believe sales are going so smoothly. We're selling food 3 times price outside the academy. But where would they buy meat in this place? As long as both sides are willing, he ate fi. That face definitely belonged to a capitalist. He was absolutely unmistakable. Just then, Ganando, quit a haggard face, stepped out of Key Tower. Why I'd eat so noisy outside. I'm almost starving to death here. As soon as he saw a leaky pile of meat before him, his jaw dropped in surprise. He completely couldn't believe his eyes. Seeing him, Lihan immediately gave a warm invitation. Ganando, you've come at just right time! Come and sit down to eat quit us. Hearing that, Ganando immediately beamed and sat right down at leaky table. Am I really allowed to eat quit Dayu? Then I unstand on ceremony anymore. Then Diu, both very much. But before he even had time to put his knife down on Iki meat, Lihan raised a hand to SC, top him. 1 silver coin, dear friend. Upon hearing about money, Ganando eyes widened as he asked, Dear charging money. Lihan immediately applied his experience in psychological manipulation, stating, a nobleman honor would allow Dio to use things for free. Although Ganando wanted to pay, headmaster prohibited bringing valuables into Y Academy, so he didn't have a single coin in his pocket. Of course, Lihan had anticipated this situation, and he pulled a contract and a quill pen from his pocket. That ain't nothing to worry about. Do you just need to write down like quantity you've eaten and sign here? Gainando trembled uncontrollably, eagerly snatched equal pen and cried tears of emotion. Li Han?
How wonderful you are!
He didn't even bother to read each contract date contents and immediately put pen to paper to sign. While eating, he secretly thanked his get friend, thinking, why did I ever consider ending my friendship with such a wonderful person? Indeed, I'm a very get judge of character. So this ID what true friendship ID eat. This young man was truly so foolish that even devils would shake their heads. And so, that day everyone was happy and content. Next day arrived. While attending IEP Basic Much Properties class, Lee group of noble students once again began to complain amongst themselves. They all believed that nobles were inherently perfect and had no need to attend such elementary knowledge classes. Hearing those words, Li Han could manage an awkward, forced smile. Just then a remarkably familiar voice suddenly rang out. Get monen, students. My dear stubborn heads. All key students were astonished by headmaster's unexpected appearance. No one had expected him to personally teach such a fundamental subject. After surveying Leapy classroom, headmaster immediately noticed Lee's rosy complexions and refreshed vibrant expressions. Oh, do all look like you've just eaten something very delicious, haven't you? I thought eat would take at least a month for you to find food on your own. A student who was addressed immediately asked in return. Do mean we actually have to survive and find food ourselves, sir? Why should we obey? But before he could finish, headmaster used Mage to cut him p. No, let it not discuss such trivial matters anymore. I'm very pleased that you stubborn heads are learning so quickly. Lee headmaster observed Lee students, secretly thinking, among new students each year those from Lee Geisha Lee Region Tower always adapt E slowest. Kibi Lee C Tortoise Tower, IDK always at Lee Ki Tup, followed closely by P White Tiger. Compared to those two towers, Lee Ki Azure Wee Regine students are all nobles who have never touched EV labor since childhood, so their adaptation speed IDK always E slowest. Yet this time they have progressed to such an extent, ED ID truly commendable. And clearly P most outstanding character ID that student. From me very first meeting, I knew that student was completely different. It hard to believe someone raised in such a strict family could be so free. Lapi principal believes in OB mind ID core of a mage, so he always pushes students to their limits. Furthermore, he himself thoroughly enjoys progress. As Lady Principal was deep in thou, a student asked, Principal, can Dio tell us what Lee most important thing about this class ID? Leaky Principal didn't answer immediately but asked back, that ain't a get question, so what do you think, Leaky answer ID? Lively student looked at the others and confessed he wasn't sure either. And Enli then did Principal reply, he ate when do graduate and cause trouble outside academy, damn emperor unn't be able to blame me fo heat. Unimaginably audacious answer left all the students gaping in astonishment. Not stopping there, Principal continued irritably, do know how much trouble seniors have caused. This lesson will serve as an excuse, so when Warkian Voy comes to tell us that your seniors have become village, wrecking hoodlums, I unt be punished either. Do understand, do blockheads. As if scaring lay students wasn't enough, Lee Principal Voy grew louder and louder. Mages are inherently erratic, don't you dare claim you're not one of them. Your defenses will unlie make me angrier. Hurry and OB in your books to Leaky First Pete, Leaky C Trend Thing ID, entire thick book and lie has one sentence repeated countless times. I absolutely will not use me DJ to cause trouble. Throughout Leaky entire class, Leak students were forced to read that sentence, review to VE again, turn after turn. This was truly a living nightmare. T'd unknown whether this bizarre method ID actually effective. After tormenting whole class foe a long time, Principal finally allowed everyone to go. I hope today's lecture has strengthened your kind hearts. Also, I need 2 volunteers for why next lecture. As soon as they heard this, everyone immediately looked away. After experiencing Lee Principal's eccentric temper, no one wanted to get involved could him any further. Seeing this, Key Principal smiled sinisterly. If no one volunteers, things will become even more unpleasant. Just then, Lee Hen suddenly became Lee Classett Savior. There ain't a volunteer. He secretly thought that by volunteering, he might receive some reward. To his surprise, Principal immediately thrust his face Sikalo to his. Oh, it seems do really enjoy being Leapy center of attention, don't you? Although slightly intimidated, Lee Hen still managed to force a bright smile. I just feel it a great honor to sess P professor I respect. Of course, such flattery couldn't fool Principal. Spare me those cliches. But ate okay, opportunity and lie belongs to those willing to seize it. This statement was enough to know that Principal had seen through Lee Hen 8 motive for volunteering. As soon as Principal turned away, Gainando face turned ashen, and he tugged Lee Hen 8's sleeve. Do crazy. Who knows what kind of weird thing that mad principal will make you do. Just then, another classmate put a hand on Gainando 8's shoulder. Don't step him anymore, Gainando. Wadana hasn't gone crazy, he IDP sacrificing himself for us. Hearing this, Gainando trembled violently, a fierce inner struggle raging within him. If that ain't Lee case, shouldn't I sacrifice myself for my friends too? Move damn hate. Move, do damn legs, but just as he was about to ubi in his mouth, Asin was a step faster. I also volunteer. Walpy headmaster immediately turned to Asin. You are that stubborn one from Danka family, aren't you? Your family has always been proficient quote paperwork, haven't they? That action immediately drew Lee Hanate attention. He assumed Asin was also aiming Fopi's same reward as him. However, Asin turned to look at him and spoke up. Let me repay key favor you did for me before. Even though Lihan said there was no need to go that far, Asan had no intention of changing his mind. Foe Danka family, being fair in all matters has become a way of life. Just then, like headmaster suddenly appeared and interrupted. Sate hearting to see do you also seek all you? but we still have work to do. To prepare food next lecture, read these safety rules carefully. Then, manually copy enough versions for every student here. Damn neat, what kind of ridiculous request ID this? Like two young men who just volunteered immediately regretted ate so much they turned green. Until late in late evening, two of them still hadn't finished Li P task. Asan was still writing diligently while constantly complaining to I heavens. I can't believe this. Makes us do this redundant work, even though he could finish 8 in Li blink of an eye. He fumed, nearly smoking quote rage, completely contrasting his usual gentle demeanor. In contrast, Li Han found this quite normal. I think I understand why the headmastered intention. Perhaps he wants to remind us that being too dependent on Madi Chi will make us dull. Even Li Lai spell, et most basic type of Madich, ID key forbidden to be used, so what does Li E writing spell matter? He ID a dedicated teacher, so there must be some hidden meaning behind this. Thinking this, Li Han put down his pen and climbed onto the podium. When Asan asked what he was doing, Li Han voiced his speculation. I am looking for clues to resolve this situation. Maybe there ain't something useful up here. Asan was quite worried because Li P action looked no different from stealing. But Li Han didn't think so at all. There ain't no rule forbidding us from doing this, and besides, this IDE Li headmaster at lecture hall. Hearing this, Asan was immediately enlightened. Well, it seems Li stealing a little bit now and then isn't anything serious. Let it split up in ST. But even after searching for a long time, IQ2 found no notes. Having no other choice, they decided to consider other possibilities. Right at this moment, Li Han noticed a hidden magical maki inside a drawer and immediately called Asan and V to examine it. When two of them pulled die drawer obal edge together, a skull quote a face identical to YP Headmaster 8 suddenly flew out. It seems this was a type of illusion Madi Che that had been left behind. The fact that Do managed to be of this drawer proves that Do have stopped doing meaningless work and have started to use your brains. I had hoped Do would realize that sooner. Watching Do toil away for so long was truly pathetic, ha ha ha. Asan was gritting his teeth in anger. If YE Headmaster had actually been standing there, he likely would have lunged at him in a fit of rage. Leak Illusion continued, saying, this Ichor first magical circle, known as basic manipulation, it would be best for you to master it quickly. Having said that, EP Illusion immediately vanished, leaving no further explanation behind. Asan was trembling quote rage and finally couldn't help but let his fury erupt. He turned all YE Headmaster really did have an ulterior motive. What kind of foolish method IDE this? I don't understand why he has to teach in such a devilish way. Let 8 protest together. If we stand united, even Li Headmaster would have to. He turned to Li Han hoping to gain an ally, but to his surprise, he was met quote utter disappointment. Feeling Piglair lie a traitor, Li Han snapped back to reality. Sorry, I really couldn't resist. But think about it, do really think complaining would work on that crazy headmaster? After careful consideration, Asan guessed that Li's chance of failure was likely 95%. Li Han, on Li's other hand, believed that it had absolutely no chance of success. Quite no other choice, two of them followed up Headmaster 8 instructions to learn and duck basic manipulation mod treat written on Lidi paper. However, even after draining their magical power nearly to exhaustion, they still couldn't lift a single quill. At this moment, Asan was so desperate that he buried his face in his hands and sobbed. Li Han alone managed to hold on then to his massive reserves of magical power. Medici was certainly not easy, as movements look simple, but Li's flow of magical energy required each time was completely different. Each should feel something like this. Imagine this ID your very last chance. Think as if P deadline ID, an end lie 1 minute away, breathing down your neck. It must be as straight and firm as a bamboo stalk. But at Ike same time, as lie as a feather. Move now. On this attempt, Li Han finally succeeded in controlling Li Quill, causing A to float into weaky air. Following that, Do must slowly guide B brush toward Li paper. But suddenly, E brush shot a P lion arrow, shattering E window and flying outside. If ED had been AP by even a little more, Li Han Tate head would have shared Y key same fate as that PP die. After carefully reading Li content one more time, Li Han realized that this Madicha spell has 2 extremely difficult obstacles. After chanting continuously, Li user must also maintain focus to Fiendtronic object. However, overcoming arduous chanting phase ID not Iki and Peking trend phase ID key just as difficult. Li Han sighed softly, then decided to try again one more time. But just as he picked up Li brush, Key Principal suddenly opened Iki door and walked in. Have you finished yet? How wonderful! Then just let me use Madich to write EP rest fo do. I hope Do can appreciate my kindness. Because he was startled. Li Han let keen tren, causing Light brush to fly wildly and strike straight toward IP Principal 8 head. Witnessing that horrific scene, Asen immediately gasped in his seat. A student actually dared to launch a projectile directly at Li Principal. You are truly incredibly kun, this young man ID key indeed too daring. But that was An Li Asinate imagination. In reality, E brush couldn't even reach E Principal. It slammed into a defensive barrier, then bent and deformed on key spot. Not unlike did B Principal not get angry, but he was surprisingly happy. Oh, it seems Do grasped this spell faster than I thought. I must admit, you are slightly better than that stiff-headed fellow. Realizing Li Principal was in a get mood, Li Han immediately seized Li chance to step forward. Respected Principal, could DUP Li share some secrets on how to see Nay and Tren eat better? Hearing that, Key Principal retorted, Du succeeded in chanting the spell but cannot see Tren eat. For a first-year student that I deek already very get. You don't need to push yourself too hard. Unlie then did Li Han breathe a sigh of relief. He had thought his mana had a problem. Unexpectedly, Iki principal suddenly laughed loudly. Ha ha, I just fooled you! P chanting ID hard part and Iki Contron just needs a little practice. But Du are truly unusual to be able to launch Eat Lie and Arrow. But what can Du do? And Li Du can find E's solution. Hearing that nonsense, Li Han gritted his teeth in anger but could do nothing. I understand, sir. Then Du Fu your guidance. Li Han's serious expression caused Li P principal to lose interest, so he immediately turned to T's Asin. Lai more that type of ma di each ID used, Iki more proficient one becomes, so their ID nothing to worry about. And now, Du should go eat. Quote just a gentle snap of Lai P fingers. Li Han was instantly transported to E cafeteria in E blink of an eye. Asan on the other hand was sent straight to E infirmary to recover his energy. Since mealtime had long passed, Li cafeteria was now completely empty, quit no one in sight. Li menu was still as meager as ever. Quit on Lai hard bread served quit rice balls. Fortunately, Li Han still had mide bacon from before, so food wasn't a concern. However, just as he was about to eat, Adanath suddenly appeared behind him. So Du you're here, what Anna? Li Han immediately stood up and asked. Princess ID there's something Do need me fo. Adanath then took all from her baggy documents Li Han had asked her to find. Holding Lappy list of subjects in his hand, Li Han was immediately overjoyed. But after reading just a section, he realized something was wrong. A list of popular subjects. He mused. These aren't subjects where easy to get points, they're just eek ones quit many students. What 8 more overview of alchemy ID also considered a popular subject. After reading through Eat, Li Han then said to Adanath, Princess, it seems there's a slight misunderstanding between us. What I meant was a list of subjects that are easy to get grades in. But this ID'd a list of popular subjects, completely contrary to my wishes. Seeing that Adanath still didn't understand, he had no choice but to explain again. Popular subjects have many participants, making it difficult to earn points. Subjects quit fewer students will have less competition and be easier to get points in, that ain't what I meant. After hearing Lai P explanation, Adanath immediately froze as if her soul had been pulled off. So that means he'd looking for easy subjects. But he ate clearly from like Wadana family. She had always thought he was just Lai other noble scions, but never expected him to be so vastly different. After understanding Li Han 8 wishes, she took another list. While compiling that list, I also took a opportunity to make a list of subjects to avoid. Upon receiving Lai P list, Li Han was immediately as hot pie as if he found gold. This ID'd I can clearly feel EP poverty and despair. Even ghosts wouldn't want to register for these classes. First up ID basic swordsmanship. Very few people who come to a Mage training school would go and sign up for swordsmanship. Basic spellcasting and range combat are similar. Students who come to a Mage research school rarely engage in direct combat. But Li Han couldn't care less about why the reasons. As long as it was easy to get high grades, he was satisfied. Seeing Li Han's strangely ecstatic expression, Adanath quickly slipped away, fearing that she would catch Eat if she stayed too long. Early key next Monang. Li Han went alone to find Li classes listed on Li P schedule. Yesterday, he had invited his friends to come along, but everyone thought he was crazy to waste his time on such abandoned subjects. Nevertheless, Li Han remained extremely optimistic. Well, I'm quite sure they don't know what disaster ID'd about to befall them yet. Basically, no school truly has a concept of caring for each student individually. Professors know people sign up for their courses, but most don't even bother to pay attention. Therefore, to focus one 8 mind on favorite subjects, one must choose a few other courses where they don't have to do unnecessary tasks. This was a reasonable choice to reallocate his focus, but after walking a set distance, Li Han felt that something was heapy about Leedy atmosphere. Why were basic spellcasting and maintaining distance classes held in the key basement? These stairs looked very normal, but why did they feel like an ominous sign leading down to key underworld? When he was little, Li Han once heard all along tell a story, a warning that every citizen must know absolutely never think about entering Wug Wizard 8 Tower. Even if he looks normal from Li Key outside, people are trapped in there forever. Li Han then asked all along if LP's story was a bit exaggerated. Quote his extensive knowledge, all along slowly explained, indeed a bit exaggerated, young master. Those trapped in Li Tower cannot step out, because in reality, they are all dead. Hearing that, Li Han had once been so scared he trembled. Now, standing before Li stairs leading down to Li basement, he involuntarily remembered that old story. In Raga Tower ID a B-rim example of a Ma Deej Tower. That ain't why first-year students rarely dare to casually explore unfamiliar places within the academy. Although a bit apprehensive, Li Han still tried to calm himself down. This ID in academy after all, surely nothing will happen. Up until now, nothing had ever happened on a key first floor of Key Tower O and in key dormitories. Just then, Headmaster suddenly appeared behind him, Duo planning to go down to basement LVE1. Already scared, Li Han was immediately startled so much he almost peed his pants. But he suddenly realized this was a rare opportunity, so he immediately adjusted his demeanor. Oh, esteemed Headmaster, an honor to meet you here. I am about to go down to basement 1. Could do share some advice quit me. His respectful attitude immediately brought a lie Headmaster 8 playful nature. Why advice I'm about to give do Idiki, nothing at all. If I still see your corpse tomorrow, I'll bring a flower. Li Han fumed, his face turning red, but there was nothing he could do. This damned old man, he thought as he forced all his usual smile. Someone who can smile without malice or resentment in their heart must surely be a graduated student. After bidding farewell to Y teasing teacher, Li Han slowly descended into Waiki basement. He walked and observed, feeling that Likey place wasn't that scary. Even though Wiki old man had threatened him terribly, it still looked very normal below. But why did such an ominous feeling emanate from behind that door? I must just be overthinking things. Just then, a few other students also arrived, making Lihan feel somewhat more reassured. I knew there would be a few other people signed up for this class! Quite so many students in Leaky Academy. How could I be one here? Little did he know, those two simply took a wrong turn. Even if there were no other subjects left to choose, they would adamantly refuse to take this class. Not unlike that, but Leaky other students in their tower were so terrified that they all ran away. But it was too late to turn back now, so Lihan gathered all his courage and pushed EP door, by any age to enter. Fortunately, there were 3 other students inside, otherwise he would have turned around and run straight away. As soon as they saw Lihan, like 2 young men immediately leaned in to whisper to each other. I guess he walked into our classroom by mistake. I don't know how terrifying this subject ID key, that everyone assumes that. At this moment, Lihan noticed orbs placed on key tables, wondering curiously what they were used for. Suddenly, key professor voice echoed from me shadows. ETIDP time now, everyone lie take your seats. Lihan turned his head and realized someone was already sitting in a chair. He hadn't noticed anyone there at all. Quite pale skin, mournful eyes, and long, sharp fangs. Could he be a vampire? Before starting lecture, Professor introduced himself. My name is Vodali Bagreg and I am in Shikasi of basic spellcasting and distance combat. I hope for your cooperation, Lee Professor said, picking up an orb. Key object in front of DOID, a sphere crafted from star, spirit stone. This ID a type of mineral quite extremely high compatibility quite magical energy. When P stars converge at a certain point they radiate divine energy and star spirit stone ID bit material formed after absorbing that energy. Everyone stand up and channel your magical energy into Lee's sphere. Lee Professor instructed. Lihan followed key directions immediately but felt anxious, unsure if he would succeed. After all, he had failed miserably even at basic spells Lai Kayak's Ting. Unexpectedly, key spheres of all Lee students flew up into Lee air simultaneously. Lihan looked up, quit his mouth agape, thinking, was it really that easy? Don't tell me these aren't ordinary star spirit stones. They were all artifacts, one could tell at a glance. I am quite sure these were created by Professor himself. I once heard that homemade artifacts are terrifyingly expensive. Just then, a student hand ran of her sphere, causing it to shoot straight toward ceiling. Fortunately, Key Professor stopped it just in time, otherwise Key ceiling would have had another hole in it. Key spheres are directly connected to your will, so you can untrain them freely. However, I have placed a few restraint spells on them to avoid having to repair this lecture hall. Hearing this, female student breathed a sigh of relief. But immediately after, Key's sphere lunged straight into her stomach, nearly causing her to perish on Lee's spot. It turned all Lee Professor hadn't finished speaking, but those restrictions weren't applied to WP students. Remember to be careful not to break celestial orb, but it seems even if P students shatter, those orbs aren't be damaged in slightest. Lee Professor completely ignored Lee students, continuing to instruct everyone to keep Lee celestial orb floating and draw Hade into a circle. Even though this was originally an artifact, performing those tasks was still too difficult for Lihan. Key celestial orb stubbornly refused to move as he wished. Just then, a student happily shouted, "Professor, I've drawn a circle!" Why Professor didn't even bother to glance, merely coldly asking him to do it again. This demand was absolutely hellish. Lihan suspected Lee's entire class would revolve around this task, so he proactively spoke up and asked, "Professor, how long do we have to keep drawing circles?" Leaky Professor answered vaguely, of course, until do draw a perfect circle. Hearing that, 2 male students immediately asked to go to Waikiki restroom. Professor said there was no need to ask, if they wanted to go, they could just go. So Waikiki 2 male students quickly packed their books and then bolted out of Waikiki classroom. It seemed both had been scared senseless by Professor Date teaching method. Female student from earlier was also so scared she wanted to immediately follow them. But suddenly she rolled her eyes and collapsed onto P floor. Seeing that, Lihan secretly admired her. She had even acting to this extent. Her talent ID quite gat. However, after waiting for a long time, female student still didn't regain consciousness. Lihan stepped forward to Cheech. Then realized she wasn't faking it at all. He quickly helped her up and reported to Professor. Professor, it seems she fainted from exhausting all her magical energy. Lee Professor still didn't care in P slightest, merely stating calmly, when she recovers she can come back and continue drawing. See damn neat what kind of subject ID this. Quite this situation. Ed feared that soon EP class will have Lihan left. After taking his classmate to Lee infirmary, Lihan didn't flee but returned to class to continue drawing circles. While controlling a celestial orb, he tried to strike up a conversation. "Professor, how will this subject be graded?" Lee Professor looked unapproachable but always answered questions, just follow weak regulations. Scores will be ranked from highest to lowest based on a Lee MBE of students in Lee class. Hearing that answer, Lihan's face immediately showed a look of satisfaction. This class was truly hitting like jackpot. Quite such a grading seat him. As long as I endure until Ulaki very end. Then, even if I were to sleep, I would still easily achieve a high score. Indeed, this ideal class I had painstakingly searched for. If I have to repeat this, I am more than willing. While Lihan diligently drew circles, Professor quietly observed his every action. As each year passed, initially students registered for this class in droves like a rising tide, but afterwards they withdrew just as quickly like receding water. Last year, not even a single student chose this subject. Despite this, Professor Vodali did not mind. His contract quite principle in Lai required him to teach annually, not to attract many students. In fact, sitting alone in leaky empty classroom every day and automatically leaving when class ended had become a very familiar routine for Professor Vodali. However, today a special student appeared, breaking that routine. A mature young boy, quick bright eyes. Through his demeanor and tone, it was not difficult to recognize that he came from a prestigious family. Professor Vidali did not yet know Li Han's magical abilities, but still saw that he was very unusual. At this moment, a glimmer of hope unexpectedly arose in Professor Eight Heart. How wonderful it would be if he continued to stay. If so, this would be Iki's first time he could teach Iki next chapter. After Lai class ended in Lai break room, Li Han enthusiastically boasted to his friends, "Listen carefully, I just found extremely important news. This IDP lecture you absolutely shouldn't miss. You can get high grades just by sitting still in class." When Ganando asked for more details about Li's subject, Li Han immediately began to describe it. "Do you just need to infuse Madish into P-Starstone prepared by Professor and then continuously practice drawing circles?" Ganando then asked if there was anything else they had to do besides that. But turned out there was nothing else to do, that was all. That was also why Li Han was excited. No need to spend much effort yet, still get high grades. Who wouldn't like that? However, Ganando and Einar both looked puzzled. That professor isn't a scammer, he? Li Han didn't bother to care and retorted. "What IDE there to worry about? Quit that? Key most important thing key that my grades are high enough." That's trend reaction made Einar gape in astonishment. "Li Han, do you truly are not lie normal people? I know I'm not in a position to say this, but he truly doesn't hesitate to use any means for his own benefit." Seeing his two friends didn't believe him, Li Han ignored them and prepared to go to EP next class. Feeling that something was not right quip like his situation, Likey too quickly asked which class he was about to attend. Leia answer, basic swordsmanship, again made Ganando and Einar gape. Going to a Madich academy to learn swordsmanship truly left people speechless. A little later, Li Han arrived at Li P courtyard in front of Iki main BE into Iki South, where basic swordsmanship class was held. In contrast to YP previous class, this place had quite a few students attending, most of whom belonged to YP White Tiger Tower. Most students of Leek White Tiger Tower come from knight families, so everyone ID skilled in swordsmanship and practices extremely diligently. Li Han observed for a while, then quietly pondered, "So, magical combat ID my advantage, it seems there's nothing to worry about." Meanwhile his appearance made key surrounding students chatter incessantly, "Doesn't he belong to a Jean Tower? Furthermore, I also know he comes from Lukwadana family. Could it be that he thinks he learned a few sword moves from a tutor and that why he came here? He truly underestimates swordsmanship." All those discussions reached Li Han 8 ears. He knew they were very proud of their swordsmanship, but he didn't expect their tempers to be so aggressive. However, those matters were not worth paying attention to. In Li Han's eyes, they were just hat-blooded teenagers. Just then, an Enfifi student proactively approached. "Hey, you're from Lucky Wadana family of Wajiran Tower, aren't you?" Li Han didn't flinch at all and brazenly asked back. "So what if it ain't true?" Li Fihv student immediately raised his voice. "I think you've come to likey wrong place. This IDP is serious swordsmanship class, not a place where someone will hold your hand and teach you from scratch." Li Han calmly replied, "I understand, then Duphobia reminder." That attitude made B and Fichi student even more furious. "Don't you understand yet? This isn't a place to wave a sword wildly lie those nobles. During combat, you could get seriously injured, because no student here will hold back." Feeling that Li P other party was too troublesome, Li Han waved his hand and replied, "Alright, if I have to fight you, I'll try not to injure you too severely." That statement immediately made an Fichi student so angry he was fuming. He was just about to shekisi forward when Iki professor appeared. "Alright, do you lot? Gather all here quickly. First, let me introduce myself. I am Professor Ingerl. This semester I will be responsible for teaching you all swordsmanship." Unexpectedly, this professor ID also in an free. After introducing himself, professor began his lecture. "I believe all of you have studied swordsmanship before, and are here today, and then lie to hone your skills or prevent them from fading away. Therefore I will help you all sharpen your swordsmanship, instead of teaching from basic knowledge." Zijal slowly approached, then gently placed a hand on Li Han's shoulder. Li Han turned his head in surprise, then saw Li P other person smiling at him. Zijal proactively started a conversation. "You are Li Han of Wadana family, aren't you? I am wondering why someone from a family renowned Fomadi Chalidu would enroll in swordsmanship." Li Han calmly replied, "Isn't the reason already too obvious? Because Li T fewer people who enroll, Li T easier yet will be to get high scores." After hearing that answer, Zijal was momentarily speechless, not knowing what else to say. Li Han secretly smiled. Instead of making an excuse that could be easily misunderstood, saying directly that he was doing 8 to earn points would be easier for both of them. Enlai then did Zijal extend his hand and introduce himself. "Just call me Marathi." Li Han was quite surprised that despite Liya other person 8 youth, their hands were already kalaused. He smiled and replied, "Alright, it a pleasure to meet you, Marathi." It two shook hands as if to acknowledge their acquaintance. Lian secretly thought, so he belongs to Moradia family. That was Li family guarding Ye Northern Territory, famous for its strict rules and willingness to do anything to achieve its goals. Looking at Li P person in front of him, Li Han still found it hard to believe, at least from what he observed. Iki young man didn't resemble Li Ki family image at all. It seems rumors aren't always accurate. Who knows, maybe I'll even become Siki. I'll quit this guy later. Like Profound Stone Saber was a secret technique Li Han learned from all along. True to its name, like Saber technique was as hard as stone. Even though white training pri-ext was extremely arduous, Li Han had to grit his teeth and endure it, for he had no other choice. Ingrel walked to V curiously and asked, "Can you perform Li Profound Stone Saber?" Your foundation ID quite geet. Which family do belong to? While asking, he secretly made a few predictions. However, Li Han's answer astonished him. He was a member of Leaky Warden family. Ingerl hadn't expected someone quit such a strong foundation to come from that family. He gently asked, "May I know why do you study swordsmanship?" Li Han fluently replied, "I believe it a necessary XQ for a nobleman." Disappointment immediately appeared on Ingerl's face, indeed just as I predicted. His expression quickly darkened, as if he no longer had any interest in saying more. Li Han immediately guessed that if he answered incorrectly, his score would drop sharply. In Leaky answer, His Excellency wanted to hear must be. He quickly said, "Why, Professor? Initially, I thought same, but Leaky more I learned, live more I felt profound depth of swordsmanship." Li Han 8 eyes lit up quote determination. "I couldn't self-top myself from seeking all this place." Ingerl's eyes immediately brightened. He gave a thumbs up and loudly declared, "Points awarded." But no sooner had he finished speaking than he realized his blunder, having accidentally voiced his thoughts aloud. Ingerl praised him, "You are truly serious. Your performance ID even better than some White Tiger students who unlike come here to be flower vases." His voice was still gentle, but his hand was tightly gripping the hilt of his sword. "Than to do, I've just realized something." Like he sharp blade immediately left its sheath, Ingerl resolutely stated, "I will treat you with seriousness." That statement made Li Han 8 face turn pale. Meanwhile he urged, "Come on, pick up your sword." Immediately after, continuous clang of weapons echoed throughout Leaky Yard. Before long, Li Han found himself in a very intimate embrace kuti ground. He no longer cared about maintaining his image, just lay sprawled on the key ground, panting from exhaustion. Ingerl looked down at him imposingly. "Key profound stone saber IDP, a technique as firm and hard as stone. No matter who do face or what happens, it must remain absolutely unwavering. That IDE true essence of profound stone saber." He reached his hand to pull Li Han up. "Remember to engrave what you've just learned into your heart. That ate enough food today." After that he energetically called a "Why rest now, next student step forward." Li Han achingly rubbed his shoulder. His whole body was sore as if he had just been crushed by a stone mill. Shuddering, he recalled what had just happened. Leaky Man was so skilled at seizing every opening, causing him to take hit after hit. Ingerl continued calling a next student, but everyone in Li knew how to avoid him like a flock of weak chicks. Li Han silently admitted that they couldn't hide forever anyway. Leapy students of Leapy White Tiger Tower were all future knights, yet he handled them as easily as brushing DP dust. If considered as a swordsman, all along was Li an immovable boulder. Then Ingerl was Li flowing water, even though his limbs were all prosthetic. Li Han sat quit his back against IP wall, his eyes distant as he reminisced about what had just occurred. He remembered Ingerl guidance twin swords were difficult to use but extremely flexible, one must think before swinging. Your Mao Tian Moon sword needs to be faster and sharper, check see straightforward quit all your might. Li Han secretly assessed that he was indeed an excellent professor, capable of seeing through each student 8 moves and giving direct advice. He glanced at leaked people around him who were chatting happily. Then he helplessly thought to himself, "Why do I feel Li I'm one keen and Li one getting beaten Li most?" Ingerl looked up at Leaky distant 6 Kai quit a pensive look. It seemed like time was fast approaching. Then he called, "Stand up, Li Han of Key Warden family." Li Han stood up and walked forward in confusion. At like same time, Ingerl called another person, "Deju of Leaky Choi family, do come here too." His eyes widened, his face unable to hide his surprise, as he looked at likey person in front of him. Deju slowly approached, looking just like a green giant quit a muscular physique. Li Han immediately realized that this was Key one who had previously picked a fight quit him. He turned his name was Deju. Key two stood facing each other, their presence surging intensely. Ingerl stepped forward to referee Li P match. Now do two will compete directly. Li students standing around were all extremely surprised, simultaneously turning their eyes toward E3. Chatter immediately broke everywhere. Why choose those two? I did this match even fair. Deju was secretly smug at this moment, a corner of his mouth curling up arrogantly. A glint of contempt flashed in his eyes, and his face clearly showed his satisfaction. Before Li P fight even began, Dejudate's spirit was soaring, while Ingerl didn't pay much attention, simply handing all wooden swords to Wike 2. Li Han gripped Iki's sword hilt tightly. Iki other guy looked very happy to be fighting him, but since things had come to this, he had no intention of backing down. He could have spent his time partying and dancing, but he hadn't. His choice of swordsmanship was indeed perfectly correct. To dedicate all their efforts to moments like these, Leaky showdown between Li Han and Deju Idiki about to begin, and as Fu Why Professor Ingerl chose these two. Heat simply because they are we two most outstanding individuals here. Swordsmanship isn't solely based on empty theory, it also demands hundreds of practice sessions and thousands of real battles. And Li after experiencing all of that can one truly grasp swordsmanship. To take a simple example, suppose their ID a technique aimed directly at an opponent 8 neck. But if one in Li knows how to sheksi and attack, victory will remain distant. One must use theory as a foundation, then combine proficiency could adaptability. And Li then can one truly understand what genuine swordsmanship ID. These two students not only grasp that principle, but also know how to use Madi each to enhance their swordsmanship. Both possess natural talent to become outstanding knights. Ingerl ordered Li Han and Deju to proceed to their positions. He quietly watched Li Han retreating figure, his eyes fun of contemplation. That swordsmanship ID truly astonishing, even though Du don't come from a knightly lineage. Li family pressure Du must be enduring must be immense, yet Du still steadfastly move forward. Ingerl's hand remained clenched tightly around P sword hilt, truly a student worthy of commendation. If that ain't case, then let me guide Du to key pinnacle of swordsmanship. Ingerl raised his hand high and shouted, "Key match begins." He felt a mix of satisfaction and anticipation. This match would certainly be worth watching. Why Choi Family 8 Moon Peak Swordsmanship emphasizes speed and a relentless barrage of attacks. In contrast, Mystic Stone Swordsmanship emphasizes inherent power contained within each blow. Ingrel secretly smiled, thinking that two completely opposing styles would help them learn a great deal from each other. That was Weep true meaning of rival. Diju immediately stomped his foot hard on knee ground, deliberately displaying an intimidating hurrah. He provocatively asked Li Han, "Aren't you going to make a P first move?" But Li Han stood perfectly still, his resolve as XT Li as a Mao Tinan, calmly waiting. Diju didn't want to wait any longer and immediately charged forward with incredible speed.
"Then I'll make Flea first move."
He gripped his sword and charged, a powerful surge of azure spiritual energy swirling around his body. In P blink of an eye, Dejutate's sword tip was upon Li Han 8's face. He used his foot as a pivot, his toes digging deep into E-key ground lie a drill bit. Li Han immediately counterattacked, swinging his sword and kicking up a cloud of dust that shot straight toward his opponent. Diju obviously had no time to re-see. He squeezed his eyes shut and cried all in annoyance. Li students watching all gasped, "Did he just throw dust?" Student immediately turned to report, "Professor, isn't that against E rules?" Contrary to Li crowded dissatisfaction, Ingrel joyfully exclaimed, "That is absolutely amazing." That reaction made Li, female student who had just spoken, turn pale, her entire body trembling. Ingrel praised without reservation the spirit that disregarded both means and methods. He asserted that this was white true nature of a life-o-death battle. Among key students here, Li Han was Li Key one who understood that better than anyone else. Then he looked at E others. "Foe to you all, this must be very unfamiliar." Because they came from families that considered honor paramount, it was no wonder they didn't understand. On E contrary, Li Han ignored everything around him, focusing solely on victory. This was a true swordsman. In battle at this moment continued to unfold with extreme ferocity. Diju flinched in fright, his face contorted as if he had just suffered a bone-piercing pain. He quickly raised his sword, exerting all his strength to help Li Han 8 attack. Diju secretly fumed, "All these cheap tricks! I was too complacent because I underestimated this guy." Background. Li Han noticed Li's situation was developing favorably. Excellent, opponent still can't think calmly. "I must seize this opportunity to attack now," he thought, and immediately struck directly at his opponent. "When I observed earlier, I realized this guy at swordsmanship was incredibly skillful." Li Han lifted one leg while flashing a sinister smile that sent chills down People 8's spines. Then he disregarded all dignity and etiquette, fiercely stomping down hard on Deju 8 foot. Next, Li Han continuously launched attacks. "I must CP read a situation where I can win." By this point, Deju could no longer bear ET. This guy really that reckless? If so, then he immediately braced his hand on leapy ground, creating a small, low saw. It must be admitted that Deju's evasion skills had soared, evidenced by him rolling several times with extreme agility. Li's situation unfolded too suddenly, completely catching Li Han P guard. Deju grimaced in pain. How did things turn a lie this? But this ID not lie be time to think I'd lie. Ingrel watched from Leek's sidelines, then applauded and praised, "An absolutely wonderful display!" Deju braced his hands on his knees, cursing incessantly in his mind. This ID truly humiliating to Lucky Bone. Suddenly he roared loudly and angrily charged straight towards Li Han. "I will absolutely not forgive Dio." Li Han was slightly startled, but he nimbly leaned aside to dodge Yi attack. He tightened his grip on his sword and assumed a defensive stance, ready to continue Leek unfinished battle. Deju raised his sword to counterattack and a stream of beautiful green sword Li instantly flashed. Ingrel, watching from Likey's sidelines, couldn't help but marvel. "Those two are better than I thought. I knew they both had excellent skills, but it was truly unexpected that he could execute Li's Zenith Moon Sword technique to this level. But Iki more he continues his assault, Li Ki faster his stamina will be depleted." Conversely, Li Han still maintained a terrifying Lviki of composure. He patiently reacted to each and every movement of his opponent. Li Han intently observed a live trajectory of Deju's attacks. He then couldn't help but marvel in surprise, thinking that this guy had become far too bloodthirsty. Li Han swung his sword Li a fee lot of lightning, parrying Li's strike just in a pinch of time. Deju immediately froze, unable to believe what had just occurred. What was meaning of this terrifying pressure? Right then, Li Han suddenly realized something. He kept reminding himself to stay focused and not to waver under any circumstances. Finally, Li Han spotted an opening and immediately thought to himself that this was an opportunity he had to seize to claim victory. Observing Deju's movements, Li Han quickly deduced that his opponent's experience had been clouded by Ike's unexpected situation, causing a X-Rive redundant actions to appear. Looking at Imanai enveloping Deju's sword, he realized that his opponent's strength was nearly exhausted. Meanwhile, Li Han showed no signs of fatigue while utilizing his mana. He silently concluded that it was now only a matter of time. After a barrage of attacks, Deju was screaming inwardly. He wondered in bewilderment if he still hadn't used enough of his strength. Seeing that Li Han showed no signs of exhaustion, Deju became even more perplexed. Why wasn't this guy losing any steam? Or was he simply trying to hide his emotions? He felt as though he were merely throwing eggs against a stone. It seemed that Deju was now completely in the palm of Li Han's hand. He gradually became exhausted, his pale face growing increasingly as Shenlai a hungry gat. On a key contrary, Li Han's fighting spirit remained ablaze without any sign of waning. In Taoai very next moment, he knocked Key's sword right off of Deju's hand. Like Key's sword flew a distance and then plunged into Waiki ground. At the same time, Li Han's sword was decisively held against his opponent's throat. Deju broke into a cold sweat, staring in ecstasy at Li blade resting against his neck. In that moment, both were silent, quite unlike he saw of Hevi panting remaining. Especially for Deju, he had completely run out of strength to continue resisting. Ingrel stepped forward and asked both of them to see top, as Li winner had been determined. Li Han withdrew his sword, and then both of them followed his instructions and stepped forward together. Ingirl looked at Diju, who was panting, and couldn't help but feel regret. He silently analyzed that if Lai Boy had kept his composure, key outcome of Iki match might have been completely different. But when he encountered murderous intent, he immediately panicked, which was understandable given his young age. Ingirl then subtly glanced at Li Han and thought to himself, "A's Fu Li Han?" After a moment of contemplation, he concluded, "From now on, everyone will have to look at him differently." Ingirl didn't forget to praise both of them. Today, both of Du performed exceptionally well. Winning or losing isn't everything. He continued seriously, "Don't be arrogant in victory, and don't be discouraged in defeat, and Lai then can Du continuously improve." Ingirl then spoke up, "Now, you two should shake hands and make peace." Li Han secretly speculated, "Given this guy's personality, he definitely aren't let it go. If he suddenly attacks, then I will." But at that very moment, Diju acted unexpectedly, proactively extending his hand towards him. He sincerely spoke up, "That was a great match. I sincerely apologize for my disrespectful attitude earlier." Dajit's next words surprised Li Han even more. "Do you truly deserve that victory?" Li Han was still secretly assessing Daiju, but Li Ki, other boy, didn't seem to be waiting for him to drop his guard and then launch a sneak attack. He then extended his hand to shake the opponent Tate, simply replying casually, "Du probably acted that way earlier because Du were too nervous." Seeing I two reconcile, Ingirl clapped his hands in satisfaction and praise. He then turned and yelled at those hiding behind, "What are you idiots standing there for? Hurry up and clap." Night slowly fell and a cold moonlight spread across academy grounds. In a secluded corner, a group of people was secretly gathering. Suddenly, a voice drifted from afar, "Deju of Kichoi family. As a student of the White Tiger Tower, I absolutely affirm." As he said that, Zijil slowly appeared before everyone. He looked at Deju and said as if it were obvious, "Do you're not gonna let Li Ki, one who humiliated Du, get away quit or do you?" Deju was silent for a long moment before replying, "I failed because my own experience ID still lacking." Hearing that, everyone immediately said, "That guy and lie on by playing dirty. Eat it not your fault, Deju." But Deju still objected, "No eat because I'm still too weak." Zijal chuckled after hearing that. Now reason no longer matters. He then said coldly, "What matters ID, that bike honor and pride of Iki Tower have been trampled by Dayu." A cold glint flashed in Zijal's eyes. "Koi family Do must take responsibility for this." Deju thought to himself that Leek Marathi family was Lee center of Luke Night World, then asked, "How do you want me to take responsibility?" Zijal snapped his fingers lightly and casually replied, "Tate simple." Immediately after, two other figures stepped forward and put their arms around Dejate's shoulders, while Zijal continued, "If quality isn't enough, just make up fo eat quick quantity." Hearing that, Deju immediately retorted, "As a knight, don't do feel ashamed." Giselle replied disdainfully that it merely excuse of failures. Everyone started to murmur, "I've never heard of this rule. Why do we have to go to such lengths?" Giselle heard every quote clearly. He smiled coldly. "It seems some people disagree. Why don't you just tell me directly?" Faced with that question, everyone immediately dispersed and left one by one. Instead, Deju walked past Giselle and flatly declared, "I object to this. I will not seek revenge." Seeing him leave, he scoffed. "That coward ran away. It seems I'll have to find someone to replace Deju." Hearing that, someone immediately stepped forward to volunteer. "Give me a chance, Morati." After that, Leek remaining people also dispersed one by one. Deju stood there thinking, even though I trust Warden 8's strength, 1 against 3 IDK still too much, especially since Neek opponents are all descendants of knights trained every day. Thinking of this, he uncomfortably clenched his fists. "I can't just sit by. This isn't how a knight behaves, even if this decision affects my future." Finally, Deju resolved, "I will stand quit, Warden." In Ki's Kai, Ki moon quietly rose high. Deju's powerful footsteps left deep marks on the key ground. He rushed to pee at his fastest speed. Upon nearing like a location, Deju immediately called aloudly, "Warden Do." Just then, a stone unexpectedly grazed his arm. Immediately after that, IP stone fell right next to Dejate's feet. He looked in confusion at Lee E person lying prone on Iki ground. Ahead, 2 men quit sticks, both panicked and angry, yelled, "You bastard, how dare you do that?" Li Han lowered his Mei Di each wand to I ground and said to them, in a cold voice. At his gesture, countless stones simultaneously flew up, hovering around him. Li Han coldly warned, "If do you want to die, take another step." Lai's sight before him made Deju break all in a cold sweat. He stood frozen like a statue, completely not understanding what had just happened. Not long before that, a man quit a stick hit Lai P ground hard and called awe to him. Li Han was surrounded by 3 men quit sticks. The other one continued, Do you think winning one battle means we'll let it go? We'll make sure Du can't attend any classes anymore." Hearing that, he thought to himself, "They're causing trouble just because of leaky classes. How troublesome. First, I'll just drive them away." Li Han turned around and spoke coldly, Do you people know which family I come from?" They angrily yelled, "Do you dare use your background to threaten us? What a coward. Do you think that will scare us?" Despite their bravado, they still secretly glanced at each other as if to confirm everything would be all right. Li Han secretly assessed, "It seems they have someone backing them." It seemed Li Han had guessed who was behind this. He sighed helplessly. After all, if they knew how to think carefully, they wouldn't have acted so foolishly from Lee's start. Li Han bluntly questioned them, "Who sent Du to do this?" "I eat someone from a prominent family whom Du cannot refuse." And Drago immediately shouted,
"Shut up! Don't let him deceive Dayu!"
Then he ordered, "Surround him quickly. Do not let him escape under any circumstances." Li Han silently calculated dealing quit 3 people alone was indeed quite a strain. He suddenly remembered La Long 8 advice when encountering a situation like this, don't think too much, just run first. But within tight encirclement he hesitated, thinking to himself, all paths of retreat are blocked, how am I supposed to run? Suddenly hearing an unusual sound, Li Han immediately looked behind him alertly. He saw that Li P stones under his feet were being enveloped in a Bi Lu Lai. If he used these, there might still be a way. Remembering Ima Di each he had once cast, he quickly assessed that they weren't too large and were relatively consistent in Zai. With that in mind, Li Han immediately used his Madisha move now. Seeing P stones flying up simultaneously, all three were stunned as he already mastered this Madiichi. Idiki Warden family truly different from us? Li Han took a deep breath and rejoiced inwardly. Thankfully it worked. This ID enough to scare them away. I'll just keep up Li pressure and then slip away. Then Li Han launched a stone at them, saying, "Get all of here now. Or else." However, it seemed he was unable to accurately Kinchin Tronki power. Stone shot forward instantly, striking Andrago directly in leg head. Like other two looked on in SPC as their companion collapsed onto walk ground. Li Han himself was also startled by this unexpected situation. They immediately raised their sticks and cursed, "You bastard, how dare you?" Li Han panicked inwardly. "Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. It seems I need much more practice." Leak other two quickly discussed. These stones could fly at us before we're even ready, and he can already use such powerful Madi Chi. At that very moment, Li Han's entire body suddenly began to emit a mystical Bi Lu Lai. Li Han sighed inwardly. Things had completely deviated from Li's plan, but since he had started Li Pi act, he had to see it through to ETN. He pointed his wand at them again and threatened coldly, "Check Z forward if do want to die," while constantly reminding himself to keep a straight face. Finally terrified of their wits, they fled in a hurry but didn't forget a find warning. "Hatful, do definitely oven get away coot this?" Diju looked at Leek's scene before him and wondered blankly, "What on earth did I just witness?" Suddenly Li Han turned and asked, "Are you here to attack me too?" Diju jumped and quickly denied Li Ki silver moon hung high, Kex ting its cold lie across a key night sky. After hearing Deju 8 fun account, Li Han cursed angrily, "Did that bastard Gazelle set up this intimidation tactic?" Diju helplessly corrected him, "Eat not Gazelle, eat 8 Giselle." Li Han immediately nodded, "Oh right Giselle. Anyway, I Key that what he said?" Li Han recalled a few familiar faces and mused, "Key atmosphere at Lake White Tiger Tower ID indeed quite different. People in my tower are all cheerful and friendly. But on second thou, Leaky White Tiger Tower had its own order and rules too." Diju drew a face on leaky ground and said, "He looks like this." Li Han didn't recognize anyone, so he looked doubtful. He a git person. His actions don't match his appearance at all. Diju immediately retorted, "What does personality have to do with appearance?" But Li Han was still lost in his own thoughts. So he ate just playing his role, no wonder he ate so popular. Seeing that Li Han didn't react, Diju called out, "Hey, are you listening to me?" Diju continued, "Hate very famous. Don't tell me do you think Giselle ID just an ordinary person?" Unlie then did Li Han realize. So he approached me with his own agenda. Li Han said, puzzled, "Key fact that they came to attack me was already very trend." Diju immediately replied, "There are several reasons for that." Then Diju began to analyze. First of all, do come from like Warden family. He stated Li first possibility, if Giselle defeats do someone from a renowned family and also a freshman, his influence will greatly increase. Li Han frowned and asked, "Do you mean I was chosen as a sacrifice for him to consolidate his power?" That sounds unpleasant. Diju sighed and replied, "I also worry that ain't exactly how eat ID." He continued, "In key coming days, Dio will still a positive attitude while like students in my tower will continue to harbor resentment. Giselle ID very get at exploiting those negative emotions." By campfire, Diju sincerely reminded, "If do continue to study swordsmanship, I hope Dio will be very careful." After Y conversation ended, Li Han returned to his tower. He recalled Deji 8 rather reasonable advice. Try to avoid classes, quit White Tiger Tower students, that way Giselle won't be able to do anything. As Li Han entered Likey Tower, he thought to himself, "But I absolutely cannot follow that advice." He quickly analyzed. First, finding such a get class ID already extremely difficult. Second, by what right do they drag me into that political struggle? This has become a matter of honor. In E common room, a call to gather everyone suddenly rang out. Li Han appeared covered in injuries, painfully recounting that he had just been attacked by White Tiger Tower students. He feigned a choked voice saying, "Just because I am a member of Leisure Leaky Rayin Tower," while secretly observing everyone 8 reactions. As expected, everyone was stunned by E news. Immediately after, countless angry shouts erupted simultaneously. One person immediately stepped forward to take Sheshi Sis Idiki not Kia time for unorganized chaos. First, call down people on upper floors. They wouldn't dare touch Gainando, yet they dared to bully someone Lai Du. Hearing his name, Gainando poked his head and stammered, "Why does this involve me?" Li Han cautiously thought to himself, their reaction ID even more enthusiastic than I imagined. At this point, Li P whole group was shouting together and frantically looking for weapons, which made him quickly speak up to stop them. Everyone immediately turned back and protested, "We still owe you a debt of gratitude." They emotionally recalled every single thing Li Han had done to help everyone. At this moment, Li Han felt overwhelmed with guilt, while Li Ki's surroundings were still noisy shouts for everyone to quickly gather. Soon everyone had gathered. P silver-haired boy immediately took command. Everyone pay attention, quickly formed 2 horizontal rows. Like whole crowd cheered in unison. "Let it go together and smash those White Tiger Tower guys." Faced with such fervor, Li Han thought helplessly to himself, "I've really messed things up. I didn't expect Azure Ray Jinon Tower to hate Lipey White Tiger Tower so much." He silently concluded that people often hate those most who are similar to themselves. Everyone was still running back and forth, shouting, seizing anything they could use as a weapon, then advancing together towards P White Tiger Tower. Just then, a loud shout suddenly rang out, demanding everyone to seat up immediately. A San suddenly appeared right behind the crowd. he seriously suggested, before we set PP. Everyone, peakly listen to what I have to say. Asen began to analyze. We shouldn't act rashly. That tower ID fun of people from night families. If we rush there recklessly, we will definitely lose. Lihan was secretly delighted. Isan ID indeed most rational one. He quickly echoed, that it right everyone? But suddenly Asen continued, therefore we... Pausing for a beat, Asen suddenly shouted, we'll wait here for them to come, then counterattack. Hearing that, everyone cheered excitedly again.
Hey, truly from like Danga family, we believe Dio, everyone, prepare quickly!
Lian helplessly clutched his forehead, silently blaming himself. I was truly foolish to still hope Fu something get. Then he quickly spoke up to six top them.
Wait a minute.
I don't want you all to avenge me. Lihan pointed to himself and declared resolutely, this idea a matter of my own honor, therefore, I will resolve eat myself. Someone immediately retorted, but Warden, they are extremely cunning.
I mean despicable! Those shameless bastards are not easy to deal, quit!
Lihan thought to himself in astonishment. He just cursed continuously without needing to breathe. Lihan felt utterly helpless and could unali let or a sigh. He said seriously, we are all descendants of respectable families. If we behave like them, wouldn't that be utterly shameful? Those words successfully made everyone start to reconsider.
Lihan was secretly delighted.
Excellent. Things are stable now. Time to get to like key main point. He immediately spoke up again, interrupting everyone ate discussion. He paused for a moment then continued. If they actively start a fight, we should respond together, because they might very well bring their whole gang to attack like cowards. Everyone seemed to be enlightened immediately, responding enthusiastically.
That ain't right, Warden. We must unite and prepare thoroughly.
Thus, Lihan finally managed to avert key danger that would have plunged key families into chaos. After reaching a consensus, everyone quickly dispersed. As they left, they chatted. Now that I think about eat, our next class be quit those bastards. Even better. We must make them suffer. One person confidently declared, just by seeing us expertly perform Li illumination spell, I'm sure no one on their side can do that. Those words surprised Lihan, and at the same time, he realized something very unusual. He watched everyone 8 figures depart, then thought worriedly, wait a minute, could he be that NNLI? I am not yet proficient in Li illumination spell. Lihan suddenly felt that an unfathomable abyss existed between himself and his teammates that could not be crossed. Blocking next Monen Einer shuffled into Lake Room, yawning widely. Lihan, quit a pale face, weakly whispered, get Monen Einer? Sight startled her, do scared me, Einer exclaimed. Einer asked worriedly, what wrong quit your face? Lihan touched his locked circles unreplied, I stayed up all night practicing Madiche. Practicing Madiche, she exclaimed in surprise. But aren't you unable to use spells? Oh right, you were given permission last time. Lihan immediately stood up, holding his Madiche wand, and seriously asserted that. Then he continued, others said they've already mastered Dai P illumination spell. This ID key first I've heard of ET. Just then, another figure walked to VE. Both exclaimed simultaneously,
Hey, Gainando!
Why ID he appearing here at this hour? Lihan was about to on his mouth to ask, but then saw Gainando looking left and right as if he was doing something shady. He carefully slipped his hand inside his clothes. His sneaky movements no different from a thief in night. No one expected Gainando would suddenly pull a skewer of sausages. He happily walked to T fireplace to grill leek sausages under their bewildered gazes. Einer said helplessly, Heat a prince, yet? Gainando's eyes sparkled as he intently watched leaky skewer of sausages in his hand. Suddenly, Lihan leaned closer and spoke, we aren't steal from Dew, go ahead and eat. This made Gainando jump. Gainando asked in a panic, when did Dew get here? Lihan calmly replied, since Dew secretly took a Lee sausages. Hearing this, he quickly denied eat, but Lihan immediately reminded him, Key's sausages are about to burn, quickly take them all. Gainando frantically lifted hat skewer of sausages from Lee fire. Lihan turned around, hesitated, and then spoke on second thought. Seeing everyone still listless from hunger, he quietly commented, everyone looks really miserable. Einer replied sadly, everyone ID hungry. They haven't fallen into a worse state than to Dew selling food. Otherwise, things would probably be much worse. Lihan stroked his chin, calculating, we should prepare ahead. There aren't many portions left. He sighed and said, Professor Urigam ID truly stingy, even though we tried to get some ingredients from his cart. Both recalled the scene of previously trying to steal bread. Urigam angrily yelled, those loaves are mine. When did Dew put damn in your pockets? He also asked in confusion, do you online need to eat until do your fun? What do need so many extra portions fo? Like he too racked their brains for a solution, realizing they couldn't steal anymore. They wondered if there were any other opportunities. Finally, it was time for key simple Madiche class. Each student entered one by one, politely greeting Professor Garcia. She was nicknamed Professor Tranting Garcia Kim, and because she cared so much about her students, she immediately noticed like unusual atmosphere among them. Firstly, after just 1 week of joining Y Academy, Lee students had become so hungry their faces were pale. Secondly, she clearly sensed tension between Likey Towers because their different backgrounds led to intense rivalry. In particular, conflict between Lighty Asia Regian Tower and Lipey White Tiger Tower was significantly more intense. Seeing Leib students glaring at each other, Garcia quickly spoke up, do students 2v there, quickly sit down. She recalled Principal Ozu's 8 words, Ki more key children compete, key stronger they become. That was just one of Principal 8 countless trend views. Thinking this, Garcia sighed softly, yet she still could not agree quit that viewpoint. She and Lai wished everyone would get along, then her eyes suddenly lit up as she said sternly, everyone sit down quickly. Lai students were trembling, intimidated by Garcia hoorah. She immediately asked, we learned lighting Madiichi and Lee last lesson, has anyone successfully cast it? Lian, while yawning, quickly raised his hand. He thought to himself, I and Lai just succeeded by staying up all night, even if I am dead tired, I absolutely cannot fall behind. Suddenly, Lihan realized that besides himself, no one else had raised their hand. He was extremely confused, while everyone around him was constantly in awe. Lihan couldn't help himself and asked person sitting in front, "Hey, didn't you say do had done eat already?" Other person laughed and replied, "That. I've only mastered leaky method but haven't successfully cast eat yet." He smiled and continued, "I'll do 8 sooner or later. After all, we are all nobles." Hearing that, Lihan cursed inwardly. "I've been fooled. They really are conceited nobles." He thought bitterly. My effort of staying up all night turned out to be in vain. Right at that moment, Garcia spoke up in praise again. "There are as many as 2 students from Leaky BP Lu, Ray GN Tower." It turned out that Adanath was also raising her hand. Lihan happily turned his head and calculated secretly, "ETT princess, this IDP another opportunity to get CKU to her." However, that thought was immediately halted by her cold, lethal gaze. Lihan felt extremely confused. Could it be that he had done something wrong? Suddenly, Asun reached O and gently poked him in the head. He whispered, "Warden, it seems Li princess has believed the weird rumor regarding Diu." Lihan asked back, "What weird rumor?" Asan answered angrily, "Tate a malicious rumor intended to insult Dio." He continued annoyedly, "They say Diu online want to get high marks and don't care about knowledge, eat unbelievable." Hearing this, Lihan wondered in specie, isn't that rumor completely accurate? Faced Kut Asane indignation on his behalf, Lihan calmly shrugged and turned away. After all, since he wasn't wrong, he had nothing to justify. Thinking so, Lihan turned back to look at Asan, who was fuming, anger. Asan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "I am really disappointed in Leaky Princess. Eat one thing foo others to spread rumors, but I didn't expect Her Highness to believe such nonsense." Lihan propped up his chin, puzzled. But whether to believe eat o not I deep her right isn't et. That statement immediately left Asan gaping in SC. He gritted his teeth, clenching his fists even tighter. In Asanate heart at this moment, Lihanate image was lie a deity could a vast heart, making him so moved he almost shed tears. This tower has countless descendants of great families, but no one ID is perfect a noble as Diu. Finally, Asan understood that his parents had sent him here precisely to meet someone like Lihan. I also apologize for previously saying unkind things about Diu father. After getting caught up in his own emotions for a while, he wiped away his tears and praised Lihan as a truly wonderful person, leaving Wee latter bewildered as he listened. A moment later, Lihan shouted, "Lay," and used his wand to CP read a brilliant orb of Lai. Adanath would not be outdone either, immediately creating an azure sphere of Lai. Lai 2 beams of Lai collided in mid-air, causing all these surrounding students to murmur in admiration together. Garcia clapped her hands in satisfaction and praised them both for doing well, noting that it was rare for students to successfully cast this spell in their first week. "I am truly lucky to meet such talented students," she said, making Lipe students below bow their heads in shame upon hearing her words. Seeing their spirits drop, she immediately tried to patch things up awkwardly. However, like rest of Du shouldn't be discouraged because of that. Luminescence Madiich IDET most basic form of Madiich, and also Yi key first step in helping Du sense mana. You don't need to be so downhearted. Lihan said with a forced smile, watching Garcia try her hardest to console them. He glanced TV to Yuki other side and thought to himself that it didn't seem like anyone was listening to what professor at all. How could they listen while acting like that? On the other side, leaky students quit their wands were competing so fiercely their eyes were bloodshot. Garcia gently extinguished live flaring spirit of rivalry. "Peely restrain yourselves and return to your seats." Obeying her, they immediately dispersed to both sides, pretending outwardly as though they weren't all that interested in Luminescence Madiich. Garcia looked helplessly at Lee's students who were still unwilling to give in, their mouths muttering incessantly. She quickly comforted them. "This term, we will begin learning Elemental Madiich," causing like students to whip their heads back excitedly. Some young girls couldn't contain their joy and cheered altogether excitement. Garcia began explaining once you have mastered Luminescence, you will gradually understand how to apply it during your lessons. Elemental Madiich consists of simple elements like water, fire, earth, wind, and darkness. It also includes more difficult attributes such as gravity Madiichi. Elemental Madiich has long been like key foundation for countless other types of Madiichi. For example, spirit summoning Madiich or bestowing their distinct attributes upon artifacts. To put it simply, EID lie learning IP4 basic arithmetic operations to be applied in advanced mathematics later. Furthermore, even if Du and Lai master basic elemental Madiichi, Du will be highly regarded wherever Du go. Lihan slowly sat down next to Asan, his heart filled with anticipation for this class. Garcia tapped her staff lightly against her palm. "Now we will take your compatibility quad each basic element, because every student has one element that fits them best." Lee students below immediately began buzzing quad excitement, discussing like upcoming Tate. Having finished, Garcia struck her staff firmly against EP ground to bring everyone attention back. A candle a flickering flame suddenly appeared in front of Lihan, catching him slightly AP guard. Diju couldn't even restrain himself, curiously wanting to reach O and touch flame. Asan merely let Owa soft O, his expression showing little surprise. Garcia voy rang O, techniques from Lee previous lesson, Du can absolutely apply them here. However, what do you need to secret this time? ID fire, not lie, she reminded them seriously. Be very careful because fire can burn Dio. Upon hearing this, Lee image of himself working quit fire immediately appeared in Ganando 8 mind. Immediately after scene of himself being burned alive appeared, making him shrink back in fear. Garcia asked everyone to chant a spell in their minds, and mysterious streams of light began to swirl around the hand holding her staff. Garcia raised her staff high and shouted, "Ignite!" Immediately ribbons of fire appeared coiling around the tip of Lee's staff. Just 1 second later, she created a fierce, swirling column of fire, like a tornado, right on podium. Lee's students immediately exclaimed in admiration. Lihan also forced a smile, trying to remain calm, not wanting to appear too childish. But to be honest, Lihan stared intently at Garcia 8 hand, which was engulfed in flames. Seeing her hold fire right in the palm of her hand, He couldn't help but exclaim internally, "This ma di che id incredibly kun." A moment later, Garcia withdrew leaky fire and told everyone to try it themselves. EP students immediately agreed enthusiastically. They tried to chant Li Di's spell, but Li candle in front of them remained unchanged. Li Han rested his chen in his hand, contemplatively looking at Lit's candle placed before him. He slowly raised both hands, cupping them around He candle. Li Professor had given everyone a candle. There must be a reason for that. Li Han closed his eyes, focusing completely. Eat closer weak object he wanted to Fiantron, leaky easier eat would be to visualize. Thinking so, he raised his wand, intending to try, but Garcia, who was passing by, immediately noticed something unusual. She used Ma Deej to make a key candle in front of Li Han vanish, startling him. Garcia stepped forward and declared, "For a period of time, Dew will be forbidden from KX Ting Fire Ma Di Shi," which astonished Li Han. He confusedly asked Fu what reason, as that was supposed to be his path to Kexi Ting P coolest type of Ma Di Che. She seriously raised her index finger, saying, "Because Eat too dangerous." These words left Li Han even more astonished and bewildered. Unendly then did he recall that last time, Leak Lie he created was a bit too dazzling, causing his eyes to ache. Li Han rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "If I can't Ken Tren Lie, at most I'll in Lie be temporarily blind, but if fire explodes then..." Just imagining that terrifying explosion, he immediately panicked and cut up his thoughts. Garcia picked up a bowl of water and controlled leaky water within. "We'll try fire Mediche again when your senses are sharper. Until then, practice water Mediche, because Eat ain't not that dangerous." Li Han stared blankly at leaky bowl of water she placed in front of him. Hearing Garcia say that water and fire were similar, he was eager to retort that water Mediche wasn't kun at all. Finally, Li Han could lie awkwardly co-v his mouth, not daring to utter those words. Lie fire element and Lie lightning element clearly have a greater advantage in offensive capabilities. Meanwhile, Earth and Mifteen Ma Deech are more suitable for defense. As for Waiki use of water, Eat was quite vague. Li Han slowly stirred leaky water in leaky bowl quit his index finger. Could its Lie purpose be to help me drink water anywhere? He imagined himself sucking water from his wand. But what else can I do? After all, this idea is a safety issue. Li Han sighed in frustration. Asen blushed, looking at him with admiration. "I'm so jealous that Li Professor I Deek personally giving you private instruction." Li Han tightened his grip on Key wand, lamenting and wishing he could just tell him to shut up. Li Han hesitated, looking at bowl of water in front of him, his worry clearly visible on his face. He raised his wand above Key bowl and spoke command arise. Li Han closed his eyes, reciting incantation louder. He poured all his frustration from not being able to learn fire my each into Key command, and immediately several streams of Li coiled around the tip of his wand. Leak water in Li bowl instantly churned violently like a tiny whirlpool. Asinate mouth dropped OB&H in astonishment. He quickly raised a hand to adjust his glasses for a clear view. Leap stream of water from Li bowl rose into Li air, gracefully winding Li a silk reben. Li Han himself looked at Li's stream of water he was controlling in disbelieving astonishment. Both of them stared blankly at Li's splashing, moving mass of water. Exclamations of surprise immediately rang all in classroom, and Li tried 3 times and succeeded already. A moment later, Garcia praised him joyfully. Eat seems to have a very high affinity quit Li water element. Having said that, she turned to inform Li other students, causing everyone to exclaim in admiration, as expected of a descendant of Warden family. Amidst praise, several students from White Tiger Tower uncomfortably turned their faces away. Seeing this, Garcia awkwardly comforted them. "Those of you who haven't succeeded yet, don't lose patience. Li Han, everyone has an affinity quit a different element. Students who grew up in blacksmithing families often have a high affinity for fire. Those who grew up in fishing families are often easily attuned to water, and those who grew up on vast grasslands often have a high affinity for wind." Garcia placed her hand on her chest and explained, "Key more frequently do you interact with a certain element, leak easier eat id fo dio to manifest that element." Li Han looked at Iki orb of water in front of him, puzzled. "I don't have any special connection quit water. If I absolutely had to say there was a connection, it would probably just be that Professor once dunked me in water." While he was still confused, Adanath, who was above, subtly glanced at Li Han. Noticing that gaze, he couldn't help but wonder what Adanath was looking at him for. But as soon as Li Han stood up, she immediately turned her face sharply in another direction. While he was still certain Adanath had just looked at him, Iki orb of water in the air suddenly crashed down. A mass of water suddenly cascaded down onto Li Han 8 head, making him jump and cry out. Garcia looked at Li's soaking wet Li Han, who stood frozen like a statue, and covered her mouth to chuckle. "If do lose focus, do unn't be able to maintain Li elemental form. Next time try to maintain ETFO as long as you can, okay?" After saying this, she gently waved her Medici wand. Garcia ate Medici immediately made his entire body dry again. Li Han looked at her admiringly. "As expected a professor, do truly our Li Academy shining star?" He emotionally clutched his chest and said he understood. "So, how long do I need to maintain ET?" Garcia stroked her chin thoughtfully. "Normally do have to maintain it until your Medici power runs out, but that unn't happen could do." She then suggested, "So just maintain it until the class ends, okay?" Hearing that, Li Han 8 face immediately turned pale.
This ID nothing seed of torture.
Seeing Garcia turn her back and walk away, he frantically raised his hand for help. But unfortunately, she left Li Han standing there in utter bewilderment. Li Han clenched his fists so tightly that veins popped off. "I almost forgot. She ate also a professor at this crazy academy. So basically, her mind isn't normal at all." Garcia stood from a distance, silently observing he distraught Li Han. She gave a meaningful smile as she looked at like student who displayed such exceptionally outstanding performance. Maintaining Ma Chifo a long time puts immense pressure on 1/8 mental capacity, like balancing a spinning tep on a fingertip. Garcia secretly thou, but Leah needs to be trained systematically. The fact that he created such a large water sphere in N 3 attempts was an inexplicable natural talent. Furthermore, he possessed an abundant amount of Ma Chi power, a rarity in history. Precisely for these reasons I must carefully polish this rough gem. Garcia was confident that Li Han would definitely perform well, but at that moment he was silently crying and cursing Y Professor in his heart. A terrible misunderstanding truly existed between Ike two of them. Li class ended, and everyone said their goodbyes before leaving IP room. Under Ike dazzling sunlight, a voice suddenly rang. Pilu, listen to what I have to say first. Li Han, exasperated, argued, Professor, don't you think doing that was a bit excessive? Yurigam picked his ear, pretending not to understand what he was talking about. Li Han mentioned that Ike Princess had successfully controlled Li Fire element. Einer, on the other hand, was overjoyed upon discovering his high compatibility quit Li Wind element. As Foge Nando, he almost burned down Li P entire classroom. Li Han shouted in frustration while I was forced to use Li E water element throughout Li E entire lesson. Hearing this, Yurigam just stroked his beard thoughtfully. Perhaps Professor Kim favored Diu, which I d why he gave Diu such special training. Hearing those words, Li Han immediately sneered, completely unable to believe this explanation. So I d that also we reason I have to spend my precious day up gardening. Upon hearing this, Yurigam immediately felt guilty. He sighed and waved his hand. You really are a child who complains all day. Didn't you say yourself that come to help? Li Han couldn't help but glare at where Yurigam was sitting. Thinking back to a while ago, Li Han had come Eve to offer to help Yurigam, which had made EP old man extremely happy. But when he said he would take food as his pay, Yurigam was about to agree when he suddenly froze. Because Waiki Li Han in front of him was already carrying a load of items. If Diu can't finish them, then take some back. Yurigam immediately shouted at him to put them down. Watching Li Han sigh and throw Waik items onto IP ground, Like old man broke into a cold sweat indeed. He couldn't lower his guard around this kid foe even a moment. Yurigam slowly dropped some tea leaves into a wee cup. He poured hot water while silently observing Li Han. Why on earth did someone lie this kid exists in this world? And he even belongs to Daiki Warden lineage. Right now, Li Han was happily looking at Ike carrot in his hand. Yurigam took a sip of tea and asked, are there any other problems? Are you having a conflict quit B White Tiger Tower? Hearing that, Lian suddenly remembered, actually matters regarding Lai White Tiger Tower are quite troublesome. He bowed his head and poured more water into wee cup. It seems this year isn't much different from every other year. Upon hearing this, Li Han immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He pulled Li Carrot up quote force and asked, do different towers usually have such relationships? But isn't it bad to have confrontations right inside the academy? Yurigam burst a laughing. If they want to provoke Diu, just ignore them, focusing on Madich cultivation IDP more practical. After he finished speaking, both fell silent simultaneously. Li Han inwardly groaned, but I've already fought quit them. Both seemed to think of he same thing, and like the atmosphere immediately became awkward. Li Han pouted and looked at Yurigam. Teacher. Don't look at me like that. I didn't cause trouble on purpose. He raised his eyebrow and took another sip of tea. Normally, friction doesn't happen right in Li first week. Li Han dejectedly recounted how he was attacked just because he registered Fu OP swordsmanship class, causing Li old man to immediately choke on his tea. While Yurigam frantically wiped his mouth, Li Han stood up to cha-cha on him. He pointed angrily at Li, boy, why did you choose that subject? Eat lie trespassing on their territory. Tigers are creatures that protect their territory very fiercely. Li Han waved his hand and asserted, I have Leo key right to sign up Fu any subject I want. Yurigam sighed and raised his hand. Anyway, that matter has been resolved. He took a sip of tea. Eat seems dear okay. I'm not sure how their Madi each ID, but their swordsmanship ID indeed quite geet. Hearing that, Li Han immediately smiled in agreement. At that time, 3 people were fighting me alone, so eat was quite a struggle. Hearing that, Yurigam was shocked again to light point of spitting all IP mouthful of tea he had. Seeing Ki old man stand up, Li Han immediately asked curiously, teacher, where are you going? Hearing Yurigam say he would make something for him to eat, Li boy, who was holding a basket of carrots, immediately brightened up. Yurigam nodded in confirmation, then picked up a carrot, telling himself he should treat Li boy kindly. Li old man imagined Li Han becoming Li P's strongest swordsman in Empire and returning for revenge, and his face immediately turned pale. A moment later, Li Han sat obediently at Li Ki dining table, waiting for Yurigam to bring Ki food. Ki boy ate contentedly and deliciously while Li P old man, wiping his sweat, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. While Yurigam was filling water for washing dishes, waiting focal boy to bring Ki plates, Li Han suddenly remembered something. Before I came here, did you still manage this entire place by yourself, teacher? Leaky old man, rolling up his sleeves to wash Ki dishes, frowned. Those guys were too lazy and lacked talent, so they all abandoned their work and ran away. These are basic tasks an alchemist should know. Hearing that, Li Han thought of all Li work he had done today and was momentarily speechless. Yurigam winked and extended his hand, asking, don't you agree? Guy boy quickly handed V Ki plates, reluctantly assenting against his will. Compared to weeky time spent at school, these tasks should have been done by students, but this ID too unstable and cannot go on forever. Li Han silently shed tears. Thinking so, he pointed to YB empty plot of land in Lai P field and asked if he could plant something there. Yurigam immediately agreed cheerfully, then asked Li Han what kind of plants he wanted to sow. He hesitated, then suggested planting cabbage leeks, and Yurigam nodded in agreement upon hearing him. Suddenly, Ki old man asked Li Han if he intended to grow vegetables to sell, causing Li Ki boy to pause for a moment. Li Han blushed shyly and asked how Yurigam knew, wondering if seniors from previous years had also done that. Seeing P old man helplessly slap his forehead, Iki boy became even more bewildered and didn't understand what was happening. Urigam voice echoed clearly through Iki mountains.
Dear white first one, kid!
After speaking, Li P old man clicked his tongue again and told Li Han to do whatever he wanted. Urigam turned away, secretly thinking Leaky boy was truly an odd kid, while Li Han, who was wiping Leaky table, suddenly noticed a corner. Looking at Leaky pile of cabbage and leeks on leaky ground, he started thinking about what dishes he should make from them. After a while, Li Han asked Urigam again if Napa cabbage and leeks could be made into any other dishes. Hearing Urigam say they could be cooked into a stew, Li Han's heart immediately swelled with excitement. In his mind, an image of a piping hot, deliciously captivating stew quickly appeared. Because EP Empire territory was vast, each region possessed a distinct culture and cuisine. If Likey specialties of Like Warden family and Likey West were bread and cheese, then Ni East was famous for rice, noodles, chili paste, and soybean paste, characteristic Korean dishes. Li Han squatted down and asked Leaky old man if he liked eat. Urigam, while washing dishes, replied that he liked eat but rarely ate et. After speaking, he immediately sank into deep thou. Li Han looked RV in surprise, and Urigam slowly explained that eat was a dish from Likey East. But there were some teachers there who didn't lie eat. As he recounted this, he recalled certain individuals. While drying key dishes, he asked curiously what had actually happened. Urigam replied while washing his hands, I have some distant relatives living in Lee East. Do you have no idea how much they complain every time we meet? Following that, Urigam unleashed a barrage of complaints, leaving Li Han speechless. He stood up quickly tea dishes, saying he understood. It was rumored that Easterners were very strict, but he hadn't expected it to be this terrible. Suddenly, Iki old man looked up and asked what Li Han planned to do this weekend. Seeing him immediately put on a haggard expression and ask if there was work to be done, Urigam became flustered, asking, do I look like Wali type of person who would make dia work all weekend? For a student as desensitized as Li Han, being made to work on league weekend was nothing all of league ordinary. League old man raised his cane, cooed a scheming look on his face and said, do you uneven have time to come here? Think carefully, what do students do when they are hungry? A light bulb went a pee in his head and he replied, they will burn down Daikai school. Urigam broke into a cold sweat, saying that was a bit extreme, while stroking his beard in front of his stomach. When pushed to Iki brink, they will find anything edible to survive, Urigam slowly explained to Li Han. PBEC tortoise students will go find fruits and berries. P white tiger students will go a-hunting. He immediately asked about Li Azure Region students. Hearing this, Ki old man could end sigh. They are always a step behind, but there are always talented individuals among them who happen to find right methods. As he said this, Urigam cast a discreet glance at Li Han. Of course, this year ID completely different from previous years. After that he mentioned Die Vermilion Bird Tower. Urigam said they must be kept completely separate, as those children were not easily swayed by hunger. Li Vermilion Bird Tower was a tower built for apprentice priests. That IDE where they undergo ascetic training even in leaky harshest conditions they never see top praying. Li Han dusted P his clothes and mused, this faith ID truly admirable, I certainly couldn't do that. He put on his coat and said, so this weekend, I will go a-hunting quote my friends. If they bother me again this time, I'll saw them what a real festival looks like. Li Han gave a firm thumbs up that sent shivers down Urigam's spine. Hearing Li Han's bold declaration, Urigam swept key broom across leapy ground with a rustling sow. Perhaps Du can't avoid that, but at least don't be key one to start leaky trouble. They could choose another way. And when Li Han asked what other way, he was left with no answer. Urigam suddenly paused, looked up and fell into deep thou. Then he turned to look at Li Han and slowly uttered two words. Escape. Lama Deej Academy campus was like a steel fortress surrounded by countless spells. However, no matter how tight league security was, there were students who tried to escape every year. Li Han rubbed his chin thoughtfully, considering what could be gained after getting all. It was clear why everyone wanted to try. It could be new clothes and beak ren, new shoes, a bread dam, butter, cheese, and a whole host of daily essentials. He suddenly realized there were indeed countless reasons why someone would want to escape. Urigam immediately pointed his finger and shouted angrily,
wipe that look up your face!
You're planning something stupid again, aren't you? Forget it. Every year those from White Tiger House are weepy first to try because they are so simple-minded. Suddenly, Li Han turned to ask if anyone had ever succeeded, which caught a P old man a P guard. Urigam lowered his head and frowned, thinking to himself, actually, someone has, but things will get messy, this kid definitely won't listen. Thinking this, he turned around and waved his hand in surrender. If do you want to try, then go ahead. Youth ID key best time to face adversity. Li Han immediately placed his hand RVE his heart, swearing he would never do such a thing, but his sparkling eyes betrayed him completely. Urigam roared in anger, don't say that, quit such an excited face. A long while later, inside a room where key curtains were tightly drawn, flickering candlelight seemed to be an N-lie source of lion cold, leak space. Diju stood before three figures draped in BLC cloaks looking incredibly mysterious. Upon hearing the other party shout to focus, he immediately stood upright in tension. One person laughed eerily and pointed at Diju menacingly. If Do want to return in one piece, Do better follow orders. Speechless, Diju glanced at key three of them. ID key really necessary to make everything this serious. He called Li Han by name, because he was one of those hiding under Weech BE Lossy C cloaks. Li Han immediately gave a forced laugh and pulled down his hood, so Yeet didn't work. Beside him, Ganando was shocked. He shouted indignantly, do you know this guy? Didn't Do tell us we were supposed to scare him? Diju turned away dismissively, a little squirrel like Do thinks he can scare me. Gainando immediately flared up and yelled, "Who are you calling a little squirrel?" Lihan quickly calmed Gainando down, then reached to grab a rope. He pulled up rope hard and like curtains immediately parted to both sides, filling the entire room. Lie. Three others were hit by blinding sunlight and hurriedly raised their hands to cover their eyes. Suddenly Einar spoke up in confusion, "In Nidin, why did we have to make everything so complicated?" Lihan stood by window, silently turning his head to look toward Einar. "If you are friendly Kudas, other White Tiger Tower members will misunderstand. Deju Idik already seen as a traitor." Hearing this, he immediately understood. Deju blushed quit emotion. "Did you think so carefully for my sake?" He rubbed his nose and confirmed, perhaps they really have misunderstood, then expressed his than to Lihan. Lihan stepped forward and politely replied, "Ye ain't nothing worth mentioning." He cheerfully patted Dejudate's shoulder, "Especially since you're about to become my broomloke." Deju immediately frowned and grabbed Lihan at wrist. "What did you mean by broomloke? What kind of damn insulting nickname ID that?" Gainando folded his arms inside, watching Waiki 2 seriously debate title of broomloke. He tilted his head in confusion. "Isn't IP name broomloke perfectly suitable?" Dajate's murderous gaze immediately made Gainando break into a cold sweat, causing him to quickly retract his previous state. Lihan sighed, "Judging by honor and justice, that title ID indeed inappropriate." Hearing Lei keywords honor and justice, Einar was speechless while Gainando curled his lip. Suddenly, Lihan called a Dejudate name and pointed directly at him. "From now on, you will be EP flutist. Key one who stands alone against injustice." Deju immediately turned red. Embarrassment, person standing alone against injustice P flutist. Feeling that this title sounded more majestic, he sighed and accepted it. Watching Y2 shake hands in compromise, Einar had no idea what kind of nonsense Lihan had learned from his family clan. A moment later, Lihan finally spoke to move on to Ike main topic. "Reason we are gathering early on this weekend Monen ID." You other three immediately stared at him intently. Lihan mysteriously covered his eyes and declared, "We are going to plan an escape from Lee Academy." While Einar and Gainando responded enthusiastically and Lee Deju was startled in SC. He anxiously asked Lihan if he was truly serious about this. Lihan had anticipated Deju's reaction and prepared 10 ways to persuade him. He calmly began his explanation. But Deju suddenly spoke up and interrupted. "You truly did surprise me." He expressed astonishment that Lihan was also thinking about escaping, just lie he was. This time was Lihan 8 turned to be stunned, standing as motionless as if he were possessed by a god. Despite coming from a knightly family, nobles were still nobles. Those people had never endured hunger, so why hunger pangs tormented them even more severely. Somewhere else, someone clutched their growling stomach and said, "We cannot go on lie this. We must hunt." Someone immediately chimed in. "If Lu Region Tower crowd can do eat, then we can do heat too." While those people were burning quit fighting spirit, a figure slowly approached. That person spoke out to reassure them, asking everyone to first calm down. Leading a group of people, he stood at key door, instantly catching the key attention of those in EKP room. Giselle raised a hand to advise, "Hunting ID Phi. But do you really think hunting animals here will be easy?" Lee Beast Warden hunted was actually a magical creature intentionally released by Lee Alchemy Professor. To find a similar one, do have to go deep into Lee Forest. Can do handle that? We are completely unfamiliar quit terrain there. Hearing this, the others immediately looked at each other anxiously. One of them quickly turned and asked Foe his opinion. Giselle immediately gave a proud smile, asserting that he already had a way. Standing high above, he looked down at Lee Academy grounds and boldly declared that everyone would escape this place. "I will make that a reality. From now on, do not need to eat that beast ape meat anymore," he confidently promised, pointing to himself. Hearing Giselle's sweet words, students immediately became excited, repeatedly asking for confirmation. Suddenly, one of them spoke up, doubting whether this plan was truly feasible. Giselle pointed to his head and calmly said, "I already have a plan prepared. Anyone who wants to follow can. I don't want to find an escape road alone." After saying this, he turned and left, and everyone immediately cheered, "Marathi IDE best." Suddenly, Giselle added a sentence that made everyone's ETP, "I will be Iki one giving Leaky orders. If do you take heed upon yourselves to do something useless and ruin Leaky plan." He slowly turned his head, staring coldly at Light P group behind him. Giselle glared through gritted teeth, "I absolutely will not overlook it." Quite that said, he turned his back and led AE group away, not forgetting to wish everyone a get night. In a secluded corner unknown to anyone, Deju hid behind a pillar and had heard the entire conversation. A moment later, a sough of surprise was heard outside. Person seemed unable to believe what they had just heard. "If I just listen to him, I can go along too." Lihan rested his chin and thou, his eyes shining brightly. Seeing him so happy, Deju hesitated, wanting to advise him against eat. "After all EP things Giselle has caused, do can still say that?" he asked back, puzzled. Lihan laughed loudly and waved his hand. "Come on, no one holds grudges, he veer such petty things forever." Seeing Ganando and Einar simultaneously shake their heads in dismay, he immediately became less certain and quietly looked away. Lihan paced back and forth, thinking, this ID starting to get complicated. Initially, he had intended to spend time exploring an escape route, because could I Professor's personalities, leaving I Academy would surely be extremely difficult. However, Marathi boldly declared that he held key means to escape. Lihan turned his head to look at Lu Person sitting on a P chair. He was clearly not as knave as Gainando. He was intelligent and ruthless enough to exploit students in Key Tower right at Key beginning of Key semester. He must have a solid basis to be so confident about escaping. Everyone in E room held their breath, attentively watching Lihan every move. Suddenly, Lihan fell silent for a long time, then said helplessly, "Cheat seems there ain't no other way. Deju, do you follow him and find all what method that I deek?" Lihan instructed, gesturing quit his hand as he spoke. Deju immediately jumped up, sweating and asked, "Are you really serious?" Lihan calmly retorted, Well, do have a better way. Diju immediately slumped, asking, but don't you think this method ID'd a bit cruel? Lihan told him not to worry about Eat, causing Einar and Gainando to simultaneously look ulrve. He put his hands on his hips and said, right now we are confronting each other. Diju immediately nodded in confirmation. Lihan closed his eyes and slowly said, there it a very famous saying, know yourself, know your enemy, 100 battles, 100 victories. Quit that, he slapped Diju firmly on like his shoulder quit a loud thwack. Therefore this ID merely our strategy, Lihan seriously affirmed. Diju broke all in a cold sweat. Could Likey reason really be Lihan 8 face? He confusedly looked at Lai P brightly shining face, and somehow felt that what was said was quite reasonable. A moment later Deju was completely convinced. I guess this can indeed be considered a strategy. Lihan grabbed his shoulder and turned him around. Alright, from now on, monitor Marathi. When do you find a Likey escape plan, come see me. He pushed Deju straight towards Ivy door. You are indeed an excellent warrior and a proud spy. Quite that, Lihan opened E door and pushed him all, leaving Deju still standing bewildered. He closed way 2 doors tightly and solemnly declared, me scene officially begins. Lihan looked at Deju with sparkling eyes. D will definitely do well, right? Deju instinctively gave a slight nod. He raised his hand and seriously said he would try his best. Just leave heat to me. After closing Wapi door, Lihan sighed in relief. Dej 8 part ID done. I still need to rethink YP escape plan. Seeing Einar and Gainando hugging each other tightly, Lihan exclaimed in surprise, when did you two become so CQ? Waiki too looked at him hesitantly, not knowing what to say for a moment. Einar asked if he had learned brainwashing before entering Wyke Academy, to which Lihan immediately startled and denied it. As evening approached, a blazing red sunset glow gradually enveloped entire academy. Lihan hurried quickly to a certain room. Inside were Einar and Nulia, both simultaneously looking up at Lee person who had just entered. Deju and Ganando were also present, and everyone listened in silence as Lihan began to speak. He raised his hand and announced, then do you also attending Lee first meeting about Leapy escape plan? To which Nulia immediately exclaimed in surprise. Do you want to escape from the academy, or do you crazy?
I thought we were just going hunting,
she screamed, her face pale. Lihan calmly reassured Nulia, I have already prepared a plan. Hearing that, she immediately paused, and curiosity welled up in her heart. Nulia thou, F. Heat Lihan of Ayi Warden family, he will definitely have a way. He Idiki inherently completely different from Leaky others. Thinking so, she frowned and asked what Leaky's specific plan was. Lihan immediately pulled a portrait of Giselle that was so ugly even a demon would look away. He excitedly pointed at Leaky drawing and explained, among Leapy students of Lai White Tiger Tower, this person knows how to escape, we just need to follow and imitate them. After hearing Eat, Nulia was so shocked she was speechless. Do dare to call this a plan? As she was trying to find words to dissuade him, Einar suddenly came up with an idea. She winked and called out to Lihan, this plan definitely cannot succeed without Nulia, right? Lihan seemed to immediately understand Einar's intention. He clutched his chest and sincerely chimed in, how could we succeed without her? Which left Nulia flustered and stuttering. Suddenly, Lihan 8 words made her pause. Tracking abilities and hunter instincts were E-key to E-key plan, and Nulia was Y-kin the one who had both. Upon hearing those words, she immediately blushed with embarrassment. Einar and Lihan played their parts perfectly, simultaneously looking sad and disappointed, which sent Nulia into a panic. She crossed her arms, gave a slight huff, and then reluctantly accepted. If I am Li Ki, an only one who can do eat, then so be it, Nulia said, trying to hide her joy. Lee cold moonlight illuminated Lee quiet forest in Lee middle of Key night. Giselle stood on a large RPC, his eyes flashing quite a sharp, cold lie. He looked at a P group of people behind him and called aloudly, O respected comrades. O knights who have vowed to follow my commands. Giselle looked toward the quiet forest and resolutely declared, tonight we shall escape from this academy. We's people below immediately cheered in excitement. We will follow do, we will escape from this hell. His expression darkened. He gave a slight smile, and then he began to give orders. Giselle took a map hidden on his person and thought smugly, as long as I have this, I will definitely not fail. Returning to a time before in a luxurious room, a questioning voice rang all introductory Madich ho beginners, Uragat Madich. He crossed his arms, his voice filled with hidden anger. I deeth this all that do found. Upon hearing this, Iki group of servants trembled uncontrollably and bowed their heads in apology together. This person currently in a rage was Giselle of Boy Marathi family. Giselle angrily kicked away leaky books at his feet. I told you to bring something useful, so what I de this pile of trash. Why 2 servants turned and fled in terror, their mouths continuously uttering apologies. Immediately afterward he seemed to suddenly discover something see Tren. Giselle leaned down to pick up a piece of paper from among Lai key pile of books and muttered in confusion. What I de this? After opening the piece of paper to see, his face immediately showed clear SC. That piece of paper turned out to be a map showing Lee way to escape Lee Academy. He looked at Lippy Mape and rejoiced secretly, thinking Lai losers would need such a thing. He was glad he had bought Eat, as everyone ends up in a desperate situation eventually. Zegel frowned in frustration, so maps lie these were created for that very reason. Leaky forest behind Lee Academy was gradually illuminated by a dim light. Lee group late by Zegel stepped deeper into Lee forest. Lehan silently observed and then quietly announced, everyone can start moving now. He called for everyone to stand up and said quickly, they entered Leaky Martinen, so they definitely aren't taking like regular path. IDK everyone ready. Hearing this, I group exclaimed in alarm, why would they go into Die Mountains? Climbing ID exhausting. Gainando spoke up in fear, their ID clearly a gate near OP Castle entrance. Hearing this, Lehan turned to Deju and said, take care of him. These words left Gainando stunned. What do mean, take care of me? Lihan suddenly explained, quite newly 8 abilities, scouting likey path on Akmai DD a matter of course. Deju and I both possess quite get stamina. Einer has climbed Id Mountain to collect herbs before, so this terrain unn't be difficult for her. Gaynando became even more confused when he saw Lihan suddenly hesitate. A moment later, he finally realized IT issue and asked weakly, and what about me? Lihan smiled helplessly. He wasn't used to mountain climbing, and Gaynando sighed warily, realizing that following them on an unfamiliar mountain path was certainly not easy. Lihan looked toward Nulia and thought to himself, if Nulia weren't here, he would have definitely lot their trail a long time ago. Lihan dejectedly took a piece of paper from his pocket. It seemed he hadn't been of any help at all. He gave a bitter smile and began, all of habit, to record everything that was happening. Nulia suddenly looked ahead, her face showing clear signs of astonishment. Immediately after, she turned back in a panic and announced, leaving everyone confused,
Everyone stop at once!
She pointed towards Sigillate group, noting that Li White Tigers were acting very strangely, having stopped in their tracks for no apparent reason. Gaynando said nonchalantly, maybe they've arrived, it seems easier than I thought. Lihan heard this great skepticism, they've arrived already. Heat really that simple. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, causing light treetops to sway violently. A BLC shadow flashed past in an instant, sending a chill down Lihan 8's spine. He stared in SPC in Li P direction where White Key shadow had just disappeared. Lihan looked up at Li Key Knight C Kai and whispered in terror, what on earth ID this eerie, freezing sensation? Before Lihan could ask if it was a mem NXT he, Nulia quickly denied 8, no I've checked all Li Key magical creatures around here. Hearing her say that, several ominous speculations immediately arose in his mind. Immediately after, Lihan seemed to think of something and his expression suddenly became utterly terrified. An eerie figure gradually became clear amidst the Aka night. From that place, a terrifying burst of laughter rang out, sending shivers down everyone 8's spines. Giselle 8 group looked around in a panic, completely bewildered about what on earth was happening. A gigantic circle suddenly appeared encompassing his entire group. In last Kai, a massive object also slowly coalesced into form. Osu appeared with a gleeful smile. You've fallen into Li trap, haven't you? Eat 8 and Li Key first week and someone has already taken Li Key bait. Everyone cried all in unison, shocked that Li person who appeared was none other than IP principal himself. He looked at Giselle excitedly. Jeet seems to have bought Li Key fake mape that I released. Giselle, hearing this, gritted his teeth in anger and said defiantly, but I bought this mape even before I enrolled. Immediately after, he watched in astonishment as piece of paper in his hand suddenly vanished. Osu watched him collapse in terror and then reminded them, today, all of you have just received a valuable lesson. He said enthusiastically, don't trust maps of unknown origin, because you'll never know if ate a treasure or a trap set by a malicious priest. Ozu looked at Giselle's terrified face, then threw his head back and laughed loudly. Lihan 8 group, who were hiding nearby, were utterly speechless after hearing this. Lihan scowled and whispered, what ate quit this madman? What kind of lesson ID this? He ate clearly just hoeing quit YP students. Osu turned to Giselle 8 group and began to announce, listen carefully, we will now begin our journey back. His deep, Heftika voice slowly echoed, rules are extremely simple. Immediately after, he summoned a group of menacing people and said, you must find your way back while evading these pursuers. You are allowed to use any method. You can even directly defeat them. Osu raised his head and took a deep breath. If you are caught, you will be judged guilty. After that, he slowly exhaled a long breath. Osu 8's face was full of amusement, and if you manage to escape successfully, you will be deemed innocent. Li students turned pale, quit fright, and immediately turned to scatter and run. The pursuers remained standing calmly, coldly watching their fleeing prey. Nulia was utterly terrified witnessing the frightening scene unfolding before her. She turned and ran, at Leaky same time urgently urging Lihan, what are you still standing there, foe? Run. Lihan quickly reached Or and grabbed her wrist tightly, holding her back. Lihan immediately raised his hand to stop her and then spoke softly to reassure her, Nulia, calm down first. She trembled violently, looking towards the opposite side. How can I be calm? If we get caught, we could lose our lives. Lihan explained unhurriedly. Okay, maybe they haven't discovered us yet. Even if we're exposed, at most we'll just be locked up and receive corporal punishment. Nulia was horrified when she heard that. Did you just say corporal punishment? She immediately had a wild imagination, such as a room full of torture devices that once entered. One could not even hope to escape in their dreams. Lihan leaned his body securely to a tree trunk, silently monitoring OP's situation ahead. Looking at Li P's squad closing IP encirclement, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly, wondering what he should do to leave this place. Suddenly a shout rang out, catching his attention. Reform P formation quickly! If they pursue us, we will fight back. Giselle 8 group shouted angrily, running blindly ID useless. It better to turn back and face them. On each of their faces, a clear determination to risk their lives was shown. Faux honor, faux key spirit of chivalry. While Lihan was still calculating, a voice rang out. Why do those people keep shouting about honor and chivalry? Diju patted his shoulder gently and voiced his thoughts. I think we and Lai have one way left. His method was to temporarily set aside family feuds, and Lai by cooperating would they have a chance to escape. Lihan 8 eyes immediately lit up. He turned sharply to everyone. We will coordinate with them, specifically by escaping while they be BC enemy. Hearing that strategy, everyone except Diju nodded eagerly in agreement. Lihan observed outside and calculated, we must break encirclement at like point could fewest people. Fortunately, they are indeed helping us buy time. He looked in confusion at Li formation arranged by Osu. Why was it tightly packed everywhere without a single opening? Suddenly Lihan realized something and immediately looked up at Osu. Wait a minute, could it be? He looked at him in astonishment. ID he's still summoning more pursuers. Thinking of this, Lihan couldn't help but feel disdainful. Orally he said being able to escape was enough. He thought he wanted to take Li Pu students, but he turned out he never intended to let anyone escape from Li Pu's start. Immediately after he felt helplessly angry, he even dared to say this challenge was within their capabilities. Watching each person being caught one by one, Lihan sighed secretly, maybe we should just surrender. Looking at that crowd running wildly and then getting caught ID enough to understand the key outcome. Suddenly Lihan noticed something unusual. His eyes widened instantly. Something about this situation was not right. He watched Li pursuers rush past but pay him no attention. They completely ignored this direction. Why on earth? Lihan looked towards Osu in confusion. Could it be he doesn't know we are hiding here? But that ID principle in Roga. He almost immediately dismissed that hypothesis. But suppose it was simply that then. Lihan narrowed his eyes and stared at Ozu's figure hovering in Li's sky. In his mind, et scene of Ihi principal aid appearance last time immediately replayed. Lihan looked at him and gradually found lucky answer. If that ain't just a clone or an illusion, we just need to run in Li Ki opposite direction of La P white tigers to escape. Lihan immediately turned back to inform everyone. Guys, I've thought of a way to escape. Hearing that, everyone was both astonished and overjoyed. Lihan turned around and explained his method. Just head straight forward. Let it go. He led E group, quickly moving forward. 30 minutes later, Lihan 8 group began to enter a cave deep within He forest. Nulia thoroughly checked light surroundings and announced, I've looked around, this place ID safe, no magical creatures detected. Lihan immediately waved his Mage wand, summoning a brilliant beam of light. Leaksy space inside E cave was quickly illuminated. Ioner, pale worry, was immediately comforted by everyone. Those skeletons can't get all leeway here, it'll be fine. There ain't no sign of them pursuing us. Diju standing nearby was still quite uneasy. Key problem IDP, how long will those pursuers last? He said, great worry. Perhaps earlier I should have risked my life to break through YP encirclement and run straight past them. Lihan calmly explained, how could we possibly overcome such a dense crowd? That ain't clearly a problem, no solution. He chuckled cheerfully as he took a food, making Gainando incredibly excited. But for now, let it just eat our fill. Nulia suddenly spoke up. Oh no, we're completely out of water. Hearing that, Lihan immediately performed water Mage, creating a stream of water that greatly surprised her. Nulia 8's face immediately brightened.
Water Mage?
I've an unlie ever heard rumors. I didn't expect heat to be even more amazing than I imagined. She quickly raised her water bottle, thinking to herself, this thing IDE really useful, it will definitely help a lot on hunting trips. Ioner standing nearby was shivering and gritting his teeth. Can someone Pi start a fire? Eat too cold. Hearing that, Nulia immediately waved her Mage wand, creating a large fire. Li bonfire flared up to everyone admiring gazes. That ain't amazing, Nulia. Luckily it worked on E first try. This Mage was incredibly unstable before. She shyly spoke up. Actually, I am even more envious of Lihan 8 water Mage. I wish I had like he water element instead of fire. Hearing that, Lihan immediately teared up emotion, which surprised her. You're really envious of my water Mage. What it gotten into do all of a sudden? He tried to fiend-tren his emotions, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. Nulia do should be grateful to possess fire Mage. Lihan and Nulia stood on a high hilltop, looking down at Lake BC forest below. He couldn't help but exclaim, which startled Nulia. ID, he really not here. We pursuers are still swarming. Your speculation ID correct, but ID okay to insult him like that? Lihan immediately turned, reaching out to gently pat Nulia 8's shoulder. He smiled brightly and said, Madicha blossoms from an one mind, so never limit yourself just because of how do on checks P rate et. Nulia 8's face immediately fell after hearing this. That sentence, coming from his mouth, ID strangely convincing. Immediately after she opened her mouth and yelled loudly, Kid Master really ID a terrible person? She passionately hurled insults. Do idiotic skull! I hope key wolves eat you tonight! Suddenly, a figure appeared in Lighty Cave, making her hug Lihan tightly in terror as she screamed. I am so re. Lihan looked guardedly at each newcomer, while Giselle slowly stepped or of leaky shadows and asked in confusion, what are you guys doing here? He and his companions also revealed themselves one after another. Both groups were shocked to unexpectedly encounter each other in this place. A veil of mystery was gradually lifted before everyone 8 eyes. Lihan smiled and took Ike initiative to invite them inside Ike Cave. Giselle 8 group entered cautiously, having heard Lihan tell them to come in and rest for a while. Seeing this, Gainando pouted and complained, we don't even have enough food, but he was silenced by Diju next to him before he could finish. Right after that, Diju seemed to realize something. Lihan had every right to ignore them, because of what they had done. He looked towards Lihan and secretly admired him, yet instead, he treated them with kindness. Deju's eyes immediately lit up. How admirable. Lihan was indeed someone who highly valued honor. Diju was moved by his own thoughts, causing everyone around him to look at him with confusion. Giselle observed E group and wondered suspiciously, why are those Lu Regine Tower bastards here? Could it be? His imagination ran wild, but he never considered why possibility that they had followed him. He assumed they had also found a P. Then Giselle immediately became glum. What should I do now, especially after just receiving this kind of help? Li P more he thou, Li P more confused he became, but suddenly he remembered something. What should I do? Don't forget Giselle. Giselle recalled his childhood by his father 8's side. Ike Marathi family motto was to never forget any grudge, but that phrase held another meaning too. He tried to recall his father 8's stern expression at that time. Immediately after, Giselle suddenly wore a wicked smile as he remembered Fine in part. Kindness ID and Li repaid as long as do still remember eat. Giselle silently calculated and then took weak initiative to strike up a conversation quickly hand. First, I must be you trust. But before he could finish speaking, one of Li Qi's subordinates in his group suddenly collapsed in pain. Gainando and Diju were both terrified at Li's sight. Why did he suddenly collapse? Why person standing next to him rushed RV to Chachi and concluded maybe he just too exhausted. But right at that moment, late heads of Li Qi remaining two also began to spin violently. Suddenly, both of them collapsed to wide ground at once before Giselle ate horrified eyes. He was utterly stunned and screamed in panic. What on earth ID happening? Instantly, Giselle sensed equal unusual situation and whipped around to confront Li Han. What met his eyes was his cold, emotionless face. Li Han slowly poured a cup of water in his hand and chuckled softly. How unfortunate, do notice too late. Giselle clutched his head in pain, his entire body trembling as he gritted his teeth and gasped, "Do you poisoned like water?" His face was dull and pale, yet he still gritted his teeth and threatened, "Do you unn't escape, Warden?" Li Han sat calmly in his place, watching intently as Giselle slowly collapsed. Right after that he clapped his hands excitedly. "Don't, everything ID ready." He patted Giselle's head and calculated silently. "Teat seems a bit much, but if someone hates me for no reason, I should give them a reason." Ganando and Diju were agitated seeing this. "What is going on, Li Han? Did do poison ye water? I drank some too." Seeing Kitu in a panic, Yonner and Nulia explained, "Tate just sleeping medicine. Our water wasn't poisoned." Why two were shocked to hear that, making Li Han confused. "You guys knew too. Your expressions were far too obvious." Li Han looked at the unconscious Giselle and sighed softly. "I didn't overdo eat just because of a personal grudge. This was truly necessary." He suddenly stood up and announced Lippy's strategy to everyone. "Everyone stay calm. We need to place them near P pursuers." Seeing Li Han carry Giselle away, Diju was startled and asked, "Are Du really planning to do that?" Li Han replied immediately, making Dejiate face darken. "Do you know Murati personality?" Diju changed the subject, "But where did Du find it medicine?" Hearing that, Yonner began to explain, "Everything goes back to a while ago. While in Iki forest, Yonner suddenly discovered a patch of sleeping grass. Li Han saw Yate but didn't understand what eat was, so she immediately explained excitedly. Crushing Ate and mixing eat quit water will make E drinker sleepy. We should take some, Eat might be useful later." She looked at Li Han and sighed helplessly. "I really didn't expect us to use Eat this way." Li's scene shifted to Wee middle of a silent forest covered in darkness. Giselle's entire group was unconscious, lying scattered across P ground. Suddenly eerie shadows appeared and stared intently at them. Immediately after, Ki unconscious group was taken away by E pursuers. Li Han stood on top of Li Hill, looking down, and remarked, "Alright, Ki pursuers will disperse soon." He stood up and spoke softly, which confused Yonner. "Now we should finish, Li rest of Li work." Li Han shrugged nonchalantly, "We'll scout Li P surrounding area. Since we've come this far we can't go back empty-handed." Quite a serious expression, he looked ahead. "We need to determine how far Academy Wall extends, we must find an escape route at all costs." Li whole group immediately regained their spirits and continued deeper into Edi Forest. "Let it go together, Li Han." Under Nuliate guidance, everyone moved step by step deeper into Lixi Forest. Suddenly, Gainando tripped in view Arpasi in Li middle of key path. He immediately collapsed to wide ground, making Yonner turn pale, quit panic. Li Han hurried a V to Chi Chi on him. "Are you okay?" Gainando immediately cried, "Oh, I am so hungry, and my leg hurts." Li Han looked worriedly at Li person beside him. "Did you also seem to be very exhausted?" Nulia spoke up to remind him, "Li Han, lie some lie. We've come this far without being caught, so Eat must be safe now." She immediately explained that everyone seemed to lose their strength faster than usual in Ike Fi. Hearing that, Li Han pulled a Lima De Chech wand he was carrying. He cast a spell, causing IP Tipavali wand to glow brightly, illuminating the entire area. Seeing Liglai, everyone gradually felt more comfortable and reassured. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, making leaves rustle and fly everywhere. A deep, hoarse voice suddenly rang off, startling Li Han turned EP Lucky Lai student, Eat 8 making Eat hard fu us to sleep. Hearing that voice, Li Han immediately spun around and cried all in confusion. Everyone was terrified and alertly scanned their surroundings. Li's mysterious voice spoke again, demanding that IP group remain silent immediately. Before Li Han was Li a giant ancient tree, yet Li saw came from ET. "I am Li, one who asks E questions." Lu Voy continued to cure, astonishing everyone. "Answer correctly and do are guests, answer wrongly and do are merely uninvited intruders." Hearing this, Li Han couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Eat turned out to be just a riddle. He immediately analyzed ETD listener would think 3 candles were still burning, but at VE time leaky flames would surely go out. Li Han smiled, about to give Li answer he had in mind, but Mo Nen, ETMB of candles still burning will be, when suddenly Gainando blurted out, 3. Li Han spun around in SC, but before he could re-SC, key mysterious figure confirmed Eat was Li correct answer. Hearing that, he leaned back, his face filled with confusion. Li Han looked at Li Ki smug Gainando and asked, "Wait, unin key flames go and will key candles burn down?" Wyke's subsequent explanation frustrated him even more. In this kind of riddle, isn't Eat normal to use in Chen T candles that don't burn out? Lakey Voy continued, "From now on, you shall be my guests, but Eat would be a pity foe such a chance encounter to enlie this." Eat made another offer, quite a reward that excited Li Han. "One more riddle, whoever answers correctly will receive my fruit." Li group immediately agreed. Everyone eagerly awaited Li Ki's second riddle to be given. Soon after, Li P new riddle officially began. There IDP a man who ID eats incredibly giant in Li Kimo Nen. By noon his body gradually shrinks. In Likey afternoon he becomes large again, then completely disappears when night falls. Who exactly IDE that S trend man? After hearing Eat, everyone frowned in confusion, trying to find E answer. Li Han seemed to have thou of Li Ki answer and spoke up immediately. He pointed at his own shadow and replied, "That man ID a shadow, right?" Li Han answer was immediately accepted by mysterious figure, leaving those behind him all bewildered. Li Han suddenly remembered his past life. He had heard this riddle quite often back then. He recalled Li's origin of Li question. This was answer that Oedipus, king of Thebes, had once correctly given, but what was even stranger was that every time Li's story was retold, some details changed, yet like answer human given to Li's Sphinx always remained Li same. While Li Han was deep in thou, that voice rang again, indeed, a clever student. He suddenly noticed a change occurring around him and immediately looked back in surprise. Li's surrounding scenery suddenly shook and slowly vanished as voice spoke. I welcomed you all. Everyone was brought to a and beautiful space. They looked around in SSS and exclaimed, this place idt fun of spirits. A tree branch holding a cup of water slowly extended toward Li Han, surprising him. As cup of water was presented, voice spoke again. D must be tired from your long journey, drink some. Li Han took cup, thanked them, and silently observed that Li's scent was quite similar to vegetable juice. As soon as he took a sip, his eyes widened in surprise. Li Han spirit quickly rose, all fatigue in his body seemed to vanish, and felt exactly like drinking cold water. Li returning to mem after a whole day of running around in heat. While Li Han was enjoying the pleasant sensation, those beside him were filled with worry and fear. Voy explained, which made him very excited. This idea drink made from local plants. Do you like eat? Li Han immediately replied, ate delicious, can I have more? When Li Han reached out to take another cup, branch quickly retracted. A voice in Li forest spoke up, asking about his identity. First, I need to know who you are. I still don't know your name. Hearing this, Li Han politely introduced himself. My name Li Han. He curiously asked further, then what your family name? As soon as he mentioned he belonged to warden family, other party was immediately shocked. Seeing Li Han smile, quickly apologized, Jate, just that I've heard too many rumors about your family. A leaf gently fell onto his head, making him look up in surprise. Li Han smiled slightly as he heard he continue, but since you introduced your name before your family name, you will surely become a great mage in future. Its next question caused Li's whole group to panic instantly. But what exactly are you all doing in forest at this late hour? Li Han thought quickly while placing his hand on his chest. He gave a bright smile and lied. We were just for a night walk. Immediately exposed lie. Do you trying to leave YP Academy? Do you haven't been here for a fun week yet and do you already want to escape? Li Han gave a lie cough upon hearing that. We have some personal reasons. He looked up at and inquired, Sir Spirit, could you give us some advice? Key answer left Li Han in deep thought. Their key indeed away all but new students absolutely cannot use ET. Hearing this, Li Han immediately made a request but was refused, so could Dio tell us how far Key Academy wall extends? He'd explained patiently, Iki entire wall Idiki and Chentiki, if do carelessly touch it, Dio will surely suffer a great deal of pain. Li Han clenched his fists and concluded, so Iki planned to follow Academy wall and find and point to escape Idiki also not feasible. Li Key branches tapped lightly against him, at least Fo Key moment, do not try to find a way to escape from here. Everything seems peaceful now, but in just a few weeks, IT monsters will awaken one by one. Hearing this, Li Han bowed his head and sincerely said, thank you for providing this information. Seeing this, Ancient Tree could not help but silently exclaim, look at this kid. Eat carefully evaluated Li Han, there was no discouragement in his eyes, but rather they were sharper because he was calculating more. Eat thou to itself, observing this kid will probably be very in TP rate 10, then its voice continued, that it right, I once promised to give you a gift. Upon hearing that Li Han immediately looked extremely surprised. Countless branches suddenly lunged toward him, causing Li Han to step back in terror. He looked up in astonishment, intently watching canopy above. Among key branches and leaves, a large wooden Mage wand gradually appeared, radiating a mysterious lie. Li Han immediately remembered Garcia 8 words for a mage. An artifact ID lie a part of their own body, and among those artifacts, a Mage wand ID indispensable, which ID key new students are all very dissatisfied quit what Li Academy issues them. Li Han stood stunned, holding Mage wand in his hand. One of EP new students had finally obtained his own Mage wand. Everyone was shocked to see him receive Li staff, and Li voice asked softly, does eat suit do, young man? Li Han held staff and carefully felt eat. Eat brought a pleasant unrefreshing sensation. Ancient Tree was slightly startled upon hearing that answer. He could not help but observe him more closely. This young man was indeed not an ordinary person, just as I expected. Eat looked at Li flickering from Li staff, like spirits residing within find it hard to accept a boy of his age making mistakes. Eat suddenly spoke up, surprising Li Han, as do use staff more, do will learn Li power residing within. He immediately asked, can't do guide me right now? Key answer made Li Han pout slightly, there ID no need, in time do will naturally comprehend Eat. Ancient Tree laughed inwardly, quit his talent, that would not be difficult. Pete suddenly remembered something from long ago, do remind me of that madman Godanas whom I met centuries ago, indeed do are worthy of being a descendant of Godanas. Leaky voice of Leaky Ancient Tree sounded again, eat ID time fo all of du to return. Immediately after, Li Han group was pushed far away by an invisible force, so goodbye fu now. Leak Ancient Tree, while using Ma Che to send everyone all, spoke to remind Li Han Warden, do not casually cast Ma Che around these buildings, your Ma ID too strong and has awakened trees here. Everyone was simultaneously pushed straight outside by that surge of power. Li whole group fell to ground simultaneously, their faces toot-tate in pain. Li Han listened blankly to Iki old man instructions, recalling Li question he had once asked. That void gradually faded into Li deep forest, was Li answer intended for him. When everyone left I-Soul territory, all I-killing intent immediately vanished. Li Han 8 group descended Lai Pi Mao Teen just as Lai Ki dawn broke. Everyone dragged their exhausted bodies back to their rooms to rest. Hurried footsteps echoed continuously on stairs. Li Ki saw of rapid knocking outside Iki room startled Li Han awake. Quit messy hair and a weary face, Li Han asked in confusion. What ID quite matter? Asan said excitedly, People forgive live intrusion, but their ID an urgent matter. He immediately recounted Dulpi's story from yesterday, saying, It not that someone has gone crazy, Iki principal ID holding an event outside. Hearing this, Li Han blinked in surprise. Asan 8 words reminded him of yesterday's events and made him fully alert. Li T principal was trying to track down Li students who were plotting to escape. Li Han secretly exclaimed to himself that he needed to be more serious than usual in this situation, then turned to Asan and nodded. I will wake everyone up and come all right away. Academy vast stadium had been decorated quite magnificently. All students were happily gathering in large groups. Lai layout clearly appealed to everyone 8 mindset. This was surely a festival, looking nothing like an attempt to Koviki up Li P escape attempt. Lai Han held a piece of cake in his hand and thou silently. What on earth Ideka are principal plotting? White resounding voice of Osu from Laiki podium pulled him back to reality. He spoke excitedly, reminding everyone, May I have everyone 8 attention P. Lai. Lai guests on I podium appeared happily under his introduction. This weekend, priests from across Ki Empire will visit Lai Academy. P. Li give them a round of applause. Li Han applauded along, but secretly Thao E principal 8 welcoming party ID suspiciously warm. Madrid smiled respectfully. Thandu principal Osu, to which he immediately replied, Thandu fo taking I time to come here, even though Du must be very busy teaching young students. Osu laughed excitedly. This makes me so happy that I love Li priests even more, leaving everyone who heard him feeling awkward. Madrid said, looking very confused, that does not fall under our authority. Li Han suddenly understood, as expected, it was Ziki same as last time. No matter what, everyone would act this way when they needed to secure funding. Madrid turned to everyone and offered a forced smile. Regardless, meeting all students ID key still our honor. She immediately introduced, we are merely humble servants representing various churches. We are extremely delighted to have opportunity to introduce our religion. After hearing that, Li Han became even more confused. These were definitely not ordinary priests, as each possessed an extremely abundant amount of mana. While he was still deep in Thao, Osu appeared beside him. Their mana was very different from other priests, making him startle and turn around. Immediately after, he slowly explained, I see, my na of priest's ID so special that ETID called divine power. Li Han followed up, prompting him to inquire, I understand now, no wonder they felt sick Tren. But do have ability to detect mana. Hearing this, Li Han was immediately startled and worried, while his voice continued to ring out. Why are Du trying to hide this talent? Not many students possess Lipe ability to detect mana Li Do. Li Han quickly explained, I still have many shortcomings. Ozu sighed, I told Du are not inferior at all, from now on, so your talent quote confidence. Hearing those words, Li Han turned pale quote confusion, what on earth ID he talking about? He looked around and exclaimed, this ID key first time I have met priests lie this. Upon hearing that, Osu sighed, not surprising after all, do come from the Warden family. He looked at Li Han thoughtfully. Your family ID lie mine, quit little interest in faith, because we are too wise to hand, our trust to we key gods. Li Han calculated silently, his father once said that divine power IDP just a product created from Li Ki faith of believers. After AX Rai of a trend rumors about his family, there must also be a rumor that Li Ki Warden family hates priests. I must keep my distance from them when using Li Ki family name. Beside him, Osu rambled on, these priests are so pitiful, having to serve students who and care about food. Countless delicious and eye-catching dishes had been prepared on the banquet table. Li Han softly called out to Osu, while his eyes were still glued to Lai Ki food table. He beamed a bright smile and asked, could Du suggest some faiths to me? Osu immediately got angry. Did Du not hear a single thing I just said? But immediately after he suddenly stopped, wait, did Du just say some faiths? He immediately turned to look at him. Are Du planning to join multiple religious organizations at Lai same time? Osu looked at Li Han 8 face, which was smiling radiantly in fun of confidence. He unconsciously clenched his fist and thought to himself, Tate been a while, but this kid still manages to amaze me. Osu quickly guessed his intention. Kid thinks I don't understand, does he? He wants to gin a few churches and then sweep up all their benefits. He sighed softly. I really have to admit defeat to this kid. Soon after, Osu observed him with interest. I am liking this child more and more. He certainly leaves an impression. Osu looked around Li's surroundings and cleared his throat softly. He spoke up, first of all, I suggest IP Prasinga faith they emphasize self-sacrifice, so they will definitely welcome Du. Next IDE Colasso faith, they worship chaotic gods, so they uncare if Du believe in other deities as well. Finally, their Tia Capolio faith where they worship swordsmanship, perhaps they will also happily accept an odd kid like Du. Hearing that, Li Han was immediately startled and thought to himself, does he already know that I'm learning swordsmanship? Li Han recalled that day when a key professor patted him on a key shoulder and said, I lie Du, come to my room, making him think to himself, I don't have a get impression of this professor who pays too much attention to me. Osu gently patted his head and announced, I must leave now. Li Han immediately replied, then Dufo Li's suggestion. While he said, now I must go to meet Li Ki students locked in Lai Ki punishment room. I hope Du make he right choice. Li Han continued waving goodbye. He suddenly froze, wondering confusedly, what did he just say? Terrifying power within Osu suddenly erupted. His body instantly transformed into countless ethereal streams of mist. Then he flew away before Li Han's bewildered gaze. Who thou? He just mentioned those people. At this moment, he secretly reminded himself to be more careful, when suddenly Einar called Li Hant's name from a distance. She happily walked to V, saying,
I finally found you.
Where have you been all this time? Li Han replied, I was planning to visit Leek's Prisinga group. Einar said in surprise, I didn't know you were interested in them. He continued, after that I also intended to go to Colasso and Capolio. Einar listened and then nodded knowingly. Li Hant's gaze suddenly landed on something she was holding. What ate in this basket? Einar remembered upon hearing this.
Oh, that ain't right.
She gave him a sandquid and said, Take this. Li Han asked in surprise, Where did you get this precious item? Einar replied, I received eat from my Flimen faith those who worship Leaky alchemy god. She continued to explain, My family used to donate a lot of money to them, so they recognized me immediately. Li Han almost couldn't believe his ears. What did she just say? So that ain't how eat can be done. He immediately thought regretfully, Why doesn't my family sponsor any faith? Meanwhile, Einar wondered confusedly, what ate wrong Kudum now? After that, Ki too said their goodbyes. Li Han said, I am heading the P. I'm quite busy today. Einar nodded, See you later then. Before him were two followers intently discussing something with each other. Li Han interrupted their conversation with a polite apology. Then he flashed a radiant smile and stepped forward. I've come to learn about Lok Prisinga. Hearing this, Iki too immediately welcomed him enthusiastically. We truly didn't expect you to visit us. Two passing friends looked at him confusedly. Why ID Li Han there? While he continued to smile brightly and said, I've always wanted to learn Fo a long time. Oho enthusiastically guided him. Alright, Peekly, follow this way. Then she turned to Digilink and asked, Could you help me Fo a moment? Look, other person immediately replied, Coming right away. Seeing Leaky person who had just appeared, Li Han immediately stood stunned and motionless on Leaky's spot. His gaze first rested on Iki 2's small horns growing on Digilink 8 head. Then it moved down to her Gi Non eyes, which held a hint of melancholy. Finally, Li Han discreetly observed her entire body from head to toe. In his mind, he immediately drew the conclusion. This appearance clearly belongs to a half-demon. Li Han silently concluded that half-demons are among Y's rarest hybrids, usually appearing when an ancestor has signed a pact with a demon. In such cases, one of EE later descendants ID very likely to be affected. He continued to observe Digilink, noting that because their distinct appearance makes half-demons easily isolated, they are often quite timid. Oho gestured to introduce Li Girl, saying, This ID Digilink, a new student from Li Vermilion Bird Tower. Even he looked surprised, adding, I didn't expect anyone other than Digilink to come seeking us. Li Han solemnly expressed, that ID in Li Natural, once people learn of Prisingate Noble Will, they will surely trust him. His eyes were full of determination as he noted that two important things must be kept in mind when joining Key Faith. A scale appeared in Li Han's mind. On one side were WLP benefits received, and on the EP other were ELP tasks that must be performed. After observing Li's entire area, he silently marveled, even though he doesn't look Li much, but looking at Li's heap of scattered tools and equipment, Li Han gradually realized Ike truth. This place housed a X-ray of artifacts that he could identify through their magical power, quick dim purple light glowing around them. He immediately speculated, could Li Prising Faith be specialized in crafting artifacts? Suddenly, Oho changed to a respectful tone as Lady Madrid appeared, asking in surprise, ID, there's someone who wants to become a follower. She then slowly approached, each step causing Li ground to shake slightly. Li Han witnessed I seen and was stunned into silence. Madrid 8 footprints sank deep into Y ground, and she smiled as she spoke, I am very pleased to meet Dayu. Facing Laggy woman who was smiling kindly while introducing herself, Li Han inexplicably broke O in a cold sweat. He forced a smile in return, thinking in astonishment. She has such a small frame, yet she can cause light ground to sink quit her weight. As if reading his mind, Madrid explained, D must be surprised, weak reason ID actually Ika artifact I am wearing. She clasped her hands together and slowly continued. C has been enchanted to increase Wa wear rate weight many times here DV. Li Han asked skeptically, then why do you still wear heat? Madrid wore an expression of deep reverence as she replied, Faux Prisinga of course. That explanation left Li Han even more confused and bewildered. He asked blankly, what do you mean? Madrid responded loudly, Lok Prisinga bears all the pain in Li world alone. Therefore we must also share that suffering by wearing enchanted artifacts, everyone IDT essentially pulling a heavy chains at P Prisinga. Li Han decided to give up on trying to understand, sighing to himself, I must be crazy to have believed Li principle and come to this godforsaken place. Suddenly, Madrid appeared sympathetic saying, surely do not want to follow this path because eat ID too arduous. Li Han prepared to leave, telling himself, just agree to eat in get all of this hellhole as quickly as possible. Madrid sighed softly, but that IDP pity, I had already prepared an artifact as a gift. I suspect that despite being called an artifact, no one would want to wear ET, as he can absorb magical power. Which made Li Han sit-up in his tracks immediately. He thought to himself in astonishment, wait a minute, IDP this thing cursed too. Memories of Gatsir suddenly flooded back my problem ID having too much mana, so this artifact ID truly useful. Li Han turned to face her and asked, aside from draining mana, does Aid have any other functions? He smiled eagerly, since Eat has been cursed Lithus, Eat must definitely have other functions. That question made Medrith freeze its main function IDE. Medrith silently considered that every power always has its downside. Key more terrifying a power an artifact hides I key more dangerous Y accompanying curse. His artifact doesn't just contain a curse that increases gravity. It also carries a curse that amplifies divine power. She let a soft hum. Then she answered Li Han, this artifact also possesses invisibility Medice. Medrith 8 gaze shifted elsewhere, but that ID key not important. Key problem ID that leaky wearer will have their mana drained. I understand how do feel, but Li Han immediately shouted, what did do just say? Quat one hand on Li P chest, Li Han sincerely declared, I am ready. Hearing this, Medrith was extremely stunned. Oh great Sen Presinga, I thought he would turn and run away. Then she felt ashamed of herself. Why didn't I realize Guy's sincere faith in his heart sooner? On the other side, Lihan swallowed hard. His face radiated happiness, and he kept exclaiming in his mind, he can even turn invisible. This idea truly a gift from heaven. Medrith gently wiped away a tear of emotion, then take et, welcome young man to our cult. Pointing at Li belt, she solemnly said, this idea a symbol of reverence for Sen Presinga, while Lihan silently assessed 8 in his mind. This ID belt quell key power of invisibility, he took chest containing eat, suddenly noticing the other two looking at him vigilantly. Oho and his companion exchanged silent glances. Those who owned 8 before all suffered from leaky artifact 8 side effects, this case ID likely no exception, better to be careful. On this side, Lihan slowly put Li belt on, alright then. Then he fastened Li P buckle tightly. He asked, so how do I activate key invisibility ma each? Oho was stunned in amazement, no way, the young man beside him immediately asked, do you not feel anything? Seeing everyone 8's trend expressions. Lihan hesitated and asked, I deep something wrong. Medrith shook her head, eat nothing, Li incantation ID key written in that manual. At key same time she silently marveled that Sen Presinga had indeed granted us an outstanding disciple. He opened Li instruction sheet, this IDEET, and then upon looking at Li P content on Iki paper Lihan chanted an incantation, P Li let me blend into key night. Witnessing Lippy scene before them, everyone buzzed coot discussion, it disappeared, this ability ID truly real. His feet were still on the ground, and he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. This thing really works. Even looking in B mirror he couldn't see himself. Lihan silently assessed, Tate not partial, but complete invisibility. This ID key truly key power of a potent curse. After that, he chanted a spell, let me appear in broad daylight. Lihan then materialized behind them, making Oho jump in surprise. Hate back. Lihan clutched the instruction sheet and wondered to himself, I deet this thing really cursed. If I don't feel any side effects, then I should equip myself quit more ancient artifacts. Lihan devoutly said, Sister Madrid, P. Li allow me to share we burden quit Presinga. Hearing those words she was moved to tears, this noble spirit truly deserves praise. Oho and the EP young man beside him couldn't understand EP scene. Madrid said worriedly, don't force yourself, eat still early. But Lihan firmly replied, this ID something I must do. Their shouts were so loud they echoed outside I tent, fellow practitioners, Sister Madrid ID here. Like so even echoed up to wakey white cloudy sea kai, beneath leak purplish be loose sky. Lihan gently stroked by belt he had just received. He let a slight sigh, thinking glumly to himself, in Iki in, I still couldn't get any other items. Then Lihan smiled again, but this belt will definitely be extremely useful for escaping. Interrupting Lihan 8 thoughts was Madrid at Voy, that I then marked Billy birth of Y Presinga cult. She concluded her lecture, that it all for today, thank you for listening. Lihan immediately showered Madrid lecture quit praise. Looking at Li keywords on e-keyboard, Lihan silently summarized, key doctrine doesn't matter, key core ID still about equipping cursed items. Suddenly, Madrid raised her hand to see top him, wait a moment, before do you leave. P. Li accept this. It turned out to be a basket fun of food. She smiled kindly, I thought you would need eat so I prepared eat. Lihan moved, called off sister. Lihan 8 face was filled with happiness. He thought to himself, coming here was truly a wise choice. It had been a long time since I've felt this kind of warmth. Suddenly Digilink gently touched his shoulder. She also brought another basket of food. If you don't mind, you can also take this portion. Lihan asked doubtfully, but this ID originally your portion. Why are you giving 8 to me? Digilink immediately shook her head and replied, I am a worshipper of Sen Presinga. Luxuries lie these are not suitable for me. Seeing her turn and leave, Madrid called or after her helplessly, Digilink, you're doing that again. At this moment, Lihan was still pondering, could it be that in Vermilion Bird Tower, such actions are considered normal? They are completely different from us. I wonder what the other 3 towers are doing. Key representatives of each tower are all hyperactive and as she tren as if possessed. When she saw Lihan preparing to leave, Madrid spoke up, may I ask you to help me quote something? Then she sincerely explained, can you take care of Digilink? As Du can see she I always too strict quit herself. Lihan was about to speak all in protest. But I don't belong to this tower. When he suddenly caught her stern expression. Together quit light food basket Madrid was holding firmly in her hand. He immediately changed his mind, put light basket on his head, and laughed loudly, but what does that matter? Just leave 8 to me. Even Iki birds flying across Iki evening Sakai heard Lihan voy echoing, he would definitely do his best. He took the initiative to start a conversation. Should I call Du sister Digilink? She answered calmly, Du can call me whatever Du want. Lihan asked again, what ID Vermilion Bird Tower lie? I'm curious what everyone does in their free time, as I rarely see Du interacting with others. Speaking of this, Digilink shared proudly, we pray in our rooms in Leaky Monen, Leaky afternoon and sometimes even in Leak evening. As scene of EP Night Forest emerged, she continued, some people even go into Leaky Forest up Leaky Mountain to pray in Leak middle of Leaky night. Lihan asked in SC, wait, at night, are Du allowed to do that? Lipi and Roga dormitory has a curfew all week. Digilink smiled and nodded slightly, we in Vermilion Bird Tower are granted special permission then to our unique status. Lihan immediately noted to himself, so 8 turns of priests don't have to follow key curfew. Then he began to imagine that if he wore a priest 8 outfit, he could freely stay longer. Lihan flashed a bright smile and asked, do you think I could have a set of priest clothing? Digilink face immediately darkened. She turned and continued walking, your curse, unn't get any weaker just because you put on a priest 8 outfit. Li Han hurriedly ran after her to explain, "Yi Tate not lie that. I just want to learn more about Sen Prezinga and his will." Hearing that, she sighed in relief as if a weight had been lifted from her heart. "Then next time we meet, I will prepare a set faux dieu." Li Han laughed loudly and thanked Digilink while silently thinking, "Geet, now then." Li's first step of Li's escape plan was gradually being completed. In his imagination, he was tightly clutching Like robe in front of Likey city gates. Li Han asked her quick concern, "Was your meal git? Are due fun yet?" Digilink replied immediately, "I am quite satisfied, quivering." But when Li Han said, "Sister Madrid ID very worried about DU," she was instantly startled. He continued, "She asked me to take care of DU." Digilink softly murmured, "Sister." Li Han probed again, "What should we do now? Why don't DU eat quit me? That way Sister Madrid will worry less." Digilink asked in surprise, "Right now?" Li Han's footsteps suddenly stopped, thinking helplessly to himself, "Alright then." He marveled silently, feeling grateful to White's person who had granted him such a precious gift. A gloomy aura radiated from Li Han's entire body. "If do you just eat quit me once, I will become key friend do you see throughout leaky break and bring do plenty of food." Digilink behind him was completely baffled. At another Biolin inside an office faux professors. Urigum calmly took a sip of tea. Then he let all a comfortable breath. Ever since that kid appeared, tea seems to have become much more fragrant. Urigum suddenly grew suspicious. "But why do all of us have to study together today?" Gaxier spoke up to explain, "I think Iki reason ID basic horsemanship training course." Then she turned to ask everyone, "Have like professors assigned an instructor yet?" Urigum heard that and was puzzled. "On Professor Vendoran being Chekis." Gaxier replied in surprise.
Oh, I had no idea about that.
She then recounted, "Professor Vendoran failed to find a wild horse. Recently, there has been almost no news about him." Principal Osu calmly said, "Don't worry," then raised his hand and declared, "I have already prepared a backup plan." All professors in Li Ki office were astonished. That true?" Gaxier said, "In such a saw time," Ingril immediately interjected, "At times lie these." Then both smiled brightly and concluded, "We understand why Du became principal now." Urigrum continued to ask, "Who ID need professor? This task must be entrusted to someone truly talented." Osu calmly replied, "Don't worry, that person ID." A mysterious figure slowly appeared. "Adventure Xeta." Gaxier immediately clapped in admiration. "I am sure that person will complete eat exceptionally well." While Urigrum hate face darkened, Ingril immediately told what she knew. She ID a renowned adventurer, who has explored almost all of EP Empire 8 wilderness. Suddenly he angrily slammed down on key table. Urigrum yelled loudly, "Why must it be her?" Then he leaned his head down on key table, trembling and stammering as he mentioned that person. Urigrum face was filled with despair. "Sheet some sort of relative of mine." Recalling Z8 Voy and her lengthy songs about ancient fossils, he remarked, "She Kate both prone to complaining and extremist, and she always asks me if I hate Eastern dwarves." Osu paid no mind, simply declared firmly, "I want to invite Li P best teacher to instruct, no matter who they are." Today meeting ends here, everyone ID dismissed. La next Monen at Li School Bu Lian. A small, obedient bird perched on Z8 finger. She smiled faintly and said, "Alright then." Immediately after that, Z8 eyes flashed quite a dangerous glint, "Teat time faux class." All students quickly gathered outside Li's schoolyard. E-boy stretched and said, "Finally eat tea last class." Leafy girl behind him immediately complained, "I've been following Dufo so long and still haven't gotten any rest." Then both shouted in unison, "Basic horsemanship training course." Li young man and Li girl happily discussed how horseback riding was a fundamental XQ4 royalty. Li Han standing behind them sighed, "T seems everyone ID very excited." Then he secretly remarked, "Nothing will probably happen. This content ID too familiar to students. Each lesson needs to be made more difficult." Suddenly, a giant bird swooped down from above. Eat let o a sky-piercing shriek. Li crowd immediately became chaotic. What kind of monsters saw ID that? "Look up at
Look, it's K.
Li agitated students simultaneously shrieked.
What ID that? Eat it coming! Everyone get off away!
Giant bird slowly landed. Below, Ganando stood frozen in fear. Li Menx T8 beak opened wide. He ran for his life, screaming hysterically. But in Li Qian, it still snatched him and flew away. He continued to fly straight ahead. Ganando screamed until his voice was hoarse. "Help me!" His friends panicked. "Ganando has been taken." Li Han immediately commanded, "Everyone calm down, get low and don't move. Attracting its attention will put us in danger." Hearing that, leapy group of students immediately crouched down. He alone remained standing, secretly thinking, "Damn it, but these things aren't enough to make me panic." Li giant bird spread its wings wide and glided past. Lian secretly wondered, where did that bird fly from? Suddenly, a panicked student screamed, "Where I to a principal?" She pointed forward, "Isn't this a TEP Academy? What IDE security department doing?" Wappy girl's eyes welled up cute tears. "Let me go. This IDD a serious mistake by this foolish academy." Young man beside her tried to intervene. "Now ID not a gee time." Just then, IT monstrous bird swooped directly in front of Ike two of them. Leap girl shrieked in terror. "Wait, I'm so Please me." Then Leaky bird snatched young man standing next to her and flew away. He was instantly stunned speechless. Lihan standing below silently assessed, "That ain't exactly why I told Do not to move." Then he glanced at Iki girl, but he tates Tren. Why did 8 ignore EP person who was screaming so loudly? A sudden realization flashed in Li Han 8 mind. He looked up at Li T sky. Could it be? Meanwhile Ganando had fainted, tears and snot streaming down his face. That young man quit white hair also found himself in a similar situation. Li Han guessed Ike cause was hair color, and while covering his head quit his hands he warned, Quickly hide your hair, quit your cloaks, Li P bird ID targeting those quit light-colored hair. Just as Li Han was about to give further reminders, a voice spoke up from behind. You are truly exceptional, your split, second judgment and ability to command leave me in great admiration. He turned around in surprise, wanting to see who had just spoken. In perfect synchronization, both of them crouched low to avoid being spotted by giant bird. Rowana was just about to introduce himself, when he was interrupted by a scream. Group of friends pointed straight at him, causing all eyes to focus on him at once. Turned awe that Blapey girl believed he belonged to Waiki Marathi faction and was planning to use lies to deceive Li Han. Hearing this, group of friends crowded together. Quit guy's intention of chasing him away. Rowana explained in confusion. I have nothing to do quit Marathi faction. Everyone has misunderstood. Just as he didn't know how to clear his name, an arm stretched out to tap both sides. Adanath used her status as a princess to step forward as a guarantor. I guarantee that their ID no issue quit this person. Everyone was stunned to see her take initiative to speak up and protect him. Seeing this, Li Han asked directly, do you two already know each other? And Enlai then was he able to properly introduce himself. I am one of Iki Princess 8 Guardian Knights, my name ID Ake Rowena. Upon hearing that introduction, Li Han was extremely surprised, because no one was permitted to bring servants or guards into Y Academy. Then he suddenly realized every rule has a loophole. While Du cannot bring servants, Y Academy cannot forbid someone from enrolling as a student. Seeing that Adanath managed to bring Rowena into Li's school, Li Han looked up at Ganando. He too had royal blood yet was snatched away by a monstrous bird, which was truly pitiful. Rowena spoke to him, Mr. Warden, I would lie to ask for your assistance quit something. He clearly understood his own limits. Although YE bird had slowed down, no one knew when E would resume its cis-trend behavior. Rowena wore an extremely serious expression and then reached a conclusion. He wanted to ask Li Han to command students and top up that bird. Li Han asked back in astonishment, command what? He didn't want to take on that role at all, even showing clear signs of distaste. However, his group of friends took turns slapping his shoulder firmly. P. Li become our respectable commander. Li Han sighed inwardly. Leading a crowd of people had never ended well in Iki past. But no one knew Iki misery in his heart. Everyone was cheering, ready and waiting for his orders. Seeing how enthusiastic everyone was, Li Han could not bring himself to voice a refusal. He struggled mentally for a long time, but eventually surrendered in helplessness. Though tears flowed like a river inside, outwardly Li Han still looked like a commander, immediately ordering leap start of key forward deployment. Looking at that display of leadership, Rowena sat in deep thought. He suddenly recalled something that happened a few days ago. At that time, Rowena was extremely astonished. News that Light Zero V Regian Tower commander was Li Han instead of Princess Adanath was hard for him to believe. Since childhood, Rowena had witnessed the Princess 8 outstanding leadership talent firsthand even before she entered Li Academy. Unable to accept that result, he angrily crumpled the notification scroll. Rowena firmly surmised that there must be some mysterious reason behind this, and he had to verify it himself. Returning to Wyke present, he had not given up his intention to uncover Wyke's secret of Li Han, who was trying to plan and coordinate everyone. But Lyke's truth surely made Rowena fall, VE-C, as Li Han had bought Lyke total trust of IP students quit just a bit of food. Then to that everyone was incredibly united, enthusiastically discussing Li plan together. Li Han thought that if his speculation was correct, there was a way, so he asked if anyone there had something shiny before they finished. Hearing this, a female student immediately handed Li Han a mirror, making him feel that my chances of success had soared. Before Like expectant gazes and cheers of everyone, Li Han nodded seriously in response. He held Glee mirror high to provoke Li Ki Men XT bird. Hey do bird, look a V here, Li T shiny item do you love ID right here. Li Ki mirror in Li Han 8 hand immediately reflected a brilliant beam of Li. Li T sunlight reflecting Li P mirror C5 blinded Li T out giant birdied eyes. He'd hissed angrily for a long time and then aggressively, straight down. Li Han immediately seized E key opportunity, reminding everyone to prepare according to E agreed upon plan. All League students united and followed E command, standing in rows to form a human wall. Li Han quickly slipped to Y key back to hide, ready to deal Li giant bird a decisive blow. He silently calculated Lu key distance, holding his breath and waiting fu momently to get entered Li appropriate range. When key bird see key Lu enough, Li Han immediately seized Li precise moment. He instantly rushed forward, raised his Madich wand, enchanted a spell to summon Li power of Li to attack. Lag attack, carrying an intense Li shot straight toward the giant bird. Li Ki Memin XT bird was struck by E blinding beam of Li, and its eyes could instantly see nothing. Why pain made it shriek violently, and it hurriedly flapped its wings to flee. Li Han confirmed it had flown far away before slowly lowering his Madich wand. He understood very well that by best way to deal quit an oversized bird was to scare it away. Li students competed to praise Li Han at intelligence, courage, and excellent leadership skills. Embarrassed by E praise, he changed Li's subject, asking what had actually happened to Ganando and Marathi. Suddenly, E bird 8 cry rango again, shocking Li Han while ear-piercing human screams echoed throughout Li's space. Speak of E devil, Ki Men XT bird dropped Ganando and Marathi. Li Han managed to catch Ganando, while Marathi fell straight onto another student. Everyone was stunned by Ki's dramatic return, while Ki two young men were pale and devoid of any vitality. Li P giant bird still refused to leave. Eat seemed to be lamenting to a figure hidden in Li Ki high tree canopy. Li figure gently stroked and comforted Eat, saying, Geet bird, you've done your best. You must have been terrified as well. Let it go gum. Quit those words, Eek woman immediately jumped straight down from Li high canopy. She landed spectacularly, a strong gust of wind sending Li surrounding leaves flutter. Zeta reached up to adjust her goggles and greeted Li students. I am glad to meet you kids. At Zeta 8 appearance, Li Ki students looked at each other in confusion, wondering who she was and why she had jumped from a tree. Li Han pondered in silence. No wonder everything was so strange and coincidental. It turned out she had arranged it all. He observed her closely and felt she bore a strong resemblance to Professor Urigam. Perhaps they were related. But Li Han quickly dismissed Yi Thao, believing there was no way such a coincidence could exist. Suddenly, Zita placed her hand directly on his shoulder. Her face looked as terrifying as a demonate, yet she appraised him as someone with great potential. Instantly, Li Han was reminded of life first time he had direct contact with Professor Urigam. His entire body stiffened, feeling that Yi seen before him was eerily familiar. Those around them were confused, unsure if Zita was truly a professor. It was then that Li Han summoned his courage to ask, do have some kind of relationship with Professor Urigam? To his surprise, Zita laughed and replied, I do know. I'm his great aunt, leaving Li Han thinking to himself, Deek that for real. Li Han told himself he couldn't keep standing all in front of Professor. But just as key thought crossed his mind, a hand was gently placed on his shoulder from behind. His friends immediately shouted that Li Han was Professor Urigam 8-star pupil and that Professor liked him so much he had even invited him into his private drawing room. Despite Li Han's best efforts to sex-top them, key students vied with one another to tell her all about his accomplishments. After listening, Zita rubbed her chin, her face clearly showing interest. That reaction left small Li Han feeling helpless, as it was now far too late to change Key's situation. Quite no other choice. He had to try his best to be a positive image for himself. Zita clapped her hands a few times, quickly drawing the attention of all key students back to her. She then pointed to herself and introduced, I am Zita of Key Them Key Division. This course was supposed to be taught by Professor Vendoron, but he went missing while searching for unicorns, so Zita will be filling in for him. Hearing this, students were immediately excited, as she was a renowned explorer from Li Thenafi Division. She had once subdued giants and discovered Li P Fire Spirit Mauteen. Li Han alone felt helpless, as no one seemed to care that Professor Vendoron was still missing. After weak introductions, Zita asked Li students, can anyone guess why I brought a thunderbird here? It turned out that Likey giant bird was a thunderbird, possessing a massive body, a fierce temperament, and Likey ability to keen on trend lightning and storms. Li Han was confused. How could she bring a menexty like this? Perhaps the Empire should monitor this school more strictly. Beside him, Ginando was pale with fear because he had just been carried away by a thunderbird. Leaky other students thought Leaky goal of this semester was to learn how to ride thunderbirds. Hearing that, Zita burst a laughing. Even 10 more years of training, these kids wouldn't be capable enough to ride thunderbirds. Then she pointed directly at Li Han and told him to try answering Li question. Li Han replied uncertainly, IDT because ET professor wants to see how we react when encountering a dangerous men XT. As soon as he finished speaking, another student immediately objected, for there was no course called fleeing from monsters. However, he was quickly astonished when Zita confirmed it was Li's correct answer. She also understood why her grandson liked Li Han so much. She explained that during a journey, students cannot know when danger will appear, so they need prior training. Afterward, Zita reassured everyone that Li's main focus of this semester would still center on learning how to ride. She told Lei Group to follow her to Likey stables and specifically named Li Han as Leaky Team leader. Zita wanted him to continue assisting her while she taught. Although he didn't want to, Li Han couldn't refuse. Everyone followed behind her, while Zita continued to explain as she walked. Horses are Leaky most basic animals for beginners learning how to ride. If you can't even ride a horse, don't even hope to feed and train other species. Everyone yawned as they walked because it was all knowledge they had already learned. Li Han glanced around. Everyone looked quite relaxed since they were so accustomed to riding horses. Suddenly, Zita turned around to look at EP Group. She flashed a gentle and warm smile, just like that of a kind mother. Yet Li Han felt a cold shiver run down his spine. A bad premonition made him immediately turn and warn Einar to be very careful. Li Han's expression was very serious. He realized that today's lesson would surely not be as simple as just riding horses. Standing in front of IP stables, Li Han looked up and observed his surroundings. While leading a key way, Zita introduced them to Ragati family 8 stables, causing the students to gasp in unison. Everyone was overwhelmed by a key array of rare and exceptional horse breeds. Zita asked I Group if they wanted to start riding yet, immediately receiving resolute answers. She had prepared a lottery box. Since get riding depends on XQ, she wanted each person to take turns drawing a lot. Shortly after key drawing of lots was completed, Gainando became the first person who had to perform. Everyone was jealous that he got to see P first, but Gainando didn't pay any mind to their teasing words. He quickly walked around like stable to choose a horse. Gainando suddenly stopped in the middle of Wog Road. He chose a BC horse with an extremely fierce appearance. Both Li Han and Einar were puzzled. Just by looking, they knew why horse wouldn't be easy to tame. Ganando didn't realize it at all, thinking Lippy horse was bowing in submission to him, but was immediately thrown a pea. Li Han and Einar didn't bother to care, letting poor Ganando fly AP horse 8 back in bikey blink of an eye. Everyone collectively panicked as that horse was truly terrifyingly fierce. Everyone rushed to V to kindly chav on Ganando. Seeing his face swollen and utterly pathetic, another student still took each opportunity to scoff. He believed this was price to pay for choosing a ferocious horse. After that, he put on a knowledgeable air and chose a horse that looked gentler and more docile. However, that horse was not at all as gentle as its outward appearance suggested. In a fatty lot, it bit down hard on his head. He yelled for help, but Li other person didn't care, even mocking like he foolish youngsters who unlie boasted, but didn't know how to tame horses. Before he could finish his sentence, he too was repeatedly thrown into ye air by EP horse. Li T steer-offs were immediately terrified, because every horse here was as ferocious as if possessed by a demon. Witnessing the IP scene before him, Li Han quickly drew a conclusion. All horses were extremely fierce, even quote female students. It was en lie then that everyone understood there was nothing easy about 8. All horses in Li P stable were abnormally violent. Zita observed entire chaotic scene and burst into a gleeful laugh. She reiterated once more that IP goal of course was to learn how to ride horses. Then Zita announced Li first assignment for all students. It was to make themselves familiar with horses present. Li Han knelt before her, and beside him, a green-haired person also knelt identically. In his heart, he just wanted to ask what kind of trick this was. Zita cheerfully waved her hand, saying, "If do you truly care for them, perhaps they will gradually be none up to do." She pointed towards Iki for bewildered people, stating, "Key objective of Ki Mai Sanidiki to befriend at least one of them." Li Han anxiously looked at Leaky aggressive horses and thou. They no longer seem like ordinary horses. She must be planning something. For now, I'll just choose most docile one. While he was still thinking, a hand suddenly reached out. Zita took Li Han 8 hand and said, "Li Han, come quit me." He forced a smile and agreed, then obediently followed her. Li Han followed Zita to another stable. Li Han couldn't help but be surprised when he saw a white horse, its entire body as white as snow. Zita, stroking Li P horse 8 face, chuckled, "Of course, I can't give a mediocre horse to my nephew 8 most beloved student. P'll take care of this young man." Hearing that, a wok-haired person immediately grumbled enviously, "Why did he en Li one who gets to choose a horse so easily?" A san behind him excitedly said,
Hey Li Han, indeed.
Glee professor even chose Li most special one, making him secretly curse.
Dila, shut up.
Zita looked at him and burst into laughter. Those kids' minds are truly simple. She pointed towards Key glowing white horse. This ID indeed a get horse, but EDID also Iki wildest and most untamable one. Li Han clutched his head in annoyance, watching her feed grass to white horse. Zita said, "Taming monsters ID sometimes easier than taming this young man. I know this will be a difficult task for a freshman." He immediately turned, clenching his fists excitedly, and asked, "So that means I'll get more help?" Zita gave a thumbs up and chuckled, "But fo someone Li do who can subdue even thunderbirds by yourself, this will be as easy as pie." Li Han muttered tearfully, "Damn it, this ID consequence of being too outstanding." P scene shifted to a wooden house situated in leaky middle of Key grounds. Old wooden door slowly opened slightly. Yurgum forced a fearful smile and then stammered, "Auntie, what brings you here?" Zita smiled and waved at him. "You should greet me first, shouldn't you? Have you forgotten?" Yurgum cautiously spoke up, "Long time no see, Auntie. How have you been lately?" She walked directly into Li house. "Let me chat your living quarters." Seeing this, Yurgum could unlie reluctantly invite them in. Yurgum gradually regained his normal expression and looked up. He looked at Li Han and asked, "What ain't this about?" Li boy scratched his head and forced a smile, replying, "Professor Zita told me to bring her here, so..." As soon as she entered, Zita inspected Ike's chokingly dusty house. She yelled, "When was Laggy last time you cleaned your house?"
If do you lie this, don't ask why you're still single.
This made Yurgum helplessly clutch his head. Zita sighed, scolding Yurgum for not bothering to find a G-Fee Ren. "You should start thinking about finding a girl. How long do plan to lie so carelessly?" He sweat profusely as he replied, "I am thinking about eat. First, let I have lunch." Yurgum turned around in a panic and asked Li Han, "Have you eaten anything yet?" He earnestly prayed in his heart that Leaky boy would answer, "Not yet." Li Han forced a slightly fearful smile and replied, "My stomach I'd already rumbling loudly from hunger, Professor." Yurgum immediately invited him to sit. Zita heard this and said, "That it right, at your growing age, do mustn't skip meals." She rolled up her sleeves and looked at both of them. "Yurgum, do sit down too. Today, I'm going to let you two taste some Eastern cuisine." He mumbled that he didn't like Eastern dishes. Zita immediately picked up a knife and gave him a cold stare. "What did you just say?" This made Yurgum quickly reply, "Nothing at all." Li Han and Yurgum sat down at Key dining table. Yurgum held his face and sighed. "Key thing I feared most has finally happened." Yurgum turned to ask him, "Anyway, how have you been lately?" Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly slammed his hand on Leaky table and yelled, "Wait, what I did that on your chest?" Li Han looked down and saw a small glowing branch on his chest. He reached inside his shirt and asked, "Are you talking about this?" As soon as Eat was taken all, Li branch immediately transformed into a large staff, emitting an ethereal B Lu Lai. Yurgum looked at Li P staff and happily said, "Do you have a new staff? I can feel abundant energy of green forest." Yurgum asked where Wiki scepter had come from, and Li Han face immediately went blank. By then, Leaky staff was no longer emitting a B Lu Lai. Afterward, he recounted Lycee Prax guessed of how he had received Daity's scepter to wee old man. Yurgum asked again in astonishment, "So do just happen to enter YP forest, happen to meet a sentient oak tree, and then also happen to be given this scepter?" Li Han happily replied, "That ain't right. When we look forward to something, life turns into a X-ray of coincidences." Yak old man didn't believe him, secretly thinking he was hiding something. Zita, who was cooking in Li back, heard this and also secretly concluded that this kid was definitely hiding something. Li Han recalled giant ancient tree, and Yurgum immediately asked, "Did that spirit suddenly give Du a riddle?" He was stunned and asked, "How did Du know, Professor?" Yurgum suddenly crossed his arms and sighed, because Eid actually a very famous spirit. He remembered Likey lonely tree in Likey middle of Likey forest. Although its situation was quite pitiable, its VXN and depth of knowledge were truly remarkable. Li Han asked Yurgum loudly in surprise, "So does this scepter have any special powers?" At that moment Li Han gripped I's scepter tightly and secretly speculated. There must be some secret hidden within Li's spirit 8 gift. Could 8 be some kind of superhuman power? That train of thought made Li Han excited, his eyes shining brightly as he imagined himself being invincible while holding ET, possessing Soul Madisho, a cheat ability that consumed vast amounts of mana. Just then, Zeta came out carrying a bowl of steaming hat soup. She set Li's soup bowl down and looked at him, saying, "Of course ET has a special power." Li Han immediately asked Zeta excitedly, "Is that really true?" She smiled and replied, "E can help Du become an extremely talented farmer." Li Han was stunned, Ike image of himself working hard in live fields appearing in his mind. Yurgum spoke up, "A tree spirit can enli help plants grow quickly." Li Han lowered his head in disappointment, while Zeta turned and walked away. Li old man crossed his arms and asked, "Isn't that power get? Deal need 8 later." Li Han replied sadly, "That ain't true, but..." Oh, Zeta asked what he wanted to plant, and he smiled and said, "Something edible." On an key table sat 2 jars, one red and one purple, along with several cloudy white jars and a basket. Zeta looked at him and said, "If you really want that I can help." Li Han immediately asked, "Really?" Zeta gave a thumbs up and said, "After you finish lunch follow me." After lunch, he followed her to a plowed plot of land, carrying a basket of seedlings and a small shovel. Zeta stood in front, pointing at leaky field and instructed, "Key most important types of plants are those similar to potatoes and yams." Quite one hand holding Li's shovel and Li other keeping Likey basket on his lap. Li Han listened to Zeta say, "Yeet will take some time before Du can harvest them. But when that time comes, be grateful to them." As he tilled Dyke's soil he happily encouraged himself, "I have to stay positive." Having finished digging, Li Han placed a seedling down and covered Equat soil, thinking to himself that Li's scepter would pot his farming. Just as he finished, he heard Zeta call, "Li Han, come here quit me." He immediately replied, "I am coming right away, Professor." As soon as Li Han stood up, seedling behind him suddenly emitted a brilliant Gidon-on halo of Li. The entire plot of land was instantly bathed in bright sunlight overflowing Kut vitality. However, people inside lacked any sign of vitality. Everyone looked gone and haggard, their eyes blurring from hunger, constantly moaning that they were starving to death. Just then, a brilliant Genie Li suddenly appeared at a P door, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Li Han walked in radiant, waving his hand and saying with a smile, "Everyone, I am back." In his hand, he carried a basket of food that smelled enticingly delicious. Instantly, people in Nelly room jumped up as if they had met their savior, welcoming him back and asking if that was food. "This idea gift of gratitude from Professor Lei Bo," he said. Faced Kutki allure of food, all eyes were glued to Leaky basket, mouths watering, they began fawning and him, saying he was indeed an honorable friend and that Warden family was truly LP best in the empire. Looking at their faces gaunt from hunger, Li Han couldn't help but compare them to a flock of baby birds waiting to be fed. They had changed so much in just a few weeks. Quat that said, he placed the food basket on the table. Li Han then rolled up his sleeves and said with a smile, "Wait a moment, I'll cook some soup for everyone." He expertly placed a pot of water on Ike nearby burning stove. His skillful movements in chopping vegetables and cooking amazed I crowd who were constantly swallowing hard. Watching Lucky Man intently cooking newly arrested her chin on her hand, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she smiled. Unconsciously, she thought Li Han looked like a master alchemist, meticulously brewing a spiritual elixir step by step. When Niki water boiled, Li Han scooped some up to taste ET. He licked his lips in satisfaction and said, "P flavor IDK just right now." Li Han then turned around and called all, "Teat ready, everyone bring your bowls here." Driven by hunger, he others immediately and obediently followed his instructions. Their empty stomachs were quickly filled and Niki meal suddenly became strangely heartwarming. Suddenly, a friend walked up and tapped Li Han lightly on Ki's shoulder. He stammered, scratching IP corner of his mouth, and said, "I have a favor to ask of Dayu." As a result, Li Han appeared in front of Adanath 8 door. Like key person inside was reading a book when she suddenly heard a knock at Ike door. Adanath opened Li door, her face showing slight surprise to see him standing there. Li Han smiled and held all a bowl of soup, saying, "I just cooked some food, would you like to try some?" Adanath took a bowl of soup and asked suspiciously, "I deek this portion really foamy. Everyone else has already had their share, so you don't need to worry." Li Han answer caught Adanath a guard. She looked down at Li Ki fun bowl of soup, hesitating, but Li Han quickly urged her on. Reluctantly, Adanath scooped up a spoonful and tasted it. Her eyes widened in immediate surprise. The rich, fresh sweetness of vegetables immediately spread throughout her mouth. That satisfied expression made Li Han very pleased. He stared at her and thought, "I originally intended for her to eat in Leek room, but it seems she ate truly very hungry." Adanath shyly closed the B door quickly. "Thandu, I will definitely repay this favor later." Li Han leisurely descended by stairs. Everyone had been waiting for him downstairs for a long time. The young man from earlier immediately eagerly asked, "IDP she?" Li Han replied, "Yeet seems she really likes that dish." Li young man's facial muscles immediately relaxed. He sighed in relief and asked, "From now on, can I continue to ask you for this favor? We'll pay double Leaky silver, lie this time." As soon as he heard likey words, double, Li Han's eyes lit up. He immediately gave a thumbs up in agreement. To be served by a noble Limi ID in honor fo Ehe royal family. Of course, Heat named Ganando must be excluded from that statement. That afternoon in another classroom, Vidali sat his arms crossed on a chair quietly supervising my students. Li Han gently tapped his finger and thou, "My contract only states that I have to teach during fixed hours. Training students isn't my obligation." Vidali 8 gaze suddenly shifted to Li Han, who was practicing next to him, but that immense amount of ma di each. I will definitely regret it if I let him slip away. A possessive thought suddenly arose in his mind. Vidali suddenly cleared his throat. Do you have anything do you want to ask? Sudden question startled Lihan, making him sweat. Did I, Professor, find I'm being lazy? He stammered, haphazardly coming up with a question. So, what a key point of this kind of training, after all? Vidali seemed surprised and asked in return. Didn't Dio write explanatory notes Fug lecture? Lihan's face darkened and he was speechless internally. He clearly just asked me if I had any questions. He immediately changed his question, so I want to know how this exercise relates to combat. Hearing that question, Vidali closed his eyes in contemplation, which made Lihan suddenly feel a bit uneasy. Not long after, Vidali suddenly opened his eyes and uttered a sentence that sent a chill down his spine. I don't know how to answer this question, because its answer ID too obvious. Finishing his words, Vidali waved his hand and stood up. Let me do an example. He picked up Lippy brush pen, and a cold killing intent emanated around him. I can give you do with just this pen. Those cloudy eyes made Lihan involuntarily grit his teeth. This example sounds a bit too scary. Vidali waved his hand, turned to another spot, and explained, Hi tier ma di chi ID not the most important factor in combat. Dio and Lai need a weapon capable of killing lock opponent. He wrote on keyboard while speaking, when do you rotate key spirit star stone, you are actually training your ability to concentrate powerful long-range spells. In just a moment, two figures Ting spells appeared on a Li board. Vidali continued, even if he'd ate just a first circle Medici missile, its power still depends on a Li user. To help everyone visualize, Adali immediately gave an example a mage with a flawed magical foundation would find it very difficult to optimize their skills in combat. A misdo brutal battlefield chaotic sounds and raging flames. Combined quote thick murderous who raw covering place, all of this would seep ready immense pressure. His voice suddenly dropped yet, foe a mage possessing a solid magical foundation. Light chalk in his hand suddenly shot all. E.T. whistled past Li Han 8 hand. Key chalk flew wildly everywhere, repeatedly hitting key walls and sparking. Li terrifying pressure forced him to tense his entire body to withstand it. Li chalk suddenly stopped, streaks of dust spread throughout leaky room, yet everything remained intact, not even a tiny scratch. He looked around, Professor seemed to have created two explosions quit two spell casts. Adali suddenly appeared right behind him. Li Professor gently patted his shoulder and said, someone quit a solid foundation can do things like this. Li Han was utterly astonished. He cast this kind of ma di each without even breaking a sweat. Vodali lowered his eyes and lazily spoke, I think I just stated leaky obvious. ID that answer satisfactory. Li Han gave a forced smile at then you. Vodali immediately turned away. Li Han continued to watch, his gaze filled with myriad emotions. He now had a completely different perception of this professor. He had the Li Professor and Li taught half-heartedly and superficially, but he turned to everything Li Professor had ever done concealed a hidden purpose. So, besides grades I can learn many other things from me Professor. Thought flashed through his mind, and he immediately asked, Professor, may I ask another question? Hearing that, Vodali turned his head back. He slowly explained, recently I successfully activated basic Sion Tren Madi Che. However, I still can't Hun Tren eat as I wish. Li Professor turned around and said, your Manar reservoir must be incredibly large. He immediately admitted. I often get that Siva M men. Vodali's assessment made him even more excited. Key Professor spotted the problem coot just a glance. He'd sure to have a brilliant idea for this. He was fun of anticipation. Who knows, he might even offer a reasonable solution. I wonder what method Professor will teach. Vodali suddenly extended a hand. He immediately gripped Li Han's wrist. Drain mana, he commanded coldly. Instantly Tren purple ray enveloped his surroundings. Li Han flinched utterly terrified. One must know that Drain Mana, a powerful, but extremely insidious spell that can absorb Waptagat, 8 mana. Yet Vodali used it on his own student. Li Han cried all in panic. Wait! Vidali opened his eyes wide then stood motionless for a moment. He flinched slightly and a look of astonishment immediately appeared on his face. Before Vidali's eyes appeared a vast, endless ocean. He was dazed, his face pale, and his whole body swayed, losing balance. Right after that Vidali collapsed to lie ground. Li Han panicked and quickly rushed forward to ask, Professor, are you alright? Vidali immediately raised his hand to sex-top him. His face was pale as he replied, I am fine. Vidali held his forehead and explained, I intended to reduce the key amount of Madich power to make it easier for Dio to keen Tren, but I failed. Your Madich power ID even greater than I thou. Normally, a person who possesses Madich power beyond their endurance will lose seat on Tren and faint, similar to what just happened to Professor Vodali. But it would be illogical if Vodali, a professor at Enroga, didn't know his own limits. Li Han looked down at his hand, thinking, if my Madich power ID truly enough to make a professor faint, then how much ID eat really? He gave an awkward laugh, saying, I didn't expect such a strong measure to still be useless. It seems there ain't no other way. But Vidali immediately interrupted him. No, there ain't still a way. Hearing that, Li Han was overjoyed, and his whole face immediately lit up. However, he next question made him freeze. Has object do used fiend Tren my D Chan ever rushed back towards Diu? Li Han's expression immediately darkened, and he replied, not yet. Vidali raised his index finger saying P most important key ID instinct. He pointed at Li Han and said, although eat very difficult to see on Tren, when a mage 8 will connect quit an object, Diu can seen Tren eat quit instinct. Li new concept sparked a Seps Tren association in Li Han 8 mind. Wait a minute, does that mean Li P stones I threw at their heads also carried my will? Vodali Voirango again pulling him back to reality, instinct ID incredibly powerful. To use 8 do must train your ability to keen Tron objects. Excitement surged and Li Han ate hard again. She was indeed not in vain to wait for an expert aid answer. If I can gradually view such formulas, Vadali picked up a blue orb and asked, "Are you ready?" Li Han looked at leaky orb spinning in front of him, still not understanding what was about to happen. Vadali pointed at his own chin and said, "I will aim directly at your chin. Try to use elementary Kintron Medich to protect yourself." After hearing that, Li Han froze, stammering,
Wait, Professor, this ID too absurd.
But before he could finish speaking, blue orb shot straight at his face. Li Han wanted to cry but couldn't make a sound. In his fright, he couldn't curse silently,
Damn mate!
"You scoundrel!" And so, throughout that afternoon, desperate shouts continuously rang all in
Classroom, get all of way!
However, blue orb controlled by Vadali still hovered, completely refusing to stop. As for Li Han, he was exhausted and collapsed right there on Li spot. Vadali crossed his arms, casually praising, "Do have succeeded. Now do can feel your power of seen Tren." Even though his limbs were weary, Li Han still tried to happily then ace Professor Fo his training. But deep down, his tears had become a vast ocean. "I am truly an idiot Fo trusting this monstrous professor." Professor Vadali slowly extended a hand in front of him. "No need to thank me, this ID key all leaky result of your efforts." His voice sounded very gentle, which was understandable, as Li Han had just been trained almost to death. Nevertheless, he still smiled, took he Professor Eight hand and replied, "Do flatter me." Vadali pulled him to his feet, holding another sphere in his other hand. "Alright, this IDT just a regular iron sphere." Quit that said, he immediately raised key sphere high. "Try using basic scene Tren Medich to move ET." Vadali casually threw leaky sphere towards him, his expression unchanged. Although Li Han didn't understand what was happening, he still quickly drew his Mod D each wand. He pointed Li tip of his wand forward and commanded, "Move!" The iron sphere immediately stopped in midair. Vadali continued, "Now make it move according to my words." Li Han followed, down clockwise counterclockwise. Li's sphere obediently followed tip of his wand like a small dog. Vadali nodded a few times with satisfaction. "That will do." He shrugged and stepped forward. "From now on we will practice Kud iron spheres instead of spirit star stones." Li Han asked anxiously, "I still can't draw Medich circles with spirit star stones. I heat really okay." Vadali and Li replied, "Try doing Li P same Kuda spirit star stone." Li Han thoughtfully looked at Li's sphere in his hand. "I haven't tried that in a long time." He gently flicked his hand, and Li Blu's sphere immediately flew up. Keeper Prox was much easier than before, which greatly astonished Li Han. Vadali calmly explained, "True mages are forged from harsh experiences." He sat down and let out a sigh. "Spirit star stones are merely tools for inexperienced mages. You don't need them anymore." Vadali glanced towards Li Han, asking him to try drawing U circle again using an iron sphere. "When your skills improve further, I will give you a tate similar to what you just did," Vadali said casually while Li Han was still reeling from astonishment. But immediately after Li Han's expression turned extremely unsightly, he startled and dropped a ice sphere. Vadali's expression remained unchanged. He had long understood that there were two types of people in Li Ki world. One type freezes in terror when their life ID in danger. Li's other type will resist fiercely and shrewdly. Li Han was Li's second type of person, therefore he possessed all Li's necessary qualities to become a battle mage. A determination suddenly arose in Vadali's heart. "If that AT case, I must teach this class a different, more effective method." Li Castle on top of Enroga Hill appeared majestically amidst ice sunset glow. Li Han walked avis to Digilink and spoke, "Have you been waiting long?" She shook her head, indicating that it was no problem. At this moment, Digilink observed him for a while, then asked worriedly, "Also, you don't look well. Did something happen?" Li Han, his face haggard and worn after Vadali training session, ground his teeth and replied, "Not at all. I am fine." Digilink personally handed it to him and said, "This ID, a monk 8 robe." Li Han took it and sincerely thanked her very much. Having finished speaking, he presented a carefully wrapped, delicious Ginwan cake and said, "This ID a small token of my gratitude." Digilink immediately raised her hand in refusal. "There's no need to be so formal." She placed her hand on her chest and said reverently in a low voice, "Sen Presinga IDP still suffering. How can I enjoy such delicious treats?" Hearing that, Li Han also felt awkward. An image of Madrid flashed in his mind as he thought, "Sister, this ID indeed not easy." At that moment, as Digilink was tidying up her belongings, she continued, "Sate Phi, go ahead and give hate to someone who truly needs it." As she spoke, she set her cup on the table. "Drinking just tea, ID enough Fumi." As if suddenly enlightened, Li Han's eyes lit up. He happily suggested, "Then can I brew some tea for you?" Digilink asked skeptically, "Do you want to brew tea for me?" Fearing her refusal, Li Han quickly murmured, "I also quite enjoy brewing tea," and immediately rolled up his sleeves to get ready. He calculated secretly, "I've heard that monks usually like green tea or sugarless coffee." Li Han stole a look at Digilink sitting there and thought, "She must think I'm going to brew that ordinary kind of tea." But, while keeping an eye on the boiling water, Li Han mischievously added a variety of colorful ingredients. "Zeke can't be that simple. I'll help you broaden your horizons with a completely new flavor." Digilink seemed to notice something unusual. She jumped up in alarm and asked, "What are you doing? Didn't you say you were going to brew tea?" Li Han calmly replied, "DP something wrong." He immediately acted hurt to gain her sympathy. "This IDP my family ate secret recipe. Do you think there ate a problem quote 8? Digilink fell faux heat and stammered her explanation, "Keat not that. I didn't say your family's secret had any problem." Digilink tried to salvage a key situation, but adding sugar ID a bit. Li Han continued to feign hurt, tears on lucky verge of falling. Do you think my family recipe ID a waste?" His expression seemed to reproach her for being heartless. Digilink was shaken by him and didn't know how to respond for a moment, unable to force a weary smile. Finally, Digilink grew despondent. Unable to argue further, she gave up and obediently returned to her seat to wait. Satisfied, Li Hen poured tea into Li Ki cup and thou. Now that 8 more Li eat. He set a Li cup in front of her and invited her. This IDP a special milk tea. Li give 8 a try. Digilink was both curious and eager, yet conflicted because she didn't want to break away from her usual tastes. In a peon, she accepted Iki cup and raised eat fo a taste. Immediately after, Digilink 8 taste buds seemed to explode. White delicious tea flavor left her both astonished and enchanted. Both her body and mind seemed to be fully embraced by that flavor, causing Digilink to sink into a lightheaded sensation. Hidden within Li Ki mild sweetness was a hint of herbs and a sense of refreshment, an enchanting flavor she had never tasted before spread through her mouth. Digilink savored eat intently. Li Hen observed her expression and thou excitedly, awesome, eat a success! He spoke again, then allow me to brew another type of tea. Li Nu tea was brewed with sugar nuts, cocoa powder, and boiling water followed by adding milk, stirring well, and finally adding cornstarch. Li Ki Fi and XT ghee was completed, creating a special cocoa tea under Li Ki Warden family Big Ren. Digilink looked at Li Pi new cup of tea hesitantly, her eyes as if they were doubting her whole life. She double-checked, isn't this soup? Li Hen immediately used his old trick, this my family ate traditional tea. Digilink despondently accepted, people I don't brew any more. Afterwards, she mustered all her courage to take a sip. Iki flavor as soon as he touched her tongue left Digilink completely astonished. Digilink drank continuously without stopping. Li Hen stood beside her thinking quid amusement. How ID. Delicious, right? This ID a completely new sensory pleasure food. He continued to curl his lips, silently thinking quid satisfaction about this successful method. In Li Hen at mind, a scene of himself as a demon in human form appeared, happily tempting Digilink to eat and drink. I will fatten you up, quote dishes that aren't tea but still bear Iki name of tea. By late afternoon, Whitey cocoa tea had been drunk clean by Digilink, without a single drop left. Digilink spoke up quote satisfaction, this kind of tea ID indeed very delicious. Without realizing eat, Li Hen had approached and placed his hand on her shoulder. He spoke quote feigned wickedness. Now that you have drunk eat, you can't quit halfway. From now on, come here on time. Digilink replied quote a slight tremble, you don't need to act so dangerous. Late into night, Ki Fun moon rose high and shone bright. Sounds of conversation rang out. Than du fo, eek tea. Dear welcome, I'll see you again tomorrow. Li Xin returned to Wide Tower, where lights were flickering in leaky night. Low-key figures of 2 people walked leisurely while chatting. Let it head back soon. I hope tomorrow 8 class will be more peaceful. Li Han hid himself in darkness and thought to himself, ETID currently curfew, all students must return to YP dormitory. But in EP next second, he pulled his cloak tightly around himself and turned in another direction. While I will go all in EP middle of night to pray. After thinking that, Li Han immediately quickened his pace to leave. His figure glided freely through like night, as he thought happily to himself. I am just a young monk filled with faith. Li Pi scene shifted to Key Shrine where Li Han had appeared, warily calculating. I must be very careful. I don't know how many traps are hidden around here. He walked along I corridor while telling himself, fortunately there were no problems on P first floor exactly as predicted. Li Han suddenly recalled a memory from before, thinking back, this ID key first time I've come to Great Hall since key entrance ceremony. He carefully observed entire dome and thought first I should cha places I've never been. Suddenly Li Han noticed something unusual. Rafoldate silhouette gradually appeared ahead. He observed silently, not wanting to alert enemy. Leak other person kept looking around, completely unaware of Li Han, making him speculate intently. Could that be a professor? Li Han pulled his hood higher to see clearly, thinking in surprise, no, wait, that person ID, a student from Li Blac Tortoise Tower. Li Han followed quietly, seeing him move so lightly that he didn't make a sow. Observing that stride, he was certain each other party had received professional training. People from that clan are usually not welcomed in Empire. Many have committed theft Olai as vagrants. Li Han really wanted to believe it was just his own prejudice, but Li Han looked at Y key in his hand. Leak other personate intention seemed crystal clear. He thought to himself, what if they were both aiming for Whitey same goal? Li Han quietly approached and threatened in a cold voice, don't make a sow. Oh, I'll kill you Dayu. He was frozen quote fear but obediently stayed silent, not daring to speak a quips. Li Han smiled quote satisfaction, feeling that cooperating with this person might not be a bad choice. A moment later, a reproachful voice rang, oh, you just scared Li life all of me. He clutched his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you were a professor. I didn't expect you to be a student too. Li Han then apologized for what had just happened. Then he asked Fuwaki other 8 name, and leaky person began to introduce himself. His name was Radford, a professional thief belonging to Li Silver Gold Guild. Although no students actively looked for trouble, Radford always felt like he was being shunned by everyone. Therefore, he desperately yearned for recognition from his peers within Iki Tower. For that reason, Radford began searching for a place where essential supplies were stored. And after a period of extremely thorough investigation, he finally found a P door that was most likely E-Key-1. Radford had even utilized his talent to craft a specialized key specifically for that door. Li Han held Li's key and praised him. Do you really get? Radford happily replied. That it because I spent all my time making eat. Radford asked back, but who are you anyway? Looking at your outfit and actions, could you be from Leaky White Tiger Tower? Li Han smiled and replied, I am Li Han Warden as, a student of Li Bi Luke Reginen Tower. Upon hearing that name, Radford immediately jumped in SC. I teat that notorious high noble family. Seeing his expression, Li Han quickly reassured him. You don't need to be that surprised. Lehan reached his hand to Radford. We should cooperate. 2 people are better than 1. But those words made him even more flustered. Radford asked back in disbelief, "ID that really okay? Do you are a high noble?" Lehan smiled and pointed at himself. "Then what do you think I'm doing right now?" Radford stepped closer and asked, "Are you serious?" Lehan smiled and replied, "We don't have much time, let it go." Lehan looked at Leaky tightly closed door and asked if it could be opened. Radford replied, "No, it probably protected by Mage she?" He crossed his arms and pondered. As expected, conventional methods were completely insufficient. Lehan 8 gaze suddenly stopped on Likey symbol engraved in Likey middle of Iki door. As soon as he saw P sign clearly, he was immediately astonished. Lehan told Radford to quickly step aside. He picked up Lee key and realized it also had a symbol identical to E1 on Lee P door. Lehan inserted E key directly into E lock. He tentatively tried turning key door knob. Radford was instantly stunned when E door actually unlocked. He asked where Wee key came from, and Lehan calmly said he had stolen 8 from E principal A drawer. Previously, he had kept this a secret from Asen. But Lehan had found Eat along Kuda note from E key principal. He kept Eat for a rainy day, never expecting Yeet to work here. Radford looked at him in horror, wondering what kind of person he really was. Lehan reminded himself to stay vigilant, as he had sensed the scent of a conspiracy. Both of them carefully pushed Lie door, opening 8 slowly. A passage leading downward gradually revealed itself, and Lehan softly said, "Let go quickly." However, Radford still stood motionless, refusing to take another step. Suddenly, he laid flat on AE ground, pressing his ear against E floor. Radford heard movement below and realized there were people down there. Upon hearing this, Lehan was clearly overjoyed. He realized that supplies were being transported via an underground tunnel, and delivering goods after curfew would prevent them from being detected by E students. Lehan confidently asserted, "I am certain key supplies are down here, let it go down." Leaky too began to follow Key pitch Beely C staircase downward. After going a set distance, Radford suddenly lowered his voice. "We've NNly gone down a little way. But this place I dock already as walks as a graveyard." Since he could no longer see Key path, he intended to cast a lie spell. But Lehan immediately reached to stop him. Hearing his explanation, Radford found it very logical and said, "I forgot to take that into account." His heart was full of curiosity. Who exactly was this person, and why was he so familiar with such situations? Radford suddenly recalled lie stories that had been passed around. Others did not even dare to whisper his name. Even princes and princesses had to hold their breath when facing him. He could even tame a thunderbird with just a single incantation. Look, more Radford thought about it, more terrified he became. Could all those rumors actually be true? While he was Lud and Thou, Lehan turned his head to signal that they had arrived. Lee too peeked inside, and Lehan guessed that this entire floor was used as a storage v-how. Lehan spoke in a low voice, warning them to be extremely cautious upon entering. An invisible current of air suddenly brushed past E-key lamp. Lee current quickly transformed into zigzagging sparks, becoming longer and denser by p-second. Lehan continued his warning, emphasizing that they must not let their guard down while sneaking in. Lee flickering flames around Lee lamp began to tremble strangely. They repeatedly struck like wall, creating streaks of light that grew longer and thicker. He watched silently, wondering why such a bizarre phenomenon would appear here when all Lee lamps were already lit. Just then, Lippy saw of slow footsteps approached. Lehan was immediately startled to realize someone was coming. He watched E-key figure appear and wondered skeptically if it was EP person and she see of EV how. Late newcomer immediately began to check quantity of each type of cargo. Lehan and Radford held their breath, silently watching person rearrange key items. He signaled Fu Radford to stay silent, thinking to himself that he hadn't expected everything to be managed so meticulously. Suddenly a somber voice rang all from behind. "Who are you?" Lee question left Lehan frozen, and he cursed inwardly, "Damn neat, we've been discovered." Lehan and Radford turned around to look at Leek person who had spoken, but their face remained hidden in Leaky shadows. Despite Leaky tension, he reminded himself to stay calm and keep a cun head to handle a key situation, while simultaneously planning to use lie to blind Leek opponent. However, when he saw P-personate eyes, Lehan was immediately astonished. It was said that once a person loses one of their senses, wide remaining ones become much sharper. Even so, Lehan still felt it was absurd that Ban Patan had discovered them. Because Ike 2 of them hadn't made any noise, Ban Patan shouldn't have been able to distinguish them from locked surrounding objects. Ban Patan did not know what Lehan was planning, but through his covered eyes, he suddenly sensed something unusual. In his perception, 2 blurry figures gradually emerged before him. One of the 2 figures was emitting a source of magical power that surged like a waterfall. That source of power transformed into an immense, endless body of water that seemed capable of engulfing everything. This terrifying sight caused Ban Patan to freeze in place. Unexpectedly, Ban Patan immediately bowed in greeting to Lehan. Sensing that overwhelming amount of Madich, he instantly regarded Lehan as his master. Afterward, Ban Patan calmly walked away to continue his work. Lehan watched Ban Patan 8 figure disappear into Iki distance, still finding it hard to believe what had just happened. Lehan pondered Likey title of master that Ban Patan had just mentioned. He said to Radford, "Yeet seems that he can recognize us through Madich power." Things were indeed not as easy as expected. Lehan patted Radford 8's shoulder to reassure him and then continued forward. They could not take any supplies here because quantity of goods was meticulously inventoried. Likey 2 began to est fu another way all. Radford suddenly seemed to discover something. He quickly said to Lehan, "I hear many things moving in this direction." Radford immediately laid him through a X-ray of turns. Lihan couldn't help but praise. Teach your first time here. Yet your ability to find your way ID's truly impressive. He curiously asked further, but why have you been speaking to me so formally since earlier? Radford didn't answer, and lied telling him not to worry about E.T. Radford suddenly sensed that they were almost there. Their footsteps suddenly halted. Before them was Enley, a cold dead end. Radford was extremely puzzled, because he was certain that something was hidden ahead. Lihan remained silent, and Lee quietly observing his surroundings. His gaze stopped on a brick and knee wall, and he had already figured Iluki's reason. Unlike Radford, who grew up in a small town as a thief, Lihan grew up surrounded by countless stories of Lee Ki world. Then to those stories, his imagination was even richer than that of a professional thief. Lihan placed his hand on the EP brick on Lee Ki wall, and ET immediately sank deep inward. Pete dead and wall in front of IP2 gradually separated, transforming into a secret door. Behind Lie door was a long and wide passage. Radford secretly rejoiced. Seeing Li Pi within Lie here, he was certain that this was Li Pi Weiao. He turned to look at Lihan, fun of confusion. How did this person know? Radford began to doubt if he truly belonged to Blika Gordana's family. At this moment, Lihan was so happy that he burst a laughing, because he had finally found an opportunity to escape from this place. Lihan felt that all his efforts were for this very moment. He was so happy that tears welled up in his eyes, and he said,
Let it go, Radford.
He eagerly replied, Young Master Gordonas. Wyke and Roga employees continued to work. They always had to strictly adhere to 3 rules. They must absolutely not reveal what they saw. They were not allowed to initiate conversations and must not develop any curiosity, even if a priest were to appear. By time B students appeared on Iki opposite side of Leaky entrance, they still refused to utter a single quips. Lihan and Radford secretly exchanged words. Lai Wei they were intentionally ignoring us was truly Stren, and Radford agreed. I think they are pretending not to have seen us yet. He rubbed his chin and pondered. That way he could avoid unnecessary suspicious matters. He took leapy initiative to step forward and strike up a conversation. Quote an old man. When he expressed his wish to hire a carriage to leave, old man immediately agreed happily. A carriage slowly began to run. Sitting inside a carriage, Lihan reassured Radford beside him, stay calm, nothing has gone wrong so far. What caught his attention instead was that Radford 8 assessment of him seemed a bit Wakita-P. He looked toward Likey 2 drivers, but still, no one would speak up. He thought to himself that this was reasonable. After all, this world was not easy to lie in at all. Einrota IDP a symbol of royal power and mages, so 8 has countless enemies. Not only does 8 involve political forces, but all valuable goods also pass through here, so all P risks are certainly extremely high. He guessed this tense atmosphere was just a side-eye facey, but not allowing newcomers to leave was still far too unreasonable. Why carriage suddenly jerked to a halt, leaving both Radford and Lihan puzzled as to why 8 had stopped. His eyes widened instantly as he saw something, stuttering how ID this possible. Lihan was startled when he saw her, completely unable to understand why she was appearing here. Gaxier was standing next to Y carriage, talking to someone beside her. It seemed that work was progressing smoothly, as she was smiling radiantly quit joy. But Lee puzzling thing was why Professor Gaxier had come here, carrying a box of fruit in her arms. He felt secretly uneasy. Had he been caught? But looking at Lee P's situation, he didn't seem likely. Radford told him quit a pained expression. There ate a professor standing right outside. Lihan quickly signaled faux silence and reassured him. I don't think she knows we're here yet. He lowered his voice first. Let 8 just observe Oki's situation quietly, but even after saying so, his heart remained restless. He kept wondering in his mind exactly why she had come to this place. Just as Garcia opened a bag in her hand, a faint glow floated off. Ozuade image appeared and delivered a message. Iki imperial officials must be waiting outside the academy. Hand this Hervik to them. She sighed inwardly. I have to transfer artifacts to them every time. How troublesome. Furthermore, those 2 were always trembling as if they had seen a got. Even though she was online smiling, they still looked scared to death. Suddenly Key bunny-eared staff member heard a suspicious noise. Immediately after, he drew his sword and assumed a ready stance to face Daiki enemy. He turned to guide brown, haired young man beside him, urging Doc Other to quickly draw his weapon. Garcia saw this and was puzzled. What ID this? Did you draw your sword just because I smiled? A rabbit-eared person hastily explained loudly, No, Professor, I heard a warning signal from Lucky Vanguard Lee situation ID extremely urgent. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Garcia was a bit stunned and didn't immediately understand what was happening. In the quiet depths of Leapy Night Forest, a threatening shout suddenly echoed. This ID your finite warning. Lay Vanguard Captain stood before 2 heavily cloaked individuals pointing and shouting, Immediately reveal your identities. Garax deliberately concealed his identity. What are you talking about? We're just passing merchants. Hearing this, Captain grew more annoyed, sarcastically emphasizing Quis merchants again. He continued to yell, You're clearly lying. Do you think we didn't see weapons hidden behind your backs? Exposed, Garax immediately threw his cloak, weapon in hand, and laughed. Academy staff are quite formidable. Are you soldiers or mercenaries? Lai Captain paid no attention to his words and immediately ordered everyone loudly to form ranks. Everyone quickly took their positions, drawing their crossbows simultaneously in preparation to fire. Following Leaky Captain 8 command, everyone immediately aimed at Garax and fired in unison. However, Garax was not at all surprised, as if he had known this would happen. He quickly erected a protective barrier, rendering all incoming arrows completely ineffective. Garax laughed mockingly. How foolish. Did you think we would come here unprepared? Why Vanguard immediately panicked. These are not ordinary bandits. Who are you people? Garax gripped his weapon tightly, glaring menacingly at them. He roared a threat. You are aiding Likey mages in pushing Li P Empire to P brink of collapse. Throw down your weapons and surrender. We will execute the Empire from impending doom. A Vanguard member screamed in terror. By heavens and our ancestors. They are we P anti-Medici group, those who deny Medici and sow chaos. Garax clenched his weapon and growled. My warning has ended. They charged forward, roaring, under key glory of Dawn Twilight Brigade, I will execute Dio. Just then, a Medici wand suddenly appeared, saving everyone in each of time. A divine LVE barrier quickly formed, creating a sturdy shield that separated two sides. The entire anti-Medici group was immediately stopped outside the protective circle. Everyone cheered joyfully, Professor ID indeed terrifyingly powerful. Garcia focused on protecting everyone but remained anxious in her heart, even though she had used a Ma-DH shield to top them. However, Lee's current situation was still far from optimistic. Lee's opponents were members of Key Twilight Dawn Team, individuals who had killed countless mages, and besides battle mages, few could long endure combat quit them. The thing Garcia could do at this moment was to unleash her fun power. Garcia immediately created thousands of messenger birds. She intended to alert others, while trying to hold off foe as long as possible. She absolutely had to persevere until Lee Headmaster appeared. Outside Lee barrier they made a new move, taking a giant Ma-DH orb. That orb was emitting an incredibly eerie power. Lee energy emanating from it grew stronger and stronger. Before long, key surge of power had enveloped Garcia's entire area in Vanguard Tim. Garcia watched in astonishment as a protective barrier gradually faded. Ma-DH power in her body was also constantly dissipating, leaving Garcia completely bewildered. As Vanguard Tim hadn't yet fully grasped I's situation, Garcia slowly explained that Ma-DH was inherently not an all-powerful force. Because many methods exist to destroy Ma-DH, but an artifact that can absorb Ma-DH power on such a wide scale ID truly extremely rare. More they watched the key orb frantically draining Ma-DH power, more bewildered everyone felt. Garcia guessed it might be an ancient artifact, which made Waki Vanguard Captain even more astonished. He asked in surprise, are you saying it an extremely rare treasure found in ruins o dungeons? But why do these people possess it? Garcia's mind was a mess. She draining all the Ma-DH power I just gathered. I can't maintain my Ma-DH anymore. What should I do now? Just then, a figure suddenly leaped off from behind Lee bushes. He charged straight behind Garcia and yelled, Evil mage, time for you to be punished. Garcia was ambushed, completely unaware of when he had sneaked up. But that person suddenly froze, seemingly having just taken a sneak attack from behind, and then fell face down to ground. One who had ambushed Garcia was subdued, everything happened too quickly for group to comprehend. Seeing him lying unconscious on Lee ground, everyone next to Garcia grew even more surprised. 10 minutes earlier, Lehan, who was standing nearby, heard Leek loud shouts of Key Twilight Dawn Tim. He sighed, this is an Kalachite trap, IDE. Radford, worried, clutched his hand. Young Master Gordanas, what should we do? Lehan immediately ordered Radford to quickly conceal himself. Then he leaned closer and whispered to Radford to get ready to execute their plan. Radford still looked worried, but Lehan calmly reassured him, I have my own plan, don't be afraid. Lehan's footsteps became increasingly urgent as he calculated Lee's situation, Lee Dawn Twilight Squad ID and anti-Medici organization, and if they are not stopped now, a greater disaster will surely arise in Lee's future. Thinking of this, his determination grew firmer, and his figure silently blended into Ike Knight to conceal his movements. Garcia and Vanguard were still in SC, watching enemy before them suddenly get knocked unconscious. Lehan approached and called Auto YD Professor, causing her to ask in surprise, Lehan, why are you here? Garcia scanned her surroundings but could not see him, so Lehan vaguely explained, Professor, Dio Unli need to know that I am using invisibility Ma-DH, etate a long story. He then immediately suggested that Professor quickly issue instruction. Garcia quickly understood key situation and commanded those behind her, everyone, hold your weapons firmly, we have called foe reinforcements from Academy and they will be here soon. Until then Lehan, I need your Everyone immediately prepared their crossbows aiming in unison toward key enemy. Garcia loudly instructed Lehan to just stay well hidden and avoid getting hurt. Dawn Twilight Squad pierced through a grain of arrows, aggressively closing in a storm. Witnessing their combat speed, Lehan could not help but be startled. Enemy was terrifyingly fast, and all of them were seasoned assassins. He was surprised that Key Professor did not cast any Ma-DH, and Garcia explained, all of my Mana-ID being absorbed. Immediately after, she suddenly realized how are you still able to maintain your invisibility spell. At this moment, a vague conjecture suddenly flashed through Lehan's mind. Garcia also came up with a new idea unexcitedly said, because your Mana-ID is vast as White Ocean, Lehan, quickly transfer some to me. He did not hesitate for a moment and agreed immediately. Y2 clasped hands tightly, quickly forming a connection. Garcia instantly felt a powerful source of mana surging into her body. That power quickly converged on her wand, leaving even Garcia somewhat astonished. Even Lehan did not expect Ma-DH generated to be that powerful. A giant ice scepter formed from Lee Key, shifting mana flow, striking terror into Lee enemy. Immediately after, countless sharp ice needles shot rapidly toward foes. Key Dawn Twilight Squad panicked and shouted, get away from that thing quickly. However, Lee's attack was aimed directly at brightly glowing artifact orb. The moment ice beam struck Lee orb, they created an explosion that shook the entire area. Key's shifi of Key orb cracked instantly from enduring such immense impact. Just a few seconds later, it exploded violently, as if releasing all Lee mana it had just absorbed. Garcia cheered happily. T worked, my Mana-ID returning. She immediately took Shepuc of dealing with other areas, leaving Lee Han to focus on main to gate. Lee's source of Na on Garcia 8 wand once again glowed brightly. Garcia immediately summoned flesh-eating Thinty wolves. A few of them were terrified, quickly pulling each other along to escape. At that very moment, Li Han suddenly discovered something unusual. He could sense that, though very faint, Key Professor Gate power seemed to still be flowing elsewhere. Although that artifact was already cracked, it still seemed to be silently operating. With just a glance, he saw an eerie lie emanating from E.T. Li Han immediately warned, Professor, artifact ID still active. We Twilight Dawn squad, taking advantage of Garcia's moment of distraction, immediately rushed forward. Attack quickly! Don't let that sorceress continue her assault! Garcia gnashed her teeth in annoyance. Damn mate, they've closed in while I was attacking E-Key artifact. Li Han quickly ran a VE to provide Kovi Professor. Just one swing of his staff was enough to knock a one person. They looked confusedly at their comrade who had suddenly fallen, as there was clearly nothing around him. One person quickly realized, everyone calm down, someone nearby ID definitely using invisibility Medici. Immediately after, Li Han took a heavy blow. He was inwardly astonished. How can they react so quickly to an enemy invisible to Wiki naked eye? Moreover, he person standing in front of him was definitely not ordinary. Li Han clearly sensed that Iki source of Medici energy from that man was completely different from Li Ki others. Seeing Garcia struggling against his comrades, he told himself, I absolutely cannot let this man get sequel you to Professor. Li Han pulled up Li hood of his cloak, completely covering his face. Then he cast a spell. My form appears in Li Lai. Garax looked at him and scoffed. I didn't expect Iki one behind these clever tricks to be just a kid. We'll teach you a lesson foe daring to get in our way. Li Han remained unflinching and replied coldly, Do you think I am a fool? In the very next second, he darted past E crowd and rushed straight towards E artifact. Li Han basically didn't need to directly engage them in combat. Li Twilight Dawn squad realized his intention and shouted,
8 going Fooey artifact! Catch him quickly! Don't let him touch 8!
Li Han knew that a direct confrontation at this moment was extremely dangerous, so he continued to cast an invisibility spell. Garax ordered loudly, I'll deal quit him! Will the rest of you go to Yuki other side and attack that sorceress? While they hadn't even had time to act, Li Han calmly sought a solution. Then he immediately took a sphere from his person. As Li Han waved his hand, Li's sphere shot forward and then split into countless other projectiles, striking one of Li's enemies. They immediately warned each other, be careful, he ain't using an invisible weapon. That kid knows how to fight, absolutely don't let your guard down. Li Han's body gradually felt uncomfortable. This battle was completely different from a class, his mind was burning as if it were about to ignite. But I have to stay focused. If I lose focus foe even a moment, my life will surely be in danger. I'll launch Ike iron spheres, retrieve them, and then repeat like parsext. That thou echoed constantly in his head, making Li Han suddenly ache as if hit by a hammer. Suddenly drops of red blood appeared on Li ground, falling quite a distinct patter. Could it be that Li Han had overexerted himself, causing his nose to start bleeding? As soon as he realized blood was flowing, his expression immediately darkened. Block group behind him pursued in a line, quite round spheres circling around them. Li Han ran while pinching his nose, thinking to himself, am I having a nosebleed? Don't tell me I've... Before he could finish his thought, he suddenly noticed something's trend. He immediately dismissed that speculation because a purple glow was surrounding his waist. Li Han turned to look at E's people behind him. Could it be that I've focused too much? He wondered. He continued to see forward with a resolute gaze. No matter what, I can't prolong this any further. A burst of light suddenly erupted from Likey's sphere behind them, making them scream in panic. Key relic has been activated again. Li Han turned around and shouted to Liak other group, first, we must restrict their movement. A cloaked figure, weapon in hand, rushed towards Ulti's sphere. It was Garax. Li Han turned back in alarm. That guy ID trying to quickly deal. Quit Walkie's sphere! Garax swung his sword decisively, cutting it into two halves. Suddenly catching a scent of blood, he immediately realized something. Garax commanded loudly, follow scent of blood, head straight to White Relic. His subordinates quickly pursued as ordered. Suddenly Key sphere on the ground was activated again, making it extremely dangerous. Li Han immediately picked up Li's sword lying on EP ground, feeling that Li's situation was not get. He gripped T hilt tightly, aimed straight at E key person in front and slashed. I have to make he first move. A precise sword strike landed on E opponent and blood immediately splattered. Garax watched his subordinate fall and thought to himself, was this wound caused by a sword? Has he changed weapons? He quickly gave orders, hey, somewhere nearby, quickly scatter glowing powder around Nike Relic. Li's subordinate followed order and immediately threw powder towards Li Han. Reacting instinctively, he quickly retreated. His nosebleed mixed quit glowing powder. Li Han thought in surprise, I can see leaky bloodstains mixed quit leaky powder. Looking at Li group in front of him, Li Han cursed under his breath. Do I really have to give up destroying UP Relic? Li Han suddenly thought of a way. If he used that thing, it might work. One of Ike men on Iki other side shouted, Sheptin and I found bloodstains, they are definitely his, while Garax calmly continued to command his subordinates. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. If they followed Lei's scent of blood, he then yelled, Key scent has been completely masked. Garax cursed in frustration, don't let him distract you, he ID definitely still here. Before he even finished his sentence, he sensed something wrong and immediately turned around. Garax looked in astonishment at his subordinates who had been silently taken down by someone. He frowned in annoyance and then chuckled, very well, so that ate how eat ID, how wonderful, truly decisive. Li Han 8 feet stepped silently past those lying on EP ground. Garax silently marveled. While we were backed into a corner, Du chose to hide among wounded. Li Han stood quit his sword right behind him. Garax pulled down his face mask, smirked, and said, T has been a long time since I met someone like Du. He bent down and picked up Li Key's sword lying on Li Key ground. Garax pointed P sword forward and introduced himself. He raised his voice to challenge him. From now on, we will feel Li Fu real. Garax charged forward while mocking. Do Master Sen and Thadu had hidden perfectly quit that ridiculous spell, did do. Waiki two immediately lunged at each other, gripped their swords tightly, and fought quit all their might. Li Han was forced back, gritted his teeth, and thought to himself, how he capable of this. Seeing this, Garax spoke quit contempt. You are still too inexperienced. I can hear every one of your heavy breaths. He shouted and lunged forward. Did you think unlike scent of blood would give you away? How foolish. By taking down my men, unlie made your movements easier for me to hear. His gaze was sharp, and his voice was cold. Let aid in this. Countless objects shaped Lai swords suddenly appeared. Garax's face became fierce as those blades formed a circle surrounding him. They quickly shot toward him, and Li Han immediately leaned to Waiki's side to dodge. He quickly retreated a slight distance, trying to maintain a safe distance. But Li blades kept pursuing him. Li Han could not counterattack and couldn't lie dodge. Looking at Li water stains under his feet, he thought to himself, one moment slower and I would have been in great trouble. Li Han looked at his opponent and silently marveled, his swordsmanship far superior to mine. He struggled to BLPC each strike, unable to believe that even though his opponent couldn't see him, he could continuously BLPC a key sword. Garax's eyes were cold and soulless as his figure rapidly charged straight toward him. A stream of eerily flickering energy quickly enveloped Yi's sword. He unleashed a barrage of rapid strikes, making it extremely difficult for Li Han to defend himself. Li Han clicked his tongue in annoyance. Li Han was struck by Garax and sent flying backward. His face was pale as he glanced at his trembling arm, then scoffed at himself. Am I really in danger this time? He looked at him standing in front and thought to himself, this guy entering raw state that La Long once mentioned. Garax said quick contempt, your breathing has revealed lighty fear in your heart. He pointed Valp's sharp tip of his sword directly at Li Han. Garax continued rambling, which makes me a little curious. I wonder what your scared face looks like right now. Li Han's gaze became resolute, constantly reminding himself, I absolutely cannot die here. Past memories suddenly flooded his mind. He had once heard that trained swordsmen could infuse Madi Chi into their swords. Li Han gripped Li's sword in his hand tightly. What if one Kuk X Ting Eat was a Madi each practitioner like myself? Suddenly a blue flame erupted which astonished Garax. Li Han suddenly sprang up and swung his sword fiercely towards his opponent. Garax calmly raised his sword, blocking his attack. Veins popped on his face as Garax shouted, what tell I that? He seemed to have just realized something unusual. Li Han panted and softly mumbled, really worked, just as expected. A surge of power enveloped Li Han's entire body. He sprang up, thinking, after all, my Madich power so abundant that I can't even use it all. Li Han smirked. Then I'll just pour all of ET into my sword. Garax was effortlessly sent flying far away by him. His desperate scream echoed through night. He was struck so hard he spat blood from his mouth, and couldn't help but groan in pain. Garax thought in horror. Key two swords had just clashed, yet I'm already so severely injured. Li Han's entire body was enveloped in lie. Garax stared at Keysight before him in astonishment. What this monstrosity? Did that kid secret eat? He trembled as he laboriously propped himself up to stand. I absolutely cannot fall here. Garax's brain repeatedly warned him. He must kill Li Han right now. Li Han panted heavily, his entire body drenched in sweat. His face darkened as he realized in horror that his body could no longer move. Li Han looked at his trembling hand. Could it be because I forcibly channeled my DE power? Seeing Garax prop his sword on Li ground to lift his body, he thought to himself, hate already starting to get up, but me. Garax's legs immediately accelerated and he charged straight towards Li Han. He pointed his sword at him and roared loudly, D. Garax charged forward while roaring, determined to finish his opponent. Li Han's expression was utterly grim. He hugged his trembling body and silently cursed. Suddenly Garax spat a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolling back. Defeated by Li Han, his body went limp and he collapsed onto Li P ground. Li Han was also exhausted, kneeling on one leg and panting heavily. Garax lay motionless on ground, completely unconscious. Li Han looked cautiously at a key man lying at his feet. Seeing Garax lying in a pool of his own blood, he thought to himself that key man had vomited blood and passed all. His sword strike, infused Kut magical power, had been a success. Li Han immediately lay back on Likey grass, finally releasing tension that had built up. His face suddenly paled. But what about Li Professor? A loud shout rang all, interrupting Li Han train of thou. Li person who had just appeared was Garcia. She rushed her VE, calling his name repeatedly. Garcia asked anxiously, but Li Han remained deep in thou. What about Li Professor? She was surrounded by enemies and anxiety was clearly visible on Garcia's face. He suddenly noticed that EP group behind her had all been neatly dealt quit by her and were no longer capable of fighting. Garcia spoke up, saying they must first chotch if he was injured. Li Han gave a wry smile at Likey's sight, realizing he had worried Fu nothing. Looking at person before him shedding tears, he realized that perhaps Professor had handled everything herself. Garcia gently reassured him, telling him there was no need to worry anymore. She continued to tell Li Han that most reliable reinforcements were arriving, and at that moment, a green lie engulfed Li's sky. A gigantic skull appeared in Li's sky. It was Osu, Li headmaster of Enroga Academy. Li Han looked at him with an awkward expression, laughing at himself internally, never expecting that he would one day be happy to see those horns. Suddenly his VXN began to blur. Li Han drifted P into a weary sleep in Garcia's arms, thinking that he could finally rest. Not long after, a caravan of carriages appeared and hauled entire group away. In Li quiet scene, a slow voice spoke up, I am sorry, Professor Kim. Osu apologized to Garcia, saying he had put her in danger and that he should have foreseen this. Garcia waved her hand to Sally didn't matter, saying, "Teed alright, headmaster." Suddenly, another voice chimed in. Who would have thought notorious Dawn and Dust Squad would appear here? Osu immediately called Waiki newcomer Ardric to brief him on a key situation. Vidali crossed his arms, looked at them, and said coldly, "Key situation I did not get at all. As headmaster of Lee Academy, you should have considered all possibilities." Osu embarrassedly told him to be quiet and then turned to ask Vidali, more importantly, who ID that person lying behind you. Hearing this, Vidali also immediately turned his head to look. He looked at Lee person lying on Lipe ground and stated Lipe opponent 8 name, Garax. Vidali explained Garax's identity. He holds a rather high marred Injina Key Dawn Twilight Squad and ID Key such a skilled fighter that he ID known as Key's Mage Assassin. Ozu lifted Garax's 8 body to examine him. He was still breathing, so he said, "Leave this guy for me to handle." He glanced to Lee's side, his teeth slightly clenched as he hesitated. Ozu looked thoughtfully at people lying sprawled across the light ground. Upon seeing a artifact lying next to them, a theory immediately crossed his mind. These marks were completely unlike a mercenary fighting style, and Ozu seemed to have realized something. He looked at Lee Hen being treated on E-Key vehicle. Could it be that this kid did all of this? Osu was secretly astonished what kind of men XT had a Gordanis family raised. He suddenly leaned in CKLU to Garcia 8 face, causing her to explain awkwardly that Lee Key's situation had been extremely dangerous, and if Lee Hen hadn't provided backup, then this time, Ozu remark left Garcia feeling surprised. He pointed to Wike artifacts scattered on Lee Key ground, saying that he hadn't expected a freshman to know how to utilize Madii Che in combat. Lee Kid must be very proficient in offensive Madii Che. Both of them looked a VE at Lai Han, who was sow asleep. Osu sighed in admiration and observed IP mercenaries. It seemed he hadn't just used my Dicha to take them down. Scenes from Lee Han battle flashed through his mind one by one. Before Garcia's surprised gaze, Osu silently evaluated that this kid was truly in T-rate 10. He licked his lips slightly, a C-trend look of amusement appearing on his face. Osu rubbed his chin and declared loudly, "That boy must belong to me." He continued, explaining that a legacy apprenticeship ID, a special teaching method focused on passing everything down to only one person. Osu blushed shyly and said, "I want to train him using this traditional method." To which Garcia sighed and replied, "If you do that, His Majesty will not let it slide." Lee Han suddenly felt uncomfortable all and Vu and let out a soft moan. Osu rubbed his forehead in annoyance at hearing this, saying there was no other way since he was E-Key 1 who mandated that all students must be taught. But he quickly perked up, adding that there would still be plenty of opportunities to mentor E-Key boy, and he would just wait for his turn. Lee Han 8 body suddenly curled up in discomfort, and he muttered a few words in his sleep, appearing to be trapped in a nightmare. A dim lie suddenly radiated from Osu 8 mouth. Lie shot outwards, drawing a multitude of tiny skeletons. He gave Iki order to clean up Lee area and make sure to compensate he mercenaries who had helped, and Iki skeletal minions immediately bowed to acknowledge Ike order. Osu closed his mouth, but leaky remnants of Lee eerie smoke still lingered. He pointed to Iki orb rolling on EP ground and instructed them not to forget to bring this relic back. Osu turned to Vidali and discovered he was still busy doing something. He immediately stepped forward and asked Vodali what he was busy quit. Vodali calmly replied, "I am studying their S-trend positions," and Osu nodded in agreement. He gave a slight start. Could this have been caused by Lee Han as well? Osu curiously pondered what kind of Ma De this was and whether we student had already reached such a LVE. Suddenly Gaxia raised her hand and spoke, "That matter IDP coke." She covered her face in embarrassment. "Everyone, I was key one who punched them." A mist silent night gentle moonlight shone down painting a beautiful picture. At this moment, Lee Han was sow asleep on a soft bed. He silently marveled, this ID comfortable key situation doesn't seem too bad. Lee Han slowly opened his eyes and looked to his right. "This IDP?" Osu stared at him and asked, "Are you finally awake?" Lee Han jumped and shouted, "Headmaster, why are you here?" Lee Han glanced around like he room, wondering where he was. Gaxia said that everything had been settled. She looked at him quite pride. "You must have been quite shocked by ambush, but you handled it exceptionally well." Lee Han tried to recall his memories to see what had happened before. He suddenly remembered that Ike headmaster had appeared after he passed off. He immediately praised Lee Han for doing a get job, making him so embarrassed he didn't know where to hide his face. Lee Han thought excitedly that perhaps this would go smoothly since he had helped out headmaster, while Gaxia continued to praise him. She smiled and said, "Of course, I still cannot overlook your attempt to escape from Lipe school." He grew silently bitter. "Damn neat. I knew it." Lee Han covered his face in distress. If it hadn't been for them, he might have succeeded. Gaxia felt guilty for making him help her, so she quickly apologized. He asked suspiciously how he had crossed like underground v how. Osu speculated that perhaps he had picked up like keys scattered around, at which point his face turned pale quit fear. "I knew hate was a trap." He looked at him, ETID key almost impossible to shake pop he v how keeper. Lee Han quickly hid his reaction. "I don't understand what Lee Professor I deep saying." Osu immediately retorted, still playing dumb, "I see what a pity. Because do you wouldn't be able to use that path ever again." He painfully clenched his fists as tears flowed down. "Damn me teat." He turned his eyes toward window. Osu fell silent, deep in thou. Osu spoke in a stern voice, "Listen carefully, Lee Han of Ive Godana's family." He immediately focused on listening. He sincerely thanked Lee Han for bravely confronting Twilight, Dawn Tim and protecting everyone along Quiddy professors. His hand lit up. "This IDP a token of my gratitude." Osu then bestowed upon him Li Qi's famous sword named Monen Star. Li's sword gently landed in Li Han8's hand. He observed it closely and spoke to Than him. Suddenly Li Han realized something. Li Han exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this sword theirs?" Osu quickly told him to quiet down, but more importantly, "Are you really going to give it to a student?" Not stopping there, he offered another item. Li Han was curious, not knowing what it was. Osu told him to just take it, and object immediately flew towards him. As soon as Li Han saw it, he recognized it as Glucky's pass that allowed him to leave YP Academy. His hands trembled as he slowly reached out to take it. Li Han held the pass, his face pale from overwhelming emotion. Hot pie scenarios immediately came to mind. When everyone sorrowfully asked him where he was going, Li Han could proudly reply that he was about to go outside. Another scene appeared. Li Han confidently held up Leva's pass in front of Leet Gatekeeper and said, "P. Li make way, I am allowed to go all." He could also stand outside like Academy freely breathing fresh air. Just thinking about it. Li Han8's eyes shone brightly like a lamp in a graveyard. Li Han immediately knelt down and bowed his head saying, "Than you, Professor, I swear my loyalty to you." Osu calmly replied, "Alright." Osu asked about his injuries, and Li Han replied that he was fine, his hand still cherishing on stroking Li past Li a treasure. He smiled gently, "That means it hate time for you to receive your punishment." Li's happiness on Li Han8's face immediately turned into worry, as he wondered what calamity was about to befall him. Osu sadly said, "Don't look at me like that, I don't want to do this either. Anyway, you're not being punished for trying to escape on your own." Li Han became even more confused. If so, why does he still want to punish me? Osu calmly explained, because Li Han was caught right in the key act of doing that. He thought angrily, should I have just sat there and watched everything happen? Li Han silently cursed him while Garcia continuously apologized. Ozu looked Aki door, then slowly spoke, "Teed already Monen. Punishment will last until this exact time tomorrow. You must stay in Li punishment room, and think of another way to escape." Li Han gripped the doorknob and thought to himself, I am really locked up. He'd incredibly Tren. He suddenly turned his head to look behind him, his face full of doubt. Li Han observed Iki room and wondered, I deek this ET punishment room. He doesn't look much different from a dormitory. He immediately lay down on bed, sighing in relief, skate not bad, at least he tate better than when I graduated. Just then, a skeleton walked, and called out to Li Han, making him immediately jump up. Li's skeleton quickly handed Li Han a food basket. His eyes immediately widened in surprise, because Li food basket in front of him was sparkling like a treasure. Li Han couldn't believe his eyes. What I did this? Why I deki meal in punishment room so lavish? Li skeleton immediately pulled lavish basket of food Vikin and asked if he was still dreaming. He'd explained that this was an apology gift sent by Garcia. Li Han immediately asked T skeleton to convey his than to her. Eat said that wasn't all, and immediately after, a ry of dishes flew in front of Li Han, leaving him stunned and motionless. A moment later, Li Han slowly took a sip of tea. He leisurely enjoyed Leek peaceful time in Leaky room. Thinking back on what had just happened, it was truly an intense battle, and Li Han was very lucky to have survived, especially considering he hadn't even attended any combat classes yet. Li Han immediately pushed those frightening thoughts off of his mind. He excitedly raised his hand to seek Redama Deech a circle. It was now flawless, and Li Han realized he had become much stronger than before. His expression immediately darkened as he frustratedly thought that in Iki and he had once again proven Professor Vodali words correct adversity truly makes a person grow. Li Han buried his face in Ki table, certain he would lose his life if he had to do that all, or again. Tears streamed down his face and he promised himself that from now on, he would absolutely not use Deech recklessly. Luck would not keep finding him. He absolutely did not want to die and appear in Li newspapers like that. Li Han sighed, feeling that tormenting himself to this extent was enough. Just as he was wondering what to do next, he suddenly noticed an object. Li Han8's gaze rested on Ki book, placed in Ki middle of Ki table. It radiated a frightening, mysterious hurrah, making him think to himself that this thing was even more terrifying than being trapped. Before leaving, Osu had left that book for Li Han. He cautiously picked it up, remembering Li old man had instruction to read Leek book when he had some free time. Li Han was still full of doubt. Could this be stick that came quit Ki 2 carrots? Devil in his head tempted him. Read it quickly, headmaster ID also a person, maybe he really feels guilty. Walk angel in his heart immediately blocked. By thou, this ID definitely a trap, there's no way he knows how to feel remorse. He'd added that, besides he wasn't even human, but an immortal creature. After an intense internal struggle, Li Han concluded that this was definitely a trap, and he would absolutely not read that book. Just then, Leaky book opened on its own and began flipping through Iki pages. He'd suddenly stopped on a page, leaving Li Han astonished that Leaky book could move by itself. Before he could even recover, Leaky lines of teach on Iki P8 flew right all. Li Han jumped in SPC, barely able to believe his own eyes. Key bizarre characters immediately flew around Li Han8's head. Streams of knowledge flooded into his mind, leaving Li Han bewildered and unsure of what they were. He silently wondered what exactly Osu intended to teach. Suddenly, he appeared right before Li Han. He was stunned to find himself in a bizarre space and face quit Osu. He immediately told Li Han to speak, leaving him dazed and not knowing what to say. Osu then ordered Li Han to rot name of Waikima Deech currently in his thoughts. Li Han was completely confused because he had never known, studied, Oh, heard of that Madi Che. Yet a name had naturally appeared in his head. He immediately blurted out, heroic stride of Ganada Eltits. Ozu smiled quote satisfaction exactly duful. Immediately after, Lihan returned to Leaky original room. He accidentally knocked Viva chair, and that book also automatically returned to its original place. Lihan was listless, his legs went weak and he completely collapsed. He was submerged in a state of extreme confusion. Lihan stared at Bleak book, wondering what on earth had happened. Could Lee teacher have hexed seat? He fell backward onto Lee floor, exhaling a long helpless sigh. Lihan gave a wry smile and thought to himself that he couldn't have predicted anything. But knowledge of key heroic stride of Gonada Elties was filling his mind. He reached toward Lai Ki fruit basket, though he didn't think he would eat. This way of teaching Ma Di Chej was truly bizarre. Li Han bit into an app towel. He truly was a gift taken from a skull. He looked up at lamp above, thinking there might not be any special intention behind this. But little did Li Han know. Li principal had originally intended to teach him directly, but unfortunately that plan had been opposed by other professors. Li Han suddenly started when he heard a stren noise. He immediately lunged upright. Then he scanned IB room, wondering if he had misheard. Li Han slowly turned his head to look back. He discovered someone in Lee adjacent room was repeatedly banging on a key wall. Li Han looked tensely toward Lee's source of noise. On a key other side of Lee wall, Lu T constant, hurried knocking did not see top. YP person on EP other side immediately asked what year he was in. Surprised that Lee key other party got straight to Lee point, he replied that he was a first-year student. Lee person praised Lee Han for being very diligent and then introduced himself as Gon, a nickname for fourth-year students. Lee Han silently realized that person was older than him. He immediately spoke up to greet Lai B person in Lee P next room. Lee Han suddenly stiffened. Wait, why was a fourth-year student here? He was unenlive forbidden from leaving because he was a first year. A sense of unease immediately flooded in, because that rule never applied to fourth-year students. Lee Han scratched his head in confusion, but he was in no position to judge. After all, he himself was caught while sneaking into YBV How. He pulled his chair closer. When he person on the other side curiously asked the reason, Lee Han told them he was caught sneaking all of Lai Academy. Like person laughed loudly, saying this year 8 freshmen were quite rowdy. Lee Han also curiously asked why his senior was locked up here. Look, other party told him to chate comfortably, because everyone would become a mage after graduation anyway. Lee Han immediately replied, then I stand on ceremony. Why were do caught and brought here? Lee Key person on Key other side thought that while he had told him to be natural, he didn't know what kind of kid this was, then replied, I was locked up because I failed at Tate. Leon asked in SC, D were caught just failing at Tate? Isn't that a bit excessive? Look, other person also pulled his chair closer and answered, don't be so surprised, this happens quite often. He sat down and recounted that Ikima D each Tate required several ingredients, but he hadn't managed to prepare them all in time. So I sneaked into YB Headmaster 8's secret storage to brew Y potion and accidentally stepped on a trap. Lee Han immediately understood. He turned to Lai Sr. was caught secretly taking brewing ingredients. He silently cried inside, don't worry about like small details, to lie in peace at this academy. It was best to just switch up your brain. Lai Han fell silent for a moment. He looked at key door locking him in and thou. Most importantly, I absolutely do not want to come back here ever again. Lee Han asked softly, Senior, it looks lady underground passage will soon be unusable. Do you know of any other escape routes? Lee person in EP next room immediately went silent. He spoke up, Dear asking too many questions. Why should I tell you? Lee Han sighed softly, I see. Do lie to facilitate this way, don't you, Senior? He immediately called a loudly faux skeleton. White person on a P other side panicked, wondering what kind of scheme Lee Han was about to pull. A moment later, T skeleton arrived carrying a bag. Immediately after, continuous knocks sounded at Lee door. Like Senior thought in fear that if this continued, his punishment period would be extended. Suddenly his hands were full of sweets, leaving him dumbfounded. Lee P skeleton explained, this food was sent from Lee room next door, hurry up and eat. White person remained in a daze, completely unable to comprehend what on earth had just happened. A blood-curdling scream suddenly echoed from Lee adjacent room. That person asked in astonishment, how did Do manage that while being grounded? Lee Han triumphantly sipped his tea, those were just gifts. He couldn't believe Lee Han was locked up yet still enjoyed such delicious food. The other person grew curious about Lee Han's identity, feeling restless and uneasy inside. Finally, a voice from that side rang all right, I'll tell Do. Lee Han was overjoyed, indeed power of gifts never disappoints. Luke the other person continued, but first, I need to make one thing clear. I heard all of this from Lee Key upperclassmen. I've never tried eat myself. Lee Han plopped down, thinking to himself that leak information wasn't confirmed yet. However, he crossed his legs, understanding he had no other choice, and replied, I'll decide for myself after hearing E.T. Luck next Moneng. Lee Han and Einar walked together on a deserted path. Einar was there to review Lee lesson, and she stared warily at Lee Han. She thought to herself, I can't believe he's still diligently doing homework after such a major incident, always as frighteningly persistent as a grim reaper. Lee Han suddenly stopped. They both looked up, he said. Teet seems we'll have to go to Y Key Beast Enclosure again today. Lee Han recalled Lighty words of Lee Key senior student from Lee P next room. Have you ever heard about Leak Tower on top of Lee Academy? Rumor has it there's a secret beast enclosure up there that few people know about. That place specializes in raising flying beasts, professors often ride them to fly around, and royal couriers also let their eagles rest there. Because they were granted a special blessing, those beasts could freely enter and exit Lai Academy. Li Han looked up at Li So-kai and thought to himself, even if that senior student 8 words are completely true, he was still worried that even if he went there, it wouldn't necessarily be easy to ride those flying beasts. Li Han placed his hand on the door, but at least Heek opportunity hadn't completely vanished. He immediately pushed key door OB and stepped inside. A glimmer of hope flared in his mind. As long as key chance wasn't 0, it was still worth risking everything to try. Li Han confidently strode in, causing everyone around him to simultaneously panic. A girl exclaimed in horror, "What? Isn't he from like Warden family?" Key boy, whose head was being bitten by a horse, also yelled, "What? A warden?" The atmosphere immediately grew tense. Li girl anxiously insisted she couldn't be mistaken, while Li Key boy trembled, wondering why he was here. In just a moment, cold sweat-drenched Li P girl ate back. Li Han spoke up helplessly. "Do people should really stop judging others based on their family?" Einer gave him a wry smile, wanting to say internally, "Clearly, they're reacting this way because of rumors about Diu." Just then, someone called Li Han 8 name from behind, causing him to immediately turn his head. Li Han immediately recognized that person as Reford. He bowed to greet Li Han, which startled him. Li Han looked around anxiously and asked what was wrong. Reford today, saying he should just talk lie he used to. Reford replied seriously, "I cannot do that. It would be too disrespectful to do Lok Li Han. I feel quite comfortable speaking to do such reverence," causing the people around them to whisper and look at Li Han distant stares. He clenched his fists in distress, thinking, "I am done for. Today, leaky misunderstandings have piled up into a Martian." Li Han quickly said, "I'm embarrassed. You don't need to bow anymore. Do you have something you want to talk to me about, right?" Reford immediately replied happily, Lok Li Han. During Leapy escape leak other day, Reford had quietly observed Iki entire event, and shortly after, Leak headmaster and Leak professors arrived to help. He secretly rummaged through chests on a carriage while Key merchants weren't paying attention. Reford then pulled one of chests off. He then opened Leaky lid, revealing countless sparkling items, and said, "I found a few things that look quite useful." Rayford explained that because he had to hide them in his clothes, he could take a few small items. Lihan stared intently at leaky vials of medicine. This medicinal stash was clearly extremely expensive, and it was hard to believe he could take all of them in such chaotic circumstances. He gently placed his hand on his shoulder. Lihan praised him without reservation. "Reford, you are amazing, you truly are a master thief." Upon hearing this, he stiffened, but still politely thanked him. Lihan asked curiously, "But what kind of medicine are these bottles after all?" Yonner speculated, "This has a faint smell of alcohol, it might be liquor." He shouted in panic, "What?" Seeing this, she quickly reassured him, "There are many other ingredients inside besides alcohol, so don't worry. To understand everything about these items, we still need to research them further." Lihan thanked Reford, who bowed and replied, "Etid my honor to present them to Diu." And he immediately reminded him, "Don't be so formal." Nilia slowly walked her V from all of nowhere. She intended to speak up and call awe to everyone. However, Lihan did not realize at all that Nilia was there, and said, "Oh right, do want to help me take care of Lai horses." Reford immediately agreed happily. Li P scene in front of her was perfectly normal, but she interpreted 8 in a gloomy way. He was even patting his head, saying, "You've helped a lot." Yonner then compared Nilia to Reford and even mocked her. "I am Li friend ad Li E2 of do you need?" Nilia 8 face immediately turned as pale, as if she had seen a gat. An Enli then did Lihan notice that she was standing there. He asked in confusion, "Nilia, when did you get here? Why are you slumped on ground like that?" Nilia replied tremblingly, "It seems you have found a new friend. If so, then perhaps you don't need me anymore," she said, as Lihan hurriedly called for her to come back. Yonner seemed to still not understand what had just happened. On a rooftop, leaky birds still calmly perched in a row. Nilia gave a forced laugh. "It seems I have misunderstood." She hurriedly consoled him, saying that of course that would never happen, while Reford was quickly silenced by him just as he was explaining, "I am not a friend but a subordinate." Lihan immediately changed subject, "Now let it go take care of key horses." He watched Hesiop intently. Lihan silently considered Eat looks quite obedient, but he could very well be just pretending to be well behaved. Looking at leaky attitude of EP other horses, this one must surely be too. Eat suddenly raised its head arrogantly, but Eat was immediately stopped as he raised his hand. Hesiop was extremely astonished by Lihan at unexpected action. He smiled slightly, knowing this wouldn't be easy. He had prepared that item beforehand. Lihan took a brush off from his robe. He began brushing its mane. "That 8. Beget now." Hesiop immediately became so furious he was practically seething. Nilia suddenly turned her head to look toward Lihan. Cold sweat immediately broke on her forehead. Li, other side seemed to have turned into a LIFO death battle. Bright lights illuminated entire stable. Exhausted, he slumped down on lay ground. Both Lihan and Hesiop were completely worn out, yet he still struggled to continue brushing its mane. Lihan looked at Hesiop and noted that Eat seemed to be completely exhausted. He didn't expect that just brushing a mane would be so difficult. Could other horses be this too? Taking care of leak horses on up he other's side was much smoother than he had expected. Johnner asked, "Lihan, how Eat going on your side?" He remained silent for a long while before replying, "I am not finished yet." She found Eat very puzzling. Stren, Eat should have opened up by now. Reford also agreed to niliate speculation. She began to make increasingly wild guesses. Could Eat have been a beast all along? Thinking of Lee Professor's terrifying temple and their barbaric actions all to achieve educational results. Then this case was indeed quite possible. Maybe some crossbred beasts are mingling in here. Lihan shook his head in denial. No, that ain't a bit of an exaggeration. Elsewhere mild Gian and sunlight bathe he small house. He fire in knee wood stove was still burning fiercely. Yurigam inquired. I new students seem to be working very diligently in IP stables. Zeta took a sip of tea. Heaven though Ian Li chose ill-tempered horses, they will still obey their hearts when they see Iki efforts of Lai new students. But if Lai Ki children dare to hit Lai P horses, they'll find it hard to lie in peace. She laughed aloud, and he quickly spoke up to ask, I Deke Warden doing okay? Zeta casually replied, that boy I Deke quite diligent, he'll likely be fine. Yurigam nodded slightly, Gee that's so. She said confidently, although a griffin ID be a bit difficult to deal quite hard work, intelligence, and a bit of luck, it will soon be tamed. His face immediately turned as pale, as if he had just seen a god. PT and Yurigam mouth immediately sprayed off. Zeta pushed aside Lee teacup, asking if he was so hat he had let focus. He asked again in terror, did you just mention a griffin? At this point, she realized she had let it slip. Zeta hurriedly denied that it not possible do misheard. Yurigam slammed the key table and roared, tell me key truth now, did you actually turn a griffin into a horse? A griffin ID, a men xt. Qued and head and wings of an eagle in likey body of a lion. They are stubborn and picky, so not everyone can become their owner. Although their habits and living environments vary slightly from region to region, they all share one common characteristic. They are absolutely not suitable for beginners. Yurigam shouted angrily, have you lot your mind? My disciple has to rest all day due to injury. Why did you make him do such a crazy thing? Zeta offhandedly made an excuse. Are do crazy? Do young nephew, dare do scold your elder? But his anger remained. Rules must be followed. How dare you turn a griffin into a horse? She tried hard to justify herself. I limited its power to that of a horse. That ain't safe enough. Yurigam snapped even more harshly. Do you think griffins are as stupid as slimes? Key sky was clear blue, and majestic mountain ranges stretched all around. Lihan leisurely took Heziup for a walk. He looked at Aid and smiled. Finally, you are starting to listen. You don't lie meaningless battles either, do. Lihan gave a forced smile. He silently considered. ETIDE doing phi after wearing these things, proving 8 has more mana than I thought, perhaps it really IDP a crossbreed. Key bracelet 8 mana absorption rate ID key too low, I need to find a way to increase ET. Suddenly, someone on horseback sped past Lihan, looking as if they couldn't keen on Tren and beak animal at all. Seeing Heziup sigh, he immediately understood. Do you want to stop and rest? Lihan smiled slightly. Originally, Eton Lai wanted to tear him to pieces, but now they can communicate naturally, so it seems their relationship has truly become closer. He spread his hand, and gave Aid a little sugar to eat. Although Haesop didn't want to admit Eat was truly slowly obeying boy. Eat secretly thou, this piece of sugar ID too sweet. When I lived in Leggy Wild, I had never tasted anything so delicious. No, I absolutely cannot become Lai this. Like ancient wild blood was screaming, reminding me of my dignity, I cannot easily fall. Lihan mused, although ET has become closer to me, I've always wondered. He accidentally said aloud, how can I increase Hema DChe absorption rate of items? Hesipate complexion immediately turned pale as if he had seen a god. Lihan saw that Eat seemed unusual and asked, what eat wrong? Are you tired? Late next day, during Lighty basic alchemy comprehension class in Emo Nen, a student asked doubtfully, why aren't we having class outdoors today? Lake person next to them explained, this place ID in Annex Bu Lin, completely separate from main BU complex. Girl slowly pushed door who beyond. She observed Lai classroom, then spoke uneasily, this place ID both warm and comfortable, which makes me feel even more ominous. That boy immediately warned, don't let appearances deceive you, who knows, maybe key teacher ID hiding monsters in key room. Lee boy next to him also shouted loudly. Everyone quickly split into groups. We must be on guard for monsters to appear. That male student also said to Adanath, Princess, we will protect you. Lihan chuckled wryly. These people are truly hopeless. Asa appeared all of nowhere and spoke up. Don't worry. We absolutely will not lose to them. But Eat was immediately and flatly rejected by him. Yurigam spoke up to admonish them. What are you kids doing? Quickly sit in your seats. Lee student immediately and obediently obeyed. A student cautiously asked, excuse me, professor, aren't we supposed to be learning outdoors today? Last time you said we had to collect ingredients in Lucky Garden? Yuki old man sighed. Are you planning to brew potions right all there? I know what you kids are thinking, but rest assured, this class ID completely different from outdoor sessions. Classes held indoors are inherently very simple and safe. However, all these students couldn't believe Yurigam words. Leaky old man began teaching. Now, let begin lesson. First everyone, pour water into Lai cauldron in front of Dio. Yurigam seriously explained, alchemy idea complex art, there must absolutely be no unnecessary actions. Those who disregard basic knowledge can never become great alchemists. Hobie your books, today we will formulate a Lola V Medich recovery potion. Lihan immediately opened Lai P book in front of him. He intently skimmed through each line in Lai book and sighed to himself. This wouldn't be an easy task. At first glance, alchemy seems simpler than other arts. Most think ate just a matter of following a set formula. However, after trying eat food themselves, no one dared to say that anymore. Alchemy ID Lai preparing an extremely complex dish. Every XTG must be completed simultaneously within a set time. First, a practitioner must collect fresh ingredients from many places. Memorizing Lai processing methods in Lai cooking sequence ID in Lai Li basic part. More importantly, I key timing must be precise. Finally, each refiner must skillfully keen tren stirring of cauldron. EDID not surprising that one cannot handle everything at Li Ki's same time. He smiled quite deep meaning, indeed, foe a new student, this was not easy at all. Yurigam suddenly shifted his attention toward Yi Han. By then, he had calmly closed IP book in front of him. Yi Han leisurely stretched all both his arms. He took a log knife and swiftly prepped each type of medicinal ingredient. Yi Han then continued to shred the remaining ingredients. In just a moment, he had finished processing everything and quickly tossed it all into Yi cauldron. That sequence of maneuvers left Yurigam stunned with amazement. His expression changed rapidly. How could he be so proficient? His demeanor was no different from an alchemist who had trained for many years. Yurigam laughed in disbelief. This was truly beyond imagination. There are indeed such people in this world, true geniuses. He suddenly looked up at Yurigam without blinking. It seemed Yi Han had guessed thoughts swirling in Li Ki old man at head. He remained focused on stirring IP medicine and silently denied it not lie that professor. In my previous life, I had to perform work quite similar to this. Yurigam scooped a spoonful of eye potion and put it in his mouth to taste. As soon as he swallowed, he felt magical power surging through his body, and his whole being immediately felt light and refreshed. Yurigam praised Yi Han with satisfaction. This Mage potion has been excellently crafted. He laughed. 8. Hard to believe your body contains so much mana that you can't even tell if it had been restored or not. Having said that, Yurigam immediately announced loudly that a student in E-class had successfully brewed a Mage potion. Upon hearing that key first person to finish was Yi Han, all P students were astonished. Everyone kept praising him, and one classmate even exclaimed in admiration that Li Han was indeed a genius. Asa spoke up, saying that Sienna from Mage Tower had also succeeded in brewing a Mage potion, but still could not compare to him. Quote that, he pointed his hand toward where Sienna was standing. On the other side, Sienna remained calm and continued brewing her Mage potion. Sienna belonged to Snake Folk Tribe and was also a member of Freemain Temple. Previously, Johnner had told Li Han that there was a faith dedicated to alchemy and that all members of Freemain Temple were outstanding, so Sienna was incredibly talented as well. Suddenly, Sienna turned her head to look at Li Han, which caught him a bit AP guard. Afterward, Sienna took initiative to approach him and strike up a conversation. She asked reservedly, "You are from Godana's family, aren't you?" "It a pleasure to meet you, I am Sienna." Li Han replied gently, "I am also very pleased to meet you, I am Li Han. You don't need to use honorifics." He thought to himself that he brewed Mage potions even better than she did. Then, Li two shook hands to become friends. Li Han noticed that Sienna's hand was ice cold, perhaps because she belonged to Li Snake Folk Tribe. Sienna had not expected to meet such a talented practitioner like him here. She curiously asked Li Han if he had been taught by his family, which left him stammering for a long time. Before he could answer, he was called back to his place by Yurigam, so Li Han had to comply, pausing EP conversation to return to his spot. Like old man stood before YP class and announced sonorously that although everyone brewed Luki's same type of Mage potion, leak results varied for each person, but there was no need to be overly stressed. As he spoke, he clenched his fist quote determination, adding that this was unlike beginning. Because ahead lay countless complex and bizarre things in alchemy waiting for everyone. Li Han stood in Li P corner, silently wondering why all professors here were so good at crushing students' desire to learn. Yurigam picked up some chalk and wrote on board that next week 8 assignment was to bring a vial of Tim Spirit Mage potion. He did not forget to instruct everyone to take leak instruction sheets and basic ingredients from Li cabinet. Nilia found eat sec tren, expecting Li professor to teach them Li P formula, but was surprised that they had to find a foe themselves. Johnner replied that since he was a professor, he should naturally teach them those things. Johnner pulled Li cabinet of Pichina to get each ingredients but suddenly paused, making Nilia worry. She turned to look at Nilia saying, "My cabinet doesn't have enough ingredients to brew Li potion." After checking, Nilia also discovered she was missing one type. Johnner immediately raised his hand and asked, "Professor, where can we get spirit flower herb?" "I DT'd upstairs." Yurigam replied nonchalantly, "What are you talking about? Do you have to go find them yourselves?" Johnner and Nilia were immediately disappointed, and Yurigam added that items in Likey cabinet were and basic ingredients and that live spirit flower herb was all there. Finished speaking, he pointed toward Likey window and told them to go find it themselves. He was certain that everyone still remembered EP lecture from Likey previous class, but Likey students and Li felt deflated because they had to find Likey spirit flower herb on their own. Early in Emo 9, TC Kai was clear and Lu, and rays of bright green sun and sunlight shone down on La P Academy. Lihan and Digilink were sitting and chatting quote each other. Digilink lifted a cup of hot tea and slowly took a sip. Lihan introduced it as a special tea from Lai Gordana's family, although half of it looked like soup. Digilink found it a bit thick, but Lai P flavor was delicious. From a distance, a group of people was slowly approaching where IP2 were sitting. Suddenly a voice rang out, "I never expected to meet you here, Gordana's." Sienna happily spoke up, "I've been looking for you everywhere." Lihan surprised asked Sienna why she was looking for him, and she replied, "Jate just about like alchemy assignment." Sienna immediately invited Lihan to get her group to gather ingredients. However, there was still one rather shy person in that group. Lihan suddenly stood up, intently watching Y students from Phoenix Tower. Li's whole group immediately became scared, secretly wishing Lihan wouldn't look them straight in Li's eye. Lihan thought to himself in surprise, "Finally, students from another tower are proactively inviting me to form a group, and they even brought a whole crew." Lihan thought proposal was get, and Sienna immediately said, "It would be even better if you invited more students from Ascending Elregen Tower." After speaking, Sienna asked to leave first. Enlai then did like the entire group collectively sigh in relief, as Li Han 8 gaze had sent chills down their spines. Returning to each table, Digilink curiously asked, do you see Luquitsina? Li Han honestly replied, we're in a same alchemy class, what ain't wrong? Hearing him say that, Digilink 8 expression showed a hint of sadness, and she remained silent, thinking for a long time. Enlai then did she softly reply, teat nothing. Li Han immediately sat up straight.
Don't stop there!
That Enlai makes me more curious. But Digilink believed that talking behind someone 8 back was rude, because she felt that doing so would be no different than speaking ill of Sienna, which Li Han still didn't quite understand. At this point, Li Han became even more curious, but he knew Digilink wouldn't easily agree to speak. She looked up and suddenly saw Li Han taking a statue and placing 8 neatly on a RPC. Li Han knelt down on one knee, his hands clasped together as if sincerely praying. Digilink had no idea what trick Li Han was up to. He clasped his hands and solemnly said loudly, talking behind someone 8 back I do not get. But there nothing wrong quit telling during prayer. Just as Digilink was about to touch him, Li Han said he couldn't hear her, because he was busy praying. Digilink helplessly shook her head, but Li Han still felt this act wasn't enough to make her reveal anything. He continued to pray, Sir, I nearly died when I was ambushed by students from White Tiger Tower. I almost didn't make it back. Hearing that, Digilink immediately panicked while Li Han beside her continued to mutter. If Sienna also conspired to do something similar when key group enters Ka Mountains, I truly dare not imagine like consequences. Li Han also insisted that leaky deities were always watching him. Even while piously praying, Li Han didn't forget to secretly observe Digilink's reaction. To his surprise, she also knelt down and clasped her hands in prayer. Sir, I am telling this story not to belittle or accuse anyone. Li Han smiled faintly and sincerely thanked her. Digilink frowned and replied, I didn't hear anything you said, I am praying. Li Han immediately understood she truly ID an old fox. Li people of Fi in each tower are all gentle and pious, but not everyone can cast aside worldly emotions. Even though in faith, there should inherently be no jealousy or desire to win. This happened last week at Fi in each dormitory. A new apprentice had concocted an energy recovery potion and brought eat foo everyone to taste. After drinking, 2 apprentices both felt refreshed, continuously praised the delicious potion and applauded his excellent work. One person even joked, perhaps you're even better at concocting this kind of potion than Sister Sienna. Seeing Sienna just approaching, that apprentice immediately turned and asked, what do you think, Sienna? She happily replied, compared to him I still lack much experience. At that time everything was still completely normal. But Leppy next day, Sienna brought several bottles of Madi each potion and warmly asked, I just made some energy recovery potions, would everyone like to try some? Everyone took 8 expressed their than and praised Elite Potion Fo instantly sweeping away their fatigue. Both felt incredibly refreshed. At that time, they still hadn't noticed anything unusual. However, EP next day and even T day after that, Sienna still repeated Lipe same action. Each time everyone finished drinking, she would ask them how they felt. Sienna continuously probed Fo their feedback again and again, as if each time she wanted to hear a confirmation. Upon realizing a P unusual pattern, an apprentice quickly praised Sienna as best, and she and Enlai stopped when she heard that statement. After hearing the entire story, Li Han's expression immediately darkened. But he quickly relaxed his expression, thinking, it seems she has a rather strong competitive spirit. Digilink frowned and countered, but things didn't end there. Sometime later, Sienna coincidentally encountered that apprentice who had concocted Madij potion. La Boy warmly greeted Sienna and praised her potion as absolutely wonderful, but she coldly ignored him. That action made the apprentice extremely awkward. He and Lai dared to softly call her name. Digilink, standing in the corner, witnessed till the entire incident. She herself was stunned by Sienna's attitude. Returning to Li present, Digilink continued, she deliberately ignored him. Li Han wondered in amazement, can she hold such a grudge? He silently pondered, if even a small matter could provoke such a strong reaction from her. Thinking of this, he suddenly recalled key praises he had once received. Li Han began to suspect, so what will key praises I received in class lead to? Li Han clenched his hands and asked Digilink if there was anything else he wanted to say. She gently replied, I am just praying, I completely don't understand what do you mean. After saying that, she stood up and left without saying another quaps. Li Han secretly clenched his fists, thinking, if things have turned out this way, he realized he had to be extremely careful in a key alchemy class, but Li Han still faced another challenge. In key basic magical trade education class, Osu seriously told Lai's students that everyone must learn to love and cooperate with each other. He didn't care about their personal feelings and calmly assigned a group project. Why task Osu gave was for students from each tower to infiltrate another tower, steal Fi lot placed in EP new students hall, identify E by E key emblem on Fi lot, and acquire Eat before a P next class. Then Osu raised his hand and pointed to Laiki Safkai and declared Laiki class of EE. Live students gradually left, looking gloomy as if they had let their souls. A student complained, then how are we supposed to learn individual magical traits? Isn't E teacher just trying to make us fight? Another person groaned, what kind of cursed class IDK this? They were annoyed because their opponent was the White Tiger Tower, as E2 sides absolutely could not negotiate. Lipe White Tiger Tower date objective was also their Fei lot, so why wouldn't E2 sides simply exchange? A student sighed, as if they could be trusted. A female student next to him also shook her head. Those people really have no shame. Life students quickly became discouraged, setting Laiki task aside because they considered it a waste of time, quote one person even saying, if they just an exercise then. Li Han secretly observed and immediately sensed the situation was taking an unfavorable turn. He thought to himself, we cannot lose our will lay this. Abandoning IE task ID Lai throwing away points could our own hands. They didn't even know how this crazy school would assign tasks. Yet they were already planning to give up on a simple task. Li Han was determined not to let their scores drop, so he immediately called everyone back. He spoke up to advise everyone not to give up so quickly. As soon as they saw Li Han speak, LIP students immediately turned back, excitedly asking him if he had thought of a way. A student with bright eyes said, "I knew you still had something up your sleeve." Li person next to him also immediately nodded profusely. Li Han secretly mused, these people change their minds faster than flipping a book. Just as Li Han was about to speak, someone suddenly interrupted. That person was Essa, who said, "I think I've guessed what you're about to say." He pushed up his glasses, trying to appear cun. "They're 8 and 95% chance do you want to sneak into White Tiger Tower?" Li Han replied, "You're right." But before he could finish speaking, Li's students all looked at him with admiration. They immediately surrounded Li Han and Johnner, saying they had anticipated Lupi plan would be this reckless and insisted on participating. Then Iki whole group cheered, "He Nen Lai one capable of leading us IDDU."
Oi one who came up with this plan!
Hearing that, Li Han didn't feel happy at all. He understood that these people were simply too lazy to think for themselves. As soon as they saw Li Han agree, Lipi whole group immediately cheered incessantly. "Just you wait, White Tiger Tower people, we're coming to loot everything do you have." Li Han's expression was icy. It was exactly as he had predicted. He felt that character education course was completely useless, and next day, Li's sun rose a VP mountains once again. At this moment Li Han was walking along yawning repeatedly. While walking, he suddenly stopped and stared intently at something for a long time. Li Han thought to himself, so why sun ID rising right on time again today? Quetki deadline approaching, Li Han snuck into White Tiger Tower to complete Professor Yurigame's assignment. Upon arriving, he felt a bit anxious, wondering which of two tasks would be more difficult. Pushing Li door B&H and stepping inside, Li Han saw Vodali sitting quietly and reading a book. Noticing Li Han 8 arrival, Vodali closed Li book he was holding. Vodali spoke coldly, "You are 11 seconds late." Li Han immediately bowed sincerely and apologized, "I am so Professor, I had to take care of Iki horses." But Vodali told him there was no need to apologize. He continued, "You are Li Ki one who ID losing Ao." And after hearing that, Li Han couldn't offer a forced smile, silently wondering where Iki Professor had learned such a phrase. Vodali pointed forward and said, "Start now, try to make that iron sphere spin." And Li Han immediately obeyed. He held his wand in one hand and Ki sphere in Li other, then began to feed on Tren Et. Like iron sphere immediately spun in circles right in front of Vodali. Witnessing this, Vodali thought to himself, "It seems previous battle has awakened him, his ski non-tron ability ID even better than I anticipated." A moment later, Vodali nodded with satisfaction, "Not bad, go back to your seat." Li Han was surprised by Iki's rare compliment and immediately thanked Vodali. He carefully placed Oki's sphere back in its original position, silently acknowledging that this was indeed a rare compliment from Vodali. Vodali stepped closer to Li Han and said, "I heard you have learned to summon water element, try to demonstrate ET." And Li Han nodded in agreement. Li Han immediately summoned water element quit just 2 words flow forth. While Kex Ting, he thought to himself, he was then to Professor Garcia punishments, lessons, that I am now able to keen trend these things. Vodali pointed at Iki iron sphere and requested, "Now, compress mass of water to exact psi of that sphere." And Li Han observed and agreed to try. Afterwards, he began to keen trend Li Ki sphere of water to move closer to him. Li Han continued to compress leak water element, gradually shaping to match psi of iron sphere. As he did so, he sighed to himself, "This ID harder than I imagined. Professor told me to compress without removing any water, so it takes even more effort." Li Han glanced at Vodali, as if he had just discovered something. His expression tensed slightly. Why did Professor lift Iki Iron Ben? Was he actually planning to? Vodali immediately channeled his power into weak Iron Ben. He controlled sending 8 whistling toward Li Han. Seeing this, Li Han grimaced and cursed to himself, "That old professor." Leak water element sphere in Li Han 8 hand began to fluctuate unsteadily at that moment. Before long, water element burst, splashing water everywhere. Iron Bean and Li Ki mass of water were now separated, existing side by side. Shortly after, both the Iron Bin and Li Ki water element fell to Ki floor, quit a thud. Li Han stared in astonishment as two objects hit P ground simultaneously. Yet Vodali remained calm, silently observing him. Seeing him casually pick up another iron bin, Li Han immediately shouted, "Wait a minute, Professor." He asked cautiously, "Are you intending to throw iron balls at me again?" Vodali replied coldly, "Why, ID there a problem." Li Han hesitated, feeling anxious. "It ain't just that I feel this method ID a bit dangerous." But Vodali insisted that this method was highly effective. Before Li Han could understand, Vodali continued, "Surely do you have experienced a similar situation when fighting against Antima each group?" He explained that stressful moments would sharpen Li Han 8 focus and instincts while enhancing his ability to fiend Tron Ma each. Vodali believed there was no need to look for complicated methods when Li Ki's answer was right in front of him. Li Han cried internally, "What are you serious? I almost died that time!" Thinking Li Han had understood his intentions, Vodali continued like training. Li Han had no choice but to endure thinking, whatever, arguing IDP just a waste of time. He let alongside and began Ki Prontark X all RV again. As he summoned Lai water element, Li Han thought to himself, unlike Lai Ki spirit starstone Lake Iron Bin, water doesn't have a fixed shape. Therefore I must concentrate intensely while finding a way to compress Li's entire mass of water. While Li Han was practicing, Vodali stood silently by his side observing. Then, he suddenly picked up an iron ben. Once again, Vodali controlled Iron Ben, launching straight at Li Han 8 water element. By now, Li Han had anticipated 8. He thought, hate trying to ambush me again, I knew it. Behind his back, another Iron Ben was hovering, silently waiting for weak right moment to strike. In key blink of an eye, Iron Ben flew as fast as lightning, slamming directly into Li Han 8 back. He was stunned that Voda Li had also launched a secret attack from behind. Voda Li gently recalled Key Iron Ben to his hand, while Li Han clutched his back in pain. Voda Li coldly reminded Li Han that he needed to concentrate much more intensely. Leaky pain made Li Han 8 face contort. He secretly affirmed that being in a class that assigned a routine of homework would be easier to endure than this place. In the basic Mage identification class, a group of students were lively discussing going up Li Matan to collect herbs. Someone mentioned that this time Professor Ingrel had agreed to accompany students from other towers. A female student exclaimed in panic, "Wet, then doesn't that mean?" Li whole group immediately turned their eyes toward Li Han, thinking that Li Professor would be going Kutko Danas. Looking at Li Han 8 tired complexion and sluggish eyes, they simply assumed he was exhausted. Li P group reassured themselves that everything would be fine, while Li Han saw their attitude and thought they were trying to start a conversation Kut him. Just at that moment, a noise suddenly came from outside classroom. Garcia stepped into room and spoke cheerfully, "Get Monen everyone." Seeing her appear, EP students quickly responded to Li greeting in unison. Garcia walked up to podium. "Today we will learn about a field other than elemental Madiicha, but I will not be E1 teaching. Instead, ET will be a professor who specializes in that area." Upon hearing this, whole class immediately let out a loud excited cheer. Everyone excitedly speculated, some liked spirit studies, others hoped to learn talisman crafting, while some wanted to find about healing Madiij. Garcia then invited Lai Professor to step into Y classroom. A mysterious hand from Li Ki outside slowly pushed door Ubi. Li Professor entered Lai room, bringing Quotum a gloomy and chillingly mysterious hurrah. A few students instinctively trembled, their entire bodies feeling ice, cold as if a vengeful spirit were standing next to them. Key Professor slowly stroked his beard as he walked in. A somber atmosphere quickly enveloped the entire class, all originating from a newly appeared professor. He cast a deep, solemn gaze of VE students and spoke softly, "ETIDP, a pleasure to meet you all." Li Han watched I Professor intently. Li Ki old man introduced himself as Mo Tuong and said he was in Shekucc of teaching Lakmadi Iche. Mo Tuong began to introduce Liddy spells within lucky subjects such as necromancy and curses. Additionally, there were Wak elements, poisons, negative energy, and many other eerie subjects. Most people had no favorable impression of Wakma Diich. A typical example of how people perceive Wakma Diichi, in Liyi middle of a quiet forest at night, Jonar and Ganando were trembling in fear. Ganando clung tightly to Jonar 8's shoulder and stammered, "What should we do? We're lot, I am so scared." Suddenly, an unfamiliar hand was placed on Ganando 8's shoulder and a voice spoke softly. Both of them immediately jumped, screaming aloud in unison from sheer terror. It turned that Li P person was Li Han. He held a glowing staff and asked, "Do you two lot?" Ganando asked hesitantly, "Do you know Lai spells? So do must be a wizard. Do know we way of this forest." However, Li Han refused because he still had other tasks to complete. Behind Li Han, a gruesome skeleton suddenly appeared, and he told Key two of them to just follow this friend. As soon as he saw Y's skeleton, Jonar 8's eyes widened in horror. After that, Jonar and Ganando simultaneously fainted to ground. Both Li Han and skeleton were confused, not having expected to scare them unconscious. This ID how people perceive Akmai Di each. All Key new students shared like his same thought. "I came to this prestigious academy to learn Madiich, didn't I? If they studied that, how would outsiders view them?" Seeing Y student's strong reaction, Garcia quickly explained, "I understand a reason for your fear, but Lucky Madiich ID a field fun of mysteries, and it conceals countless truths." As for YP old man, he just stood silently observing, not saying a single quicks. Garcia believed that Locke's Madiichi was merely an unpolished raw gem, so they had to make their own choices instead of hesitating due to prejudice. She hoped to see in Li P students Li P spirit of a mage, one who always strives to explore Li P nature of truth. Hearing those words, Jonar involuntarily felt a little moved. Then Garcia smiled and asked, "Are there any students who would lie to be a teaching assistant for today 8 Wak Madiich class?" In response to Garcia 8 question, there was a chilling silence. Lai Han thou fo a moment and then intended to raise his hand. Seeing this, Ganando quickly pressed Li Han 8 face onto Li Ki desk and whispered, "Li Han, what are you thinking?" He warned in a serious tone, "If do associate Kuda Wak's wizard, do might eventually turn into one of his immortal soldiers." Li Han calmly asked back, "ID he really a wizard?" He felt that Lakma Diich was a hidden gem, and moreover, it was easy to get high scores because few people were competing in 8. Hearing that, Ganando 8 face turned pale, and he asked Kuda trembling voice, "Do planning to become a Wak wizard?" Li Han, however, found that reaction excessive. Li Han stood up and said, "Moreover, becoming a Wak wizard isn't bad. A field so few people pursue can ensure a stable, long-term livelihood." Li Han still volunteered to take on Iki position of teaching assistant. Seeing Li Han as if he were a savior, Garcia was immediately so overjoyed that she became emotional. Li Han also completely understood her feelings at that moment. He recalled her expression was exactly that of a previous professor when, during an observation class, no student dared to raise their hand to answer. Therefore, teaching assistants always had to prepare for all situations, even making students memorize Li answers to questions. Garcia thanked Li Han and invited him to step onto Li's podium. As he walked up, Li Han thought to himself, "I've been wondering all this time why Iki whole class felt a chill down their spines." At this moment, he implicitly realized that Li Professor was emitting a massive amount of chilling energy. Natural Mage power originally doesn't have elemental properties, but he changes according to Li element Li wizard uses. This cold, gloomy Mage power ID precisely characteristic of lucky wizards. Li Han thought to himself, if every walk mage emitted an aura like this, then I understand why that field isn't popular. Mortuog looked at Li Han in surprise. It seemed he had sensed something special about him. He suddenly exclaimed, your mana ID quite abundant. And Li Han politely thanked him. Mortuog reached a hand preparing to demonstrate Fu everyone first. Purple lion BLC smoke suddenly poured all around him, then he commanded, arise skeleton slaves. As soon as he finished speaking, countless skeletons suddenly rose from everywhere. Those skeletons walked freely all of VE classroom. They even moved Seagull U to Li students, causing everyone to scream in fear, skeletons, they're real! One student trembled and begged them not to touch him. Suddenly, leapy skeletons all grabbed each other 8 hands at once. Then they held hands and spun in a circle, leaving like students baffled and confused. Witnessing Y scene before him, Mortuog calmly asked Li Han how he felt. He was a bit embarrassed. I specially prepared this performance for you all. Li Han forced a smile and praised Eid as very get in Li Ki distance. Gaxier was also delighted, silently thanking him. A moment later, Mortuog raised his hand high. That ate enough of Li beautiful performance. Quite that, he forcefully slapped his hand down into Yubuwan air. In Ki blink of an eye, all these skeletons had completely vanished. A student exclaimed in amazement, they've disappeared! Then I gods! Li Han noticed that Mortuog performed Medici extremely quickly and cleanly. He stared at him and thought, I de Ki professor showing me this because he wants me to do Ki same. Mortuog guessed Li Han ate thoughts and quickly shook his head. Don't worry, you don't need to learn that spell yet. It ain't too difficult for a beginner. An Enli then did Li Han breathe a sigh of relief, wishing Professor Vodali had heard that as well. He continued explaining, first try to convert your mana into negative energy. After hearing this, Li Han followed suit. He quickly pulled his wand from inside his robe, preparing to experiment. From behind, Gaxier stood silently observing him. She smiled slightly, even Fo Li Han, this would not be easy. Mages must experiment and fail countless times before they can visualize negative energy, as Eid ID an extremely vague and vast concept. If a person focuses on thinking about leaky cold, their mana will convert into leak ice element. If they think of darkness, it will turn into leaky element, because leak concept of negative energy IDP so vague, Eid ID incredibly difficult to grasp. Gaxier scanned the B room, and while Li Han was testing, she took leaky opportunity to observe leaky other students. Suddenly, she sensed a surge of negative Medici power appear. Gaxier was completely stunned and immediately turned back to look at Li Han. Seeing Medici power spreading around him, she could hardly believe her eyes. Li Han's mouth continued to relentlessly mutter wheat incantation. Right after, negative Medici power surged from a key one. Gaxier thought in amazement, he really did eat. Remaining students were also simultaneously astonished. He thought to himself that he and Lai needed to visualize complex mathematical concepts like hypergeometric geometry or complex numbers. The advantage of Li Han, who had lived across 2 worlds, was his rich imagination. Professor Mo Tuong was so shocked that he blurted out. He stepped forward to praise him. Do you quite get? Can do you do it again? To which he softly replied, I'll try. Li Han cast it again, and Mike amount of negative Medici power emitted was even denser than before. Gaxier speculated in a panic. Oh no, hate to get, having talent lie this I do not get at all. She became even more worried. What if he ends up liking BEC Muddy each? This must not be allowed to happen. This was Libby intuition of a professor fearing a multi-talented student would be stolen by a colleague. But soon after, Gaxier dismissed the thought. I shouldn't doubt him. Right then, she suddenly noticed. The amount of negative Medici power emanating from Li Han was becoming increasingly concentrated. He politely asked, Professor, when should I start key next step? After waiting a long time without an answer, Li Han doubtfully turned back to call, Professor. By now, Mo Tuong's expression had completely changed, and his eyes were filled with infatuation. His eyes turned bright red, and his voice was fun of excitement. What ID your limit? Keep going, summon until you are exhausted. Seeing Mo Tuong's behavior, Li Han thought to himself, this professor has gone mad. From behind, Gaxier's eyes sparkled as she covered her mouth in wonder. I didn't expect Professor Mo Tuong to be so overjoyed. At this time, EP students in Li classroom began to stir, and C-trend behavior started appearing, making her silently ponder. But perhaps I should tell him to see teep, like negative Medici power ID too concentrated, and leaky other students are gradually being affected. Gaxier hesitantly asked, Professor Mo Tuong, what should be done for next step? He indifferently replied, instead of moving to weak next step, wouldn't 8 be more into rate 10 to see how much more he can summon? She shyly reminded him, we can check that later. Mo Tuong was still lingering unreluctant, turning back as if hesitating to say something. But Gaxier's expression immediately changed and she sternly requested move to key next step. He had to reluctantly agree. Li Han doubtfully asked, Professor Mo Tuong, how should I handle this amount of Medici power? He brandished his wand and instructed, follow this motion and recite key following incantation. Then Mo Tuong slowly recited incant paralysis. Low LV paralysis curses Enli cause Y to gate to enter a state of mild stiffness. It feels lie a numb calf, this idea fairly simple lakma di each. He hesitated and asked, who should I cast this on? Hearing this, everyone immediately avoided eye contact for fear of being chosen, as curses, unlike other spells, must be cast on a Tagate. However, Mo Tuong pointed at himself. Leek old man replied nonchalantly as if he were obvious, naturally me. Li Han was astonished and immediately asked back. Leaky other students breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, he looks lie a light breeze could knock him RVE. Each ain't true, I once wanted to try Madi each on a professor, but Li Han asked cautiously, can I really do that? Mo Tuong immediately replied, of course, hurry up. He imagined a chick trying to peck a fine each and sighed. Why should a new student like me be worried about a professor? After that, Li Han obeyed and began to cast EP spell. Ma Chuang stood right in front of him, ready to receive Li P curse. He calculated silently, key paralysis spell of a new student ID nothing. When he boy sees me dispel eat easily, he will understand how profound Lakma Deech ID. He even imagined Li Han looking at him quote adoration and kneeling to beg faux tutelage. Perhaps things would unfold that way. Ma Chuang wondered if Glide Boy would come to him after class, while Li Han decided silently at that moment, I will put everything I have into this one shot. Li Han focused on channeling his Ma Deech to cast Iki spell. A massive amount of Ma Deech power poured dyeing P entire area purple. Gaxier immediately became anxious, wet he ID channeling too much Nietzsche. Immediately after he loudly recited Li incantation, Mo Chuang was hit by P curse and his whole body immediately glowed. His body began to undergo changes. His VXN gradually began to blur. All Li students gaped in amazement. Just as Mo Chuang collapsed to YE ground, Li Han hurriedly ran V. He called anxiously, Professor, are you still okay? At this moment Ma Chuang 8 face turned purple and he muttered something unclear. Li Han immediately thought about Li prospect of going to jail for murdering a professor. Suddenly, Iki old man braced his hands against I ground. His entire body immediately sprang up. Li Han stared at Ma Chuang in confusion. There was not a single trace of emotion on a key old man 8 face. Suddenly, he burst a laughing and said, has everyone seen clearly? This IDP merely a low Vit paralysis spell. Mo Tuong also didn't forget to voice his praise. You did very well. Li Han expressed his gratitude, secretly relieved in his heart. He turns a leaky professor was just pretending to live in a like classroom atmosphere. Garcia observed intently from a distance, sensing that something was very unusual about what had just happened. Garcia secretly analyzed, that enormous amount of Medici power just struck Professor Mo Tuong directly. Even if he was a professor, being hit by that attack unawares would make it difficult for him to be unharmed. She hesitated and asked, Professor Mo Tuong, were you hurt when you fell just now? He immediately turned his back and stammered in response, of course not. But Garcia noticed Mo Tuong's hand, hidden behind his back, was trembling non-sick top. She was stunned as she realized, so, he didn't pretend to fall at all. Garcia concluded, he truly succumbed to a new student a curse. Mo Tuong praised, do have a great talent fucking these each. Li Han replied in surprise, really than do you, Professor? He emphasized, extremely talented. Hearing this, he became even more confused. Why does he keep repeating heat? People usually unlie do that when they want to be sarcastic. Li Han couldn't help but wonder, could my spell casting have been that terrible? But then he clicked his tongue and thought, if I were already get from leaky start, I wouldn't need to be in my first year. Meanwhile, Garcia announced loudly, alright class Aki DHID much richer than what you've just witnessed. Li students listened attentively as she explained, lol V curses are not difficult to learn and they have many uses. Garcia continued, as long as do study diligently, they will certainly be very useful, not only for threatening others but also for self-defense. While she was introducing, Mo Tuong told Li Han to return to his seat. Garcia declared, key best way to deal with a type of Mage AD to learn eat. Shouldn't we thoroughly study many types of Mage Sheesh? Li students responded in unison, Professor. Li Han quickly returned to his position. Garcia raised Li P Mage wand she was holding in her hand. As she spoke, she glanced at Mo Tuong, so, now, he subtly nodded, indicating his agreement. Seeing this, Garcia immediately cast a spell, simultaneous shift. A Medici circle appeared, encompassing the classroom, and its dazzling blue light made all students see glue their eyes. Li Han also covered his face, quit his hand, and peeked through his fingers. Li's surrounding space gradually tutted and transformed. Afterwards, Li Han found himself sitting on leaky ground. He looked around in surprise, observing the surrounding scenery. Other students were also bewildered, completely unaware of what had just happened. Seeing Li scenery clearly, Li group immediately started discussing this idea training ground. What happened just now, could it be teleportation? Just then, a voice suddenly rang all right behind them. Du must be very surprised. Garcia and Ma Chuang walked UV, she happily explained, since Du all need to practice together, I moved Li's whole class to a more spacious place, so choose a suitable spot and let it begin. Hearing that, Li students immediately cheered crude excitement. Wonderful then Du Professor, let it get started right away. Li Han turned his head and saw that everyone had dispersed to find a place to practice. He silently assessed that Likey atmosphere was livelier and IP students were much more proactive than at beginning of like lesson. Professor Garcia was truly impressive. Just then, she clapped her hands and announced, alright class, now P Li pair up. Before long two wands collided powerfully. Li Han and Ganando simultaneously spoke politely, I look forward to your guidance. While rules are very simple, two people stand opposite each other, quad wands, ready to duel. Both sides will take turns attacking, Ganando first and then Li Han. IT goal ID not unan lie to practice attacking, but also to help them feel what it ID lie to be hit by a curse. Ganando closed his eyes to focus and muttered to himself first, I must convert Madich power into negative energy. Immediately after, negative Madich power began to pour off from Li wand in his hand. Seeing this, Li Han thought in amazement he successfully converted it that was fast. He remembered that Ganando had always struggled quite controlling other elements in the past. Li Han silently speculated, does he have a natural talent for Ak Ma Diich? He thought it might be because this type of Ma Diich was too simple, but immediately dismissed that possibility. Li fact that Ganando cast it successfully stunned even Mo Chuang. He muttered to himself, even that student can do it. Ganando remained focused on channeling more Madich power. When he felt it was enough, he immediately shouted, paralyze! A dense flow of Ma-Di power instantly rushed straight toward Li Han. He felt Eat quit surprise and said, so this IDE, what Eat feels lie to be cursed. Ganando cheered happily. It worked. Li Han also immediately congratulated him. After a while, Ganando asked curiously, but where are you paralyzed? Do you still look completely normal? Li Han rubbed his body and replied, I am not sure. I don't feel numb anywhere. Ganando suspected there was a problem with his spell, so Li Han suggested maybe E8, Lai Wei Diu chanted 8, Diu were too hesitant, try to saw more powerful. Ganando asked doubtfully really, he then prepared to cast it again. I understand.
Paralyze immediately, do idiot.
Hearing that, Gaxier was startled and hurriedly intervened. Wait a minute. She walked RVE, patted his shoulder, and explained Diu didn't fail just now. Eat just that Li Han has so much Ma-Di power that IP curse had no I Chi. Diu did a very get job. Praised by the professor. Ganando happily replied, really then Diu professor? He muttered softly, I didn't expect Likey curse to have no I Chi at all. Perhaps I am not suited for Wak Ma-Di. Then Ganando smiled and said, but it doesn't matter. After all, I don't intend to study 8. Alright, your turn. Li Han excitedly replied, just bring it on. He closed his eyes and silently reminded himself, I must teen Tron Eat quit concentration, no need to channel too much Mana. Mana began to radiate from Lai Si wand. Right after that, Li Han softly chanted Li spell, paralyze. Seeing this, Mo Tuong was extremely astonished. Did he chant Lai spell so briefly? Seeing him perform heat easily, he thought to himself, lengthening Lai Ki incantation helps a mage cast Ma-Di more smoothly. Chanting this quickly isn't easy. Even if ETID just a low LV he curse. EID hard to believe he could do it just after learning. Li Han immediately cast E curse straight at Ganando, while he also prepared himself to receive ET. But when he saw that massive amount of mana, Ganando's face immediately turned pale. Fear. Just as E key flow of mana was about to hit, he suddenly leaned back sharply. Because he leaned too far, his body let balance and he fell straight onto Y key ground. Ganando's scream immediately drew everyone nearby. Li Han paused for a moment and then hesitantly asked, weren't you supposed to not dodge? Ganando hurried to stand up, embarrassedly explaining, I just instinctively did eat. Hearing that, Mo Tuong was extremely shocked. Key 3 words, by instinct, made it hard for him to believe. He thought silently, not unlike rapidly transformed Waiki elements but also sensed mana extremely precisely. Mo Tuong couldn't help but wonder, what ID this young boy name? Li Ki more he thou, he more excited he became, to E point his whole body trembled. He decided, quite such natural talent, he ID a genius that in Li appears once every 10 years. After that, E-class ended without any further serious incidents. Everyone took turns Ki X ting curses on each other, everyone enjoying Like fun lesson. At this moment, Gaxier stepped forward and clapped her hands to signal. She said, alright, do all enjoyed practicing didn't do. Peak Lee give a round of applause for Professor Mo Tuong and today lesson, and everyone immediately responded happily. Seeing that, Gaxier excitedly asked, so, have you felt interested in Wak Ma-Di Chet? However, Li Pi entire group remained silent until one person tentatively replied a little bit. She immediately leaned into Mo Tuong's ear and whispered, Professor Mo Tuong, quickly say something to Li Pi class. And Enlai then did Diki old man speak, everyone, I believe do have all felt like the allure of Lox Mardi Che. Morton unexpectedly added, some students even showed an interest in this field, causing Wa whole group to feel bashful at once. Afterward, everyone turned to look at each other, wondering who Yeet was, but they still couldn't identify anyone. Ganando chuckled and teased, Key Professor ID quite humorous, who would actually be interested in Waxi Madish. While he was still laughing and saying Leap Professor 8 joke was bland, Morton suddenly spoke up, especially that student, a V there, I would be delighted to have you visit my office. Upon hearing this, Ganando's face immediately turned pale. Quit fear. He asked in confusion, why me? Did I do something wrong? To which Wak other students immediately replied, Ganando have a safe trip. Just as he was waving his hands to tell them to SC top, Morton continued to speak. Then he pointed straight at Li Han and said, that student too. He thought to himself that if Eat were just Fu earning points, Lakmadi each wouldn't be a bad choice. So he nodded and replied, yet, Professor. Right at that moment someone unexpectedly approached to call Ganando. Then everyone surrounded him and chided him. We were dragged into this because of DU! Hurry up and tell Wax Professor Duel go see him on your own. Ganando shouted resentfully, what kind of friends are Du? I'm definitely dragging Du all along. In live background, Garcia was thanking and saying goodbye to Morton. Hearing Ganando say that, everyone immediately yelled at him to take Heat back, but he firmly refused. Garcia hurriedly stopped them. Don't argue anymore, everyone. Afterward, two of them left the place together. A wizard aid office was no different from a research laboratory. This was a place where students could also become one of Likey subjects constantly studied by a professor. It sounded incredibly strange, but Likey reality was exactly as described. Li Han had heard those words many times back at that time, he thought it sounded just like graduate school. He couldn't help but wonder if that kind of hell existed in every world. At that moment, Ike too stood before Likey Tower. Ganando was trembling beside him, while Li Han remained poised, thinking to himself. But today ID completely different. I am unlike a first-year student, this ID simply a counseling session. In front of them was Professor Morton at workplace, Li Pili Sea Stone Tower. Seeing wooden crates marked Koot danger symbols and various types of bones at leaky entrance, he remarked, one glance ID enough to tell what they study here. Ganando stammered in a trembling voice. What did I do wrong that he had to call me in privately? To which Li Han comforted him. Maybe Teet not because Du did anything wrong. He replied fiercely, what other reason could there be? He'd ate surely because of Professor Jimta. Lock mages are all prone to going mad. But he ignored him, simply sighing and saying, let 8 go in. Li Han stepped forward, knocked on P door, and called Ow. Upon hearing Lai call Fo Professor, key door immediately opened on its own. Key two doors slowly opened wide before them. Ganando became even more terrified and stammered, key door opened by itself, to which Lihan reassured him, calm down. However, it seemed he had just noticed something. Lake's entire tower was shrouded in a hazy veil of smoke, making it impossible for Lihan to see his surroundings clearly. He wondered where Li Professor was. At that moment, Mortal was still sitting in his private office. Upon receiving Li notice, he spoke calmly, "Oki children have arrived." Mortal ordered direct bring Li children here, but he immediately refused. No, principal told Du not to approach any new students. He hesitated slightly. "Oh right, that wouldn't be very I cannot act in secret." Direct asked an SC, "Professor, have Du lot your mind? It hasn't been long since Du were released from prison." Mortal immediately corrected him. "That was not a prison, it was just a detention room." Then he waved his hand and said, "Anyway, I have received news, Du may go back." He had no choice but to obey and leave. Mortal gently waved his wand. At that very moment Che was instantly cast. A sudden gust of wind rose where Lihan was standing, sweeping away Li's entire hazy veil of smoke. After surrounding space became completely quiet again. And Enlai then were Key two of them able to see Key Fon view inside Key Tower. Looking around, he silently observed that Leak inside of Key Tower was more normal than he had imagined. But when he looked at Key desk ahead, Lihan suddenly froze. Wait, all Key furniture IDs made of bone. Folk mages who can see transkeletons, items made of bone have always been particularly favored. Suddenly, Mortal appeared right behind Likey desk, causing Ikey two of them to jump and startle. He spoke gently, "Welcome children." Li too politely greeted him back. Mortal nodded and told them to sit down. Lihan glanced at Ganando and saw him breathing a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, hasn't he realized that Ikey tables and chairs are all made of bone yet? He smiled and asked, Do know why I called Du here? Ganando immediately replied, "I know, sir." He lowered his head and whispered, "I think eat ID key because I did something wrong." While at Li same time Mortal said, "Both of Du have a talent Fo wake Madi Shi." They both spoke at once, causing everyone to look at each other in confusion. He asked doubtfully, "What did Du just say?" Ganando replied embarrassedly, "He IDK nothing, sir." Afterward, he silently asked himself, "I didn't mishear that, did I?" Ganando pondered, "Do I really have a talent Fo wak Madi each?" He kept his head lowered and whispered, "Lihan, Du heard it too, right? Key teacher said we have unique talent." He helplessly replied, "He didn't say unique." Ganando deliberated, "What should I do? I have no interest in Lox Medici, but I possess extremely high talent Fo eat." At this point, Ganando looked up and asked cheerfully, "Now, what should I do?" Seeing this, Lihan thou in disbelief, he went along could eat really fast. Mortuang took a few pieces of Ken Lai and said, "Go ahead and eat while we shate." Then he explained, "Since Du both have a great talent folk Medici, I called Du here for counseling. This field IDP much more fascinating than do you imagine." Hearing this, Lihan thought to himself, "Zit seems like I've heard these words somewhere before. People often say mockingly, 'Do you want to study under me? Quit that LVE.' So what about leaky professors of elective courses? Key professors of our department have almost fallen to wee bottom of society. Even so, they are still trying to struggle and rise up." He shook like candies in his hand and silently empathized. "This situation ID exactly key same. I understand like despair of a professor in an unpopular department." A moment later, Ikey two of them stepped all of Ikey Tower together. Ganando hummed happily, "I didn't expect myself to be such a sought-after talent. What should I do?" Lihan thought to himself, "Look how smug he IDP, but they still had other things to worry about." A few minutes ago, Ikey two of them had received a gift that looked like a bone. Ganando asked curiously, "Professor, would I eat this?" Morching replied, "Kuda smile, I hope you two will keep it carefully." He said a bit shyly, "This idea gift I specially prepared Fu Moisi two of Du." Then Morchung waved goodbye and turned to leave. He quickly called after him, "But what ID this, Professor?" He didn't answer. Ganando had to say, "Lihan, let it go." He looked at the key bone in his hand and thou. Key Professor still hasn't said what this actually ID. Lihan silently speculated, could this be bone of some creature? Suddenly he remembered something. Perhaps Scene had also appeared in Leak Headmaster 8 book. Then Lihan came to an unbelievable conclusion. He wants to bond Kudas by giving us an ancient relic. Like giving a surprise token between lovers. Thou made him shudder. What kind of devilish comparison am I using? While he was led in thou, Ganando suddenly called out, "Lihan." He remained silent, scratching his head for a long time. Unlie then did Ganando speak, "You absolutely must not tell Macon about this." Lihan quietly reflected. He suddenly remembered like he passed. Ganando had once said in front of everyone that alchemy was unlike foe servants and what was like use of learning eat. Perhaps he was afraid of being teased because of his own words. Lihan naturally agreed, "Of course. Do have to keep eat a secret too, we're friends after all." Ganando immediately breathed a sigh of relief, but he thought, "Johnner, Idik also a friend. I'll tell her right away later." On another day, everyone was running while panting heavily. Everyone ate face was drenched in sweat. Ingril ran after students and urged them loudly, "Keep running everyone, do not stop!" He also reminded them, "Don't forget to sense mana through every breath." Lihan and Deju ran next to each other, both listening intently to Ingril at lecture. Your goal ID to push your physical strength to YP limit by regulating mana. There are countless methods to utilize Madicha power. One of them ID to circulate EAT throughout EE body to enhance physical strength and increase endurance. However, this XT Gi ID extremely grueling and everyone ran until they were almost completely exhausted. Lihan ran alongside Ingril and called out, "Professor." He spoke while running. I have a question to ask. He smiled and replied, Lihan, what I det? Lihan stated frankly, I have to go up to Waikiki Mountains. Can you give me some advice? Hearing that, Ingerl looked at him intently and remained silent for a moment. Then he turned back and seriously advised, It would be best if you gave up on that idea. Lihan asked curiously, I think that place really that dangerous? Ingerl didn't hide anything. Ki Mountain ranges behind Lee School are not unlike fun of dangerous monsters but also hide many lurking hazards. Even neat professors do not fully understand that place. Then he suddenly lowered his voice, entering there recklessly ID not a wise choice, and Lee a fool would go looking for death. Lihan hurriedly explained, Eat not that I want to go in myself. Our homework ID to go to EP Mountain to collect materials. Ingerl frowned, thinking to himself that this was homework assigned by another professor again. He immediately changed his tone, if that AE case then eat different. He asked in confusion, why ID eat suddenly different? While I students continued their run. Ingerl did not answer but asked back, do you don't look tired at all? Have you already coordinated your Madi power? He felt inside himself and replied, not exactly. Lihan explained uncertainly, T feels more like I'm releasing Madi power outward. That answer made Ingerl very surprised. To bring Madi power off from Leaky core and then circulate E to every corner of E body, Leaky most important factor ID Hiki ability to Kentran eat precisely. But Lihan used a different method. He pushed excess Madi power in all directions. Instead of circulating Eat, he simply released Eat all. Ingerl put his hand to his chin and sank into thou. He thought to himself, I heard he did something similar when fighting Ike Twilight Dawn Tim. Ingerl analyzed, normally, he would have fainted afterwards due to exhausted Madi power, because this method ID no different from burning through his entire strength. Suddenly a possibility occurred to him. Ingerl considered, if he truly possesses a nearly infinite source of Madi power, then this would be an effective method exclusive and enli to him. After thinking it through, Ingerl spoke, I unski topped you from using that method. He continued, however, in this class I want you to focus on circulating Madi power. Hearing that, Lihan secretly speculated, perhaps that method still harbors dangers I haven't anticipated. Then Ingerl spoke hesitantly, furthermore, if Dio possess that much Madi power, Dio'll have to work harder than others to complete a circulation cycle. Hearing this, he silently wondered, wait, were ID professor intending to lead this conversation? Seemingly having guessed something, he suddenly stopped. At this moment everyone else was also exhausted, lying scattered on the pea ground gasping for breath. Without making Lihan wait long, Likey answer was indeed as he thought. He said, I will increase separate training for Dio. Ingerl smiled and declared, run 10 more laps. Upon hearing this, Lihan felt as if a bolt of lightning had just struck him directly on Ike's head. He clenched his fists and asked in a trembling voice, why are these professors? Fun of resentment. Lihan wondered why every one of them was like that. He hung his head as if about to collapse but still replied politely, Professor, I really like the suggestion. At that moment Ingerl spoke again, catching Lihan's attention. He said cheerfully in a formal voice, I will go into Waikiki Mountains Quote Dio to collect materials. Lihan immediately countered, Du just said if heat was an assignment, it would be fi. Ingerl squinted his eyes, quit a smile and replied gently, that ain't right, I just wanted to take a walk as well. He was a bit surprised, but eventually accepted. He walked beside him and glanced at Lihan, thinking secretly, if heat ain't just an assignment, then nothing will likely happen. However, Ingerl still couldn't feel at ease because that place was inherently extremely dangerous. In Lakey middle of Ikey desolate Mautian forest, a single house still had its lights on. Someone held a letter that said, I have to go out temporarily, just use yak items inside, signed Yurgum. After reading 8 Johnner didn't know what to say for a moment. She turned to EP person beside her and smiled gently, so that ain't why you called me here? Johnner exposed truth in a low voice, because there are many alchemy tools here. And Lihan frankly admitted eat. He opened a wooden chest filled with various bottles and jars, saying, I also want a chi effects of eek potion we got last time. Lihan looked at her humbly and praised, I don't understand alchemy as well as you do. Johnner smiled radiantly, I am also very curious about their uses. But as if discovering something, IP's smile on her face immediately vanished. Johnner quickly leaned to look through Waddy window and asked in astonishment, wait, what I do that there? A field. Lihan calmly replied, D noticed. Johnner turned her head suspiciously and asked, don't tell me do you intend to grow those things? Lihan immediately admitted, that ain't right. But eat will take a long time. I heard eat takes several months for them to mature. She pointed ahead, but I already see some large trees. Lihan looked in confusion. He was immediately startled, looking in amazement at leap seen before him. Lihan rushed to IEP window, unable to believe that trees outside had already grown so tall. He recalled when they had just been sown. They were definitely EP trees he had planted. Lihan was Laden Thou, ignoring like bewildered Johnner beside him, wondering when they had actually matured. Suddenly remembering something, he let out a soft exclamation. Eat turned that Lee Kikas lay in that watering can. Lihan gave a forced laugh. Eat seems we professor used a growth potion or something similar, but he was mistaken. Eat was just an ordinary watering can. A sequence of old memories suddenly flashed by. Trees had grown quickly than to Lihan ate staff. But he didn't realize so two of them mistakenly attributed light credit to Urigum. He cheerfully asked Johnner quickly, in that case, shall we harvest today? What do you think? She winked and replied, just leave hay to me. Johnner reached to get a few items from like shelf, while he busily tidied up below. Those were all essential items. Both loaded themselves quit belongings and left house. Before leaving, they even left a than do letter for Urigum. Late next day, Lihan and Johnner were staying inside a tower. Li Tu sat listlessly, their faces fun of fatigue and lack of sleep. Li Han asked, do you mean this IDE chant of God medicine? Johnner weakly confirmed eat. At Li Han 8 feet, belongings lay scattered. Who would have thought they both stayed up all night just to experiment quote medicinal herbs? Li Han looked intently at Li's wooden box and pondered, while Johnner beside him kept yawning repeatedly. Colorful medicine bottles were neatly arranged in each chest, including DTA chant of God medicine and several other types. He suddenly imagined himself turning into a merman and chuckled softly. Johnner sat opposite him and sadly apologized. Ian Li identified those two bottles. Seeing this, Li Han spoke up to console her. Suddenly Yi saw if someone 8 footsteps approached, interrupting IP conversation. So you two are here. Leek newcomer spoke up to greet them. Eat was Asa looking foe Li Han and Johnner. He asked, are you two finished preparing to go collect ingredients? Li Han softly replied to Acid 8 words. He thought to himself, I've arranged Eat Fu this weekend. Saturday will be returning from Li Ki Forest quit friends, and on Sunday. He took his CPC off from his shirt. I will use a pass to leave IP Academy. He put Li Ki back into his shirt and cautiously calculated, not knowing what traps lay ahead. Beside him, Asa suddenly remembered something and asked. Those words made Li Han pause slightly. Do you want to SE top by EBLEC market foe a look before we head into Ki Forest? He thought he had misheard, so he asked again. Not long after, all three stood in Li P middle of a packed market. Li Han looked at Li P scene before him in confusion. Does Li Academy really have a place like this? What kind of school would Ubi a B Li C market? He looked in another direction, finding everything increasingly out of place. Looking at Li P stalls set up everywhere, this place looked more like a produce market than a BPLEC market. One by one, all three moved deeper into Ki market. Li Han suddenly noticed a spot that was surrounded by a large crowd. Bet 1 loaf of bread to get 1 loaf of bread back, just find King Ki Si. A rot, lie man named Raford sat in Leaky middle of Leaky crowd. 3 cards laid all in front of him. Raford explained ET rules of Leakim Du, an online need to find correct key among these 3 cards, guessing right will bring back 2 loaves of bread instead of 1. Those words immediately excited live crowd. As soon as he saw Li Han, Raford jumped up and called him loudly. As Li call ended, Leaky whole area immediately broke into chaos and everyone fled simultaneously. He thought to himself, do not avoid me, Li do have encountered an evil spirit. He coughed slightly and asked Raford what he was doing. Leak other honestly replied that he was collecting bread. Hearing that, Li Han found it even harder to understand and asked him again. Seeing his dazed expression, Raford immediately explained that bread ideally currency used here. 5 loaves of bread can be exchanged for 1 brush pen, and 10 brush pens can be exchanged for a sugar cube as large as a matchbox. In Li Han 8 mind, a scene appeared of him sitting in a boat, kuta wiki or gn, kut various types of animals below exchanging water. Waiki Ezur EEAGN tower students still had food than to Li Han, but Leaky other towers were not so lucky, they had to work very hard to make a living. Johnner noticed a small stall and asked if he could look at Iki items. Iki seller immediately agreed happily. Li Han looked around and thought he should take a look as well. Although Ake items were simply displayed, there were many useful things, though there was little food, even some fake food. He rubbed his chin and silently assessed that there were also many daily necessities here. Li Han found a few items to his liking and stopped immediately. He stood among Li stalls being covered in a ski trend B glue lie. Li Han looked in amazement at leaky items on table. They were all ancient artifacts. A gemstone floated in mid-air, an item so rare that some people never see one in their lifetime. That was indeed an artifact. Li Han silently assessed, but this ID arrogant P students here possess countless talents, capable of making items that are simple but extremely useful. He remembered like he passed and smiled slightly, while Raford beside him looked confused. In this place, he would converse more naturally if he said he came from Li B Lycee Tortoise Tower. Raford leaned in CQLU and whispered, do see any beautiful items? I have tried a few of these before, they are completely useless. Li Han noticed a pure white garment and asked what that cloak was. Raford nearby immediately explained it was a protective cloak. He recalled Li P seen from that time, he could stop attacks from sharp weapons, but Li Ki probability of it working was in Li half. He picked up Li cloak to look at it and said that it was still quite useful regardless. Raford placed one hand respectfully in front of his chest. You are wonderful, always seeing things positively, that tolerance makes you a true noble. Li Han heard Li P whole tirade and told him to calm down. He shifted his gaze elsewhere and thought idly, however. He could not blame Raford Fu saying these items were useless. Li Han observed Ki simply displayed items. He could not identify Ki usage of most of them, and some had expired based on Ki radiating Madi each power. By comparison, this cloak was quite get. He spoke up saying he would buy Li cloak, making live shopkeeper immediately excited. Li seller placed IP cloak in Li Han 8 hand and spoke. He intended to use a debt faux payment, but like shopkeeper at eyes immediately darkened, his face clearly showing disagreement. Li Han said nothing, simply bowed slightly and lifted Li cloth covering an item. Inside Li basket fun of vegetables and eggs. I brought a few things because I heard this place allows exchanges, but leaky pile of glowing vegetables astonished everyone. No one had anything valuable enough to trade for them, and furthermore, he hadn't even brought any canned goods. He had just intended to carry his belongings elsewhere when everyone immediately called him back. They rushed forward to surround him, loudly asking what he wanted, begging him to visit their stalls, and promising to give him extra items. Light crowd jostled and vied for his attention, leaving Li Han momentarily stunned. Everyone ran and quit their goods to make offers. How about this hoe crafted by an expert? Let me pay you 2 potatoes first, then do sir. Ye young man holding 2 potatoes in his hands triumphantly mocked ye others. Do you idiots that ate why? He gazed greedily at Lee Potatoes and boasted, "Do you all need to know how to judge goods? Lie, I do." You others angrily scolded him, "Shut up. You just got lucky finding that cloak." A girl ran after White young man, pleading for him to sell his items to her, but was still refused. He turned to start a fire, while Lippy girl behind him remained determined and would not give up. He skewered a potato and placed ETVYT fire to roast, causing everyone around to swallow hard in unison. Lee's skin was peeled back, revealing hot Guinean interior. "I think eat cook now. Enjoy meal everyone." They were so hungry their eyes lit up. Leehan didn't know what to say witnessing this scene. Leaky young man happily took bites of potato, eating quick great relish. He watched Lee scene before him in astonishment. Just how hungry were they to be driven mad by a few potatoes? Leehan turned to look at Light's people surrounding him, and upon closer inspection, all of them. Everyone looked gaunt and emaciated as if they hadn't eaten for days, yet they never stopped advertising their goods. He stepped forward to call out to Johnner, getting her attention. "Johnner, could you help me quit something?" He leaned down beside Ike pile of vegetables and said softly, "Everyone peel stand in a line." He generously announced, "I will cook for you all, completely free of shekis, but unlie this once." Waiki three of them were immediately shocked upon hearing this and turned their heads sharply toward him. Lie crowd in front became even more excited, repeatedly asking, "Are you really going to cook? Do you mean we really get to eat real food?" Leehan nodded in confirmation. Afterward, he turned his head to look at Johnner and called awe to her. Leehan explained his thoughts. "I think they have been suffering from hunger for a long time." And Johnner agreed, quote him. Two of them quickly set to work preparing Likey food. Lihan looked like a real chef, nimbly chopping ingredients and sauteing Likey vegetables. Seeing Likey delicious dishes in front of them, Light crowd couldn't help but salivate. Leehan also made a glistening soup that looked incredibly appetizing. He personally ladled Ike tomato soup he had just cooked into bowls for everyone. White two of them held high hat bowls of soup in their hands, their faces filled with desire and expectation. Key young man immediately lifted bowl to his mouth, eagerly tasting Key soup. Everyone enjoyed their bowls of soup heartily. Johnner rested his chin on his hand, looking at them and exclaiming that their appetite was incredible. Beside him, Leehan sighed softly, thinking they must have been very hungry. He closed his eyes and tilted his face toward Like's sky, thinking to himself that he had done quite well, though he felt a bit guilty for taking advantage of them. Leehan wanted to make a get impression so they would no longer fear him in Lee Key Forest. Eat was all a precaution for Lee Key worst case scenario, as Lee group would soon be working together on EP modding, so improving relations quit EBPLIC toward his students who were always wary of him was crucial. He smiled and told himself that if he could use this method to gain their goodwill, Eat would be quite worth ET. Leehan put on the cloak, quit a large bundle of belongings strapped to his back. Looking at EP giant bundle he carried, Johnner and Rapford were both somewhat astonished, while he also felt he might have brought too much. Everything in Leaky bundle had been given by LIPLEC Tortoise students. Looking at Leapy bag in his hand, he thought to himself that he had even received a few unexpected items. From shoes to writing chalk. There were even bracelets quit many different functions. He thought proudly to himself that he had acquired a whole collection of artifacts. Rapford ran NVE to help him lift bundle but failed. Leehan silently reasoned that key current issue was that he knew all of them were made by upperclassmen. He frowned slightly and wondered in confusion why they would ret such artifacts. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from inside bundle. They all served to hide items 08 in moving stealthily. If they were made when they were allowed to leave Y Academy, then before he could finish his thought, he was interrupted by that trend sound, which caught Lee's attention of all three simultaneously. Realizing something was wrong, Leehan said, "I feel something moving inside bundle." A skeletal foot unexpectedly clamped onto ID bag on his back, making Leehan turn his head in alarm. Seeing that scene, his face immediately turned pale, and his mind was full of questions. Everyone was panicked by what had just appeared. Seeing Lee Bone crawling on him, Rapford shouted, "Don't tell me those guys plan to return kindness quit malice." Then, he'd suddenly slipped right inside Leehan's chest area. Rapford and Johnner called his name in concern, but Leehan signaled his hand. "I am fine. Wait a moment." He felt bone slowly moving downward. He touched Leapy other bone that was already on Leehan person. Next, two bones automatically joined together into a single complete unit. Then they crawled all of Leehan pocket again. Lee's skeletal mass slowly floated up high right in front of him. Johnner asked in bewilderment, "Another bone? Just what are you carrying?" Leehan replied, "That IDE item Professor Mo Tuong gave me." Suddenly, Leaky bone waved slightly. He asked doubtfully, "Are you awake?" Suddenly, Eat retracted its claws, and Leehan immediately felt that things were not looking good. Just as expected, Eat suddenly lunged forward, making him let out a small cry of surprise. Key bone quickly drew near. Then its claws dug into Leehan's hand, causing blood to flow instantly. A pulse of sonic mod each was instantly formed. Immediately afterward, he seemed to understand everything clearly. Johnner said in a panic, "Teed attacking Leehan," and Rapford immediately chimed in, "We're coming to help you." But he quickly ordered, "Wet everyone." Watching Lee flowing blood, Leehan suddenly noticed something. He turned out that Leeky's silhouette of a wolf appeared behind Leaky bone. He immediately reached and grabbed its leg bone. Leehan marveled in astonishment. Could this feeling be? Then he commanded sit down, then stand up, and Bone obediently followed suit. Johnner and Rapford watched Lippy scene in SPC, while Leehan repeatedly made Bone spin around and clench its claws. Both realized at once this was Beely Madija skeleton summoning. He opened his mouth and slowly let a sigh of relief. Then he forced a smile. Key professor gave me such a sex trend gift. Eat 8 already clinging to me. Johnner called Lee Hant name and said seriously, maybe do should throw 8 away. Those words caused him bone to tremble violently. Seeing Eat tremble and crawl into his shirt, Johnner quickly said, never mind, I take Eat back, so Then Raford spoke up to advise Lehan, in Lee Key wizarding world, we are always told not to get involved quat ok mages. His eyes stared intently at Lai Key bone. Then Raford said, doesn't this thing look a bit creepy? Lihan began to carefully reconsider the entire situation. Then he gave his answer, than do you both, I have thought carefully about your advice. Seeing that Iki Bone seemed sad, Lihan continued, although ETIDC Tren, I don't lie to judge things based solely on appearance. Thinking of Mortem, Johnner wondered, why did Guy Professor give this as a reward? Lihan agreed, adding, why did he take Eat apart before giving Eat to me? Raford speculated, perhaps do have to find the remaining parts and piece them together, but Johnner immediately dismissed that Eat too ridiculous. After thinking ETV, all three fell into a deep silence. She loudly protested, no way, that hate too weird, while Lihan silently noted, though Eat sounds absurd, Eat quite plausible. He remembered Ganando once said that no one likes collecting bones, and then analyzed the Professor 8 logic was entirely different from regular people, whereas Ganando represented normal logic. Perhaps Mortem had happily thou. Key 2 children will surely be delighted to go on a hunt faux bones. Lihan hugged his own body, thinking to himself that he had just been used. Standing next to Johnner, he wondered if Lai-Ki came from that mist, but he quickly dismissed Professor 8 theory. In Lai-Ki Lihan decided to let go of Iki matter regarding Lai-Ki mist, as Eat posed no danger anyway. By next lesson, Ingrel was standing in front of all Lee students. To Iki left was Nilia 8 group. To Waki right was Rowan at 8 group of friends. In Lai front, there was also a group of students engaged in prayer. Lihan silently assessed that Eat seemed all 4 towers had gathered in fun. Ingrel reminded everyone that their first and second priorities were to ensure safety. Lihan silently remarked that this Ma 10 was inherently fun of unpredictable dangers, so having a professor accompany them was indeed Laiki's safest plan. He requested that students from Lai-T same tower quickly gather together and memorize each other 8 faces in Lai-T and MB of people present. We will be conducting regular on-calls, he said, a statement that made 2 students startle, wondering if this place was truly that dangerous. Another group of friends whispered among themselves, let 8 not wander P from me group anymore, and, I agree. Seeing everyone 8 cautious demeanor, Ingrel thought to himself, these kids finally know how to be vigilant, let 8 said a P. He began to lead, saying, pay attention and follow me. Stren skeleton was hiding behind branches above, silently watching everyone leave. Its eyes suddenly flashed quid an eerie lie. La sky today was truly incredibly clear. Ingrel planted his staff into EP ground and said, this IDK exactly E place. He then announced, you will be collecting materials Fuwaki class in this area. 2 friends were searching inside E bushes. Another group started searching among I tree branches. In set, Ingrel saw that everyone was diligently searching. He smiled, thinking to himself, everything ID going very smoothly, just keep Eat up until we go down Li Mao Tinan. Suddenly hearing a sea trend saw, Ingrel immediately turned his head. Eat turned to awe that a pair of giant magical hands were rushing toward him, Quoot Dai intent to attack. Eat slowly clasped its hands together. Key staff stuck in Lee ground began to slowly tilt downward. Lee students were still happily chatting, no one noticed his disappearance. A female student turned around to speak, saying, Professor, I have a question. But seeing that Ingrel was not in front of her, she was extremely puzzled and wondered where Wiki Professor had gone. Immediately afterward she was startled. Looking at E seen before her, her friend at Voy gradually quieted down, there were absolutely no footprints. Her face immediately grew frantic, could it be? Then she suddenly screamed, everyone, Professor! She pointed toward Key Broken Branch and said, Key Professor has disappeared. Hearing this, Lihan and Nilia were both shocked. He took a soft breath in. Lee sky began to be covered gloomy, walks clouds. Lee students stood surrounding Branch 8 location carefully examining Lee traces. Lihan thought to himself, finally, what I feared most has happened. Suddenly, deep panicked voices of Leaky 2 nearby caught his attention. What should we do? What do we do now? Seeing this, Lihan immediately reassured them. For now, everyone needs to stay calm. He spoke words of comfort. Don't be too frightened. Perhaps the professor has just gone somewhere else temporarily. While they tried to compose themselves, saying, Lihan IDK right, we must be calm. He thought secretly, how could that be? But I have to soothe them first. Lihan observed his surroundings. He didn't see signs of monsters, and Lucky group wasn't lot yet, so there was no need to be too afraid. They just had to return Lucky way they came. Right then, a drop of rain unexpectedly fell from above. Immediately afterward, a heave of downpour poured straight onto where he stood. Lihan was instantly speechless. Quitten and Lai One Thao in his head. I deek heaven playing a joke on me. At this time, his hands were holding a cup of hat tea. Everyone was temporarily sheltering from Lai rain under a cliff. Lihan sighed and thought, luckily I brought things as a precaution. I didn't expect Professor Ingrel to run into trouble. Suddenly Rona called Lihan 8 name, making him turn around in surprise. He thanked him Fui help, and Lihan immediately replied, dear welcome. Then Rowena asked, IDE story about legendary soup do you cooked fu biki lisi tortoise tower true. Lihan was confused, not knowing which legend she meant. After speaking, he turned and said, ate nothing, wait for me a moment. A guess flashed in Lihan 8 mind. Could it be that light tomato soup from before has been exaggerated into a legendary dish? Rowena reported to Adanath, Princess, it seems it was just a rumor. She gestured her understanding and said, if that ID so. Then he turned back to Lihan. Her Highness also wants to help. While he mumbled, why didn't she come and say ate herself? he replied. Then that ate great. Seeing Johnner shivering next to them, Leehan suggested, could we start a fire? Rowena replied, I will go ask. He immediately conveyed that request to Adanath. Then she gently cast her cloak aside. Adanath raised her wand, summoning magical spirits. Streams of power immediately shot toward B pile of wood in front of her. That magical energy quickly headed straight into E center of like wood pile. Immediately after that, E flame suddenly flared up intensely. Leehan was incredibly astonished. This method, she ID summoning a spirit. Lug boy behind him was skeptical, saying we haven't learned to summon spirits yet, while Leapy girl beside him said coot admiration. Her Highness, Princess Idik amazing. He silently remarked that this reaction was completely different from when Professor Mochuang summoned a skeleton. Professor Mochuang hadn't even started fighting before he let. Everyone sat around Wookiee campfire discussing how much more pleasant and warm Eat was now. Outside rain continued to pour down without stopping. But strangely a bright clear moon appeared high above. Suddenly that moon expanded and flashed Kuda blinding lie. Johnner looked into his teacup Kuda puzzled expression. She asked suspiciously, why are ripples appearing on like E's fey of key water? Then a rumbling sow approached and Johnner asked again, what ID that sow? It seemed like something gigantic was moving, causing a look of worry to immediately appear on Lee Hanite's face. He jumped to his feet, saying, wait, that saw ID getting closer and closer. In leaky distance, a mist be east and sea clouds and Lee fun moon. A pair of eyes suddenly flashed Kud an unusual lie. Lee Hen and Johnner were instantly stunned when they saw Eat. To VE it be vermilion bird and white tiger group. In a certain cave, a faint glimmer of lie was still flickering. Lee students there were also facing a similar situation. At this moment Lee Han was standing face to face Kud a giant men XTT. Rona immediately warned, everyone absolutely do not make any reckless moves. He explained, key actions of Medici statues follow principles, as long as we don't disturb them, they unattack. Unlike wild monsters, Medici statues are created by mages who place a Medici core into an object crafted from arbitrary materials. Lie problem IDE that when Leaky core ID shattered in battle or separated when Leaky body ID destroyed, they can merge quit other miscellaneous objects. Medici statue 8 eyes flashed even more intensely. Finally, Rona concluded, that ID ha Medici statues that no longer obey their master's commands are born. Upon hearing this, Leehan felt quite fortunate. Damaged Medici statues will still follow their original orders however. His gaze gradually became dangerous as Leehan silently made his assessment. Perhaps it's order ID to give you all new students. Like rain grew increasingly violent, and small branches along quicksand and soil were carried down by key current. Leaky demon statue used one finger to draw a long line on leaky ground. After that, Eat stood motionless in place. Nilia wondered a line, Johnner speculated perhaps Eat forbids us from crossing. Hearing Leehan ask what would happen if they crossed that line, Asa immediately flinched. He affirmed, I will try to confirm. Asa quickly interjected, no Eat ain't too dangerous, Leehan. He put his hand in his pocket and calmly replied, I wasn't planning to cross Eat myself. Leehan took a bone fragment out of his pocket. Everyone looked at Eat with various expressions. Asa suspiciously asked, what in Leaky world ID that? Leehan replied, Tate just a summoned item, but its origin ID a bit unusual. He commanded, go forward and then come back. Key bone fragment immediately obeyed, darting straight towards the He demon statue. As soon as Eat crossed Leak line on leaky ground, Key bone fragment was immediately crushed by Key demon statue. By key time the demon statue opened its hand, Eat had shattered into pieces. Leehan concluded, Eat will attack anyone who crosses well line. Asa panicked, doesn't that mean we're trapped? What should we do now? Just then, he was astonished by Key sight before him. Key bone fragments suddenly emitted a surge of magical power. Following that they quickly reassembled themselves and recovered. Leehan happily called Auda Key bone fragment, well done, come back here quickly. Witnessing that scene Rowena was immediately stunned. He silently asked himself, what did I just see? Can a summoned item recover that quickly? Rowena stared at Leehan and then analyzed. As I recall summoning something usually takes a lot of time and magical power. Suddenly, a nearby argument drew his attention.
I told you I was right! Dear Wigwan who ate wrong!
Rowena stopped thinking, this isn't Lee time to worry about that, and simultaneously stepped forward to intervene. Everyone calm down. But he was immediately pushed aside by someone who said, shut up. This ID not an affair foo outsiders of Leaky Tower. Johnner and Nilia stood nearby, momentarily unsure how to handle live situation. After that, she turned to Leehan and said, I think you should top them. Seeing that he still didn't respond, Nilia called Leehan's name again. She gently tugged his sleeve and suspiciously asked, why are you just sitting there spacing out? Leehan immediately turned around looking apologetic towards Nilia. Then Leehan spoke up. I think I just found a clue to escape this situation, which immediately startled her. Lee bickering crowd instantly turned around in joy. Really, as expected of Leehan, you've saved us again. Looking at Lee admiring faces before him, Leehan couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Leehan presented his deduction, perhaps this entire situation idea trap prepared by professors. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and let out a simultaneous gasp. Elsewhere, Ingerald's arms were being tied up tightly. Even his legs were locked firmly by Medici. Ingerald's face looked extremely uncomfortable. Peli, let me down already? Ingerald couldn't believe they would kidnap their own colleague. Osu hurried to explain. Calm down first, Professor. He said, once we finish explaining, you will surely understand. Ingerald replied coldly then explained quickly. Osu reasoned, if their ID always a reliable professor by their side, we children will never be able to grow on their own. Ingerald's face was fun of helplessness. Are you being serious? Osu replied confidently, one day you will understand my intentions. Ingerald gave a faint smile.
Faith.
Then he asked, But if something unexpected occurs beyond our predictions, how do plan to handle heat? Upon hearing that, Osu immediately turned to look at Yurigam inquiringly. Yurigam calmly replied, they must overcome heat themselves. Who person beside him agreed, shouldn't students resolve things on their own? Ingirl truly could not understand Iiwei Osu and Yurigam though. He sighed inwardly, having forgotten that all mages are that eccentric. Yuki other two cheered up noticeably upon hearing his response. I see. But if Lee's situation gets all of feet on Tron, I will intervene immediately. Osu affirmed that eat was acceptable, then said, Heat seems to have understood pleasure of watching Lee children grow. Ingirl suppressed his anger. Don't say another Then he rolled his shoulders and asked, so, what have you prepared for we children in the forest? Yurigam replied while bringing V some tea, ate not much. He laughed loudly, just a creature stronger than a bull and enhanced by Mahdi, chi. Eat ate a bit harder to tame than a bull, but he'd certainly unn't be a problem. After hearing this, Ingirl remarked, then it should be fi. Outside, Pisakai was be Luquot white clouds and geened on sunlight. He said, anyway, a bull I'd better than a golem. Ozu nodded repeatedly beside him. Exactly right. In complete contrast, Eat was pouring lie a waterfall where IP students were, and a golem still stood tall, blocking Lucky Way. Everyone began to discuss, what about Professor Ingirl? Did he also participate in setting up this plan? Two students gritted their teeth and cursed under their breath, those damn professors. Nelia wondered, so what do plan to do now? Leehan replied calmly, key plan hasn't changed much. He pointed straight at Likey Golem and said, first, we have to find a way to get rid of E.T. Lee Tali En Lai response to Leehan was a heavy silence, making him wonder if this was perhaps a bit too much for them. Then Leehan shouted loudly, everyone gather round, since this ID Capri set trap, there must be a way to overcome E.T. Lee crowd immediately cheered up, that right, Likey professors wouldn't have released one magical statue without preparing a solution. Nilia breathed a sigh of relief while he quietly thought to himself, regardless. Lihan looked toward Key Forest. He also wanted to take Eat a bit. A moment later, leafy rain continued to pour down relentlessly. Everyone split into groups to discuss, perhaps Eat had a weakness, and they wondered what to do to distract E.T. Nelia turned her head to ask Lihan what he thou, but she froze instantly. She unlie saw P magical statue, his figure had disappeared. Nelia screamed in panic, everyone, Lihan ID missing too! Lee whole group of students immediately fell into a state of extreme panic. Asa shouted, 8 been kidnapped too, and Leaky girl next to him suggested, I'll try to sneak near Wiki magical statue to find him. Suddenly Johnner pointed forward and called, wait everyone, look Viki there. He turned all Lihan was standing right behind the magical statue. Everyone was shocked, calling his name in unison. Asa screamed anxiously, run away if you stand next to Wiki magical statue for too long. But his voice suddenly faltered, wait, why isn't Eat reacting at all? Asa asked in confusion, what on earth just happened? How can you stand there? Lihan looked down at his belt and replied, I used an invisibility spell. While other students panicked, he had quietly tested how Y magical statue would react while he was invisible. Fortunately, Lee magical statue did not detect him. Lihan had crossed I key safety line, and furthermore, he discovered another piece of information. Now Lihan had revealed himself, but despite crossing like a line, Ike magical statue completely ignored him. Asa exclaimed in amazement, that is incredible. You can use an invisibility spell now. Lihan replied Eat was unlike into an artifact, and Asa reflexively asked further, do even know how to craft artifacts? But Asa's smile and that of the boy next to him stiffened immediately when he denied Eat, saying, Key Prisinga society gave hate to me. Why two of them backed away in fear? Prisinga society. Why are you involved with that society? Lihan said sadly, there ain't no need to stay away from me lie that. Suddenly Johnner interrupted, that ain't not important. Prisinga 8 artifacts aren't easy for all of us to use anyway. Nelia wondered, so we still have to think of another way to escape from here. Asa immediately suggested, can Lihan go find a professor for help? He asserted, I can't because this was originally a trap set by Lee professors. Then Lihan reached into his pocket and said, therefore, we can and Lai solve this problem ourselves in another way. He raised his wand and fired an iron ben. Lihan silently analyzed that if this were a Tate, Aki difficulty must definitely be within a key capability of a first-year student. Then he told everyone, try focusing Y attack on Aki core that ID controlling AP golem. Lihan gaze was incredibly determined, just by doing that we can finish ET. Leak iron beam immediately lunged straight into Y core of Lipe golem. Through that giant silhouette, everyone in Lai saw something being splattered away. Lee group of students cheered joyfully. Great, he'd hit right in knee center. However, Johnner was stunned. She let a soft, ish, and hurriedly called Lihan at name. His complexion at this moment was truly not get at all. Recalling Oppie's scene that had just occurred, Lihan still could not believe E.T. At the exact moment Ikir and Ben struck Lipe golem. He felt that his body had let keyed on Trun in VEET. Looking at Leak iron bin stuck on Lee core, Lihan thought irritably, damn neat, I can't use 8 anymore. He rubbed his brow and assessed that Lee P golem operates then to Waiki ma now radiating from Lee key core, if E iron ben had no I fake key. Lihan clenched his wand tightly, his mind repeating incessantly, if E iron ben cannot be effective. Then he decided resolutely, I will try another method, and a powerful surge of Manai immediately flared up. On the other side Ingirl remained deep in silence. He was truly worried and wondered if Eat would be alright, and what he should do if Lai P students got injured. Seeing that, Osu immediately spoke up to comfort him. You don't need to worry excessively. He said nonchalantly, key trials of my time were much more terrifying than this. Hearing that, Ingirl was speechless. Yurigam next to him then chimed in, key era you mentioned must have been ancient times then. Osu said confidently. This batch of new students has many integrate teen kids, they will certainly overcome adversity. Lihan Idiki also quit those children. Ingirl replied, I know that, but Osu continued to reassure him, no need to worry. And Urigam also poured him a cup of tea and said, have some. As he poured tea, he said, especially since that kid has learned Likimadichi in my grimoire, leaving like other two in simultaneous C. Ingirl could not believe it and asked again, what did Du just say? He has learned my Deech from your grimoire. Ozu immediately disclaimed responsibility. EID not just me, Professor V. Greg ID also teaching that kid privately. Then he looked at Urigam, Du too. But he immediately denied 8, Professor Vu. Greg and I only teach first year knowledge. Osu retorted, what Professor Vu? Greg ID teaching has far exceeded that LVE, and Urigam asked in amazement, what are Du saying? This place ID very cramped, quickly shrink Eat back down. He stroked his chin and said, according to what I've heard, he ID teaching triple, circle Madiji Shi. Lohiam Biki of circles will determine Lai P difficulty of Ki Madiichi and Eat requires following specific steps to be able to cast I Ki spell. 1 circle IDP foe elemental Madiich, 2 circles help maintain its shape, and a person immediately creates a Madiich circle. Enli quit 3 circles can 1 scene tran Madiich including stars, nuclear drive shapes and circles. True 3, ring Madiche only appears when a mage can CP write all 3 things at once. But if white kid can CP write each thing one by one, he will soon master 3, ring Madiich, Osu concluded. At this moment, Li Han had successfully created a water sphere. He silently assessed that a key water sphere was weaker than an iron sphere, and its shape was also harder to maintain. Li Han closed his eyes and told himself, come on, think, eat through carefully. Even though those professors were all mad, he still felt they weren't utterly unreasonable. There must be a solution. Suddenly, Johnner spoke up doubtfully, what are Du doing? He opened his eyes and faintly grunted in response. She continued, why do Du keep spinning that water sphere? Li Han awkwardly thought to himself, cause my hands were spinning like water sphere I was subconsciously doing 8. An idea suddenly flashed through his mind, wait, spinning. Looking at Likey water sphere in his hand, Li Han mused, perhaps so. He imagined Likey water coiling into a spiral and then shooting a lion arrow. If like water sphere was spun strongly enough, its piercing power would far exceed normal. Li Han silently confirmed his speculation and then raised his Madiich wand. He realized that method was no different from a bullet. Li Han made a key water from his wand spin rapidly, forming a giant water sphere quit terrifying destructive power. He couldn't help but feel proud because he had succeeded. Seeing Li Han CP read a giant water sphere, Johnner worriedly called his name. Her face was full of unease, even though she didn't know what kind of spell Eat was. Johnner pointed directly at Leaky Water Sphere and nervously asked, isn't Eat a bit too big? Leak Water Sphere was indeed almost as big as an entire Medici statue. Quit that destructive power. If Eat Laden Tren, Li P consequences would be unimaginable. The other students buzzed quit discussion. Some even suspected Li Han, wondering what exactly has he learned. Isn't Eat too dangerous to just leave Eat lie that? What if he miscasts? That thing will fly straight towards us. While everyone was still hesitant, Asa immediately stepped forward to defend Li Han, saying, trust him, there ain't no way he would fail a simple spell. Not unlike Asa, but Nilia also agreed. She convinced the other students, saying, Waden isn't that weak. Both of them placed their fun trust in Li Han, believing he will certainly succeed. Li Han couldn't feel high. Once again, he felt helpless against Ike immense pressure weighing on his shoulders. Mages from ancient times once passed down that Medici Idika world could a complete Exi team. Anyone who breaks the rules arbitrarily will suffer a backlash from ET. Li T spell Li Han IDK X Ting IDP, an advanced technique learned from ancient texts. Li kind that first year students are not yet taught. However, Li Han possesses a massive amount of Madiich power, enough to nonchalantly ignore ordinary principles. As he uses Madiich to maintain Li rotation speed, White Water Sphere cannot withstand that source of power and gradually becomes distorted. Li Han thought of a way to increase Li Ki Sphere 8 psi, but Li P larger Yeet gets, Li Ki slower Yeet rotates, so he continued to channel more Madiich power. Li Ki Prexect repeated itself, eventually creating P massive sphere as 8 Ideet now. Before Li P expectant gazes of Asa and Nilia, Li Han had to assure them, don't worry, I still have hate under seed on Tren. Even though he said that, Li Han had to admit to himself that maintaining this giant water sphere ID truly overwhelming. Just as he thought of that, he decisively jumped up, looking for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to Lei Ma Di a statue to and everything. Li Han stood upright, his hand gripping Lai Ki wand tightly to Kintren Ki sphere. At Ki same time he shouted, attack. Lucky Water Sphere immediately roared and dashed quickly toward Eat to gate. Lake Water Sphere collided violently. Eat was aimed directly at Kimadichi's statue but unexpectedly veered toward Li's shoulder. Li Han was both surprised and worried when he saw Iki Water Sphere strike Li's shoulder of Imadichi's statue. If he couldn't land a fatal blow, this water sphere, which was created with great difficulty, would be wasted. Fortunately, even though evenly hit Liki's shoulder, Lipi destructive power of Liki's sphere was so strong that entire body of Himadichi's statue shattered immediately. Faced Quiddy terrifying power of Liki Water Sphere, everyone was stunned into silence. Himadichi's statue disintegrated into pieces and countless rocks fell, causing a violent tremor. Seeing P once, Mighty Medichi's statue now reduced to a pile of rubble, Lipi students were extremely astonished. Previously, even water couldn't scratch Eat, yet now Eat had been crushed. Everyone cheered in admiration simultaneously. They endlessly praised Lihanate talent and terrifying strength. Asa didn't miss Leak opportunity, pointing at Li Han and saying proudly, see everyone, what did I tell Du about Li Han? He looked at his wand and pondered, he didn't expect IE power to be this great. Initially, even water couldn't scratch Li's statue. He wondered if ET was because Liki Water Sphere was strong, if Li P statue was just too weak. He gripped his wand tightly, feeling that whatever reason was, it no longer mattered. Lihan believed he succeeded then to Professor Voda light lessons, but in reality, he had never taught him these things. Suddenly, he felt his whole body wasn't right, his face turning as pale as a banana leaf. Lihan was exhausted, his legs turned to jelly and he buckled to his knees, causing his friends around him extreme concern. Everyone scrambled to carry him so that he could rest. After reaching a relatively safe place, everyone decided to take a break there. Lihan remained uneasy because even at this moment Professor Ingrel had not returned. Suddenly, inside his chest pocket, a skeletal hand reached off from inside his shirt and gently patted him. Lihan was extremely surprised when it suddenly began to move again. Key rumbling vibrations coming from Li ground made Lihan's expression change instantly. In key distance, a giant Medici statue was relentlessly chasing after another group of students. They were running while loudly warning everyone to get all of Law away quickly. Lihan cursed under his breath. Those professors were truly useless. Nilia was Li first to react. She immediately directed everyone to scatter and distract Medici statue to buy some time. Students quickly dispersed in all four directions. Suddenly, Rowena called awe to Lihan. She asked him if he could cast that spell again, e.g. complete version of Eumidius 8 technique. Lihan was quite surprised to learn that Eumidius was an imperial mage famous for water Mage, and he had even named a Mage spell after himself. Understanding Rowan's intention, Lihan immediately reminded her that he took a very long time to prepare, so she should leave quickly. While everyone else ran away from mighty Mage statue, he quietly moved closer and used a spell to hide himself in leaky shadows. Lihan took a few pieces of chalk from his small pouch, although he didn't want to use them yet. IP situation had become too cry tc doll. He immediately threw these pieces of chalk toward Lake's Mage statue. Li pieces of chalk hit its body directly, successfully drawing its attention. Seizing like opportunity, Lihan quickly circled behind Li Mage statue, making it difficult for a creature to guard against him. He drew his sword and silently calculated Li best spot to strike. Raising the P sword in his hand, Lihan made his decision he would slip into its blind spot and attack its legs. Thinking this, he decisively swung his sword and struck Li Mage statue 8 leg hard. A deep crack instantly appeared on its leg. Li's strike successfully made Leaky statue 8 legs wobble, as if they were about to break EP. Lihan concluded that the larger like Mage statue, Ike harder yeet was to maintain balance, and once it fell, it would surely be hurt much worse. Suddenly, a figure fell straight down from Wapi air. That sudden appearance startled even Lihan. He quickly reached his hand and caught Waiki person just in time. Both the rescuer and Leaky person being saved were frozen in terror. Leaky young man who had just fallen was caught by Iki invisible Lihan, which panicked him as he thought he was floating in mid-air. Lihan helplessly asked how long he intended to lie there. Li boy, before he could reachi, frantically asked where Leaky boy was coming from. Finally, he tremblingly set his feet on Li ground. Leaky young man immediately guessed that Iki person who had just caught him was Lihan. He was quite surprised that Likey boy guessed his name correctly, even though he himself was still invisible. He pointed at Leaky / on Iki golem at leg and asserted that Ian and Lihan of Iki Jur Lipi Regi Jian Tower could have done something like this. He was incredibly grateful to Lihan for saving his life, but Lipi golem behind them had already started to move. Heat raised its massive stone arm high, preparing to strike down. Fortunately, Lihan managed to pull him away just in time, narrowly escaping Wupi vicious blow. Lipi golem 8 gigantic hand slammed down, leaving a deep crater in Lipi ground. Lipi towering golem turned its head to look around, frantically searching for a gate. Lihan seized Li's chance to ask why he was there, as he thought Lipi golem had sealed by P all the pathways. He honestly replied that they had used a potion to dissolve Lipi mud and dirt, and Shiana said she knew how to brew tea. Hearing this, Lihan immediately brightened. He never expected she possessed such a potion. If used correctly, they could neutralize Go Golem. But when he, fun of hope, asked where Li Ki potion was, his expectations were immediately dashed because they had used it all up. Lihan helplessly closed his eyes tightly. However, he quickly noticed something unusual. Why wasn't Golem enraged and coming back to retaliate against him? He'd even actively moved away from Lihan, heading in another direction. While pondering this doubtfully, he suddenly heard a shrill cry for help. An injured student was unable to escape. He turned to Li Golem was targeting vulnerable individuals. Lihan instinctively rummaged through his belongings. He absolutely had to stop it at all costs. His mind was ceaselessly racing, frantically searching for a solution. Lihan suddenly remembered his conversation with Gaxier. She had once advised him not to use too much Madi Che. Gaxier revealed Li reason because a key fire elemental possessed incredibly terrifying destructive power. Lihan raised his Madi wand, chanting a spell to summon Li T fire elemental. Without a momentary hesitation, he immediately cast Ice Scorching spell. A fierce wave of fire erupted, surging towards Iki Golem to incinerate Ed. Even amidst the thick dust, his resolute gaze and unwavering spirit remained undimmed. Key fire elemental 8 attack shot straight towards Ki Golem, which was preparing to attack the injured student. In just leapy blink of an eye, Li fierce flames had enveloped its entire body. Under Waiki astonishing heat, EP earth and stone that formed Ki Golem 8 body began to signs of melting. Like terrifying temperature caused Ki Golem to crack and then shatter into pieces, leaving everyone utterly astonished. Lihan understood that many believed clay became harder when baked quote fire, but it required Li correct method, otherwise, it would immediately crack and shatter. Waiki young man, just helped up by Lihan, immediately admired him. Could it be that everything was part of his plan? He was just too cun. He felt that Li Pi's situation was obvious. No wonder Wu Pi students in his tower were so afraid of Lihan. This was in complete contrast to IP majestic image he had of him. Lihan himself was astonished by that terrifying destructive power. and only now did he deeply understand why Professor Gaxier forbade him from using aid in class. Seeing that Key situation had stabilized, E group of students in Key distance ran a V excitedly. Everyone enthusiastically cheered for Li Hen and Key young man Fo defeating Medici statue. Looking at light unfamiliar faces before him, Li Hen could not help but feel confused. Li Key young man also looked surprised when he saw Li Han 8 uniform. Faced quit Li Han 8 skepticism, Li Key student who had just been cheering for him was also extremely shocked to learn that he was Li Han from Li Key Azure E Raijin Tower. Li P group of students from another tower was very surprised by Li Han 8 appearance. Upon learning that he belonged to a different tower, Li crowd immediately changed their attitude, assuming he was plotting something and had defeated Li P Medici statue just as EP. Leak young man Li Han had saved immediately stepped forward to defend him. Weak injured girl who was almost attacked by Ike Medici statue also stood quit him, testifying that Li Han had saved them. He turned all Li P young man Li Han helped was named Bachek. Everyone worriedly asked about his leg, but he simply said it was a sprain and that there was no need to make a big deal of it. Li Han asked if he could look after everyone, and he received a firm affirmation. Students from various towers rested in the same place, all gathered around a campfire. Everyone chatted quite harmoniously. An EKMB of students was now complete. Li Han walked Yuravi to ask Johnner, whose White Tiger Tower students were injured, how YT's situation was. She happily replied that Wide Vermilion Bird students were very skilled at first aid, so there was nothing to worry about. In particular, she had become a fan of Shiana because she could craft both painkillers and anti-inflammatory medicine. At that moment, Li Han could endly picture YP's scene of Shiana using poison to take him down so she could compete for first place. Just as he was getting a headache from having solved one problem while facing countless others, Shiana appeared beside him and called his name. She brought a chest full of medicine bottles and stood in front of him. Shiana had heard that Li Han had just fought a Medici statue, so she wanted him to use some medicine for his injuries. Looking at the amount of medicine she had brought, Li Han 8's face immediately turned pale. He thought she was already trying to send him to He after life. In Li Han 8's eyes, Shiana wore a murderous expression as she invited him to drink Y's medicine she had concocted. He tried to stay calm, telling himself that this might be a good opportunity. Johnner was just about to explain for him, saying ET was fine and that Li Han wasn't injured. But he had already quickly grabbed a bottle of medicine from Key's chest. Without a cuss, Li Han tilted his head back and downed Key's entire bottle in one gulp. After finishing, he even turned Key's medicine bottle upside down to prove there wasn't a single drop left inside. Li Han constantly flattered Shiana, saying her medicine was the best healing potion he had ever taken. That peculiar behavior made Johnner 8's eyes widen, completely unable to understand why he was acting that way. Li Han took a gamble, using Lippy flattery skills he had honed in graduate school to praise her as a genius. Upon hearing that praise, Sienna immediately broke into a bright and joyful smile. She was so excited that she handed, and Vic all her remaining medicine to him. Li Han quietly wiped Lippy sweat from his forehead, thinking that this live VP of flattery must be enough. Two sides chatted for a few more sentences before parting ways again. Li Han let all a weary sigh. Nevertheless, he had achieved his initial goal. Sienna's impression of Li Han had improved. She even bragged to her friends that he was very polite and had a get-eye faux quality, truly living up to Iki name of a prestigious family descendant. Li Han felt lucky that his flattery was actually effective, and I too even waved friendly goodbyes to each other from a distance. He was proud that not only Sienna but several students from Lucky Vermilion Bird Tower also felt favorable toward him, while Johnner stood behind him speechless. She reached Owen lightly patted his shoulder. Johnner suspected Li Han was in debt to Sienna, making him able to give a forced smile. Finally all B students descended I-Martin together. They traveled together as a group, carrying heavy loads, their steps extremely arduous. Suddenly, a student spotted figures in the distance. It was in line now that Professor Ingerl and Professor Urigum leisurely approached. Urigum casually greeted them, saying they were back, while Ingerl asked Coot concern if they were all alright. Students called awe to IP professors in unison. One might have expected them to be moved, but they were all more bitter than chilly because professors had just returned. Their resentment was nearly palpable as they thought that once they became high LV mages, they would definitely defeat those two. I will become the strongest swordsman in Key Empire and trample do both, and if I become a high-ranking official. Such thoughts sent a chill down Ingerl's spine. Urigum still laughed heartily, saying that just looking into YP Kid's eyes, he knew they had learned a lot. Every student glared at Urigum as if they wanted to pierce through him, but YP Old Man continued to lecture on about alchemy. He put on a righteous air and advised them that they must always be vigilant, as disaster could strike at any time and any place. Hearing this, group of students in wanted to personally CP read a disaster to make that irresponsible professor pay. Right at that moment Professor Ingerl took initiative to apologize. He truly wanted to stay quit B students, but Lee principal had forced him to leave. However, not a single student believed him, because in their eyes, all professors were cut from Lee Key's same cloth. Key more desperate Ingerl was to explain, colder we students replied, saying it was too late and they would never trust Lee professor again. Seeing that his students no longer trusted him, Ingerl felt as hopeless as if Lei whole sky had just collapsed. He slumped down dejectedly and muttered that P students he had trained himself no longer believed in him. Li Han observed the whole situation with satisfaction, thinking that they no longer blindly trusted Iki professor, they had indeed matured, and this was Li path to becoming adults. He then observed Ingerl's reaction and silently judged that perhaps White professor was telling Ike truth. Even Li Han had to admit that being kidnapped by headmaster was an unbelievably ridiculous excuse. But an image of a cunning Osu appeared in his mind. That man would truly dare to do such a thing. Not to mention that Urigam was also observing Ingral 8's state of mind. After thinking for a long while, he stepped forward, sat down, and took leaky initiative to strike up a conversation with him. Radiating an ura of righteousness, Lihan stood by Ingral 8's side and said, I believe Diu, Professor, Diu have suffered a lot lately. Hearing his student take trust, Ingral was so moved that he nearly burst into tears. Seeing Ingral emotionally hugging Lihan, Urigam exclaimed that Laiki kid really knew how to flatter people. He turned to ask Li's students how Waiki training session went today. Asa obediently replied that it was absolutely wonderful. He excitedly recounted how Lihan used a water orb to destroy Iki Earth Golem and then used fire to incinerate remaining one. As soon as Li golems were mentioned, Urigam was immediately bewildered. He held his aching head and told his students to se tap for a moment. Urigam asked in confusion what golems they were talking about and where Wookie bulls had gone. He swore up and down that he had Enlai prepared bulls, but none of IP students believed him. P students openly showed their contempt, saying, Professor, stop acting, do think we are still children. This was why, consequence of losing trust once, no one would believe him again. Even though he explained at length that he had only prepared bulls, Wai students still sarcastically remarked that it must be a coincidence, Wai golems appeared entirely by chance, and they should just believe Professor. An invisible wall had been built between EP teacher and Li students, yet Urigam still wondered when EP students had become like this. He hurriedly ran to Lihan to ask Fo Wiki fun story. Urigam couldn't believe it and asked again, but Lihan firmly confirmed it. Professor Ingral 8 hand slowly rested on Lihan 8's shoulder. His face was filled with murderous intent as he turned coldly toward Professor Urigam. Ingral gritted every quiz, asking what Li children had just been talking about. Quite no way to deny it. Urigam was forced to say it was just a misunderstanding, claiming he had prepared both bulls and golems, but it seemed Li bulls had disappeared. Urigam turned to Lihan for help, asking him to say something and confirm that Iki Earth golems had been prepared in advance, right? But Lihan, who had been standing right next to them a moment ago, had already quietly vanished without a trace. Urigam was about to turn to ask Dapi students for help, but they had all vanished without a trace. Ingral stood behind him, coldly threatening like, old man, shouldn't we have a private chat fo a bit? Urigam made cries fo Ingral to calm down echoed everywhere, while Lihan, having achieved his goal, gloated, sticking his tongue, and ran away headfirst without looking back. That afternoon, Ginon rays of sunlight gently shone down on Lak Academy. Inside the reading room, Leapy tables were piled high with all kinds of books and different documents. Leap students sat engrossed in their reading, but every one of them looked dejected, as if their souls were lot. A male student, unable to contain his anger, shouted, I don't understand any of this. Why does a noble Limi need to study these things? On EP other side, a female student also grumbled loudly, how am I supposed to know YP cost of creating a Medici seal? Just use Lipi family money and it done. Remaining students also gradually became agitated, quickly causing the entire room to descend into chaos. At times these sweets were nothing sort of a savior descended from heaven for them. Like dishes were neatly arranged on leak table, each one looked delicious and cost and 1 silver coin. Seeing this, everyone didn't hesitate for a moment, immediately pulling a money to buy those tempting sweets. This was Wee's self-service counter set up by Lihan. Although he didn't bother to invest much, Leach results far exceeded expectations. While everyone was enjoying their food, a student remarked sarcastically, ID this assignment too difficult for you all. He said proudly, after Waiki alchemy assignment, this ID is easy as pie fumi. Then student laughed and boasted that he had once encountered a giant golem in Iki forest. Another student scoffed, sheet sounds lie do single-handedly destroyed eat. A girl behind him then said, I think heat quite pitiful. Lihan stood afar, secretly observing Lipi group. He thought to himself, do all really think do year? DNN lie ones who've had to go through that? Johnner walked RVE and clapped Lihan heavily on Iki's shoulder. What are you still looking at? Get back to work. Inside B potion room, a liquid was bubbling vigorously in a cauldron. This was a cauldron used Fu-Wee alchemy assignment. Each student was given one to complete the task. A student mumbled as he dropped in ingredients, or rose bellflower and crushed mushrooms, put them all in. A nearby female student immediately covered her nose because IP smell was horrible. Concoction was bubbling furiously and some ghastly greenish liquid began to overflow. Just a few seconds later, liquid inside cauldron suddenly shot upwards. Lihan noticed that quite a few people had failed, while other students closed their eyes and coughed violently due to Li's recent mishap quit cauldron. Just then, Lihan suddenly felt that something was not normal. He knew that alchemy required absolute precision, even a small deviation was enough to lead to failure. Lihan intently examined IP formula sheet. All Li students had failed, and even though this assignment was quite difficult, it seemed IP formula itself was wrong from P-start. It seemed Lihan had just made a startling discovery, so astonished that he raised a hand to co-ve his mouth. Seeing Lihan's expression suddenly change, Johnner immediately spoke up to ask what was wrong. He suddenly speculated, I just thought of a possibility. What if Professor Urigram deliberately gave us wrong instructions? Lihan continued, perhaps he wants us to discover this ourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, other students all turned to look at him in astonishment. They all simultaneously stopped what they were doing and stood still, pondering for a long time. A few students still couldn't believe that absurd thing was real. Remaining students were fuming with anger, also believing this was Urigramate's scheme. After numerous hardships, they had completely adapted to this demonic school. Everyone felt this challenge was excruciatingly difficult. Lihan secretly reminded himself, now ID not gi time to get angry. Even if they wanted to punch that professor into oblivion, they still had to finish assignment first. After pondering Fo a long time, Lihan turned to ask Johnner. She immediately replied, I think one of these ingredients ID problematic. Lihan immediately deduced, this could very well be a trap. We must consider all possibilities. Johnner looked at E key pile of ingredients and hesitated. Problem was that they didn't have enough quantity to try combining each item. Johnner was a little disappointed. Although eat will take quite a bit of time, I think we should read more textbooks to find a method. Lihan, on his part, clenched his fist, thinking to himself, time ID key not that abundant. His eyes burned quite determination. Tomorrow I absolutely must obtain a pass to leave school. Suddenly, Lihan lifted his foot and stomped hard on a P chair. Then he called aloudly, everyone, temporarily stop what you're doing and listen to me for a moment. Although they didn't understand what was happening yet, everyone still dutifully complied quite his words. Quite a regretful expression, Lihan said, we've been trapped by professor yet again. This time everyone must cooperate. Lihan declared loudly, gather all ingredients and find correct formula. Lihan would go to Ike remaining towers. Before leaving he didn't forget to instruct everyone to cooperate wholeheartedly. Asa happily held up leaky ingredients in her hands. Each person at remaining portion IDE different. If we just share quit each other, it'll be enough? Johnner also suggested, would be even better if students from other towers are willing to cooperate, we could also exchange knowledge. Quite that said, Lihan turned and left, waving goodbye and promising to return later. As he walked, he secretly told himself, I must succeed at all costs. All of Lihan's efforts were solely aimed at protecting his precious vacation, which was as valuable as his life. After that things progressed extremely quickly. Asa and Johnner successfully convinced members from other towers. However, when Johnner mentioned White Tiger Tower, Lihan immediately refused. Johnner, Sienna and other students began searching faux documents. After hours of painstaking calculations they found thousands of different formulas. After countless exhausting experiments they combined X-ray of different formulas. An excited hand tossed a key formula sheet into Key air. Finally they perfected correct formula. It was truly great that everyone helped each other. Leaky par X say though arduous was entirely worthwhile, and luckily they didn't finish too late. Sienna walked to Lihan and said, now we just need to follow this formula. Lihan also spoke up, everyone has worked hard. A female student happily exclaimed, I never thought we unite because of Professor Urigamate trap. Lee student next to her added, then to Warden we quickly found the correct formula. A male student walking by said, Warden needs to handle this quickly because of tomorrow 8 plan. You other two were simultaneously astonished, tomorrow 8 plan? Why student smiled softly, do you guys belong to other towers, so do you don't know about this yet? Then he turned to look at Lihan, tomorrow, Warden will use a pass to go outside, do know. As soon as he finished speaking, a solemn silence immediately enveloped eye conversation. Immediately after that, everyone suddenly shouted in surprise when they learned Lihan intended to leave school. Everyone immediately surrounded Lihan and competed to praise him, saying he was truly worthy of key name Warden. Some even asked him how he got key pass. Admiring gazes of students made Lihan feel flustered as he thought to himself. Now that I think about students from other towers don't know I have a pass. This ID key definitely gonna cause a stir. A male student suddenly appeared behind Lihan and asked curiously, what are you planning to bring back from outside? Before Lihan could answer, a female student suddenly cut in, pointing to herself. Of course food. There must be lots of cute, sweet little treats. Hearing that, Lihan secretly considered, what about clothes? Durable and comfortable outfits would also be great. Asa also spoke up, I want books and study tools like brush pens. Hearing Asa say that, someone immediately taunted, can books be eaten? Or are you two planning to drink Lee ink? Of course, Asa also loved food. His gaze was very firm as he said, but we still need books. Asa recounted visiting Wyke Royal Library where thousands of books were systematically arranged, making them incredibly easy to find and read. He continued to recount quite a miserable funeral lie expression. However, Enrogat Library was completely opposite. Books were scattered everywhere, making it impossible for Asa to read a single one. He pushed up his glasses and said sternly, at this rate, I'll faint from searching faux books before even touching my homework. We must quickly find necessary books. After hearing that, everyone was convinced. While everyone was discussing, Ganando suddenly interjected, things like magazines or novels are definitely needed to pass Igi time, and so are cards and chess. A male student immediately pointed at Ganando and shouted, how are those things important? He retorted, they're important to me. Why can everyone else ask Fo what they want, but I can't? Finishing his words, Ganando turned towards Lihan, what do you think of my list? However, Lihan had already disappeared. Johnner had no choice but to explain, everyone, Lihan has gone to sleep. As soon as Li's words were uttered, a cold silence immediately enveloped everyone. Meanwhile, Lihan had leisurely returned to his bed. Lihan climbed into bed and lay down, then closed his eyes, preparing to fall asleep. He silently told himself that tomorrow was very important, and he would finally get to step outside. Lihan wanted to take advantage of being in his best state to complete a few tasks. However, his eyes suddenly snapped to Yeet turned all that because he was thinking too much. He was so anxious that he couldn't fall asleep at all. He silently analyzed that there would surely be traps waiting for him, such as limits on NTMB key of items, brought back a weight and Xi restrictions. Lihan recalled Li's previous events. After all, how far was Lei village from here? Surely it wouldn't take an entire day travel. At this moment, Lihan was still tossing and turning. He thought to himself that if key opponent was principal, then that would be entirely possible, so he had to learn rapid travel ma di soon. Suddenly, a book was enveloped in a seshtren ma di and pulled out. Then it unexpectedly fell to floor, causing Lihan to jump in surprise. Lihan stared at Li key book in doubt. This was key book EP principal had given him. Why did 8 move on its own all of a sudden? Suddenly, Lai Ki book burst Hobion in lines of teach inside spilled all one after another astonishing Li Han. They continuously crawled toward Li Han. He panicked.
Wait, not again!
Those spells gradually merged into Li Han 8 body, making him wince in sharp pain. A long while later, Li Han slowly opened his eyes. Li Han observed Li's trend surroundings in a daze, then discovered he had appeared in an unfamiliar place. This land was desolate and bleak. Not even a silhouette of a person could be seen. Li Han bent down, picked up a handful of dirt, and silently observed. This was an illusion created by Li Book, exactly like last time. Just as Li Han stood up, I Book appeared once more. It automatically opened to Wee Pate where Gonadantis walked arrogantly before stopping. He put his hands on his hips and wondered. This was Li Madij he had in Lai studied theoretically last time. Perhaps he had to continue learning now. Li Book immediately nodded. Li Han smiled to himself, thinking that Eat suggested this Madij Che because Eat saw he was struggling. He truly was an understanding book. But currently, Li Han had no time. He said he would come back tomorrow and asked Bai Bi Book to take him back. Hearing that, Lai Book immediately changed its attitude, gloomily flipping pages repeatedly like a sulking imp. Li Han thou in confusion, could its temperament be just Lai Principal 8? I take back my earlier compliment. Having finished that thou, Li Han had to pull or his wand and grip Eat tightly. It seemed there was no other choice. Li Han closed his eyes and murmured that he would learn this as fast as possible, then leave here immediately. Early EP next Monen at Leaky Academy. Li Si Kai was clear, and gentle sunbeams fell everywhere. Principal Osu appeared and spoke in a fierce voice. Criminal in MB 246001. Leak other person hurriedly denied aid upon hearing that. Master, I am not a criminal. Osu realized he had called Daiki wrong person and gave an awkward laugh. My apologies, old age ID catching up quit me, and I get confused sometimes. Beside him, Li Han was still yawning continuously due to sleepiness. He recalled EP events of Iki previous night and silently marveled, never expecting that he could learn Ma Diich in his dreams. Indeed, this world possesses all kinds of bizarre training methods. At this moment, Ozu looked down and congratulated Li Hanfo having earned Leak opportunity to go outside. Principal Osu spoke with a cheerful smile. This IDK reward Fuwai achievements do you have attained, take pride in ET. And Li Han politely bowed to than him. Osu began to explain the rules. Li Han must return through Li Ki main gate before Ki Sun reaches its peak tomorrow. If Li Han does not return on time, ST party will be immediately dispatched. He had already anticipated this, but he did not expect Osu to go to such lengths. Osu continued to instruct him that he may Enlai bring back things he can carry by himself. Absolutely no borrowing of carriages or any means of transport. Li Han had already foreseen this. Afterwards, Principal Osu encouraged Li Han to do his best, and as soon as he finished speaking, Li Ki gate in front of him slowly opened. Li Han looked up at Li Seskai, a slight doubt rising in his heart. Li Han realized Ki rules were not as harsh as he had predicted, even though he had prepared thoroughly for even a weight limit restriction. Finished Kuta's thoughts, Li Han immediately turned and left Li area. His face was filled with joy that he could hardly hide. After so many days of anticipation, Li Han finally managed to escape Li Academy. Fun of excitement, Li Han hurried on his way to carry all his Mysion. After traveling a seat distance, Li Han finally arrived at Philon village, Eek closest one to Academy. Li Han met a nearby villager and inquired, and liked to learn that all Aiki nobles in Iki area had vacated their estates at Leek Academy request, and in Lepi nearest residence would take several days of riding to reach. Hearing LP villager laugh and confirm Laki's situation, Li Han 8 face darkened as if he had seen a gat. He clenched his fists in frustration, thinking to himself that this was why those rules were so simple. He turned awe that from wide very beginning, Osu had directly cut P. Li Hyanate path to making money. Li Ki most powerful nobles in E Empire had never needed to ask to borrow money or goods, because there were always countless merchants willing to offer up wealth, just hoping to exchange 8 fu an opportunity to bio connections. Someone who grew up in such circumstances might not even understand Li concept of borrowing. However, when it came to Li Han, things were completely different. He pronounced each quicks clearly and coherently. Sir, could do lend me some money? Ariane thought to herself in a panic. Isn't he from Li Ki Kodanis family? Although Philon town ID not large, Eid ID quite prosperous. Commercial activity here ID also very favorable all thanks to Ki Madiich Academy. Not only does Eat possess an abundant source of natural Madiich in E region, but Li Ki Academy also requires countless other materials to conduct experiments. Y Academy offers generous rewards to hire adventurers to go and collect materials. Than to this, mages can research to their heartache content, hiring adventurers to find more as soon as they run all of supplies. Because of that, E-Finance Department fumes quite rage every time they see we invoices. Except for a few people, this relationship makes both sides happy, basically, that ID how this place operates. Therefore, luck was on Li Han 8's side. As long as he had money in hand, he could get almost anything he wanted. At this moment, Li Han was earnestly asking to borrow money from Ariane. Lai Man was so nervous that he clutched his trouser leg, silently calculating that lending him money would also benefit himself, never expecting a chance to connect with such a powerful family. Ariane thought anxiously, fearing it would be a massive loan Lao guild couldn't afford, so he tentatively asked, how much do you want to borrow? Li Han looked troubled, which made Ariane even more restless. Quit worry. Quit him hesitating lie that could leak amount be so large that it was hard to speak of. He puffed out his chest. Quit determination. Fee, even if I have to scrape together all my personal savings, I must seize this opportunity. He slowly spoke. Could you lend me 20 silver coins? Ariane immediately replied, Lie a machine. Of course, we can lend you such a large sum. But then he suddenly stopped, thinking he had misheard. Seeing his reaction, he hesitantly lowered while amount. If not, then 15 silver coins would be fine too. Ariane froze. Unlai now realizing that he just needed a little bit of money fo sop ping. Li Han Thao Yeet was still too much and continued to lower Yeti. How about 12 silver coins? Lai Ki Man quickly stopped him. No need to go lower. I'll give hate to you right away. Taking this opportunity, Ariane suggested, do you want to buy some things, right? I can stew around town, and he happily accepted immediately. After Li Han stood up to leave Ike table, Man suddenly noticed something was key P. Ike 2 plates of snacks were empty even though he hadn't eaten them there. Ariane looked closer and immediately noticed that his pockets were slightly bulging. An unpleasant thought suddenly crossed his mind. But Ariane quickly reassured himself, he a noble, he surely wouldn't do such a thing. And then he began to plan how to handle IP young aristocrat. Even if he was a Mage Academy student, he was Enlai a freshman. Once he entered a shop, he would surely spend money like water. Every time he wanted to buy something, Ariane would calmly step in and take YE lead. This was a perfect plan to impress young noble, but unfortunately, things did not go as expected at EP grocery store. Enlai chose lightweight items but stocked up on a large amount of canned food. At Li clothing store, Li looked faux bags and didn't buy any clothes. Aki bookstore, Li selected cheap paper in large quantities. After being absorbed in Sup Ping for a while, it was already late afternoon. As a result, key items he bought were so numerous that it took 2 people to carry them. Ariane was utterly disappointed because his plan had failed miserably. At this rate, he would be remembered as a porter. He secretly admired him. Idik truly formidable. Despite being a noble descendant, he haggles without mercy. I've almost want to hire him myself. Li Han looked at Basi in his hand and said, I think I've bought enough. May I ask where Lp stables are? Upon hearing this, Keyman looked at him with confusion. You aren't allowed to ride horses near P Academy. Li Han shook his head and told Ariane not to worry, as he needed a horse for an entirely different purpose. A massive sign hung at nearby stables. Inside, many tall and healthy horses were being raised. 3 of them quickly reached Lykeamer stables. Li Han stood observing for a moment and thought to himself, I deek this really EP largest stable in ET village. As soon as he entered Like stables, he cheerfully greeted everyone. Like owner of a more stables looked at him and said, you must be a student from Mage Academy. What do you need here? Scanning area, Li Han Thao, P horses here are truly excellent. It certainly lives up to its reputation as the largest stable in the region. After careful consideration he spoke slowly. I was wondering if your people directly transport goods from here to Academy. His eyes widened in surprise.
How do you know about that?
He then gave a brief introduction. Some merchants and adventurers here have contracts with Academy, and even Knight Canate messengers frequently use these stables. He invited him to sit down and asked curiously, but why are you interested in that? Li Han was so nervous that Li Ki words caught in his throat. Clutching his pant legs tightly, he spoke tentatively, I will pay due. Could you arrange a specific day to help me sneak out? Upon hearing those words, he was immediately stunned. Li Han had come here for one reason only, to prepare another method for sneaking all of Lake Academy. Live stable owner looked at him with admiration. Dear Enli, a freshman and yet so bold, even among Ike tribes living in Li Ki Empire 8 harshest regions, few are as daring as Diu. He looked enthusiastic and said, I really want to help Diu, which made Li Han feel quite excited as well. However, he hesitated slightly because this would be extremely difficult to pull the P. Hearing this, Li Han fell into deep thought. Li stable owner recounted, I have late visitors to tour Academy before, but Li security seat tem their ID incredibly strict. They always watch us very closely because we are outsiders. Li Han frowned and sighed inwardly, damn neat, I knew hate wouldn't be easy. Does Wide Headmaster really have to be this cautious? But he quickly continued, however, Tate not entirely hopeless. He stepped closer and patted his shoulder encouragingly. Zeet means you could find a mount for yourself right inside the academy. Li Han looked confused, still not understanding what horse rancher was implying. He then revealed a few things, saying, I Lai happened to know about this by chance. Although White Academy IDP strict quit outsiders, ID quite lacks quit those on the P inside. Perhaps EDIDE because people in Leaky Academy have complained many times about having to declare too much information before going out. Hearing his explanation, he suddenly remembered what happened last time. Even back then, it took him a long time to realize that a professor had been following him secretly. Horse rancher said contemplatively, if do run away on your own, do will definitely be caught, but if do come coot me, I can disguise do as an errand boy or professor. Li Han heard this and found plan quite reasonable. However, Leaky problem that gave him a headache was where he would find an unclaimed mount waiting outside Key gate. Li Han immediately thought about secretly stealing one. Wakey horse rancher seemed to read his thoughts and hurriedly warned him. I am on Li saying this as a precaution, you absolutely must not think about stealing. He immediately replied, of course not, how could I ever do something like that? He placed a cup of steaming tea in front of him. Leaky horse rancher asked magnanimously, this matter I deek extremely difficult, but are you truly determined? Li Han took a teacup, seeing his reflection vaguely on Ikisi fee of Likey water. He silently told himself that there were still countless matters that needed to be resolved. Li Han drank it all in one gulp and reassured himself that, anyway, he had no other path to take. He placed Li Ki empty cup down on a key table. Then he looked at horse rancher quad eyes fun of trust, saying, everything depends on you. He instructed, every Saturday night, I will come to academy. Remember to prepare a mount and wait on top of flying tower. As long as do are prepared, we will leave there immediately. When he stepped out of horse ranch, a little bit of sunset still remained outside. Carrying his belongings, Aryan panted as he chased after him, calling, "Oh, Gordanas, Pili, wait a moment!" La Man yelled helplessly. "I understand Dio want to bring back as many things as possible, but no shop ID key going to give Dio a refund." Lihan still insisted loudly, "No matter what, I must go there." Waiki, two of them were struggling to carry their items and could not catch up. As soon as Aryan looked up, he saw that Lihan had already run out of sight. They could only stand there helplessly, watching Lihan rush away. Aryan scratched his head, truly unable to understand him. Why would a student of Iki Mage Academy want to seek that kind of shop? By this time, Lihan had arrived at Lucky location, and without hesitation, he decided to step inside. Lihan tentatively asked a question before slowly walking in. "ID this bando at Illusion Mage shop." Upon entering, he saw a girl sitting neatly at a table, with a crystal bin placed in front of her. She looked up and stared intently at Lihan without blinking. Then she politely invited him to sit down. Bando began first question, "What brought you to this place?" She closed her eyes to sense his energy, while telling him to feel free to look around. Immediately after, Bando suddenly felt that something was not quite right. She didn't understand why a student from Mage Academy would come here. "I am only a third circle mage. Compared to Einrogard students, I am at most on par with a first or second year. Why didn't he seek Alibi archmages at Lee Academy instead of coming to me?" Lihan spoke slowly. "To be honest, there I deep a tower protected by a Mage spell that I really want to enter. Key barrier seems lie illusion my DHA, so I wanted to ask Fu your guidance." She was so nervous that she broke into a cold sweat. He was definitely talking about a tower inside Mage Academy. He clearly looked like a new student, yet not only did he escape from school, he was also trying to find a way to penetrate Live Academy defenses. She gripped hem of her skirt tightly. Lee more she looked at him, P more unusual he seemed. Bando looked at him with admiration. He would surely become an outstanding mage, as all mages have eccentric and unconventional ways of thinking. She generously explained that there are countless spells used to deter intruders, so many that even experts might not fully understand them all. Talented mages are skilled barrier breakers. They can see Li structure of defensive Mage, and those who are even more skilled can use that information to dismantle ET. Bando warned him seriously, but that requires a great deal of experience and knowledge. Even if I teach DOE method, it will be difficult for Dio to pull EP. Lihan thought to himself that he had known from Luki start this wouldn't be easy, and he hesitated for a moment. Then he tentatively asked a difficult question. "ID there any trick that could help me break that spell myself?" Bando gave a dry laugh. "Break it yourself, are you joking? Are you really serious?" Lihan looked at her and nodded firmly. She immediately became solemn, clasping her hands tightly together. Bando stated flatly that ID completely impossible. Even if do understand live structure, those protective spells are still extremely difficult to remove if do want to disregard everything and forcibly destroy them. To do that, do would need a massive amount of mana capable of overwhelming Li spell. That source of power would have to shake Li's entire magical setup, which ID almost impossible to achieve. Suddenly, Lihan slammed his hand on each table and stood up. He urgently requested, "Could you explain that more clearly?" Bando shook her head vigorously. "No, in worst case scenario you could lose your life." Lihan hurriedly placed a pouch of money on a key table and said, "I promise I won't risk my life. Pete Li teach me I have payment ready." Looking at a key bag of money placed right before her eyes, she finally had to nod in agreement. Then she began to instruct. "First, do you need to prepare a large amount of mana? Eat best to use a Mage circle o mana stones." She asked if he knew how to draw a Mage circle. Yihan sat down and replied, "I am still learning how to draw them." Bando continued, "Then do you stand in Li middle of Ki Mage circle to absorb mana? Absorbing such a large amount ID hard enough, but Li Ki most difficult part ID concentrating all that power into a single strike. Ki released mana must not flow slowly, instead, it must be like a fierce deluge tearing through a dam." She guessed he didn't understand yet and intended to explain further, thinking it sounded far from easy, so Yihan smiled and interrupted her, "I understand. It doesn't sound that difficult." Bando thought to herself, as expected, he didn't listen to Lipe warning. Well, since he was admitted to Einrogard, he must have been a young genius back at Shem. But genius doesn't last forever. Arrogance ideally poison that silently gnaws away at young talent. She gently sprinkled moonstone powder, instantly making the entire space shimmer enchantingly. Bando began to chant, "I summon Li moonlight and bend Ki silhouette of Iki water." Immediately after, an illusion appeared, triple Mage circle Lunalian moonlight maze. Yihan was startled when he felt himself suddenly pushed back. However, a moment later, he realized he was still sitting in Lipe's same spot. He pondered, "I clearly felt as if I were separated from this space. Was that just a spell?" And that S-trend thing beneath his feet. It felt as if taking even a single step would lead to danger. Bando thought to herself, "This IDE illusion I prepared to deal quit intruders," then sternly warned him, "Don't move recklessly. Everything looks normal, but..." Yihan immediately finished her sentence. "If I take one more step, I'll be trapped in Li maze, right?" She was astonished. "Fo a mere first year student to be this perceptive. ID this why he Kate so confident." Bando continued to remind him, "This ID lie a lowell Viki spell, but it terrifying enough. Do you still want to continue learning?" By now he understood completely and felt incredibly excited. She Tate so kind. This patient teaching ID better than any professor at school. Yihan looked at her warmth and thou, recalling why times I was beaten by Professor Bellotti, being taught gently lie this makes me want to cry. Bando, being stared at, grew panicked. "Why ID he looking at me lie that?" He decided to stand up. Of course. Since Dee have taught me so thoroughly, I must give it a try. He stood tall, concentrating on practicing Lai Ki method he had just been taught. Layers of illusions gradually began to appear in Lai Ki space around him. Yi Hen felt that this spell was not Lai a flowing stream, but Lai a dam holding back a massive flood. Lai Ki ma now within his body swirled, forming a massive circle in front of his wand 8 tip. Yi Hen immediately released all the energy, aiming directly ahead. Bando watched in sexy as a wave of illusions surged toward her Lai a storm. She suddenly realized that although there was no saw at all, she had definitely heard its roar. Lai Hen 8 surge of power aggressively slammed into Yi protective barrier around her. Bando felt a deafening explosion. Moment key spell shattered. Li entire house suddenly lit up. A mystical lie. After weepy earth-shattering tremor, everything finally returned to silence. In dark room, tables and chairs were scattered everywhere, and Bando sat blankly on knee floor. Disheveled hair. She stared blankly at him, her mind still unable to pre-xt what had just happened. Li Hen slowly walked towards her. He asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" He then immediately helped Bando up, while she now realized a truth. They really did exist. Those very geniuses who were thought to lie exist in legends. At that moment, outside Iki gates of Mage Academy, Headmaster Osu and Professor Gaxier were waiting. She spoke up, "Headmaster, I can wait here myself. I am in CQC of this matter after all." Ozu immediately dismissed her concern. "How could I let you stand alone?" He chuckled. Delight, I'm about to witness something amusing. Gaxier looked at him helplessly. "Are you hoping Li Hen returns late?" She reminded him unhappily. "Don't count on it. Li Hen ID quite different from ordinary students." Headmaster agreed. Her assessment. "But this has nothing to do with talent," he said. "Key boy has neither money nor time, and Iki MB of items he can bring back ID limited. Key cleverer someone thinks they are. Li easier eat ID to restrict them." Osu excitedly hoped time would move faster, while Gaxier stood next to him annoyed. "Li don't speak so bluntly," she said. Just then, she seemed to have noticed something. In Lucky distance, a massive lock silhouette was moving in a highly suspicious manner. Gaxier speculated while flipping through her documents. What ID that? A giant carriage, or perhaps a massive porter. Then, P's sight before her left her utterly stunned. That silhouette was none other than Li Han. He sighed in relief, making eat on time, his back laden guy's countless items he had purchased today. In addition, a long line of wooden crates followed behind him, floating in leaky air. Headmaster and professor suddenly froze at his arrival. Both were so astonished that their jaws dropped. Gaxier thou in admiration, not an only ID, he carrying a mountain of items, but he'd also using Loal Viki and Trun to pull those crates. Managing so many at once must be incredibly difficult. Headmaster Osu tightened his fist in frustration. He sighed. "Yeet seems Professor Vidali has indeed taught Li boy quite a lot." Gaxier demanded loudly, "But who taught him physical reinforcement Medich? That spell has too many side effects and first-year students are forbidden from learning it. Could she be teaching herself in Li library? I must warn her immediately." Ozu quickly stopped him, saying there was no need to be so strict. He raised his voice to lecture Gaxier, saying that a mage cannot grow if she imposes too much on them. And then did she realize that it was that wretched skull who had taught her. Gonadonta's nimble footsteps were a very special spell. Most physical enhancement spells in Li affect a specific area, especially those intended for beginners. However, this spell requires enhancement of 4 separate areas even though ATID in Li LVE1 spell. Just hearing Lapi name IDT enough to know how difficult EDIDT. Li Hen looked at B book and thought to himself, "I understand why Key Headmaster 8 name ID key attached to this incantation. That was his dream from last night." Li Han 8 face darkened, and he sighed helplessly. He readied AB content of IG book and felt distressed. At Li very least, IP name of I key spell should relate to its IFK key. EID key difficult enough as ETID yet he tries to deceive people. Li Pian B of failures ID countless. Li Han threw Li key book aside in frustration, thinking that continuing Li this would in Li be a waste of effort. He immediately sat down heavily on the key ground, already wanting to give up. Li Han tried to shift his way of thinking, but he did not even realize it himself. Awu be meech-minded and flexible thinking, ID an advantage that far exceeds Li Han 8 amount of Medicha power, and he began to wonder when Osu created this spell and for what purpose. Since this was just a dream, he recklessly tried to recreate it. Li Han guessed that Osu was young at Ligi time, could an arrogant and wild look in his eyes, likely a terrible personality, and a rough, aggressive appearance. He was extremely battle-hardened, so his body was both firm and agile. This feeling was no different from a god molding clay to CP read a human. He thought to himself, if Li he were wearing wax clothing and holding a suitable staff, while Li Han 8 hands were still covered in mud. In just a moment, he had finished a clay figure. Li Han 8 face was also smudged mud. He looked at Li creation in front of him and sighed softly. There was still some dust on his lips, and his eyes intently watched that face. Done. Now Eid should be able to stand up. After all, Eid IDP a dream, so Eid should be successful. Li Han leaned down and gently blew on IP clay figure 8 face. Its right eye was immediately blown away. However, that eye suddenly reappeared, and Li E whole body of E clay figure began to emit a green light. He was stunned, completely not expecting Eid to actually awaken. As if infused Kuta soul, I clay figure slowly stood upright. Then Eid stood motionless and towering right in front of Li Han. Its eyes were bright as if possessing intuition, looking straight at him without blinking. Li Han silently evaluated Eid, thinking Eid looked very powerful. Unfortunately, Eid would not move on its own until Eid received an order. His hands immediately began to glow. Now that he had the image of Iki spell 8 creator, visualizing Eat would be much easier. Beams of green light gradually surrounded Luppy clay figure. If this idea physical enhancement spell created by someone like that. Li Han immediately raised his wooden staff and shouted, his feet feeling vibration of key ground cooed every step. Streams of emerald green energy immediately swirled around and enveloped him. Then, that power slowly lifted Li Han into wee air. He saw a current of Mage surging throughout his entire body. Li Han closed his eyes, focusing on sensing Li Mage coursing within his body. Afterwards, he opened his eyes, his pupils emitting a greenish glow just like Mage he had just seen. He was secretly astonished, truly unbelievable. His entire body was completely different from before. Li Han felt Li Book congratulating him, and he immediately turned to Onchi XP rate his gratitude. Suddenly, Iki lines of teach and Li Book simultaneously flew all. Countless lines of teach continuously gushed all, winding lice trend vines. He looked up and then realized, do you mean E8 time for me to return? Li Han suddenly remembered something. Wait a moment, does this physical enhancement spell have any side effects? A spell that affects so many areas like this surely must have some. He hadn't finished speaking yet when Li Book immediately slammed shut. Right after that, he awoke from that trend dream. Cold sweat was streaming down Li Han 8's face. Rays of light shining into Wabi room made him exclaim in surprise.
He'd already mo nen.
A while later, Li Han had to carry heavy items on his shoulders, simultaneously using Madi each to assist. He thought tiredly to himself, even though Eat might not be safe, I still have to use a P spell, because there are too many items to carry. Osu and Gaxir stood outside the key gate waiting, astonished to see that he had actually managed to do ET. He secretly analyzed, this kid Idiki using my spellcraft and their Ada flow. No, that it not right, he releasing Madi Che from his body, and continuously KX-ting elementary Kintron spells. Osu couldn't believe Eat. Normal mage would have fainted from magical exhaustion. Where did this kid get so much Madi Chi? He should have fainted Li first time he cast Eat. As soon as Li Han arrived at Dai P gate, he politely greeted Dai Ki, two of them. He stared at him and then awkwardly said, welcome back. Li Han secretly sighed, seeing that sad expression. It seems I've fooled my teacher 8 trap. Gaxir worriedly advised Li Han, you should drink a potion to replenish your stamina and quickly rest. Li Han immediately nodded and replied, I understand. As soon as he finished speaking, he calmly walked inside before Waiki astonished eyes of Alki too. Suddenly Osu remembered something, immediately startled, wait a moment. Where did he get leaky money? It was as if Aryan was silently reminding him, young master, peek lie don't forget me. By that afternoon everyone was checking lie cargo boxes together. A male student suddenly pointed and then exclaimed in surprise, look. A student nearby also quickly ran VE, delighted that Li Han had finally woken up. Both gathered around to ask about his health. EP girl said, she had been very worried about him, while Li Ki boy next to her asked if he was injured anywhere, and Li Han immediately reassured them that he was perfectly fine, and they shouldn't worry. Li Han understood clearly that Li's problem lay in his body being excessively healthy. Li Han sat down inside. He had thought Li's side effects would last another 2 days. In Li Ki fact that his body showed no reaction made him even more uneasy. Suddenly, a cup was placed beside him, and a soft voice said, have some hot cocoa. Li Han turned to see Yeet was Johnner. She continued, I am not asking for anything from you, just take tea. Johnner sat down next to him and mentioned that she had taken care of his horse while he was sleeping. Hearing this, he immediately thanked her. Li Han looked at Johnner a bit hesitantly and asked, but isn't that horse very difficult to handle? Which took her by surprise. Johnner smiled as she recalled Leaky pleasant time she spent carrying Fo Heezy up and replied, Seat was very well behaved, Eat was incredibly obedient when I let Eat. A vein immediately popped on his forehead as he thought to himself, what? Was Eat really that damn horse? Li Han crossed his arms and silently nursed a grudge, just do wait. Johnner stretched tiredly, new week has begun again. She turned and asked, which assignments haven't we finished yet? He replied, Professor Euregramate part I deet done, and Li Ki faced a lot of a white tiger tower immediately appeared in Li Han 8 mind. He then said, we just need to capture that tower 8 fapture a lot to complete ET. Weetie assignment given by Key Skeleton Principal was we basic character Madicha lesson. Though they didn't know how Yeet would improve someone 8 character, they still had to obtain that feach fee lot. Li Han turned and asked if anyone had tried yet. Everyone 8 faces immediately turned pale, and boy spoke up. No method has been effective. Key girl next to him once tried using sweets to lure them, but that failed too. Li Ki planned to sneak and didn't work either. They were kicked every single time. Attempting to use bribes was even more useless because Lepi other side absolutely refused to agree. Even Ki Nut option of negotiating was a miserable failure. He thought to himself, fortunately, everyone Idiki still willing to take action instead of just sitting around waiting for doom. Ganando shrugged nonchalantly, how about we cooperate with them on exchange flags? The other two immediately grew angry. Ki boy barked, what nonsense did do just spout? While Gi girl reminded him, have you forgotten how they used to bully Warden? Li Han quickly stepped in to urge everyone to calm down. Yeet seems an ambush IDE wa Ki, an N Lai way. I've just thou of a plan. Hearing this, both of them joyfully said in unison, we're counting on you, Li Han. Ganando crossed his arms, wouldn't exchanging flags be better? Those from White Tiger Tower seemed quite reliable. He was very surprised because Ganando rarely offered suggestions, so Li Han asked why he thought so. Ganando replied happily, when they gave me bread and milk they spoke very kindly. Upon hearing that such a thing had happened, he turned abruptly to look at him in SPC. Li Han thought to himself, why would they give him milk and bread in a place as dangerous as this? This IDE surely a trap. Li Han helplessly watched his happy demeanor. Could they be trying to bribe Ganando quit food? If he were oblivious, he would indeed be EP perfect to gate. Li Han's eyes flashed, and an idea immediately came to mind. Li Han placed his hand on his chin and thou, wait, what if this? After he finished calculating, he immediately put his hand on his shoulder and called him closer. Li Han leaned Siki Olu to Ganando 8 ear and whispered, why key plan? Hearing his words, Ganando immediately became excited. Li Han, truly Enli do understand me. I'll be back right away. Ganando quickly left to carry out his assigned task. He smiled faintly with satisfaction watching his retreating figure. At a same time, in a courtyard, a voice rang out, Doan. Lihi members of Lipe White Tiger Guild were discussing among themselves. One person spoke up, we and Lai need to exchange this thing with those blonde guys, right? Zijal was amazed to find that this was no different from Li real thing. Surely it was worth leaky effort to deceive them. Suddenly Andrago ran up to report, Zijal, that blonde guy took bait. He said joyfully, we will meet him tomorrow at noon in front of Y Academy. Dumac praised Andrago and he happily replied, since I've been eating so well, I have to gain some benefit for you guys too. He tilted his head, still feeling that something wasn't quite right. His friend immediately asked, what ain't wrong Zijal, I deke something up, he said suspiciously, I'm not sure if that blonde guy ID truly reliable. After following Li Han advice and agreeing to Waiki exchange, Zijal still couldn't believe they had accepted ET. He advised Zijal to try trusting Andrago for once. Key friend nearby also spoke up, Dumac I deke right I agree too. He looked at everyone in anger. How could these guys think so simply? Zijal tried to compose himself, he'd just endure eat foo now, eat wouldn't hurt to be a bit friendly. He replied happily, you're right, eat get enough just having Andrago here. Zijal looked up at Leaky CC Kai and thou, anyway even if eat failed, nothing would be lot, because this was Enli a fake fee lot. And then EP night slowly descended. There was someone stealthily hiding behind bushes, he person said softly, that ID White Tiger Tower. Least people who appeared were Reford, along Quitly Han and Johnner. He joyfully clenched his hand. Being called Fusi Pulit by Do ID truly an honor, we need a perspective of a professional thief. She was instantly startled, he turned to ask what had happened. Johnner quickly replied actually, we should have asked Nilia instead. Hearing that, Li Han also suddenly remembered. In his imagination, she sadly said, you are all doing a mice end together without calling me. Am I not your teammate? Nilia turned away heartbroken, I understand now, then do you faux playing quit me until today? Li Han frowned, trying to hold her back. Both of them immediately tensed up, he thought to himself, just hearing this sounds like impending disaster. It seems he will have to find an excuse to explain when they return. Li Han quickly stood up, focusing back on Nike's main task at hand. He turned to remind them, do you all still remember, right? Then to Ganando, they have lowered their guard, and now we will act according to Lipe plan. Everyone nodded in unison acknowledging order. Li Han thought to himself, in truth, this doesn't really resemble a plan. First, he and Reford will sneak in. Lag Rest followed behind, waiting for a signal from Li Han, because they were all nobles, they had never engaged in this kind of ambush before. Everyone was tense, finding every possible way to avoid making any noise, but Reford told them there was no need to do that. He immediately signaled to start Li plan, let it go. A moment later, Li Han and Reford appeared in front of IP tower door. He placed his hand on the door and thou, first I must see what kind of Mage has been placed on EP inside. Mage circles appeared one after another, and like lie of knowledge reflected in his eyes left Li Han extremely astonished. Because that door was in Chen Ti Quat countless different types of Mage. They made him dizzy and nearly fall, but fortunately, Reford caught him in time and asked anxiously if Li Han was alright. He looked at Li people behind him cheering him on and replied, I'm fine, I just lost my footing. It seems this nut isn't easy to crack. Rayford spoke up worriedly, if you are too tired, then. Li Han immediately said he was still fine. He stood up straight and started searching through his pockets. After all, Li Han confidently pulled all his wooden staff, he can lithing stopping us ID Kima Di Ichi ceiling Ihi entrance. On a beautiful morning at Lipi greenhouse, a large MB of students had gathered. One student was taking notes while nodding IP to sleep. Suddenly, another student walked a VE and tapped his shoulder to wake him up. Leak other person was sweating quite worry, what if Emen XT escapes? Lee student taking notes yawned and promised to pay more attention. Having said that, he dreamily continued his work, making Leaky Beeskin student sigh and turn to do something else. Inside a jar, a pile of eerie vines was constantly coiling and moving. Suddenly, a small crack appeared on a key side of Leaky jar. Elsewhere, Reford was staring in astonishment, watching Lihan cast Medicia. He could feel an immense amount of magical power gathering, even though there were no detection spells present. Reford intently watched him, eyes tightly shut in concentration. Just as he silently affirmed that Li Han was truly a talent, Li Han suddenly opened his eyes wide. A blinding, terrifying burst of light erupted instantly from Li Buian where they were standing. Meanwhile, Osu was sitting in his room reading something intently. Suddenly, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Osu noticed something unusual, so he looked up in surprise wondering if IP White Tiger Tower 8 protective Medici had ceased to function. He frantically thought that those damned anti-Medici users had reappeared. Just then, someone approached to reassure him, not that. Upon hearing that new students had stopped Osu let out a sigh of relief, thinking, they must be doing Li Key homework I assigned. And then like he could nullify EP defenses in such a seedy time, this kid ID really pushing himself. Meanwhile, key person being talked about was gasping faux breath. Suddenly, Osu remembered other protective Medici spells outside Igate and quickly asked about Liki's situation. Leak other person trembled as they replied, most of them have stopped functioning. Upon hearing that, he immediately broke into a cold sweat. He managed to stop so many of them. He thought, how much power must he have expended to break through all those defenses? At this moment, Li Han was urging Waikiki students hiding in nearby bushes to quickly go inside. They immediately rushed inside Lai Wind. Seeing faint glows appearing in midair, he immediately realized that Li Kimadich was gradually recovering. If all these powerful spells fully recovered, Li Han worried considered Li consequences. On the other side, Ganando was exerting all his strength to chase after everyone. Just as he ran past a candle hanging on a key wall, Li flame on a P candle suddenly flared up fiercely as if encountering evil spirits. Leak Li from Li candles converged into an eerie stream, transforming into a phantom white tiger that clamped tightly onto Ganando 8 jacket. Immediately after that, Eat pulled him away, making Ganando recoil in fright. Thus, he was dragged away by E White Tiger amidst his desperate screams. Johnner and Asa quickly called after him. Eat seems hate fallen into a trap. Just a moment later, Ganando was thrown straight awe of Kibo Wyan. Inside, Li Han continuously urged everyone, Kima Di each traps are recovering. If they all fully activate, there'll be big trouble. Li whole group immediately ran towards a large door. Reford pushed OB and E2 doors quit force, then joyfully exclaimed, we succeeded. This was Li room of Leaky White Tiger Tower. Appearing before their eyes was an incredibly spacious and luxurious G-Ren hall. Everyone was immediately stunned by eyesight inside. Li Han quickly urged OP group again, and Reford also shouted in agreement, we have to take all Gi valuable items here. Quickly find Duddy Fok a lot. Li group immediately called awe to each other, splitting into different directions to S Tai Fu Eve lot. He silently turned his head, carefully observing everything around him. After that, Li Han finally let out a sigh of relief, thinking, luckily, there was no one else here. Otherwise, Eat would be a bother. As soon as he thought that, someone suddenly called his name from behind. Li Han jumped, immediately spinning his head around. Standing in front of him was Diju, still wearing his pajamas. He was so terrified that he gaped. Diju stammered, questioning, what are you guys doing? I heard a noise, so I came all here. How did you all get in? Li Han immediately pointed, telling Diju to quickly look behind him. He instinctively turned his head to look. At that very moment, a bin flew straight into Dejit face. One who threw Yate was, of course, Li Han. He immediately fell to wee ground in lot consciousness. Behind Li Han, someone scoffed, laughing, this ID key price to pay foe daring to be arrogant in front of EEBLC Crow. Johnner walked RVE anxiously and asked, ID really okay for us to do this? He looked at Diju trembling on Lai key ground, then replied in a low voice, he will get into trouble if he gets involved in this. Others misunderstand if they see him knocked awe, and he have to be as lonely as Nilia. Li Han said, kneeling down on one knee. She was immediately moved, covered her mouth, and then softly called his name. Suddenly Johnner realized something was wrong, but what did this have to do with Nelia and Diju? Suddenly, someone shouted, found Eight, making both of them immediately turn their heads to look. Reford stood there with a very confused expression. Right at his feet was a whole pile of identical flags. Li Han stroked his chin, pondering, all fakes. Eat Eight so walks, Eat Eight impossible to tell them apart. Then we'll just carry them all away. A green-haired student immediately nodded in agreement. Suddenly, flame on a wall, mounted candle behind him flared up. Immediately after that, AX ray of candles simultaneously burst into flames, startling both of them in terror. Li Han cursed under his breath. Could it be that they've been restored? Suddenly, a white tiger appeared again, then snatched and dragged a student away. After that, more and more white tigers appeared, dragging others, making Key whole group panic and scream. On EP other side, Reford frantically hugged Key pile of flags, then reported that he had taken them all. Li Han immediately stomped his foot on Lake Key ground. He yelled for everyone to run, then pulled EP entire group to escape under Wee Key pursuit of the white tiger pack. In the hallway, an annoyed voice suddenly echoed, I know, how many times has this happened? One student insisted that there was definitely a noise inside E Tower, but hearing that, Rowena just closed her eyes and nonchalantly dismissed Eat. What could possibly happen here? Outsiders can't even enter White Tiger Tower, he said, but before he could finish, a sow reached them. X-ray of rapid footsteps rang all in succession. Two people standing on Lee stairs stared wide, eyed as Li Han 8 group ran past for dear life. Their mouths immediately hung obede in surprise. Soon after, they noticed clothing on that group belonged to Waikiki Azure Lake Regine and Tower. Li Han felt secretly worried about being caught in P act. It wasn't until Adina's ran past that Rowena cried oh and SPC. Hearing him call her princess, she immediately looked away, pretending not to know him. Then Rowena was terrified to see a pack of white tigers aggressively chasing from behind. He looked confusedly at Li P group as they ran and screamed faux help. Rowan 8 face turned pale. She opened her mouth, but couldn't say a quick all of sheer SPC. In IP middle of Iki night, his annoyed shout echoed through Wiki Tower. What on earth IDK going on? A moment later, Li Hanek group also broke down Li P door and rushed outside. Right behind him, a white tiger quit its mouth wide ubaba was in Sikialu pursuit. Li Han immediately sprang up and lunged forward. Its sharp claws were just inches away from his shoes. Li Han finally managed to dash outside and E-door slam shut immediately after. He sat flat on EP ground and looked back, EV his shoulder. Li door had become silent, as if nothing eerie had ever happened. Seeing that, Li Han finally breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone sat exhausted all like ground, some even unable to take it any longer and vomiting uncontrollably. Suddenly a shout rang all, everyone get up, chase after those Azure Rajan Tower bastards. Hearing that, he became instantly alert. Li Han quickly called Leaky group, gather up! Walkie White Tiger Tower people are almost here! He ordered everyone to carry those who were exhausted on light ground and run immediately. Li Han hoisted Ganando onto his shoulders and shouted for him to wake up. In Ganando 8 mind right now, Li Han was I coachman, while he was Ike Prince leisurely riding in Li carriage. Li Han immediately flared up, shouting for Ganando to snap back to reality. At that exact moment, Key main door was suddenly pushed to B and H. Like White Tiger Tower crowd pointed angrily at them and yelled, "Do thieves." Li Han swore under his breath and quickly led everyone away. Asa was fun of admiration seeing him race Lai Gi Wayne despite carrying Ganando. Li Han looked ahead anxiously. Everyone was running for their lives, but at this rate, they would be caught sooner or later. Hearing him mutter about needing to find a way to seek Red a distraction, Reford was immediately taken aback. He misunderstood that Li Han intended to use Ganando as bait, but Li Han quickly denied ET. Suddenly, angry shouting erupted, causing both of them to turn and look immediately. Andrago was furiously giving chase. Rogena said nothing, but Deju had truly trusted him. Yet he had betrayed him. Andrago gritted his teeth in outrage. Li Han immediately realized that a perfect opportunity had just fallen into his lap. He turned around and stopped. Li Han sneered coldly, "To me, Deju ID, just a pawn, he ID, unlife foolish enough to trust me." While Andrago was angrily calling him a scoundrel, Li Han reached into his coat to STFO something. He drew his staff, pointed it straight at him, and cast a water wave spell. Andrago was instantly bound by streams of water and despite struggling violently, he could not break free. Afterward, he was restrained by rings of water, forced to lie flat on the key ground. Lice water rings were so heavy that Andrago couldn't lie lift his head, trembling and gritting his teeth. Belasis Raven, do min XT. At this moment, Iki others from the P White Tiger Tower also rushed V, calling his name repeatedly. Seeing scene, they were instantly moved as if Andrago had just sacrificed himself on Leek battlefield. Ganando tried to suppress his nausea and said, "D will never defeat Li P Leech Raven," but Li Han just indifferently told him to stay still. He stepped forward and raised his staff to threaten them. Li Han warned them coldly, "Do not continue to follow us. I can use that spell as many times as I want. Furthermore, Idiki already see and do un't be able to dodge ET," he said, and hearing this, they could lie grit their teeth in frustration. He secretly calculated that they had to hide before more people arrived, as this threat would lie hold them, the P-Fo ST while at most. Suddenly, Andrago shouted at everyone to ignore him and insisted they must make Dejit enemy pay. Make him pay for betraying Deju. Whole group immediately flared Quoot rage and responded in unison, making Li Han regret not knocking him unconscious earlier. A person holding a staff slowly approached. The rest of them also stepped forward one by one. They raised their staves, quickly surrounding him from all four sides. Seeing this, Ganando whispered, "Are we done, foe?" Li Han immediately tapped his head, telling him to be quiet. After saying that, he took a deep breath, then closed his eyes to focus and plan. Use a water orb on Iki left, use E sword to parry on and E right, then obscure their VXN to escape. Ganando pouted, secretly blaming Li Han for bullying him all Igi time. Suddenly Ganando realized something and looked up. He immediately raised his hand and pointed straight in that direction. Ganando struggled violently, repeatedly reminding him to watch his back, which caused Li Han to stumble. Leaky White Tiger students thought he was trying to distract them, so they didn't bother to look back. Suddenly, a giant vine appeared out of nowhere. Eat was as quick as a demon, instantly wrapping tightly around a White Tiger Tower student. He was startled and panicked, then immediately hoisted into air by Eki Vine amidst piercing screams. Even Li Han was stunned as he witnessed IP scene, breaking all in a cold sweat. Suddenly, a Madich circle appeared in mid-air, inside of which appeared an image of Osu, a summoned Menin XTT that had escaped. I had no knowledge of this. ID culprit will be punished, so keep quiet and catch that Men XTT at once. As another White Tiger student was lifted by a vine, Li Han ate lip twitched in silence, truly a touching conversation between professor and student about a failed experiment. Someone suddenly let a loud shout, making him realize to start that all of them had been tightly bound by vines. Li Han immediately focused on realized that he couldn't fight that Men XTT while still carrying Ganando. While he was considering his options, Hiki vines silently crept near two of them, causing him to jump back. Just then Gaxier unexpectedly appeared from behind Li Han. She waved her hand, powerfully Kai X ting a form of Ma Di Chi. Instantly, Iki vines were severed by Gaxier Ma Di Che. Li Han froze in ecstasy as he witnessed Gaxier 8 power quit his own eyes. She landed softly on the key ground right in front of him. Li Han immediately called Gaxier 8 name, while she told him to quickly retreat behind her. After Li Han retreated Quoot Ganando, Gaxier muttered something that shocked them both. I didn't expect another Men XT tree to escape. Li freshmen are going to suffer this week. Soon after he calmed down, pointed at Lakey Vines, and reported, that tree Men XT has captured my friends. Gaxier held her staff in hand, performing several precise movements to cast Herm Didi Che. She waved her hand to cast E's spell, and immediately several Ma Di Che circles appeared behind her. Wait Fumi Fo a moment. Right after that, a blinding lot of Lai erupted, illuminating an entire corner of Laiki forest. E-vines were immediately sliced through, falling scattered onto Wee ground. Keybound White Tiger Tower students also fell all at once, moaning as they lay scattered on leaky ground. At that moment, Li Han suddenly turned to ask her what exactly had happened. Gaxier hesitated for a moment, then raised her hand to explain that Lee's school has a perfect defense Gexit team against outsiders, but Eat ID useless against what IDP inside, as no one can prevent every accident when learning Ma Di Che. This summoned Minix TF ID exactly such a case. It seems upperclassmen failed in some of their experiments. Having finished her explanation, she covered her mouth and giggled. Things lay this happen all the time. Li Han paled and gave a forced smile, saying he understood and thanking Gaxier, but in his heart he screamed that this was no laughing matter since students were being attacked by monsters. He knelt on one knee beside her and asked, "I heard some other monsters have escaped. They'll be dealt quits soon, right?" Gaxir laughed reassuringly, saying they would all be caught within a month, and then reminded Lihan to be careful. Having said that, she turned to help Li students untangle leaky vines, leaving him breaking into a cold sweat. It would take a whole month, yet Leak Professor Anlai told him to be careful. Lihan looked up at Las Kai helplessly and sighed to himself. As expected, all professors are exactly the same. Early leak next Monen, inside a tower at Li Academy. Ozud announcements rang out continuously, reminding students to be wary of monsters lurking within P school. In key room, 3 people sat gloomily with their heads bowed before a pile of paper flags. A female student hugged her arms tightly, her expression fearful beyond words. They indignantly badmouthed Wee teachers, suspecting that they had intentionally released monsters themselves. Lihan stood in a corner drinking water, occasionally glancing vatlet at B3 people sitting there. He didn't think that deeply into 8, he simply believed that YP professors were just too lazy. Li Academy had many mages, and Lihan was certain that if all Li professors were mobilized, even a Li Regian would be taken down. They would make YP students solve their own problems. If IV problem was caused by Yi students, Li answer was already all too clear. Yeet best if everyone stops speculating, he thought as he placed his cup down on the key table. Lihan interrupted their conversation. Don't discuss 8 anymore. Let it go eat breakfast, I'll cook something. He skillfully sliced key tomato into uniform rounds. Afterward, he added geeky minced meat from Lucky cutting board into pot. Light steaming pot of food smelled delicious, while Johnner took some paper and pens to hand out to everyone. Lian scooped up a ladle of eat food and said, I'll cook some delicious dishes. Everyone must be exhausted after what happened last night. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone happily ran in V to praise him. BL Chi Crow, do you truly are Li best? His loud voice echoed through Waikiki Tower, telling everyone to quickly get in line. Ganando slowly took a large gulp, causing his cheeks to bulge. He contentedly chewed his mouthful of food and said, Teat seems today has its bright side as well. Upon hearing that, everyone immediately turned to look at Ganando with confusion. He laughed with delight. Tate so satisfying seeing those white tigers so frightened. Johnner agreed to squint. Kate also quite fun for everyone to work together. I also lie being able to enjoy get food quit everyone, she said as she scooped another spoonful. By now, it was early dawn, and gentle monen sunlight filtered through window into room. Johnner watched happily as everyone laughed and chatted boisterously. Suddenly, she spoke softly. I wish our lives could stay like this forever. No sooner had he finished speaking than an alert notification from Osu rang out, shattering like cheerful atmosphere. Hearing Asa grumble until he let his appetite, Ganando eagerly offered to eat his portion for him. Asa immediately raised his hand in refusal. If you don't pull your hand back, I'll challenge you to a duel. Seeing that, Johnner could unlie force a smile. Suddenly she turned to ask Li Han about Leaky Monen lesson, causing him to instantly stiffen. Li Han let out a sudden exclamation, his expression fun of confusion. Yeet will be fine, he said in a low voice, trying to reassure Johnner. A moment later, 2 students suddenly turned to look silently and intensely at Li Han. Others also kept glaring at him so fiercely that their eyes seemed to be shooting sparks. Li Han stood awkwardly amidst the countless angry gazes attacking him all at once. He felt helpless and didn't know how to handle IP situation, so he could end Li smirk. It seemed like things were not going well at all. Suddenly, someone called his name from behind, drawing Li Han's attention and causing him to turn around immediately. Standing behind him was Deju, who was looking straight at him with a somber gaze. He lowered his voice and said seriously to Li Han, we need to talk. Deju wore an extremely grave expression as he slowly called Li Han's name. He frowned and told him, you don't need to worry about me. Going back to last night, as soon as Deju woke up, he anxiously asked everyone about Li Han. He rubbed his chin in confusion, not knowing what had happened, and Leaky other person angrily recounted how Waikiki Jir Leaky Rajinon group had broken into Leaky Tower. Like others were both angry and sympathetic toward Deju because he had been used and then heartlessly discarded. Hearing them invite him to Gini P group, Deju immediately understood Key whole situation. He realized that Li Han had intentionally played Waikiki villain to help him. Returning to Lake Present, Yi two stood silently looking at each other for a long moment. He nodded happily, those words were truly sincere. Although things were not as Deju thought, Lychee act of stealing Whitey facial and knocking him unconscious was not exactly glorious, so Li Han decided to let him keep Li misunderstanding. Just then a shout rang out. 2 students ran V angrily shouting, Deju has been tricked by this guy again! They immediately stood in front of Deju, carefully protecting him. Deju wanted to tell them they didn't need to do that, but he didn't dare to speak up. Li Han was speechless as he watched IC scene before him. Perhaps this was better for him. Suddenly Ingerlate voice rang out, get Monang, my students. He smiled and walked a V leisurely amidst eye greetings of Lipe students. Ingro recounted that as soon as he woke up, he saw a bunch of monsters howling around. What kind of hellish place I did this? Hearing this, IP students immediately wilted. Then he bowed his head. But because you still have to continue studying here, I have thought carefully about how this situation could be helpful. Lihan immediately felt that this conversation was veering in an extremely ominous direction. Ingro raised his index finger after a very careful consideration. I've decided to catch a real Menon XTT, then let do all practice fighting ET. He joyfully raised his fist, declaring loudly. Hearing that, Li Han was immediately startled and shocked, a hint of fear rising in his heart. Li Han turned pale with fear. This move was completely wrong. Professor should have ensured there were no escaped monsters around. Suddenly a student enthusiastically spoke up agreeing quiet decision. White Tiger Tower group ardently expressed their determination, stating that a true knight must dare to face their fears. Hearing those words, Ingril was deeply moved. I was even going to reconsider if anyone objected. Talented swordsmen truly think differently. Suddenly, he turned towards Li Han, startling him, and Li Han immediately went along quat et. As soon as key words left his mouth, Li Han quickly covered his mouth, regretting that his reflexes had been faster than his mind. In Kian, he could inanely bow his head in acceptance amidst Professor Tate hearty laughter. Ingril took Aura box and told everyone to draw lots to form groups of 3. Those quidiki same NMMB he would be on IP same Tim. A moment later, leaky results were in. Li Han nervously held up his lot Qt MB4, then glanced at Deju. He too was sweating, awkwardly holding up his lot Qt NMB key 4, then looking back at Li Han. Leaky last person to draw key same NMB he as them was Zigel, who was smiling. Y3 stood silently looking at each other, none willing to speak first. Li Han and Deju simultaneously looked desponding, same thou appearing in their minds, unbelievably unlucky. He crossed his arms and smiled sinisterly. Belix Crow, Thanta Diu, I've had a lot of fun lately. Those days are truly unforgettable. He immediately recalled why tragic scene that had occurred last time. Li Han let out a deep, exasperated sigh. He seriously suggested that everyone forget everything that had happened. Zigel looked as if he had just heard something amusing, turned his face away, and coldly snorted. Seeing him turn away in anger, Deju anxiously looked at Li Han and asked, Are Du really serious? Since we both come from Leaky North, I understand his nature. That person holds grudges foe a long time. He will definitely try to obstruct Du. Hearing that warning, Li Han already imagined arduous days of teamwork ahead. Suddenly, an announcement rang everyone attention! Seeing that all groups had fully assembled, Ingril immediately moved on to WP next step. Each group must choose a leader. I have prepared something to help Dio. P person put a red dot on Lee corner of their lot will be key commanding leader. League remaining members must obey orders and fight monsters, he said, pointing to Red Max. Hearing about choosing a group leader, Li Han immediately had a bad feeling and looked down at his lot. There wasn't a single red dot on his lot. Li Han lowered his voice and pleaded Quote Deju to say he had Lai red dot, but Kieben and Lai response was a dejected apology. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them immediately looked Ervi to EP other side. Zigel was proudly holding high his lot that had a red dot. He smirked sinisterly and mocked, I will be group leader Zigel. Immediately voices called Offo group leader, and Zigel even nitpicked that they must use his fun name. Suddenly, Li Han spoke softly, group leader Zigel. I hope Do give clear orders if Do don't want to be stabbed and Lai key back. He warned silently while smiling brightly. He was no less competitive, MMB1 subordinate. I am very much looking forward to cooperating Quote Dio. Looking at Li two hypocrites wielding verbal knives, Deju broke into a cold sweat. He looked at them anxiously, his complexion gradually turning pale as if seeing a god. Their IDP is saying that a knight who has faced a blizzard on Ili northern mountains will no longer fear anything. Deju was exactly one of those people. However, a current ill-fated situation truly terrified him. Suddenly, a student raised their hand and asked to be professor. Hearing Lai question about what kind of men XT they would face, IK3 immediately turned their heads to listen. But Ingril acted mysterious, saying he could not reveal Li just yet. He squinted brightly and held up his index finger. To deal with unknown summoned monsters in Li future, Du must learn to fight when Du have no information. Upon hearing this, both Li Han and Zigilate faces darkened, and they were left speechless. Li Han was all too familiar with B professor's irresponsible attitude, so he intended to ask Ingril if there were any pointers for them. Before he could finish, a student from Leak White Tiger Tower excitedly raised a fist and cheered, as expected of our professor. Others continuously voiced their SP, making him look as gleeful as a blooming flower in spring. Li Han explained that they had been thinking Lai P same thing just now. Zigel turned away and said coldly, Don't talk nonsense, just follow my orders. Li Han nodded, as long as Waiki orders are reasonable, I won't deliberately pick a fight Quote Dayu. Hearing that, he frowned mockingly, wasn't it Du who knocked us unconscious and handed us all a VE to eat professor? Seeing Li Han still trying to argue, Deju sweated and quickly stopped him. Li Han said he just wanted to clear up Li misunderstanding. Deju put a hand on his shoulder. There are some misunderstandings that simply can't be explained, and furthermore, Do have a natural talent for making people angry. Of course, Deju didn't dare say eat aloud, and Lai sighing inwardly. Under Leaky Clear B Loose Kai, Ingerl Voirang Aw telling each group to enter one by one, leaky monsters were waiting inside, and each group had to find their own way to Lee exit on Lee Key opposite side. A moment later, it was finally Lee Han 8 Group Gate turned to walk up to Y Key Tower 8 large gates. He calmly and gently pushed Idor Hubivin, letting Key outside Lie filter in. Lee Han stood still and observed for a long while, but Lee P inside remained silent and pitch B Lee C. Afterward, he took an object from his pocket. Despite it being midday, Eek interior was as wax as ink. Perhaps they were intentionally simulating a nighttime encounter. Kudamen XT treat. Li Han raised his wand and cast a Lie spell to illuminate Lie Piece space. A dazzling Lie source instantly appeared in midair, brilliantly lighting up Li's entire Lick Tower. Zigel silently observed his actions, his face showing absolutely no reaction. He frowned and analyzed. Could this energy source come from an enhancement serum? Suddenly, what appeared in front of them made all three jump in SC. An aggressive Menix T stomped its hooves hard against toppy ground. Its two nostrils puffed continuously, blowing gusts of ice-cold air. It was an ice attribute bull appearing extremely majestic. It widened its gleaming eyes, staring at them with an unfriendly expression. Zijel hesitantly looked at Li Bull, asking if he was weak. He same one from last time. Lihan replied uncertainly, then suddenly realized energy on its body was very similar to an enhancement serum. Leaf's image of Urigum immediately appeared in his mind, wondering if 8 could really be that same bull. He gave an incredulous, forced laugh. Seeing this, Deju stepped forward to ask what was wrong. Lihan frowned and brought his thoughts back, deciding to focus on handling Wike's immediate situation. He said he sensed 2 different energy sources on ET and enhancement serum and spirits. Deju immediately asked what to do while Zijil glanced at quick contempt, thinking such an obvious matter hardly required analysis. Lihan calmly waved his hand and suggested that ordinary attacks were likely useless, asking if they could infuse their weapons Kutma Di power. Seeing both of them confirm they could, Zijil immediately said he could too, but suddenly remembered something and paused in astonishment. Zijil gritted his teeth in anger. He didn't come from a family of knights, so how could he do that? On Leek's other side, Lihan and Deju didn't pay attention and continued discussing a plan to attack in turns. He crossed his arms and told Deju to ask him who would stand in Li middle, most dangerous spot that had to face Li Bull head. On N was vulnerable to attacks. Deju was confused because Lihan was right there, yet Zijil still made him relay key message. Just as he thought of that, Lihan told Deju to reply that Light Key's central position obviously had to be taken by team leader, which made him even more confused. Deju stood awkwardly between Light Key two, who didn't lie each other at all. He sighed in frustration, not expecting these two to behave no differently than children. Finally, they decided to feel arc paper, scissors to choose who would stand in the middle. A moment later, Zijil walked to his position and prepared to fight. Deju also quickly moved to his position on Li's opposite side. As for Lihan, he stood firmly in Li's very center. Three of them formed a triangle surrounding Li Qi M and XT in middle. He stood in Li P middle dejected, raising his sword and sighing to himself that, in Eat still turned to lie this. Li's tactic was very simple. Li Qi 3 of them would split into 3 directions and slowly approach Dai Qi Bull until Eat targeted one of them. Li person chosen must focus on dodging, while Li Qi other 2 would continuously launch attacks at ET. Li problem lay quit Li Qi person having to dodge Bull 8 attacks. This method and Li tormented like bait, while Li Qi attacking positions were quite easy. Lihan thought of himself as he looked at Li Qi Bull. Li Qi Men XT scraped its front hooves against ground, assuming a stance to check C. Suddenly, Eat threw its head back and roared to a heavens. Its face as fierce as a demon 8. That terrifying roar was a surge of power, rolling and spreading throughout Li P space. Zijil immediately gritted his teeth in pain, hurriedly raising his hands to cover his ears. Deju was also so uncomfortable that he had to squeeze his eyes shut. Suddenly, he had a premonition that this M and XTT would not be as easy to defeat as expected. If that was Li Qi case, there was no need to get CKLU, so Lihan slowly drew his wand from his coat. He raised his wand to cast Water Madiche, flow according to my command. X-ray of water orbs immediately shot high into weedy air. Those water orbs simultaneously toward Li Qi Bull, looking no different from a rain of bombs. Eat snorted angrily, exhaling even more cold smoke. Deju looked at Lihan with admiration, unable to help but marvel at his power. Suddenly he remembered something and his expression immediately turned panic. Looking at Li Qi direction Lihan 8 water orbs were heading, why did 8 feel as if they were hurting 8 in Li Qi same direction? At this moment, Li Qi Bull angrily charged straight at Zijil. Lihan remained calm as he controlled water Madi each, continuing to secret countless water orbs. He stood indifferently, watching scene before him, his face without a hint of fluctuation. Zijil was so angry he turned beet red, gritting his teeth and calling Lihan a bastard. Returning to a moment ago, as soon as they chose their positions, an idea had flashed through his mind. Zijil's original plan was to deliberately lure Qi Bull toward Lihan. However, Li attracts Li, he was also secretly plotting same thing against him. Zijil was furious upon seeing through Lihan 8's scheme. How could he surrender before even fighting? He thought, then immediately turned and ran. He quickly and cleverly circled behind Lihan 8 back to dodge. Seeing this, he pondered for a moment, not understanding what kind of trick Zijil was up to. Suddenly, Lihan shouted, I merged Queet darkness, and vanished, causing Zijil to panic. And Enlai then did he suddenly realize how CKLUP's distance between himself and Aki Men and XT had become. Zijil immediately raised his twin swords, preparing to be LPC walk oncoming Shikus. He quickly swung his sword, delivering a powerful horizontal slash across Ki fierce bullet neck. However, right after that, Li's wound was sealed by a layer of ice, as if he'd had never existed. Li Men XT immediately turned around and ran to a spot not far away. Zijil gritted his teeth, looked at Li Blade, and clicked his tongue anxiously. Ki slash just now was too shallow. He looked at Guy growling bull, its wound had healed instantly. Zijil cursed inwardly and rushed forward, there was no other choice now. He pointed his sword and cast a Ma Di Chi spell that covered his entire body. Zijil took a ready stance to face Li charging bull, thinking, come at me if you dare. He immediately swung his twin swords, slashing straight at Ki Bull Men XT tree. Suddenly, a powerful sword Ura appeared and struck directly into Bull 8 body. He'd immediately sensed that something unusual was happening. Just a second later, Li Qi Bull was knocked violently against a wall behind Eat. Then he fell to white ground unconscious, leaving both Zijil and Deju stunned in astonishment. His mouth hung obina, and countless questions filled his mind. Deju was also dazed, completely unable to understand what had just happened. Suddenly, Lihan appeared out of thin air, manifesting a mist Eli. He looked in SBC at Li Qi wooden blade that had shattered into countless pieces. Lihan clicked his tongue as ET vanished, thinking he had put too much mana into Iki wooden sword, so this was expected, while Deju stammered. Why did you use Unli one strike? Seeing Likey Bull on achy ground still twitching, he quickly told him to let Eek go. While running, Lihan urged everyone to seize Eek opportunity and quickly escape Eek dungeon. Diju broke into a cold sweat as he ran because of Leaky gloomily silent Sigel behind him. Leaky pressure was so terrifying he didn't dare look back. At that moment, he was gnashing his teeth, thinking, I can't believe Du dared to use me again, just do wait. Diju ran after Lihan and asked if Eat was really okay to do that. Upon hearing this, he immediately replied that Eat was no problem. In any case, this party would disband as soon as E class ended. Inside Light Dungeon, a cry of loud noises echoed continuously without end. Several other students were shouting as they broke through Waiki doors and rushed outside. Lihan and Diju sat down to rest, watching them panting heavily. He exhaled heavily. This was Likey last group, so 8 seemed Likey class was nearly RV. Ingirl stepped forward, clapping contentedly, and called everyone to gather, which left Lihan feeling a bit puzzled. His group could take down Niki Menix Tifi by infusing Madi Chi into their swords, but how did Eat other teams manage to get past Et? He spoke up to praise everyone for their excellent completion. Simply escaping Li Bull was commendable, yet there was even a group that defeated Eat, causing Iki 2 of them to startle instantly. Lihan blushed quite embarrassment. Ki Mai Sen was Enlai to escape, so he hadn't expected Li teacher to specifically praise his group Fu taking Eat down. Hearing lag whispers and murmurs, Sigel secretly gritted her teeth in anger. Ingirl asked everyone for their thoughts on Iki Men NXT Ki, and immediately a few people commented that Eat was stronger than they had imagined. He smiled as if he had anticipated Eat. I am sure everyone was surprised by Et. Hearing this, Deju and Lihan turned pale quit awkwardness. Ingirl believed that after successfully escaping, Lipi students all understood one thing: they had no reason to be afraid. You must face your fears if you want to overcome them. This principle applies perfectly to swordsmanship as well. You must always remain calm and analyze the enemy. If you cannot win, find a way to escape. I believe everyone has learned a lesson that cannot be conveyed. Quote mere words. Leaving Lipi group of students moved in awe. While Diju was nodding in agreement, he suddenly announced that he had one more matter to report. Ingirl's announcement made him freeze in his tracks. Diju will keep these same teams until Keen of E semester. Diju immediately turned around in panic, unable to believe what he had just heard. Both Sigel and Lihan showed expressions of extreme discomfort. Like the atmosphere between the three of them instantly became indescribably heavy. He asked Deju if he should apologize for what just happened. Deju told Lihan it would be best to let him act as Weeby bridge between EB two sides. A moment later, Leaky Alchemy classroom was filled quicky smell of garbage. Johnner dusted AP her hands and confidently declared that she was ready for E lesson. She looked toward Leaky door in confusion, not understanding why Lihan was arriving later than usual today. Suddenly, Johnner was startled and called Ora's name loudly. She saw Lihan being held tightly by his arms by 2 people. Why are they escorting Du Lai, a criminal? He awkwardly replied that it was just a misunderstanding. They came after my class, ended and said they had to protect me. The other 2 immediately spoke up in agreement. Everywhere outside me be Lu Regine Tower ID a battlefield. Oh there are both monsters and people from Light P White Tiger Tower who want to harm him. Who else can protect Lihan besides us? Johnner hesitantly said that he was stronger than both of them combined, but suddenly a voice interrupted. No, they are right. Holding a tray, Sienna said seriously that their current situation was extremely dangerous. Lihan immediately gave a long-winded greeting. D has been a while, matchless genius of Lee Freeman Church, Sister Sienna, master of alchemy. She took a potion and handed it to him. This IDPMADE chase potion I made to take down monsters. Try eat. Lihan was instantly polite as a gentleman. I am incredibly surprised by this wonderful gift. On any other side, Nilia confusedly whispered to ask if he owed Sienna a debt. Johnner narrowed her eyes and replied that she was thinking OP same thing. Eurigrim opened the door, and seeing them blocking EP entrance, he told everyone to hurry back to their seats in confusion. Stroking his beard, Leaky old man stepped up to E podium and asked, how did your weekend go? Have you finished brewing the E Madich potion, students? E old man asked the pupils below him to smile. Like students answered in unison that they had, but in their hearts, they were silently cursing Eurigrim foe ruining their weekend. Seeing this, IP corners of Lihanate mouth twitched slightly. For some reason, he felt he could read everyone 8 thoughts clearly. Eurigrim shouted in surprise, you all finished already? That ain't impossible. Sienna impatiently replied, we worked on key assignment together, professor. Leaky old man sighed and said, Fie, at least you all did quite well. Afterwards, Eurigrim explained that if they had successfully brewed eat, this was the first step toward their introduction to alchemy. As he opened the lid of a vial, he remarked sarcastically, but I am sure your results are inenly mediocre at best. A puff of vapor escaped from Likey vial and condensed into a vibrant green branch. On Nike leaves, a Xibi Lu flame immediately flared up. Eurigrim picked up Lee branch and laughed. See, Lee potion ID 2 weak, so Edie and Lee managed to CP red a tiny flame. Lee students gasped in amazement. That is incredible. I didn't think this thing could even produce fire. Like old man confidently declared. Now, let it look at Leppy next veil. Before he could do anything, Key branch and Eurigrim 8 hand suddenly erupted into a massive B Lu flame, and Leaky old man cried all in astonishment. What ID wrong quit this vial? He peered at Eat closely for a moment and realized, so Yeet was due, Gordana's. Seeing Lee professor staring at him, Lihan was slightly puzzled. Why was Eat professor looking at him such a Citran expression? Lee old man still refused to believe hate and continued to talk tough, saying, even if a few vials were brewed quite well, don't get complacent just yet. Eurigrim said slowly, while clenching his hand into a fist, because from this point on, it gets truly difficult. As he finished speaking, he opened his palm, and a small rabbit immediately appeared. Today we will learn about spirits. To become a skilled alchemist, you must brew potions well and receive assistance from spirits, Urigrim said as EB rabbit-shaped spirit opened its bright shining eyes. Everyone buzzed excited discussion. This was Li Qi first time Li Han had ever seen a spirit, and he wondered to himself if all spirits looked like that. Then, he pulled up the hem of his robe, inside lay pocket of which were some neatly tucked away bones. Li Han ate face immediately darkened. No wonder no one wanted to study Lakma Di Che. On Iki other side, Leaky old man continued his lecture. This IDWATI spirit I usually use, don't be fooled by Yugi rabbit 8 small psi. He IDP quite capable, causing everyone to look at great interest. Uregram continued, because this little guy ID strong enough to take down Lakey whole class. Hearing this, ID spirit immediately lifted its head looking extremely proud. Lihan and Johnner listened attentively, as Y class was going to start by trying to connect low LV spirits, since it was still too early for anything else. Do cannot form contracts high LV spirits immediately. Do must start from low levels and gradually build trust. Block illustration showed a fire spirit sitting at someone 8 feet and a stone golem standing behind them. A massive stream of blue water suddenly sprayed straight onto key ground. As Urigram tossed crystals onto EP ground, he said, P more a place IDP filled spirit energy, ET easier ID to enter wiki spirit realm, and that source of power increases as well. Asi and Johnner listened intently and took notes first. One must plan to build a relationship to spirit, leaky and lie way ID to be sincere and honest. Leak old man added, if do approach them ill intent, likey spirit will run away immediately so do must be careful. Lihan thought to himself that this was probably EP most useful lesson old man had ever given. Suddenly, a bottle of Ma Dishich potion appeared right on his desk. Uregram told whole class to quickly drink Iki potion in front of them, and Lihan stared at ET intently. Johnner quickly grabbed bottle of Ma Dich potion and drank it all. Asa was still staring at Lipe bottle as if contemplating, and Lihan was no different. Old man excitedly declared, now I wish you all a very pleasant trip. Lihan's eyes closed immediately. A moment later, he slowly opened his eyes to observe. Before him was a vast expanse of ice and snow surrounded by ice mountains and volcanic craters. Lihan looked around and thou. This feeling ID Likey Headmaster 8 BEC book, it turns out that entering Likey Spirit Realm voluntarily ID key completely different from being forced into ED. He smiled, clearly having landed right where we fire spirits and ice spirits lived, both were not bad at all. He walked forward while making up his mind, alright, let it get started. Like scene shifted to a wooden cabin somewhere. Johnner exclaimed happily, this idea absolutely wonderful. Johnner excitedly told Asa, only a few seconds have passed in Leaky real world, but I felt I was in Leaky spirit realm for a very long time, and Asa added that she had talked to a carp spirit, while Nilia listened attentively nearby. Suddenly, Urigram clapped his hands and shouted, Situp, if do you want to talk, do eat when we get back to tower, causing all three to startle instantly. Urigram smiled and said, I am sure do you all know how hard 8 IDA to communicate spirits, so try to make friends them when do you have free time. Afterward, he loudly announced that class was dismissed and like students thanked key professor in unison folk lesson. Everyone started leaving classroom one by one. Just then, Urigram pointed at Lihan and called, oh, wait, come here. Lihan walked DVE gloomily, and the old man asked how it went. Looking at his expression, Urigram thought to himself, don't tell me this kid has already formed a pact. He remained silent and thought for a moment. Then Lihan replied in confusion, I have encountered a very big problem. Hearing this, Iki old man seemed relieved, and his face instantly lit up with joy. Urigram rejoiced inwardly thinking, that ain't how an alchemy novice should be, and then asked, what ain't matter, did they refuse to listen to do? Lihan replied dejectedly, cheat even more serious than that. He looked up and pointed at himself, they all ran away key moment they saw me. I encountered many spirits but, Lihan recalled Li Pi's scene of a water orb fleeing as soon as it saw him. Even a fireball orb flew away immediately. He said frustratedly, their reactions were all exactly the same. Old man asked in surprise, what, they all ran away? Lihan replied gloomily, Yoot. After hearing this, old man pondered and suddenly remembered, wait, I have heard of something similar before. E.T. was like story of a mage who returned to Wadi Spirit Realm after becoming a G-Ren mage, and lay key image of a man holding a staff appeared amidst the ice mountains and volcanoes. Then to his own power, that man entered Leaky Spirit World easily, yet every spirit fled key moment they saw him. Leapy reason was that a Q-Rar emanating from his soul terrified all Leaky spirits of their wits. They all trembled in terror at Leapy source of power radiating from him. Lihan wondered, then why are they also afraid of me like that? Gold man sighed and replied, Yeet might be due to the amount of manana do you possess. After hearing that, he became even more dejected, so Urigram encouraged him by saying there was fortunately still a way to resolve 8. Urigram continued, later, that master became Siklo Kuta spirit. Lihan immediately brightened up and asked, really, how did he do he? He calmly replied, he used Ma Dich to bind them and force them to befriend him. Hearing that, Lihan was speechless. He turned to he had coerced them. Lihan asked in confusion, aren't spirits stronger in Leaky spirit world? Urigram thought for a moment and admitted, it ain't true that there ain't a bit of a problem coot that. Lipe old man smiled and gave a thumbs up. Anyway, do your best, maybe this will turn out to be in TP rate 10. His expression darkened slightly as he reluctantly agreed, thinking to himself, I can't believe professor would actually say that. Next time I go to Professor 8 log cabin, I'll mix in more food. He thought to himself, imagining all sorts of exquisite delicacies. Sienna spoke up worry, that truly ID a serious problem Lihan. Li Han, Sienna, Johnner, and Nilia were walking to class together. Sienna suddenly said, "There are many cases where spirits fear humans due to misunderstandings." Li Tu beside them were startled. "When did Du get here?" For a moment, I almost thought Du belonged to our tower. She turned to Li Han and said, "My church has encountered this before." He immediately asked if there was a way to avoid 8. Recalling like lesson in class, Sienna said, "P Church used a potion similar to Wiggy one we drank today. E can attract spirits." Upon hearing this, Li Han was overjoyed. A male student also walked to VE in surprise, and Li P girl turned back with a smile. "I didn't know that was possible." She held like necklace around her neck and continued, "There I a secret formula specifically foo spirits that I've brewed before. If I have enough ingredients, I'll make eat food you. Just ask me for whatever do you need." You other two were extremely happy upon hearing this. Sienna took a pen and paper to write down Li formula, but these remedies required a lot of ingredients. After finishing, she held up a long paper covered in writing and said, "See, you'd eat this much." Seeing eat, Johnner was shocked. "Isn't this amount way too much?" Li Han looked at E long list and asked if there was any way to gather all of 8, and Sienna squinted, replying that there was. She raised her head and continued, "Professor Urigramit Research Lab has all of these ingredients." Sienna clasped her hands together. "As long as Du have a plan, I'm willing to help Du take those ingredients." Li Glynn and Sienna's 8 eyes left Li Han feeling bewildered as he looked at her. The other two cheered happily, as expected of Sister Sienna. No wonder everyone admires Du. Li Han thought to himself, "Wait, idea none really allowed to do that." Li Han stepped forward, touched her shoulder, and said, "Wait, Sienna, then Du Fu Ki offer, but this method ID a bit dangerous." She replied confidently, "Li Han of Gordanis family, Leak Academy actually encourages such methods. This must be exactly what professor wants to convey." Seeing Sienna so confident, he didn't know how to respond, unable to understand how she had reached a conclusion that he simply couldn't refute. Later, Li Han also reflected that this idea was indeed appealing. If he could obtain AP materials, they could be put to use later. Why Zhu Rar around him grew gloomy due to his walk thoughts. If a nigh he could get a great amount, when suddenly someone tapped him lightly on Li P back. He turned to be Nilia. He turned to ask what was wrong, his heart still full of worry. Could his plot be that obvious? Quite an annoyed look on her face, she pleaded quote him, "PP lie let me come along." Hearing this, Li Han grew even more confused. He hadn't known Nilia was that kind of person before. What on earth was wrong quote this cursed school? No matter how many things change, there are always a few things that remain exactly the same as before. Suddenly a circular object came flying from a distance. Then, it struck his back directly with immense force. Li Han's face contorted in pain, and he immediately turned his head to look behind him. Then he collapsed to key ground in agony. He person standing before him was none other than Vodali. For instance, in Professor Vodali at class, he recalled Ike Sphere and said to Li Han, "You are losing focus." Li Han slowly sat up, wiped away his drenching sweat, and apologized to Li Professor, thinking resentfully, "Every time I adapt, do increase sleepy difficulty, how am I supposed to reaki?" He couldn't help but complain, "Oh, where have those gentlemen rotation classes from before gone?" But Li T Professor Enlai stared at him in silence. Li Han wasn't Li and Enlai one confused. Professor Vodali was also quite puzzled. Seeing him struggle to stand up, he spun me sphere and thou. Why id he avoiding challenge lie that? Clearly, Professor could easily pierce through student 8 defense, but Vodali didn't notice, simply standing there as sphere orbited him. Instead, after a long period of consideration, he reached another conclusion and slightly moved his lips. "I see." Seeing Sphere's top, Li Han was slightly startled and thought to himself, "Eat finally stopped, we must be getting a break soon." Vodali spoke up, "I understand why you're finding it hard to concentrate. Do want to recreate key spin from when you defeated EP Golem, right?" Hearing that, he was incredibly frustrated. "What on earth? Eat ate simply because EP exercise ID too difficult, old man?" Vodali continued, "Haste makes waste. You don't need to be in such a hurry." Then Vodali waved his hand again, sending Sphere flying in another direction. He stared at Li Han with a mysterious look in his eyes. Fully first time, Professor Vodali tried to put himself in a student 8 shoes. Seeing this, Li Han held his magical instrument, feeling completely bewildered. Seeing Li Han standing still, he thought to himself, "If I were him, what would 8 be like? Even if forbidden, I would still do 8. Vodali stood in leaky middle of a forest, cracked ground everywhere. Anyone too afraid to take next step despite Likey path being ahead lacks Klee's aptitude to be a mage. Li Xin shifted back inside Lin and he spoke slowly, "I understand now." Li Han tightened his grip on Ike magical instrument and asked, "Professor, why do keep saying do understand?" Vodali approached him, "Your eagerness ID commendable. So what should a professor do when a student chooses a dangerous path?" "I will help do concentrate." Hearing him say that, Li Han immediately showed a look of astonishment. He trembled, stepped back and said, "Professor, we answer ID key actually very simple. Teach them to understand that very moment they set foot on that path." Vodali channeled power into Iki orb. A fiery red glow enveloped his body. His eyes glinted coldly and he launched a fierce attack towards him. They might die. Ki orb, carrying a terrifying force, shot straight towards Li Han, making him utterly panic-stricken. Li Han was so anxious that he let a loud scream. Before he could finish speaking, IT surge of power grazed his shoulder, tearing a piece of his shirt. He thou in terror. "I couldn't dodge it at all. That was just pure dumb luck." Before Li Han could fully regain his composure, that orb continued to shoot towards him. He immediately raised EP Madich artifact in his hand, summoning a surge of power. Li Han created an intense burst of energy to be up see his orb. Orb controlled by Vodali immediately crashed straight into his power. E2 surges of energy collided fiercely, causing light to burst forth everywhere. Li Han8's face was covered in falling drops of water. He panted, thinking in confusion, what in Li Ki world ID happening? ID he really going all out? Even Ima Di Chi orb ID heavier than before. Vodali 8 face darkened, and his eyes were ominous, making Li Han think in fear. ID Baki professor really going to Kivyu his student? Li Han hunched airweak, thinking to himself, I've 8 Professor Vodali, then that ID certainly still a possibility. He closed his eyes and focused his thoughts. Things have come to this point. Li Han thou in confusion, do I really have to Kizuo Professor? Even though I did indeed have that idea before. Vodali immediately controlled his power, continuing to attack him. Ki orb grazed past his body. Li Han cautiously retreated quickly to dodge. He seriously considered, even though 8 sounds incredibly absurd, I must first find a way to stop him. If that 8 likey case, then I must. Li Han gripped Kima Deech artifact tightly in his hand. He sprang to his feet and shouted loudly, Flow. A stream of water immediately appeared surrounding his body. Vodali Thaw was slightly stunned, IDE he trying to increase IPMB of water orbs to gain Sinentren. That ain't a decent idea, but he chose IK wrong approach. This way will Enlai make things harder. Li Han panted, earnestly wishing, I must succeed. Li Han clenched his hand and shouted loudly, Hydrokinesis. He continued to pour in more power, causing Woki Hydrokinesis to reach Ike's second LV key of Niiche. This Ma Di Chi itself ID not too difficult, but around Li Han circles of water now appeared, covering his entire body. Seeing this, Vodali inwardly smiled but was still very impressed because Li Han had never learned Hydrokinesis. Vodali retrieved I magical artifact, internally concluding 8 was a sign of his potential. He continued to launch attacks towards EP other person, but any effort would be in vain if they couldn't pierce that flimsy protective layer. Li Han gritted his teeth, struggling to defend himself. Vodali 8 powerful energy surged forward and he exerted all his strength to erect a water shield to be able to see his attack. As soon as Li Ki's sphere touched Li Han's water barrier, ET immediately stopped. Seeing that his shield had blocked Li's sphere, Vodali was slightly surprised. He thought to himself, so that ain't how he'd IDT. Instead of controlling Li's shield to move Li a water orb, he and Enlai needs to concentrate on compressing and reinforcing ET. Li Han chuckled inwardly, quit satisfaction when he saw his shield proving effective. Now he'd 8 your turn, Professor, he said, raising IK magical artifact and controlling Vodali 8's sphere to attack him. Vodali saw hate but remained still, showing no fear or worry. Then he simply tilted his head slightly, easily dodging Li's sphere. Seeing his teacher dodge Li Ki attack so effortlessly, Li Han curses inwardly in frustration, damn neat, this isn't get, and then pulled a bone arm all of his pocket. Li Han threw bone arm forcefully towards Vodali and shouted, bite him. Then he turned to IK table beside him. That ain't still not enough. Li Han immediately stomped hard on Li tabletop. I must defeat Light Professor at all costs, he declared, kicking Light table straight towards Vodali. Li bone arm was also rapidly flying towards him. However, Vodali still showed no reaction, simply smiling calm. Seeing that smile, Li Han was immediately alarmed. He quickly retreated backward while Vodali merely waved his hand, causing Li Ki table to rise. Li Ki's sphere on table began to shake accordingly. Then it shot upwards in an instant, so fast it was impossible to see clearly. Li's sphere flew in a straight horizontal arc past Vodali. Struck a bone arm, crushing a few fingers, and continued towards Li Han. Li Han watched the scene, stunned and amazed. Immediately afterward, Li's sphere forcefully pierced through his water barrier. And Enlai then did Li Han Riasi, quickly raising his hand to BLPC. Before water shield shattered, countless droplets rained down, drenching his entire body. Li Han collapsed onto Li ground, exhausted. Meanwhile, Vodali calmly and slowly approached him. He stopped right in front of him. Vodali looked down from above, his face somber to IP point of being chilling. He maintained that same expression without uttering a single quips. Li Han looked up, gasping in disbelief. In just a few seconds, Professor had cleared everything away. He turned all what he had done was Enlai enough fu self-defense. Vodali gently raised his hand, seemingly about to do something. However, he suddenly patted him on EP's shoulder and said just one thing. Well done. Li Han panted heavily, his face drenched in water, looking at him in confusion. A few minutes later, after countless questions, Li Han finally understood Vodali's intention. He pondered deeply. He turned all what Li Professor wanted to tell him was. Li Han was bewildered. Professor liked to push him to his limits, because Enlai then would he reveal his fun potential. He sat on Li's desk while Vodali stood below. Li Han said begrudgingly, next time let me do it again. He slowly replied, Q desire to grow stronger ID understandable, do will eventually learn. He continued, sometimes, taking a step back ID actually a shortcut. A cute little image appeared, he pointed this way while Li Han ran after him for dear life. Vodali encouraged him, don't be discouraged. Li next lesson will be based on what you've just shown. Li Han replied, but still looked dazed. Hearing that, he thought to himself, what ID Li Ki Professor talking about? ID he planning to ignore Li P details and act on a whim again? He then raised his finger to cast a spell. Li Han was surprised when he saw all key desks and chairs around him begin to shake. Immediately after, he tumbled painfully to key ground. Li Han panicked, completely failing to understand what was happening. All key desks and chairs flew up on their own, even though they had no wings. Vodali stood nearby, controlling Medich while saying, now we will learn how to focus in middle of a chaotic situation. He slowly continued, you are allowed to redo what you just did. If necessary, I will continue to increase EP difficulty. His face was full of dissatisfaction, and in his heart, he pleaded desperately, P. Lysis tap. Li's scene shifted to a cloudy night, sea kai, quit moonlight shining down on a house nestled among Li P hills. Zeta carried a basin humming as she walked. Sheet time to visit Blythe beloved garden. Suddenly spotting a shadow flickering behind Light door, she immediately realized someone was there. Li Han's gloomy face appeared as he greeted lead professor, making Zeta scream in terror. She stepped back in Espacine and asked, "Why do you look like you're half dead?" He dejectedly held a basket of vegetables and replied, "Oh, eat nothing. I just went through a grueling lesson, coot Professor Vidali." Hearing that, Zeta was stunned. "What? How are you still alive?" Li Han asked back in confusion. Realizing she had misspoke, she quickly covered her mouth and said, "Eat was nothing." Zeta quickly changed subject. "Do you've been studying here for a while? There anything do you want to ask?" He thought as he walked toward Key Stream. "A question. Does school allow flying pets?" Surprised, she asked him back why he was suddenly bringing this up. Lihan sat down by each stream, cooed a basket of vegetables and said, "I'm just curious about Lake Academy." Zeta thought to himself, "Zete seems he still doesn't know that White Horse ID a griffin." She continued, "This academy has everything, as long as you're diligent in your ST, you'll eventually find Eat." He asked curiously, "If I find Eat, can I tame Heat?" She crossed her arms and replied, "That it very difficult, even for someone experienced, Eat not easy to do." Lihan dropped a few potatoes into YP stream and thought to himself, "If that ain't key case then, Professor, could you teach me in your free time?" "I trust you very much," he said, though he secretly thought that Eat would make it easier to escape from school. Hearing Lihan say this, Zeta thought to herself in amazement that she hadn't expected this kid to be so passionate about taming monsters. She smiled determinedly. "Alright, I'll teach you everything." Hearing that, his eyes immediately lit up with joy. Seeing this, Zeta still warned him, "Don't regret Eat, leak lessons will be incredibly grueling." Lihan happily nodded in agreement. Light next Monen, he covered his mouth and gave a long yawn, looking exhausted from having stayed up too late the previous night. Lihan and Johnner leisurely walked into Key classroom side by side. She asked quick concern, "Do you've looked sluggish all Monen, did you not sleep well last night?" He walked back to his seat tiredly and replied, "I just had a nightmare." Lihan recounted in horror, "I dreamed Lee Professor appeared, and Eat was terrifying. In his dream, he had been trained by Vidali within an inch of his life." Hearing this, Johnner, who was sitting next to him, gently patted his shoulder in comfort. Key moment I heard that I understood completely. Just then, Lee classroom door slowly creaked to be in act. Professor Gaxier walked in and greeted Lee class, and everyone replied in unison, "Git Monen, Professor." Upon seeing Gaxier, Lihan thought to himself, "At least this professor doesn't psychologically torment me." Suddenly she asked, Do you all remember Lee Professor who taught Loki Madi last week?" Like students immediately screamed internally, "Don't tell me we have to take that class again. We don't want to." Gaxier then pointed toward Key door, as if she were about to introduce someone. Lai saw footsteps from a mysterious figure slowly entered I classroom. Another professor appeared, causing entire class to fall silent all at once. Gaxier began introduction. "This professor will be teaching us summoning Madi Chi." Millie spoke up, "I am Professor Millie in PCC of Likey summoning Madi Chi course." Lee students below were immediately very excited to meet Key new professor. Seeing YP students' enthusiasm, she smiled and greeted them. "I am very honored to be welcomed by everyone." Professor Gaxier explained, "Liwak Ma DH summoning me DHA. I'd usually taught in the second year, but leaky reason I've invited Leak Professor here ID because..." Suddenly, two birds appeared outside door, fluttering around and cutting her P mid-sentence. Gaxier then smiled and continued, "I think this subject will be very useful to you right now." Two female students cheered emotionally. Professor Gaxier dearly key best. Millie, standing nearby, cleared her throat and said, "Now let us begin. Key anyone interested in summoning Madich." Asa, Johnner, and Leon all raised their hands simultaneously, expressing their great interest. Lehan looked around and thou, Yeet looks like everyone raised their hands. After all, summoning Madich really quite convenient. Summoning Madich has countless types, so many that no one knows all of them. They even frequently appear in fairy tales. If you're lucky, you might even summon something valuable. Seeing Lee whole class raise their hands, she mused, "I'm very happy that everyone interested in this subject." Millie looked up and loudly declared, "But only a few of you are capable enough to learn ET. Summoning Madi extremely difficult. If you're signing up just all of curiosity, you'll have to try very hard." Hearing her say that, Lihan was also secretly astonished. Lihan raised his hand, feeling satisfied. This what a true professor lie. Everyone doesn't understand how profound those words truly are. He recalled Professor Vidali 8 words. Why can't you learn eat? What if you're pushed to light brink of life and death? After thinking this, he secretly cursed, "This person isn't a professor, they're an explosion fanatic." Returning to Lee present, Millie continued to explain, "This Madich related to many fields, even summoning an inanimate object a difficult goal. If you're online interested, you should reconsider." Hearing this, we P students immediately began discussing, "We have to try to know what if we have talent." She sighed helplessly, while Professor Gaxier standing beside her and smiled. She turned and said to Millie, "P children are all talented students, give them a chance." Hearing this, she immediately waved Ikema Dich wand in her hand. A piece of paper suddenly appeared in front of each student, astonishing everyone. There was Enli one drawing on light paper, but anyone who looked at it immediately recognized it as a my scroll. Johnner picked up likey paper. "Isn't this a single, use my scroll, just needing to be torn in half?" Lehan replied, "8 just regular paper, could a my circle drawn on it." Professor Millie, standing below, asked, "Do you've all learned leaky basic geometry and arithmetic of Key Empire, haven't you?" Everyone answered in unison, "Wah." After hearing this, Lehan was immediately impressed. Just one sentence made leaky classroom gloomy. Indeed, some students were not at all friendly coot numbers. Ganando slumped onto wee table gloomily, "Tate too difficult," but Lehan remained calm because leaky knowledge here was much easier. She pointed towards he students and said, "Then those who cannot do eat will not be able to use summoning Madi sheesh." Pay attention during class because drawing Medici circles and calculating are both extremely essential. Now, memorize and redraw key Medici circle on Lee scroll in your mind. Leehan picked up Lee paper and began to study ET. No matter how closely he looked, Lie one Medici circle was present on Lee scroll. He secretly analyzed. Key Medici circle ID lie a circuit board, Medici power flowing through AD lie electricity, Lee higher lower Ardeng key more complex its structure, and ED helps handle those complicated parts. Amplifying, reducing, passing, or blocking Lee flow of Medici power all require many formulas. I see, so this ID how Medici power ID key circulated. Suddenly, image of a quill pen appeared in his mind, then countless other pens also appeared one after another. Leehan scratched his head in confusion. Why did I suddenly think of quill pens? Johnner next to him was still deep in thou. Millie then spoke up, that Medici circle. IDP a small spell used to summon quill pens. A pen also appeared in her hand as an illustration. Hearing this, he was utterly astonished. He never expected his random guess to be true. While everyone was intently looking at Lee P. scroll and listening to Professor Millie's explanation, Leehan finally understood that was why he remembered them. She then continued, alright, let it begin. As soon as Millie finished speaking, students immediately began practicing. One boy strained to order a quill pen to appear. Key person next to him struggled kut I formula, while someone below devoutly prayed fu I great quill pen to manifest. Immediately after, a surge of power from all of nowhere shot straight into like scroll. Not just one scroll, but Leek Medici scrolls of other students also exploded one after another, causing Leek group to hold their heads and cove their faces in terror. One friend realized that even a high LVE Medici scroll would break if treated too harshly, while person sitting in front, receiving a new sheet, exclaimed in surprise, Key Professor Idiki immediately giving us another scroll. Everyone looked to Yki's side and saw Adinas practicing very skillfully, so they immediately called fu each other aid attention. Gradually, students also successfully summoned quill pens and cheers rang out continuously throughout Leebi classroom. Gaxier was helpless in leaky face of Lighty students' excitement. They shouldn't have been satisfied quit summoning something unlike similar, and Millie beside him also sighed in exasperation. EDIDB need to meticulously adjust every detail that makes summoning a difficult subject. Calling O something nearly identical ID still a failure. Fo if ED isn't perfect. All effort ID meaningless. At this moment, Asa was also struggling quit E summoning spell. Furthermore, a B object created carried Lee Magician 8 will. Therefore, their ID still a possibility Yeet could turn back and attack Lee Summoner. Ganando was a vivid example, as he was being repeatedly tapped on like head by a quill pen. Yeet turned to Azadate pen was attacking him. Ganando angrily turned to question him. How dare do you use a pen to hit me? While Asa awkwardly explained that Yeet was just a misunderstanding, Yeet moved on its own. Feeling very slighted, Ganando turned to complain to Leehan, someone ID key plotting to assassinate Key Prince Ximi. But Leehan didn't care much, simply telling him to be quiet in a detached tone. After that, Leehan continued to focus intently on performing his summoning spell. A row of tables away, Andrago was silently observing Leehan very carefully. He chuckled to himself in satisfaction. It seemed Gordanas still hadn't managed to summon a quill pen. Looking at his achievement before him, Andrago rejoiced because he had summoned a complete quill pen. Afterward, he continued to observe Lipe students around him, thinking that no one could do better than himself. I must take this opportunity to CP to those arrogant Lu dragons. Thinking so, he immediately slammed his hand down on a key table. Andrago jumped up, arrogance clear on his face, and mocked, "Don't tell me you still haven't summoned one yet, Gordanas." However, Lee's response he received was enly an indifferent attitude. Leehan didn't bother to speak up at all. Being completely ignored, Andrago shouted angrily, "Stop ignoring me and look at this?" While Johnner next to him added fuel to Waikiki fire, "Doesn't your house have a quill pen? Why do you have to shout so loud?" Andrago immediately replied, "I just wanted him to see what I just summoned." But as he was speaking, Leehan gripped his magical focus tightly. He took a deep breath, focusing all of his energy. Then he calmly ordered, "Quill pen appear." A surge of deep Lu power burst forth violently, covering like entire scroll. In the very next moment, Leehan completely unleashed his ability. Lee drawing on P scroll gradually rose from La Cifro of key paper. He continuously emitted mystical Lu beams of lilac fire. However, after waiting for a long time without seeing any pen appear, Leehan began to wonder if he had failed. Suddenly, a giant blinding burst of light covered the entire room. At that moment, he was knocked backward by a surge of force. Johnner frantically asked Leehan what happened, while Andrago clutched his head in fear. Someone shouted that it seemed as though something had just exploded, but in front of Leehan, a quill pen appeared, hovering in leaky air. Not just one, but countless quill pens appeared simultaneously and flew chaotically around Lee classroom. All Lee students were stunned by Lee's bizarre sight. Everyone wondered in amazement what these things were, while others guessed that Gordanas had summoned them all. Enli Andrago remained panicked, muttering, "She can't be." Leehan gently reached Awa and grabbed a quill pen. He observed Eat closely and assessed that E's shape was quite get, but he shouldn't have overdone Eat lay this. Channeling E exact amount of mana required was truly difficult. Looking toward Lai P scroll, he guessed that Eat must have been damaged as well. However, T scroll remained completely intact, showing no difference from its original state. Leehan was dumbfounded. He picked it up, still unable to believe this could happen. Leehan 8 ability to Kiantan Tron Mana was better than he himself thought, than to Vidali. On the other side, Gaxier also reached to catch a quill pen. As soon as she caught it, she immediately smiled happily, looking extremely satisfied. Then Gaxier looked, RVP at Millie. Summoning one was already difficult, yet he had called forth so many. Professor Millie must be very... Before she could finish her thou, Gaxier was shocked by Millie's attitude. She wasn't proud at all, but rather extremely angry. Seeing this, she stepped forward and said, "Kuda smile." Li Han has so much mana that a mistake lie this ID. Before she could finish, Millie shook her head and cut her bait. No. She coolly replied, this ID not a mistake, leaving Gaxier bewildered and confused. Millie looked toward Li Han and affirmed that he was indeed a very talented student. But he ID too arrogant, she said seriously, delivering her judgment of Li Han. She continued to explain, summoning so many quill pens just to CP. If that isn't arrogance, then what ID? Gaxier helplessly replied, hate not that kind of person. But Millie immediately shot her an unfriendly look. That made Gaxier a bit flustered, momentarily unsure of what to do next. A hierarchy exists even among professors, especially when one was once key student of like the other, just lie a current relationship between Gaxier and Millie. She turned to correct her. Yeet Tate get to trust and care for your students, but you must also teach them to be aware of their behavior. Gaxier could unlie comply. Perhaps Millie realized that although Gaxier didn't outwardly object, she still had something she wanted to say in her heart. So she spoke up to reassure her. But you don't need to worry too much. Watching Li Han still skillfully controlling key quill pen, she said there were many ways to cure arrogance. Here, Li Han teased Andrago by writing like words. I don't have a brush. On his face, making him struggle in resistance while Johnner laughed aloud in delight. Afterward, more people rushed to rescue Andrago, shouting in unison that they must protect him, causing Gaxier to speak up helplessly. Everyone calm down. She awkwardly reminded them, class, peakly be quiet. Everyone immediately fell silent again, no one dared to utter another quiss. Millie said loudly, through today's lesson, you will understand that some things are not as easy as do thou. Especially since today 8 content ID Lily's most basic knowledge, making YP students gloomy as even me introductory part was as difficult as facing a demon. Then Millie continued lecturing, normally, Du should be able to perform this without needing to use a Madi Chi scroll. However, if you still wish to continue your studies, then come and begin my class. She turned her gaze toward Li Han and advised, many believe that talent IDE most important thing when learning Madi Chi. He immediately felt these words were aimed at him. Why did she keep looking this way? Millie emphasized seriously, P most important thing must be patience and persistence. I repeat, more important than anything else ID patience and persistence. Li Han and Ganando stood outside, looking toward Gokok Biulin. He couldn't help but exclaim, this place ID as gloomy as ever. At least they should renovate Eat to look a bit better. He suddenly realized that Eat was understandable for unpopular subjects to look like this, especially when the key and lie ones interested were two of them. Both were suddenly startled when they discovered someone was already ahead of them. Before leaky gates of ETCBE and 2 other people were already standing and waiting. They slightly tilted their heads, looking toward him and Ganando. Li Han was a bit surprised. Wet, there are others. There are 2 more students. When Ganando saw them, he turned to him in horror, making Li Han confused as to why those 2 were also there to study Akmadiich. Seeing his intense reaction, he asked, do hate this subject that much? He pointed blankly at his own face and replied proudly, because Leaky professor said I have talent. But aren't you Leak one who hates Wakmadiichi? A voice spoke up, interrupting their conversation. Those idiots from the Azure Gen Tower certainly are noisy. Laftel crossed his arms arrogantly and said coldly, turns eye, Gordanas? His face immediately darkened, and his hatred was so evident that he didn't even bother to hide ET. Seeing his Ginnan eyes, Li Han was instinctively startled. He hurriedly shielded Ganando behind him. You must be from White Tiger Tower. Quit those Ginnan eyes and this Tren Orai. Li Han was slightly shocked. Could it be that Du are a Nephilim? Hearing this, Laftel became extremely proud. That ID correct, I key blood of great ancestors flows within me. Even a sinner like Du recognizes such nobility. Li Han thought to himself, E.T. seems the ID very proud of his half-angel lineage. But that blood isn't even as pure as Tizzling hate. He quietly observed and calculated although Lai Boy showed hostility toward him. He didn't seem Lai-like type of person who would follow Giselle. Li Han looked at Laftel and reached a conclusion. Maybe I should take this opportunity to shaky key White Tiger Tower. Why would someone of noble lineage work for Mority? Upon hearing this, he immediately spoke up to deny Yate, don't misunderstand, Gordanas. His face was filled quad hatred. I absolutely will not obey Mority orders. You are intentionally insulting me. Li Han became even more confused. If you don't listen to him, then why are you? His voice faltered slightly. So why do you harbor animosity towards me? Laftel angrily pointed directly at him. Do you really not know? Immediately after he clarified reason D of Kichoi family, a respectable friend had his honor insulted by Du. Hearing that he fell silent, immediately understanding whole situation. Ganando flinched slightly. Wait, speaking of this, could Du belong to Grey family? Grey family ID a lineage of southern knights, immensely proud of their angelic lineage and renowned as foremost champions of justice among knights. Laftel lack of denial made Ganando slightly panicked. Just as that scoundrel said, I mean, why would someone from the Grey family study Wakma Diich? Your family ID known foe training knights. Hearing that, he proudly replied, Do green dragons need explanations for even basic things? Of course, eat to eliminate lock mages faster. He too listened, dumbfounded and silent. Key professor would surely cry if he knew. Li Han and Ganando turned to look at Li Puther's other person sitting hidden in IP corner. Both were extremely surprised. So why did that person also come to study Wakma Diichi? Suddenly, that person stood up, making Ganando scared and leaned CKLU to Li Han. That person physique was much larger than both of them. Ganando fearfully clutched Li Han arm. Was he really sitting just now? He looked at that person and secretly guessed, perhaps he has giant blood. That person turned around with an awkward expression. I am Im. Pleased to meet you all. Im quickly introduced himself, flustered. I came because I'm interested in Wakma Diich and I hope to become Siko quad everyone. Laftel immediately replied coldly, fat chance. Li Han also extended his hand in greeting. I hope we can get along. This person seems gentle, indeed. One shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Like he two happily shook hands and greeted each other. However, immediately after, he was suddenly terrified by an unusual event. Mage power instantly surged into his hand, emitting a brilliant lie. After letting go, his hands trembled from leaky pain. Li Han looked at his flushed red hand and shivered. If I hadn't channeled Mage power to protect my body, my bones would have broken. This person ID terrifyingly strong. Ganando rushed Eater V from behind so quickly that he couldn't stop him.
May too. Pleased to meet Dayu.
Someone a desperate scream immediately echoed throughout Key Forest. From a room inside EBU Ian, a voice called all, "Come in, students." Modem smiled radiantly. I didn't expect so many students to be interested in Lakma Di Chi. The old man looked at Laftel and happily spoke. Do you seem especially enthusiastic about this subject? He immediately replied, Professor. Lihan glanced at Motum, who was beaming quit joy. For some reason, he felt pity for wee old man. Immediately after Motum gave instruction, stand behind the leaky tables I have prepared, Peatly favor us, Professor. He looked at him inquiringly. Have Dio found key summoning bones yet? Lihan immediately replied, Not yet, sir. Hearing that, Motum narrowed his eyes dangerously, try looking in stranger and darker places. He was slightly helpless upon hearing that, but still reluctantly nodded in response. He immediately began teaching. Do remember I previous lesson? We don't start today lesson yet. First, we need to deepen our understanding of curses. Hearing this, Ganando suddenly remarked, to be honest, cursing I diki much more in T-rate teen than summoning. Motum was slightly startled and asked, Wet, have you already learned summoning Medici? After getting his answer, he asked despondently, then how did other students react? He answered excitedly, everyone loved eat aside from us, everyone else went to Y summoning class today. Motum silently closed Daiki book and lowered his head, quit a face as gloomy as a funeral. Right after, he quietly pushed Lipe's stack of curse books aside. His face suddenly lit up, and he announced loudly, Well unstudy curses today, instead I'll teach you how to summon leaky undead. Everyone was immediately excited, while Lihan secretly wondered, I'd really okay for him to change lesson like that. He was beyond astonished, after all how much knowledge did we just skip? Avu. Motum began his lecture, you may not know this, but summoning aid undead IDE core and most fundamental part of summoning Medici. Laftel suddenly spoke. I have a question. He asked immediately, leaving the old man bewildered. Don't you need a lot of bones to summon a undead? He replied. We used to have to dig up Jeek Rai, but now we use authorized corpses. Even if taboo, lock wizards still lie digging up Jeeki Rai, right? Motum replied. That I true fusum. Lihan stood nearby and thou irritably. Does he know what he's saying? Motum coughed slightly and turned away. I don't make do summon a complete undead, because if do accidentally lose Sinan Tren while Kayak's ting, he warned sternly. Do might very likely go to meet your ancestors right then and there. Lihan turned pale upon hearing that. In Nike and why do we have to do this? Ganando also said, I once almost died because of a Madiich Quil Pen Sir. He began KX Ting Ki Madi chased. First we'll start quit just EP hand part. Motum immediately began chanting incantation seriously. Lihan was immensely amazed as he witnessed Ipa scene before him. A Medici circle appeared on each personate desk. Suddenly a skeletal hand slowly emerged from beneath. Lee fingers began to move, looking sinister and terrifying enough to make 1/8 skin crawl. Lihan stared in SPC at Li P's skeletal arm right in front of him. Everyone couldn't help but marvel and shouted in unison.
This thing ID truly incredible.
Motum coughed slightly and explained. Everyone wants to learn summoning because eat looks kun and Jiki Ren, but eat ain't not easy to pull AP. He immediately pointed out typical cases involving key summoning of undead. Even summoning ordinary monsters quit their own free will requires great consideration. Calling forth undead monsters introduces countless uncontrollable factor. Motum continued in a stern voice, warning that they would need special methods to approach death. That threat made everyone shiver. Since they were not yet capable of performing eat, they should try to approach I hand, using any method they could think of. Ganando raised his hand immediately upon hearing this, eager to give aid a try. Lian silently observed Dive's skeletal hand on I table, his eyes filled quick contemplation. Immediately after, he asked Motum, Professor, ID there any type of undead mon XD that IDE easily frightened? Hearing this, Old Man replied in confusion. There ID no such thing, they aren't living creatures, so fo key most part, they are completely incapable of fear. Yet, no sooner had he finished speaking than his eyes suddenly widened in horror. Lee's skeletal hand on Lee Hanik table was trembling violently quit fear. Eat seemed to be absolutely terrified whenever he stared at E. Motum muttered in disbelief. Why ID Eat behaving like this? Could there be an issue? Could E chemical reagents I used? He suddenly looked at Ganando, who was being tormented by a skeletal hand, and immediately dismissed Ethau. That it not E cause E key other hands are acting normally. He suddenly froze, a realization dawning on him. Could Eat be? Motum turned to look at him and suddenly shouted, causing Lihan to jump in surprise. Immediately after, he made a request that shocked Lihan. You should try summoning one yourself. He asked in confusion. Can I really do that? The old man replied immediately. Of course you can. He quickly handed him a bone fragment and explained, key advantage of a walk mage lies in Leaky ability to customize Z training partics T. Lihan followed him in bewilderment, thinking Idiki this really called customizing. It sounds more like improvising to me. Leek old man placed his Medici staff on Leaky ground, seemingly preparing to do something. He then turned to Lihan, who was standing inside a Medici circle, and said, now, recite Lai B incantation. Hearing this, he frowned slightly, thinking helplessly to himself, well, whatever happens, happens. He immediately dropped ID bone fragment into Leap's center of Medici circle. Lihan slowly exhaled a thick stream of BLZ energy. Immediately after, he solemnly cast his spell Rise Skeletal Hand. Everyone stared in amazement at Leek's scene unfolding before them. A surge of BLC mist instantly rushed in, completely engulfing Bone Fragment. Modem watched the scene before him intently, silently making his assessment. Light streams of BLC energy began to seep deep into the Iki Bone Fragment. After a while, Iki Bone Fragment gradually began to undergo trend changes. Lihan stared blankly at Lee's skeletal arm slowly rising up. His eyes widened, seemingly unable to believe E's scene before him. Li's skeletal hand slowly rose high, as if Eid had just been granted life again. Immediately after, Eid appeared completely before him and everyone else. Lihan couldn't help but be terrified by its eerie appearance. He silently marveled, wondering if he had actually succeeded. Lihan immediately turned to look at Mortem, wondering why Professor was so silent. Leek Old Man stood motionless, intently observing Lee's skeletal arm. His eyes were full of scrutiny, staring at Eat without blinking. Then he secretly assessed that summoning Ma Deech was inherently a chain used to kin Tren monsters, which IDE why novice mages find it difficult to fen Tron those chains. Mortem stared seriously and thought to himself that E's skeletal hand was about to attack Lihan and E's summon must be cancelled immediately. However, he suddenly realized that E's arm remained perfectly still. Mortem was beyond astonished. Was Eat reacting on its own without any orders? He immediately stepped forward to shield Lihan, saying, "Stay still, I will dismiss this summon." YP skeletal hand slowly raised high, its 5 fingers stretching out to their fullest. Suddenly, Eat prostrated itself, leaving both Li P Old Man and Lihan stunned. Li's skeletal hand trembled, obediently lying flat against the ground. Mortem and Lihan looked at Li P's scene before them, falling silent for a moment. Outside, Ike Tower of Lock Shadows was enveloped in a gloomy shroud of Locky energy. Mortem asked in confusion, could Eat be that do possess too much mana? Lihan dejectedly asked if there was a way to reduce his mana. Leaky Old Man replied in SC, why reduce Eat? That idea God, given talent. Leak Old Man frowned and thou, you don't even need to approach undead monsters, do you just need to use force to make them submit? Lihan thanked him, but Mortem remarked that he had hardly been of any help. Suddenly, Ganando roar interrupted his thoughts. "Do bastard, I'll give you Dio!" Quite a bruised face, Ganando angrily shouted at Li P's skeletal hand.
"Come at me if you're so tough!"
His face had been beaten B Li C and B Lu by EP's skeletal hand. Lihan asked in confusion about Li P others. Isn't Ganando considered talented in this field? Li Old Man sighed. Being talented doesn't mean he can exert his fun power yet. Everyone left IXC Bible at Li P same time. Ganando lamented miserably. That undead creature didn't have a shred of noble character. Right after, he turned to call him. Lihan, let it get to summoning class, as long as Eat not E key undead, Eat'll be fi. Hearing that, Lihan sighed softly. Are do sure, most summoned creatures including spirits are fierce. Laftel behind him suddenly yelled angrily, "Do you damned block wizard, I'll remember your face?" He angrily pointed at his own face. "Do you dare to let that thing slap me?" Hearing that, Lihan merely sighed softly. "I didn't do heat on purpose, it was just an accident." Everything had to be recounted from a class not long before. Lihan not only summoned but also wanted to tate the extent of his command, to which Motum said in astonishment, "Do you have successfully commanded Eat to self-destruct?" Laftel looked at him, quote eyes fun of hatred. He secretly gritted his teeth and cursed, "Do evil scoundrel." Lee's skeletal hand beside him suddenly paused, as if Eat had just sensed something. Immediately, Eat shot straight towards Laftel at an incredibly fast speed. When he saw Iki unexpected event, he was astonished into immobility. Before he could recover, Li's skeletal arm sprung up and slapped him directly in Li's face. Li Bi scene then returned to Wei present. Lihan sighed softly. Eat truly was just an unintentional incident. Those summoned objects act on their own accord. Ganando stood beside him, calling awe to him with a puzzled expression. He immediately reminded him, hate gone. Hearing that, Lihan replied, "ID that so, what a pity." At Lee's Spirit Ritual Tower Professor Millie workplace. Kitu walked inside and silently exclaimed, "This place ID completely different from Leaky Shadow Tower." Suddenly, a knock echoed from inside locker room. Lihan walked in and said, "Professor Millie, I apologize for being late. I just had some personal business." She, who was sitting inside, suddenly paused for a moment. She immediately looked at him and said, "If you had an errand, then so be Eat. You don't need to apologize." Lihan was utterly puzzled. What ain't going on? She wasn't surprised at all to see me. Immediately after, he sighed softly. Could it be that Professor Motum has already told my story to we other professors? Ganando looked around Y room blankly, his face filled with doubt. He lucky other students had class and had already gone back to do their homework. Hearing that, Ganando immediately smiled, happily accepting his early dismissal from class. But immediately he screamed in terror. Wet, homework. I already have a mountain of assignments from other classes. She immediately interrupted before he could finish his sentence. Several books suddenly appeared right in front of Ike, 2 of them. Lihan reached all and took a book. Shortly after, she spoke softly, telling Y 2 of them to sit down quickly. Millie immediately assigned DT tasks, read TT book, make necessary parts, and then answer EP questions. Lihan looked at E book in surprise. Were these questions about how to apply principles in practice? He immediately focused his mind and earnestly read each page of EE book. Before long, he felt incredibly interested. This book was truly great. He had read all sorts of specialized textbooks, but none were as easy to understand as this one. He suddenly remembered bloody books that had wasted his effort. Most textbooks were as convoluted as a haunted maze. Li P more Lihan read, E more excited he became. This book was entirely different, and she truly was a wonderful professor. Millie looked at him in confusion. Why was that boy looking at her like that? She silently assessed Wyke's situation. Surprisingly, this teaching method usually made students complain, especially younger ones. She continued to look at him. Surprisingly, EP student she thought would be most arrogant was obediently following all instructions. Millie thought to herself that it seemed she needed to pay more attention to this boy. Millie voy rang all. That ain't enough for today. Remember to read and study all these books by next week. Hearing this, both of them were immediately stunned with surprise. After that, they had to take lipe stacks of books piled high in their hands. Quit a lifeless face, Ganando weakly replied, Professor. Lihan and Aki Professor both had like same thou, this boy would not return to study. He was surely gone fo gat. As Waiki two of them stood up to leave YPUBE in, Lihan said, Then I will see you again this weekend, Professor. Hearing those words, Millie immediately fell silent, not knowing what to say for a moment. Suddenly her voice rang all, catching Lihan completely by surprise. Millie stood before we door, looking intently toward him. Then she smiled softly, I'm so refo misunderstanding you, see you next week. Lihan stared blankly at Lee closing door, completely unable to comprehend what had just happened. He turned his head to look back, his expression even more confused. His face gradually turned pale, quit worry. What on earth had Lee Professor misunderstood him about? Ozuate voice suddenly rang off, startling everyone. Alright, date time for life lessons again? He said excitedly. I am sure you haven't forgotten like homework I assigned, have you? Let he cheat. Lihan sighed softly upon hearing that. How could anyone forget light task of taking flags from other towers? His voice continued. First, we will chase P Lycee Tortoise Tower and Phi and Tower. Two students stood up simultaneously and reported, we exchanged flags peacefully. Both Xi Tortoise and Phi Towers have completed Lipe assignment. Upon hearing this, Osu sighed softly, leaving both of them bewildered. Very good, but do have to look so obviously bored? Hearing his name called, he began to stand up on report. What about Ki Azure Lu Ki Aegean Tower? We also obtained Et Phi Lot peacefully. Et Azure Regine Tower has completed its homework. Hearing this, Ozu looked at him with disappointment. Very get, do did quite well, absolutely excellent. His face immediately turned to Waiki's side. He looked at Lai Gi, two people who were startled. They were cowering in their seats in fear. His face loomed right in front of them as he said, My honorary knights, you also brought key flags back, didn't you? Quick? Say what? Lihan was slightly startled, feeling as if someone were aiming a spotlight directly at Li back of his neck. His tone was fun of questioning. Why haven't you taken them yet? Zijal stood up and bowed his head.
I am so re.
Then he dejectedly confessed, we didn't get any flags, a white tiger tower has not completed its homework. Zijal immediately clenched his fists in anger, damn neat, this will seriously affect our grades. Ozu laughed with interest upon hearing this, making him feel helpless. Seems you failed die negotiation, now shut your mouth. Immediately after, his voice dropped. I said we purpose of this class, ID to help everyone get acquainted and get along, but it seems there are still some who don't understand. He then immediately issued a request. Therefore, I will make this assignment easier for all of Dio to understand. Head to Lipe west of Lipe Academy, and Dio will find a lake. Anyone who has seen 8 knows ATIDP as vast as Eek Ocean. Hearing that, everyone immediately paid attention and simultaneously showed expressions of astonishment. Seeing this, Osu was excited. Your eyes are already lighting up. He continued to probe. Therefore, I task this time Idipus. He issued a request that shocked everyone. I want Dio to cooperate with each other and bring 8 back here for me. Ganando was shaking with rage. This damn old man. He immediately pointed forward and shouted, why do we have to cooperate with these guys? Before we split into teams, B Lexi Tortoise will pair quit Vermilion Bird, Azure Y Jinan will group quit White Tiger, and whether Dio follow my instructions or not I deek up to Dio. His hand suddenly emitted a blinding lie. Ozut's voice sounded threatening, but if Dio fail because of that, key consequences will be extremely severe. Back to Iki present, leaky atmosphere between each two sides was completely polarized and as tense as a taut wire. Lihan looked at his Tim and sighed softly. P atmosphere IDE2 he V, if things continue like this, it will inly get worse. He immediately spoke up to attract attention. Oh, brave friends from White Tiger Tower. His face was extremely serious. Can we put aside our misunderstandings and cooperate? Leak other guy angrily scolded. Key Academy collapsing ID key more likely to happen than that. Lihan thought to himself. Teat not that bad, ID he. His voice was fun of fury which surprised him. My disastrous grades are all because of Dio. Do they really care about grades that much? Lihan immediately spoke up to clarify, saying it seemed everyone had misunderstood, and asked them to calm down and think EDV carefully. Leaky explanation made Iki group reflect he principal ID here to teach students, so how could he give a failing grade just because of one mistake? In reality, if they gave up on Iki cooperation, that was when they would truly receive a failing grade. Just as he was about to continue his explanation, a voice suddenly rang and interrupted him. Zijal stepped forward and shouted, telling everyone to wake up. Zijal marched forward imposingly, bluntly cutting him the peak. He immediately warned them not to be deceived by his silver-tongued devilish mouth, asking what get had ever come to them from being involved with him. Zijal 8 questioning left him stunned, as he reminded them that they had been punished because of him and had recently even been ambushed individually. Zijal 8 voice made everyone look at him with anger, asking who they thought had tricked Diju and Andrago. White 2 of them immediately glared at him, as if they wanted to tear Lihan apart, right then and there. Johnner slowly walked RV and gently patted his shoulder to console him. Lihan closed his eyes tightly and thought to himself that he really didn't want to use this method, but there was no other choice. He turned and called all Fo Diju to come OVE, which left by boy bewildered. He immediately wrapped his arms around him, as if preparing to do something. Lihan suddenly grabbed Deju by EP throat, leaving him so shocked he froze in place. He pointed a Madiich weapon at Deju and shouted that if they didn't cooperate, another tragedy would occur, and this time he would throw him into Eegi Lake. Seeing that action, everyone was stunned into silence. Diju was also left dumbfounded, never expecting him to use such despicable tactics to force everyone to cooperate. Laughed a late face turned pale quit horror, and he hurriedly called Audejit name. Immediately after, everyone agreed to compromise, shouting to see Topin promising to cooperate if he would just let him go. Everyone voiced their assurances, pledging on their honor. Hearing this, Lihan immediately released Deju, saying, "Alright, I'll let it slide fu now." His expression quickly darkened, and he added that he hoped they would be more careful from now on. Diju was filled with astonishment, thinking of what a vicious bastard he was. He stood there, stunned and frozen in place. He screamed in terror, unable to believe that he had actually done such a thing. Although some complex relationships had formed during key basic Mage education, that was not key main issue. My current annoyance was that Leapy White Tigers absolutely did not want to cooperate. Sienna seemed a bit hesitant, as if she were about to say something. She asked in a low voice, "Lihan, when will DU start?" He turned and walked away, leaving behind en Lark remarked that he was still thinking about ET. Lihan realized that breaking into Professor Urigram 8 laboratory had become an urgent matter that could no longer be delayed. He pondered choosing the right moment was extremely important while Johnner, standing nearby, was confused as to why Lihan was so formal quit Sister Sienna. He was still deep in thought, wondering what would happen if they both actually entered that room together. If he were to recklessly see straight into Wee Key Professor Kate room like that, just imagining Urigram 8 massive frame and glowing eyes was enough to give him nightmares for a month, so it was best to secretly scout Lee Professor 8's schedule. One morning, Lee class proceeded as usual and Zeta announced, "To date basic horseback riding training ends here. Do all did very well." Lihan was happily gathering his fellow students. Zeta slowly approached from behind and called awe to him. Lihan turned around, slightly surprised, and she cheerfully announced, "You don't need to come here today. I intend to take my nephew to Waikiki Market quit me." Upon hearing Lee Professor say she would not return until tomorrow, countless plans immediately surfaced in Lihan 8's mind. Lihan bowed politely and said, "Professor, Pili travel safely." He secretly calculated that they would launch their surprise operation tonight. However, this was also a rare opportunity for him. Johnner and Leaky other students were standing not far away, and she noticed him walking RVE silently. Johnner, not understanding what was going on, asked, "Lihan, what on earth ID going on?" He immediately put his arms around his friends' shoulders, pulled them all closer and whispered to discuss plan. After a brief consultation, Lihan decided that key time for action was tonight. Given his sudden plan, Nilia had not yet managed to grasp Lee Fun's situation. Asa was also a bit stunned, but though it was sudden, it was get, as they could rest comfortably or VC's weekend, while Johnner seemed to have mentally prepared for it beforehand. After a few seconds of organizing their chaotic thoughts, friends all held out their hands and clasped them together, showing their determination. Lay group huddled together enthusiastically shouting for a peaceful semester without homework. And Enli Lihan felt helpless in Lee P face of these C-trend friends of his. He secretly wondered when exactly they had come up with that slogan. Students are usually divided into two types. Why first type are those who have snuck at night many times. Like second type are those who have never done such a thing, so they remain anxious and fearful. But of course, one N-line needs to look at Lihan to guess which type he belongs to. He idiki definitely Lee first type. Lihan called out, "Everyone participating in leak operation gather here quickly." Sister Sienna slowly approached and asked, "Do duo know how to e-door to Wildkey Horn Beast Tower?" Faced with this situation, he and Reford had already figured our weapon method long ago. Lihan told Lee P group to observe in silence, saying that before long, they would see what they had prepared. What appeared before their eyes at that moment was a wall that had been completely shattered. Large stone blocks lay scattered across wooden floor inside house. A huge hole appeared in light wall, large enough for entire group to enter without feeling cramped. Asa couldn't believe it, pushing up his glasses for a closer look, while Johnner was also so astonished that his mouth hung, U and B. Everyone momentarily felt that Lihan was truly formidable. They hadn't expected him to prepare everything so thoroughly. Lee corner of his mouth twitched slightly, as if he was about to explain something. However, he was just as astonished as everyone else, turning to ask what on earth had caused this. Asa asked in astonishment, "Didn't do this?" He looked back helplessly, saying, "Sometimes I really wonder what kind of person do all think I am." Lee original plan was for Reford to break Lee physical lock, while I would handle EOP magical lock. But this situation ID troublesome now, he said, and his words left everyone simultaneously confused. Lihan carefully observed Ekin's side. All of fragments had fallen into the Horned Beast Tower, proving that someone had infiltrated from Key outside. In other words, something that was supposed to be there had snuck into Wee Key Horned Beast Tower. Life friends, sneaking off OY first time, couldn't help but feel scared. So what should we do? Should we just go back? He coldly extinguished his school friend's intention to retreat. Lihan slowly spoke, "From this moment on, we are no longer secretly infiltrating E Key Horned Beast Tower. Instead, from this moment onwards, we are here to stop summoned Menix that has occupied Ikey Horned Beast Tower, and simultaneously protect Professor's valuable assets. All of us are voluntarily acting together." Hearing his words of encouragement, Lee friends immediately became excited, as if they were about to be awarded medals for their righteous deeds. After that, Lee entire group eagerly advanced inside, beginning a task known as protecting the Professor 8 assets. He waited for everyone to enter one by one, then muttered to himself, "Alright, now Key ST will be quicker." Suddenly, someone in Key group spoke hesitantly, "But I don't know if etate because this place ID 2 was C. But I keep getting chills down my spine." Lee, surrounding space ID terrifyingly quiet. Lihan immediately activated a spell, making his mod each ton glow like a lamp. He spoke to reassure everyone, "Don't worry about that. Darkness ID, not an issue at all. Like real problem lies in, he said, slowly climbing Lai's stairs. Standing on a step, looking down, Li Hen continued. We've only ever visited IP first floor, key second floor ID, key an entirely uncharted area. Assi and Johnner always walked Sikalu together, their faces showing a determination to follow through to Li Yan. Once Galai appeared, he suddenly realized something. Everyone was worried, but they truly couldn't be blamed. However, they no longer had any way back, because they were Lai one step away from Lai Key second floor. On Iki outside, this place looked quite normal, but everyone must absolutely not let their guard down. Li Han was just as nervous as anyone else, but he still tried to stay calm and reached to Ubi Ini Key door. He cautiously stepped forward, slowly raising his hand to touch key door. While opening door, Li Han wondered to himself what Eek's secret inside could be, as the others also followed closely behind him. Li Han had barely touched Lai P glow ahead when he immediately pulled his hand back. Johnner walked up in surprise and asked Li Han what was wrong, and he hesitantly replied, I feel an incredibly strong source of mana. This space itself ID already filled Kut mana. Could it be that this place, ID? Once again, he reached his hand to touch that glow. Instantly, Iki glow split in two, creating a cave entrance just large enough for one person to enter. At first, like Lai inside was so blinding that it was difficult to be none 1-8 eyes. But as soon as they stepped through Waiki Gateway, a forest so vast it was overwhelming appeared before them. It turned out this place was created using space expansion each. Sister Sienna marveled as she walked. They say an excellent alchemist must first be an expert gardener. Ali scale of this place ID truly astonishing. Nelia cheered excitedly. There are countless plant species here that I have never known before. Li Han himself wasn't very excited. He thought to himself that this place was also full of dangerous plants, but fortunately, this was a research lab and not a dormitory. That meant he didn't have to worry about this place being filled quit traps lie before. He spoke up to give instructions. Everyone stay calm, let it find key path that professor likely took. Li Han was trying to observe his surroundings when his companion suddenly appeared. E.T. immediately pointed straight at Leek Lai flashing ahead. Everyone quickly ran in the indicated direction, then discovered some very strange footprints. He observed closely and then made a judgment. Are these Y tracks of a men in XT? As soon as monsters were mentioned, classmates' morale immediately wavered. A female student timidly asked if they would encounter monsters. Maybe we should head back. Nelia suddenly had an idea. Wait, why don't we follow these footprints? Monsters have sharp senses, so they must have found a safe route. He immediately agreed and said, then let it do heat that way. La praise echoing around made her so happy that her small ears kept twitching back and forth. After that, everyone continued moving forward together. Leaky whole group always stayed CLU to each other, avoiding letting anyone get lot. As predicted, no students were attacked while passing through that path. Walking a bit further, they encountered something even more in TP rate ting. A giant creature was standing ahead, continuously huffing through its nose. ET looked like a battle bull, its body covered in Ginmondan fur and its eyes glowing brightly. Johnner whispered, ID that a star bull. Leon replied somewhat anxiously. But I don't think he'd ate a normal bull. Raford asked in surprise what he should do, making Lehan silently curse this foolish student. Leaky Bull had completely blocked E-way to Y-key upper floor. They were forced to deal Quichi if they wanted to pass through Y stairs. Lehan observed carefully and whispered, Eat isn't necessary to fight, Eat seems hungry. Once Eat ate fun, Eat'll likely leave on its own. But Johnner didn't think so. Lihan, I feel that method at work. Ahead, Eyebull was still slowly chewing on blades of grass. Suddenly, Eat spat all of grass in its mouth onto leaky ground. Then Eat went wild, repeatedly stomping hard on E ground. Johnner lamented sorrowfully, T has trampled all E plants under its feet. She worried Ike professor would see this scene. In Lihan thawa P same, if they let Eat be, they would all be in big trouble. He immediately decided he had to stop Eat from continuing. Then Lihan grabbed his Mudich artifact and rushed toward Lee Bull, simultaneously chanting, let T feet be firmly fixed to leaky ground. He had just cast a paralysis spell on its body. However, this bull seemed much more cunning than its appearance suggested. Quit just a back kick, Eat easily dodged Lihan 8 paralysis spell. Light group of friends behind were initially a bit panicked but quickly banded together to counterattack. Before they could cast their Madiichi, he shouted, Wait, there are plants everywhere here, so
You can't use fire!
and Emily used Madiichi that doesn't harm Lucky surroundings. Acid and like friend standing next to him immediately froze. Then both simultaneously used paralysis and stun spells on Hebol. But Lipe's situation still didn't seem favorable at all. Each showed no signs of being immobilized whatsoever. Everyone became increasingly astonished. Teat not even paying attention to us. What on earth did E Professor feed this thing? Just then, Sister Sienna rushed V quit a tray of potions in her hand. Everyone quickly throw these bottles, this ID weakening medicine? Immediately after, AX Rai of weakening potions were repeatedly poured every Quol bowl. Eat suddenly breathed harder, its head shaking violently. Eat seemed to have become enraged, immediately changing direction and charging straight toward the people who had just thrown Lee medicine. Johnner tried to reassure everyone, stay calm, its Medich resistance has decreased, key spells will definitely work now. Cast them again quickly! Everyone simultaneously cast Piralis. Sure enough, Iki Medich took Ifeish, Ikikau truly stopped. Not until Ikikau was hit by Iki paralysis spell did everyone dare to leave their hiding place. Currently Ki spell Idiki still maintaining its Ifeiki very stably. However, only a few seconds later, Eat moved again and charged straight toward them. Kikau continued to Chiki frantically, causing everyone to scramble all of Igwe. Eat suddenly leaped high, jumping RV everyone 8 heads. One classmate did not have time to run away and was about to be struck. Lihan feared that everyone would get hurt. At this moment, he needed a Mage stronger than the Light spell he just used, needed right at this cry to Taisto moment. Key perilous situation became E-drive that made him stronger. That Madi Chao was activated even before EP spell was recited. Lihan once again cast Key paralysis spell. That small but mysterious change would later be seen as a miracle that astonished everyone. In Lai P middle of Li Qi dreamy green forest, Yi sow of water from Li Qi sprinkler echoed like song of a bee Lu fairy. However, a violent noise from Leek opposite direction caused Leaky watering to see top abruptly. There seemed to be a sentient tree nearby. Eat was immensely surprised at Iki's trend things happening in Leaky garden. As Fu that mad cow, Eat had been hit by Lai Han 8 paralysis spell. Eat stiffened, became motionless, and then crashed down right before his eyes. Everything happened too fast for Li Han to adapt at that moment. Time seemed to stand still for a few brief seconds. After that, everyone heaved a collective sigh of relief, Fu being saved. Seeing everyone ate excitement, he had to speak up and remind them that they still could not rest yet. Lihan recalled what happened just then and still found Eid hard to understand. At that time, something was very Eski-Tren, as if Li Madich had manifested itself. But regardless, that cow will wake up. Currently Eid deeply temporarily knocked unconscious, wondering if there was anything else around. As soon as he finished speaking, a noise from behind made lay branches and leaves rustle. Everyone was panicked by E's sight that appeared before their eyes. It seemed something massive was rushing straight toward them. Quit each of its footsteps, countless large roots were crawling along Li ground. Laki willow tree bellowed, "Who are you to dare trespass here?" Instantly Li students' piercing screams echoed, "Can this willow tree speak?" Everyone feared Eat was another men in XT key, but Lihan quickly signaled Fu everyone to stay calm. Eat seemed an lie. He realized that this willow tree was absolutely extraordinary. Quit that attitude, Eat had to be at least a caretaker of this place. Thinking of that, Lihan signaled to Johnner, deciding to take a chance and try their luck. He cleared his throat and said, "We are protecting Professor Urigramate plants," and Johnner, understanding Li's intent, nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Will 8 voice softened significantly. "Very well, do you have protected E-plants in his absence?" "I am a professor of botany, you may call me Professor Willow." Looking at Ike unconscious cow beside them, he praised, "Did you take Heat down? Well done." As Willow lifted Key Cow, he grumbled, "This ID Professor Urigramate pet, he truly ID incredibly clumsy." Lian stepped forward and asked, "Professor, do you always look after key plants here?" He replied, "Today I was assigned to guard this place." E8 boring to death, but what can be done when he has to meet Ken 8 people? Hearing this, Lihan was astonished. Professor Urigram clearly said he was going to market Professor Zeta. Willow still seemed skeptical after hearing that, so Lihan further asserted, "Du can just ask Professor Zeta and E8 will be clear." Hearing that, he looked slightly annoyed. "I see. Then Dufo telling me this?" Then Willow changed Li's subject. "That it right, I should reward Dufu taking down the E-cow and protecting Li flowers." "What would you like?" Lihan immediately seized the opportunity. "Professor, do you know where we alchemy ingredients and reagents are located?" Willow hesitated. "This place has too many things that are dangerous for do." Knowing Leaky Professor was reluctant to reveal Eid, Lihan had to rack his brain for another way. Then he scratched his head and said sincerely, "I am so refo being demanding. It seems I am a bit greedy standing in such a wonderful place. I am also very much looking forward to seeing Professor Urigram at laboratory, quit my own eyes." Hearing this, Professor Willow immediately agreed. He slowly walked up Lee's stairs and said, "Follow me to Y third floor. I will give do things that can be used. Just tell Professor Urigram that they were eaten by E-cow and that'll be that." Having achieved his goal, Lihan was secretly delighted. Everyone continued their journey. Inside, they still had to pass through another door. Whitey space inside was complete opposite of Life Forest outside, baked in without a single tree. Johnner lamented, "State to Wask, I can't see anything." Even Lihant Lie spell had let its ife see. Willow spoke up, "Quit a warning, be careful not to get lot, E-key passages here are quite complex." Suddenly, a glowing object from ahead rushed straight toward them. When he got CKLU to him, the key object stopped immediately. It turned out to be a moving door, quit ATNMB6 marked on ET. Johnner was secretly amazed. Had that door just jumped in front of him on its own? When leaky door opened, a cold land covered in white snow appeared inside. Inside was completely empty, quit not a single ton to be found. Professor Willow was slightly stunned by Iki room that had just appeared behind Iki door. Immediately afterward he slammed Lee door shut. Willow said dejectedly, "I think he'd best to seal this laboratory permanently." After that, similar scenes occurred repeatedly one after another. Professor Willow continued to summon several other laboratories. However, key spaces behind those doors did not resemble reality at all. Lee Hen hurriedly took up his pen and quickly recorded everything in Leaky book. He thought to himself, "I am starting to understand. Leaky first and second floors don't have many traps, but Leaky third floor ID very strictly protected. I have recorded Leaky method Fu summoning laboratories. I will surely have Leak opportunity to use it later." Besides YP secrets he had just covertly learned, there were a few other things there. They were countless supply bags piled high in heaps. Finally they received gifts after finding Leaky laboratory, and Leehan immediately bowed to the Anki professor. Willow replied blankly, "I haven't done anything significant." Everything was still going smoothly and according to plan. Everyone thought they could leave without further obstacles. But life in Mima DE Academy IDEP never as easy as a dream. Professor Willow had assigned him and Johnner Lai task of watering this entire area. Upon hearing Li P assigned task, Li Hanate face immediately fell. How did things turn a lie this? Earlier at Urigrama laboratory, Willow had told Li students to take Li bags back first while he cleared Li P mess. Li Han thanked him on behalf of everyone and asked Fo permission to leave. He looked at Li P flower pots near IP door and discovered they had all withered. So he took a watering can and stepped RVE, just as Li Han witnessed each scene. He called all immediately, causing Professor Willow to look up in surprise. Li Han patted his chest, cleared his throat, and said, "Sir, do you mind if I stay to help you clear up, Li rest?" In fact, this action was entirely intentional, because making a get impression on Professor was never a bad thing. Johnner also hurriedly approached and suggested, "I want to stay and help too," she said enthusiastically. "I'm very good at planting and caring faux trees." Hearing those words, Professor Willow ate face flushed with emotion. "I never expected to meet such excellent students Li do." He then excitedly laid them both outside. "I have a reward faux do. Come coot me quickly." Even if he was just a willow tree, he professor was still a professor, so reward Y2 received was watering YP entire area. Li Han was immediately filled with profound disappointment. How did it come to this? He clearly just said there would be a reward. Professor Willow left after giving rewards, leaving Li Han and Johnner standing there, staring at each other in bewilderment. He silently blamed himself for possibly being too greedy, then turned to apologize to Johnner. By this time, she was already holding watering can, happily enjoying P gift given by Professor. Her small face and gentle, lovely smile made him momentarily confused. Li Han stepped forward hesitantly. "Don't you find this workload a bit much?" Johnner replied, "Kuda smile, but caring faux plants ID very fun." She seemed extremely interested as there were many rare plant species here. He sighed and thought to himself, "At least she truly likes this job." Li Han had to reach Ao and pick up Lagi watering can placed nearby. Both worked hard watering each cluster of plants in EP garden. Perhaps they didn't realize there was a pond in EP garden, and beneath ET Kun Bi Lu water, something seemed to be stirring. ET took several hours for way two of them to tiredly complete entire watering task. Johnner stretched and said, "Looks like it ain't done." While Li Han began to worry about his spine after quite a bit of exertion, he still felt guilty. "This job ID key harder than I thought. I am so Johnner." But just as he turned around, Li Han caught sight of that very lovely smile. Even though she was a bit tired, she said it was fun, and he immediately thought that there was no need to feel guilty anymore. Having finished work, two happily returned together. At same time, Leaky's sea pond behind them began to ripple more and more violently. Leak reflection of Ki 2 talking as they walked was clearly visible on Iki water Steve Fei. Li Han suddenly heard a faint voice. "I have always been watching you, young man." Johnner, standing next to him, was just as astonished as he was. Y2 quickly took a defensive stance, ready for any eventualities. Immediately after, Li Han saw an extremely strange creature. ET was a spirit in Li shape of a water droplet, hovering in mid-air. It introduced itself, "I am parasite key spirit of this pond." Hearing spirits mentioned, both were dumbfounded. Quite surprise. He continued, "Young man, you must be disciple of that sea tree." Realizing B's situation was not alarming, he turned and signaled to Johnner that this creature was probably not dangerous. Li Han curiously asked if Parasite knew Professor. Eat slowly replied, "Even more than that, I have made a pact with him, my task ID key to watch of this garden." ETID key rare to see teenagers your age working hard to care for plants. ETID truly admirable. And then did Li Han understand Willow 8 meaning? He turned a Li plea Professor told him to work to make a get impression on this spirit. Feeling a bit guilty for having been annoyed quote Professor Tree, Li Han listened as Parasite cheerfully suggested, "I want to help too. What do you need me to do?" Li's spirit could even give advice on matters that were currently bothering him. This was a good opportunity for Li Han to ask about a long, standing concern. "Spirits always flee in fear when they see me. I'd eat there any way to make friends quit them." Parasite excitedly explained, "Perhaps I know reason. In 18 that you always carry a wood spirit kut dao." He knew he was referring to Likey magical artifact in his hand. "If do mean this, an oak tree gave hate to me." Parasite gently advised, "Don't worry. Although Li spirit inside key staff ID also afraid of you, it says your nature ID very kind." ET was anigh then that he realized IP staff he always carried was so terrified of its own master. Johnner anxiously asked, "Master Parasite, ID there any way to help Li Han form a contract quit a spirit?" Parasite immediately replied, "Lol Vihi spirits will certainly run away key moment they see you. Therefore, look for more powerful spirits. Ga violent and fierce types would suit you quite well." He gave a slight nod of than. But he didn't see top there, continuing to ramble on, "Of course, even high LVH spirits are not guaranteed to stay put. Everything I've said IDT just ET most likely scenario faux do." Hearing this, he felt a bit skeptical. This tone wasn't reliable at all. It seemed Johnner could no longer be patient. She hurriedly stepped closer and asked, "If Doyer finished talking, can you form a contract quit Li Han yourself?" He stared in sexy at his friend beside him. Parasite also suddenly fell silent, quietly turning its face away. Li Han spoke hesitantly, "Johnner, you don't need to do that." But she still believed this was a rare opportunity for him. Li Han started to say something, but in Li Yin, he just stammered and fell silent. His mind was in a turmoil, not knowing how to explain it. "Don't you realize how embarrassed I am, Johnner?" He even imagined Ike embarrassment as if a teacher were trying to fee Li matchmaker for small children. Unen Li then did Parasite says a look of regret and decline. "I am afraid that unt be possible. After all, I have already formed a contract quit that dwarf tree." Lian had anticipated this result. He and Li hoped Johnner would understand. He'd seemed kind enough to continue giving advice. "If you don't want to leave empty-handed, I will introduce Dio to a spirit I know." Parasite then projected an image of Leaky Spirit Atium, a massive castle, and warned that EP Other Spirit had an extremely eccentric personality. But, if do you say Dio no me, at least 8 will be willing to sit down and listen to Dayu. Parasite gave a lovely smile. I hope this meeting brings Dio some benefit. As soon as Parasite finished speaking, Ki Sifi of Ki Lake immediately returned to its clear, transparent blue. Then under Waiki Spirit A Fiend Tren Eliki water slowly began to flow upwards into wee air. Before long like water had gathered into a giant droplet revealing a entirely dry lake bed. Yi continued to guide them, just go into this place, and Dio will meet that spirit. Parasite had just shown them a secret passage located at Leaky bottom of Leaky Lake. Lihen and Johnner quickly jumped down, not forgetting to on XP rate their gratitude to Parasite. Before Iki 2 of them left, Eat hurriedly called them back. Wet, give me your hand. Both extended their hands forward and Parasite immediately channeled a stream of magical water into their palms. Lihen stared in surprise at Leapy hand that had just received power, its lay sparkling continuously. Before he could ask, Eat explained, I've just imbued that charm Kut power. One day Eat will be useful to both of you. Both happily bowed their heads, thanking Eat once more. Parasite was also very pleased to have helped them. As Lihen and Johnner approached Laiki Gate, Eat called after them. Don't forget your love fu plants. He secretly felt lucky, although Parasite was a spirit, Eat was more benevolent than most professors. After that, he cast a lie spell and entered Lee Cave. Lihen silently observed his surroundings for a moment. Then he thought to himself, would Eat be too embarrassing to admit that Leaky spirit down here scares me? Johnner excitedly ran after him and asked, Lihan, that spirit lives under this lake. What do you think he spirit we're about to meet looks like? Lihan speculated, perhaps Eat a water spirit, probably living in a lake or river. Johnner, however, hoped Eat was a river spirit, as she heard they were all extremely wise. After walking a bit further, he discovered a square opening on Aki tunnel ceiling, which looked like a shortcut. Lihan hoped he could escape this prison, by which he meant to gain wisdom while still at EP Academy. He successfully opened Eek iron hatch and pushed Eat up, but as soon as he poked his head off, he suddenly froze in place. Johnner, who was already impatient standing below, became even more alarmed when she heard his cry. She quickly climbed up after him. Johnner's expression at this moment was not much different from his, perhaps even more frantic. Because this shortcut led them directly into Lee disciplinary room. Lihan felt a little disappointed. At very least, he could confirm there were no river spirits here. Johnner asked in surprise, isn't this where you were imprisoned before? I'd that situation going to happen again. He silently peeked a Bunoki room door and carefully observed the outside. Then he turned back to reassure her. Eat okay, we're still safe. Eat seems no one I'd using this place right now. Hearing that, she breathed a sigh of relief. Let leave here quickly. But he had a truth he wanted to tell her. That was, there was absolutely no exit from this place. All paths leading outside had been sealed to P. Johnner fearfully clutched his shirt. No exit? I'm terrified of places like this. He calmly replied, Seed okay, I've somewhat figured all YP structure of this place. Because he had previously encountered a similar situation quit Rufford Lihan led her to Lee large wall at out of E corridor explaining, this idea a magical passage. He looked around observing and thought to himself, unlike last time this place has absolutely no surveillance equipment. Lihan reluctantly searched through Wyke items inside his robe while silently calculating, it seemed there was no other way. I'll have to use mana to who be an Evi path, he said, hurriedly instructing Johnner to stand behind him. Then Lihan focused on chanting. If like technique didn't work, he would use forced mana, just like last time. Simply by pouring in a strong enough amount of mana, each passage would reveal itself. But before he could act, an angry voice rang out, C-top right there.
Do you fool?
He immediately froze, looking in surprise at Lee Glow appearing before him. Another Segtren voice spoke, and Johnner quickly asked, who are you, sir? Eat irritably replied, I do not give my name to those who lack qualifications. What are you two doing here? Lihan answered, Lo Parasite sent us here. He said that by coming here, I would find a spirit I could form a contract quat. Eat spoke arrogantly, upon closer look, you two are just young mages, Parasite ID always soft-hearted toward people I do. Seeing this, Johnner intended to speak up for him. But Leapy Spirit continued, I will not form a contract quit, do you go back now? Then Eat went silent and said no more. She asked in surprise, has that spirit disappeared? Johnner sighed sadly, Lihan, Eat looks like this time IDP a failure too. I think ETIDP also afraid of DU lie EP other spirits. But before she could finish, Eat roared, what did DU say? Who IDK afraid of him?
That I do not eat at all!
Both were startled at first, then sighed in relief because Waiki spirit was still there. Johnner continued to wonder, but clearly DU are trying to avoid him. She recalled Parasite 8 words that Lay P spirits were all afraid of Lihanate presence. But since he hadn't actually said that, he corrected her in embarrassment. He didn't say that. Even so, Lihan was still curious deep down about why Key Spirit had rejected him. His friend continued to question, if DU aren't afraid at all, then why do DU keep avoiding him? And Enlai then did he finally explain, cause I loathe meaningless battles. Both of them turned to look at each other at once, as if they had just discovered something important. Y2 quickly expressed their empathy while Eat still replied arrogantly, surely do not believe my words. Why reason this spirit didn't want to form a contract was simple. Eat had been deceived by someone Kudapak before. That person was Lipey headmaster. Initially, Eat refused to form a contract because its pride was too high. But after a week of battle, Eat still had to sign because YP headmaster promised to, and Lai give Eat a few simple tasks. Those tasks were to supervise students sent to Wiki detention room while ensuring none of them escaped. However, Libi Academy students were not easy to set up. They escaped constantly, leaving Li's spirit quit no rest, so Eat finally fled here to seek refuge. Because Eat was haunted by Li past, Eat refused to form a contract, never expecting to be insulted in this way today. That spirit quit Sasuke high self-esteem finally could not endure Eat any longer. Eat seemed incredibly angry. How dare you two say I am afraid? He truly ID an unforgivable insult. Eat threateningly fumed. Do you two dare to doubt my power? Then I will let bind your eyes and witness a fraction of my might. He then ordered Li Han to gather as much Ma's each power as possible and convert Eat all into a single element. Eat gave a sinister laugh. Just choose E element could be most destructive power. Li Han felt a bit helpless but agreed to follow Eat's command. He was secretly worried. He absolutely could not let what happened before repeat itself, so he had to compress Li Ki Ma Di each a power to E maximum extent. Li Han took a deep breath to calm himself, then focused on chanting Li's spell. Ignite. A searing flame immediately appeared right before his eyes. Its size was not large. Looking in Li lie a tiny fireball. Li Han sighed in relief. Contrary to his initial worries, Eat seemed Li Madich was still extremely stable. Li lightning spirit suddenly flashed in a very perplexing way. And only a second later, a bolt of lightning unexpectedly struck P Madich Tun in his hand. Li electric current shone quit a blinding lie, leaving Johnner stunned in amazement. But her assumption was slightly EP. She hadn't expected him to be able to summon such a large lightning bolt in this place. What on earth was about to happen? Then, Li Hant flame returned to its original state. He asked in confusion, "What are you trying to do?" Spirit momentarily became extremely embarrassed. Eat was both bewildered and worried. Impossible. Did I actually fail to convert Li element? Elemental transformation IDP, an ability that spirits often display whenever they want to speed their talents. Waiki ability to interfere Quitma Di Cho elements ID exactly how they prove their power. Yet in Leaky face of Iki previous situation, Eat completely failed to understand what had happened. Eat thought to itself, I can easily handle even Li elements of veteran mages, so how could I not transform Li fire me to each of a teenager? Does that flame have something special about heat? After observing carefully, Iki lightning spirit was shocked to discover a Ki flame appeared normal on a key outside, but he contained a terrifying amount of Ma Di each power inside. What was before its eyes was no different from Waik Ra Jidan fire. Eat still did not believe that a young mage could seek Ruseat such a flame, while Li Han was still wondering why Ki spirit had just cast that lightning bolt. Deep down Eat was extremely terrified. The situation was truly too dangerous. He more worried. Eat became denser lightning surrounding Eat grew. Eat secretly calculated that young mages usually have very weak Fen Trun Air Wheat Medici power, like a child holding a ticking time bomb. Where on earth did he get that much Medici power? If that thing exploded right here, then not only this room but they themselves would be in danger. Their lives would certainly be under serious threat. Eat suddenly became more responsible, because this was no longer a matter of pride. Li's most urgent thing now was to cancel Li Tdh before he panicked. Li Han said in confusion, Key lightning do just showed us looked very cun. Then he raised D fiery staff in his hand and asked, Can do be what way for us now? Li lightning spirit suddenly roared in anger.
Don't shake your staff!
Puzzled, he shook I staff back and forth, making all P spirit furious.
I just told you not to move 8!
Li Han truly couldn't understand, unlike staring blankly at Eat. Like lightning spirit secretly worried, if I say E flame D very dangerous, he'll get startled and make Eat explode. So 8 just made up an excuse and snapped. I don't lie do waving that staff in front of me. Puzzled, he turned to Johnner. She was exactly like him, subtly signaling that this spirit was extremely Tren. At this moment, Eat was still racking its brain trying to figure out how to dispel Likma Diich. His Scene and Tren ability was so weak, he certainly wouldn't be able to easily undo that powerful spell. Suddenly, Eat imagined him panicking before Wee Diich was dispelled, at which point a terrible explosion would occur. At this point, Eat could and Lie think helplessly. There ain't no other way. Eat looks lie I'll just have to try. Eat cleared its throat and then unexpectedly spoke. I've changed my mind. Leak Lightning Spirit decided to form a contract quit Li Han. He was surprised, not understanding why it suddenly changed its attitude. Li Han then asked, Why did you suddenly change your mind? Et honestly replied, Because I see your limitless potential. Your Madish power ID so great that other mages can hardly compare. You must know that yourself. He puzzledly recalled its attitude from earlier. Li Lightning Spirit immediately became irritable.
I didn't know that before, but now I understand! Hurry up, let 8 form Li contract!
Seeing Li Han 8 flame still burning fiercely, Eat became even more frightened, not knowing when that thing would explode. Johnner was curious how he would choose, while Li Han remained Laden Thou. He secretly considered this ID definitely a special spirit because Parasite personally introduced he. But now he felt its mind seemed a bit suspicious, as Eat kept constantly urging him to form a contract. Li Han tiredly sighed. He thought he wasn't in a position to be picky or hesitate any longer, finally deciding to form Y contract. Like Lightning Spirit reached towards him and praised, an extremely wise decision. Eat began to instruct, You be your soul and accept my existence. Like Lightning Spirit emphasized in a serious tone, I am not here to be a servant, nor are you my master. As Li contract was being established, Li Han finally realized the true identity of this spirit. A giant dazzling lightning bolt immediately struck directly into his body. Afterward, like electric current gradually shrunk, transforming into a double lightning mech located in the middle of Li Han's forehead. He slowly felt Nip new energy that had just surged into his body. That was Y power belonging to Li Lightning Spirit. Li Han thought to himself, so Ite to Thenfi Spirit, no wonder its mind ID key so erratic. Immediately, a shout rang in his head. Now that I've signed I-Key contract, I can feel your suspicion. Don't go too far. As soon as Eat finished, Johnner excitedly ran up Lihan. You've successfully formed Lee contract. Congratulations. Wee Thanichi Spirit said annoyedly. That doesn't matter. Lee P contract ID key complete. Now I will do true power. He asked anxiously. What are you going to do? Then Lihan felt arm holding a key magical artifact suddenly undergo a transformation. He realized Eat was entering his arm. He the Spirit cheered excitedly. So far, Eat, feeling ID still wonderful. Eat ordered loudly, I will help Doofy and Truneet. Release that flame right now. Lihan hesitated for a moment. In truth, he had not yet adapted to its eccentric personality. Before long, Ithenchi Spirit had quickly extinguished his flames. Lihan thou in confusion. What it going on? It seems he came in a great hurry. He stared blankly in its direction. P-Thani Spirit shouted angrily, Don't you know how dangerous that was just now? Why did you use such a terrifying amount of mana? Lihan stood stunned as Eat said that much mana was enough to burn this entire room to ashes. He thought to himself, I don't understand what just happened either, but Eat seems why situation was truly dangerous. Currently Fire Madiich was still beyond his capability, causing Eat to clench its tongue in worry, a powerful mage but still green. Lithian Chi Spirit kindly asked Lihan, Are you two okay now? T-sun outside has already risen. Don't you two need to go to school? If A hadn't reminded them, both of them would probably have forgotten all about class. Lihan trembled, momentarily unable to find keywords. Johnner screamed in fear, This Monen we have basic imperial geometry and arithmetic. He also panicked, remembering he had to submit homework today. Just remembering why Professor 8's strict face made him turn pale. I finished Eat last night, I absolutely cannot submit Eat late. He then immediately suggested, Mr. Pochancha, peak lice us, the way to leave here. But like Than T Spirit stammered in reply, I cannot do that, because a previous contract forces me to protect this place. Lihan helplessly held his forehead and thought, Even if he helps, I'm not sure if we'll make Heat to class in time. Quit no other choice, he resorted to provocations. Get heavens, why can't you help quit anything? Then what was likey point of making a contract quit me? Eat explained bashfully, being stuck in punishment room ID another matter. Once do get and summon me again I will prove my true worth. Then Ikithan he spirit opened Lee's sealed passage for them. I cannot leave this place so seal me. Just recite Lee's spell right here. After hearing that, Lihan felt completely helpless and could only sigh and follow its instructions. As soon as he finished reciting Ike instructed incantation, countless chains immediately appeared and tightly bound Ethindi spirit. Lihan hurriedly pulled Johnner away from that place. Lick lightning spirit sealed in Leaky Tower still tried to call after them. When do go outside, don't forget to summon me, my skills far exceed what do just saw. E2 finally escaped T-sealed room. Lihan immediately spread a sheet of paper, right in key middle of E-key hallway. Then he began to draw zagging lines on E.T. Johnner pointed to guide newly drawn Mapey and asked about this path. He replied pensively, Tate also a dead end. Damn Eat, this homemade mape isn't useful at all. At a key same time, a skeletal leg slowly approached. He turned to ask, Are you also looking for a way out? E.T. stood in front of Lihan and gave a slight gesture of confirmation. He continued to think of a way to escape. This place had a layout no different from an ant nest, clearly built to make AT impossible for people to leave. Lihan decided, now let a chaw chest this hallway again. Just then a female voice came from behind. You two are just wasting your efforts. Both of them suddenly turned toward Li P direction of He Voy. Li Voy continued, Are you two looking for a way of here? Realizing someone was in Likixio, he immediately approached Likidor and asked who they were. Li girl inside seemed to recognize his voice. She asked suspiciously, Are you that new student? One who was caught after escaping through Wiki Tunnel. He suddenly remembered, she was White Senior who had been caught rummaging through White Principal storehouse. What did you do this time? He wondered. Johnner stepped forward and asked who she was. Lihan explained, Key last time I was locked in Li P punishment room, this upperclassman was in La P room right next to me. As Fu Li bone from earlier, Eat seemed to be looking for its missing skeletal parts. Like upperclassman in Li room spoke coldly, Ki Wei wouldn't be easy to find. That bone seemed to want to call him, but Lihan was busy talking to Y Ki, Senior, so he waved Eight away. So Yate had to continue leaving on its own. He turned Eat was searching for its own remaining skeletal remains. See scattered bone fragments automatically joined together one by one. In Glay P blink of an eye, they had formed Y Ki shape of an animal. Leek Senior Voy remained very indifferent. Why should I tell Dio? Making him ponder, this time he had nothing to persuade her to help. Afterward he was once again bothered by that bone from before. But as soon as Lihan looked down, he was suddenly stunned. B scattered bone fragments from earlier had now formed a complete set of skeletal legs. There was even a skeletal tail wagging behind Eat. Eat had been assembled into a complete four-legged animal, Quitinly Li head missing. Although I couldn't see its face, Eat seemed incredibly excited to sell her its findings to Lihan. As soon as Johnner saw Eat, he thought Eat was a Memon XT and screamed in panic. He quickly reassured him, Wait, calm down Johnner. I think I summoned Eat. Perhaps Guy Reason lay in Livy Ginandalin string wrapped around one of its legs. Lihan sat down and asked, I deek this your skeleton. Did you put Eat together yourself? He then shook its skull bones to confirm. He was a little worried, unsure if this situation was ghetto bad. Lihan looked at Eat confusedly. Okay, so do you need to find a key bone fragment hidden in a Lee punishment room? Senior sister immediately asked upon hearing this. Wait, do you said do just summoned a skeleton? Did you accidentally learn Waki arts from Professor M. Tin? He didn't intend to hide what, but I deek there a problem. She was silent for a moment, then slid a piece of paper under I door and instructed, take this. Like senior sister suddenly changed her mind and offered help. You're looking for a way aren't you? Then I wish do get luck. Lihan took Li P mate but didn't feel happy at all. Inly quietly thanking Li's senior sister. Then two of them and bone beast hurried away. Behind the prison door I confined senior sister suddenly became very mysterious. She smiled faintly. First year student who knows arts. It seemed they were bound to meet again later. At this time, it was still monen outside. However, they were a little late. Professor 8 class had ended and lie a few minutes ago. Lian cautiously poked his head out, quietly observing Li's situation. Professor had just finished his class, holding a thick stack of assignments. Johnner asked dejectedly, then what about our assignments? He understood Professor 8 personality well. Although attendance wasn't taken, submitting assignments late would surely not be tolerated. Lihan, at his witty end, prepared to draw his each artifact. But as soon as he raised Johnner, not understanding key intention, was very surprised. She quickly stopped him. Wait, Lihan, calm down. Do can't attack Professor. He looked at her and explained. Look a VE there. I wasn't planning to do something like that. What Lihan was aiming for was key stack of assignments in key Professor 8 hand. He said, I plan to slip our assignments into that pile of papers. This idea was completely beyond Johnner 8 expectation. Lihan confidently asserted, of course, I can do it. Hurry and give me key papers so I can throw them in. At this moment, he began to focus on his gate. All preparations were complete. Lihan murmured to himself, all hardships I endured under Professor Vidali were probably to serve this moment. Following his incantation, the 2 notebooks drifted weightlessly forward. Johnner silently marveled, his kayak's ting of basic Cien Trenma Deech was so smooth, Lihan truly was outstanding. He focused all his mind controlling IP spell as carefully as possible. Lihan constantly reminded himself that just hiding them in IP stack of papers wasn't enough. Most importantly, no one could be allowed to notice. He closed his eyes, trying to push his focus to limit. While Lihan was forcing himself to concentrate, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ear, also telling him to focus. Lihan was momentarily stunned for a few seconds. He dazedly rubbed his head, thinking maybe he was hallucinating from everything he'd been through. Why would he hear Professor Vidali voice? Immediately after, key professor continued. Just putting paper into a stack of assignments. Only then did he turn around and SSS, realizing he had not misheard. Professor Vidali stood right behind him, warning in a cold voice, why are you turning this way? Focus now. Johnner and Lihan immediately fell into wacky depths of despair, as if they were thieves encountering a patrol. While lamenting his bad luck, he noticed a stranger next to Blee Professor. That person was Kerman, who rubbed his chin and said indifferently, it seems there ain't also a barrier nearby. He pointed forward and continued, key moment do touch it, leaky barrier will trigger an alarm, ID extremely thin and sophisticated. Then to that man reminder, he discovered that a barrier indeed existed there. Lihan had to look very closely to barely perceive its outline. 2 notebooks were hovering, slowly moving toward their intended position. Kermine stood observing and said to Professor Vidali, I don't think this student can get past ET. Before he could even finish his sentence, he had controlled 2 notebooks to reach the eye protective barrier. They successfully passed through Y barrier without emitting any warning signals. Then they landed softly on Professor 8's stack of assignments. His figure gradually disappeared behind stairs at leaking of the hallway, showing absolutely nothing unusual. And then did Lihan dare to breathe a sigh of relief. Johnner stood looking at him with admiration. Even Kerman could not help but be astonished. He quickly stepped forward, exclaiming in admiration, key barrier ID, so thin that even a slight mistake triggers alarm, ain't hard to believe do got through. Professor Vidali spoke nonchalantly, because he has already been taught. Lihan looked at his teacher hesitantly. What ID call then to Professor 8 dedicated guidance? Kermine took the opportunity to smile and introduce himself. Honestly, this student ID too talented to and lie study under DU. DU our warden as, aren't DU. He introduced himself happily. I am Professor Kerman, in Czech Sieve of Illusion Arts, my main specialty ID magical barriers. Kerman extended his hand to him. I should shake hands now, but I advise do not to because of racial traits. Lihan understood and politely agreed. He thought to himself, Illusion Arts, huh. It seems I should maintain a get image before this professor as well. He seemed very interested in Lihan. DU will soon see me at Professor Gaxirate lecture, then I will seduce how in rate teen illusions can be. Professor Vidali standing nearby seemed hardly pleased. He coldly remarked that illusion mod each was essentially useless. Mages who reached a certain LV wouldn't be easily deceived by ET. He immediately grew worried. Did professor really have to criticize someone else at talent right to their face? The key situation was bound to become extremely tense. However, Kerman calmly asked, but why were Du trying to pass paper through white barrier just now? He took me by surprise. Perhaps he was trying to break white awkwardness. Lihan scratched his head and stammered, because we submitted our assignment late. He was astonished upon hearing that. Du went to such lengths just for a trivial assignment. Kerman laughed heartily. You really are a very diligent mage. If it were me, I wouldn't have bothered coot Professor Anfen Nightingate homework from Lee start. He was surprised and immediately asked fu we reason. Right then, Professor Vidali words caught his attention once more. Because that professor used to be a high-ranking official of Wiki Empire, and he was more skilled at abusing power than Kex Tingma Dji Chi. Kerman sighed and lamented, do you have any idea that he once slashed half of my research budget? Lihan pondered privately. He turned all Lai professor had once held a high position in Lyki Empire. If that were IP case, he had to maintain a get image in front of this person, even more. He looked at him in half. jokingly warned, I recommend do be careful. Oh, do might end up as an imperial official later on. Professor Vidali quickly interjected, enough joking, he will definitely not choose such a lowly path unrelated to Medici. Kerman replied with a smile, that ain't true, after all, he ID a member of Like Wardenaz family. Lai Han throat tightened, and he and Lai had one thal left. I should get of here, right now. Because his dream was actually to become an administrative official Fu Qi Empire. Afterwards, Qi two of them finally returned to Wee dormitory. Johnner sighed warily, we've finally made it back. Li Han intended to call everyone down to share week results, but when he arrived, he found everyone standing by E gate talking. As he began to praise everyone for doing a great job last night, Asa turned around to start. Dear back already. He hurriedly ran up and spoke urgently. Something big has happened, we need your help. Diju and Ganando have been taken away. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately rushed to rescue Y2. Running along, Asa recounted, after class finished and we were returning, we were attacked by a summoned men XT key, most escaped, but Ganando tripped and then Ike men and XT ensnared him and carried him away. He added that Deju had also been caught because he had gone back to try and XI Ganando. Asa said, we're Siki LU to Iki administration BUIN, so we can ask a professor for help. And at that moment, they saw you group ahead waiting for someone. As Professor Andrago emerged, everyone immediately approached and asked, "Will do situation? Will do you?" He recounted Eat quit a tremble, saying that Eat teacher told us to handle Eat ourselves. Space immediately fell into silence for several seconds. Those standing together were worried and did not know what to do, but Li Han alone had anticipated a peace result and was not at all surprised. Right at that moment, he suddenly discovered something unusual. As trend traces remained on leaky ground, Li Han speculated that these must be footprints left by that Men XT tree. He immediately spoke up, suggesting that everyone follow Y tracks to rescue Y2 themselves. Li Han also turned his head and shouted, if anyone from Leaky Other Tower wants to see Deju, come quit us quickly. Those people looked at each other. Although they did not want to listen to him, they absolutely had to rescue Deju. After reaching an agreement, Yiki's entire group immediately set a P behind him. Among Li students accompanying Li Han, there were some girls who ran until they were gradually out of breath. A student anxiously asked if they could pull E to P, and Li Han reassured them that everything would be fine. He thought to himself, if Li professor will not help, we have no choice but to find our own way. Then, he immediately pulled a magical ritual ton hidden inside his shirt. Li Han knelt on one knee and thrust Li P ritual ton straight into Li P ground. At first, everyone was extremely surprised by his Tren actions. Li Han was in no hurry to explain and immediately began summoning Lag Lightning Spirit. He concentrated on E incantation, O Spirit, summon storms on Theni Fi. Though Du are EP guardian of Li Ki Fallen Bell Tower Kingdom, those who cross Xi still fear your title. Adinas thou in amazement, Ki summoning spell reflects thy P Spirit Il VE, such a long and complex incantation proves that Ed Dik extremely powerful. A brilliant Gin Gon Lai gradually enveloped Li Han. He continued to chant, I am Lai Ki one who formed a contract Kut Dayu. I have Wike right to call upon Diu, manifest yourself quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, an electric bud appeared before him, slowly blooming. Light further white petals expanded, IP more fiercely bolts of lightning radiated. Then Eat quickly shrank, becoming a tiny Ben nestled in Li Han 8 palm. He looked in astonishment at Laiki lightning spirit just summoned in his hand. Li Han even brought Eat closer to observe Eat clearly. Those from EP Other Tower immediately scoffed. How impressive, we thought Heat would be some mighty spirit, but he turns out to be pitifully small. He frowned and asked, why do Du and Li appear partially like this? Eat irritably replied, did Du forget? I am stuck there because of what Du did. Li Han glowered at Eat in annoyance. Even so, this Psi IDP far too small. If Du hide whenever Du are needed, how can I trust Du? Like lightning spirit grew secretly furious. I am starting to hate arrogant and unreasonable old men, I really want to see them to death. Luck lightning spirit quickly warned that an enemy was lurking, and Li Han immediately cast an invisibility spell. He looked around and asked, where ID he? I don't see anything nearby. But lay ground beside him had silently become a large wet patch. Right beneath his feet, Ike Men and XTT suddenly surged upward and launched an attack. Andrago was unfortunately captured, and League Lightning Spirit secretly deduced that Men XTT must be capable of moving underground. Eat whispered to Li Han, local mages must have done something unnecessary, such as granting Eat special abilities. Be careful, if Du are captured, your Medich power will also be drained by Eat, just lie theirs. He calmly replied, alright, I'll destroy Eat immediately. Like Lightning Spirit quickly shouted, Du absolutely must not use fire Mada. If there ate a mistake, Du might burn Li other students as well. He irritably asked back, then will Du intervene? Eat awkwardly shook its head. In my current state, that would be a bit difficult. But we still have another method. Leak Lightning Spirit made a decision. I will teach Du a Mediche spell, because Du need Eat right now. Li Han was surprised. Isn't Eat even more dangerous than the Kima Diich I just learned? Eat quickly interrupted. Imagine lightning as Du've done Kud other elements. I want Du to imagine a bolt of lightning striking directly from Li sky. To cast Medici, Du must first gather all your Medich power into a single point. However, Eat image of lightning ID completely opposite, because giant electrical currents never stay in one place. After striking, Eat will split into countless small branches. Therefore, this type of Medich ID extremely suitable for current situation. If Li electrical discharge spreads in too many directions, key worse consequences could occur. Lian frowned worriedly. That sounds really dangerous. Lock Lightning Spirit knew Eat was very difficult to prevent E lightning bolts from branching randomly, so Eat decided to assist him. First, Eat borrowed his arm to transmit E energy source. Li Han focused intently on the electrical current that was gradually appearing before his eyes. Then he turned and asked, Eat has taken shape, so I did eat, right? Eat was startled and asked back, do you've already done eat? How did you manage to do he? He felt this wasn't very difficult. Strangely, when Kex Ting, he and Li kept thinking about a charged mass. Seeing Li Han easily can trend the energy lightning spirit praised, do you have a great talent for controlling lightning? But he thought Eat was exaggerating things. Et continued to instruct, focus on E incantation I am about to teach you. Although spirit Madi Chi ID quite violent and frequently changes quit E lightning spirit aid assistance even novice mages can use Eat. This ID key and I low all vi lightning Madi each what ED ID key teaching Li Hen belongs to E key second circle. Li lightning spirit explained key men XT became unstable because Aid underwent too many experiments because of that E conducts electricity very well, so this Madi Che will be even more effective. Lian understood immediately.
I'll cast Eat right away!
Continuing to give instructions what, let it bring leak image in your mind to reality. He immediately focused and chanted Lippy spell. However, Li Key lightning spirit seemed to have just realized Klee's situation was a bit unusual. Eat detected an enormous amount of Mod D each converging on a single point. Leaky lightning spirit looked at Li Han in confusion, wondering what Leaky young man was trying to do. Immediately after, he pointed Liva Deech Tun directly at Lyki Men XT and unleashed lightning, leaving Hate no time to defend. At the same time, a student had urgently called Professor Gaxier V. They rushed towards Key Men XT that was rampaging wildly. Upon arrival, Digilink and the Key Professor were stunned by Key scene before their eyes. Gaxier exclaimed worriedly, "Oh my god, Eat has captured so many students, I'll see do all right away." She carefully drew her Madi each a ton, preparing to use just enough Madi each to defeat Edie. Suddenly Gaxier realized something was extremely awe-like-ordinary. A colossal bolt of lightning tore through Isis Kai and struck Emen XT, creating a terrifying electric sea. Tremendous aftershock forced those nearby to brace themselves to avoid being blown away. She thought in amazement just how terrifying was this amount of Ma Di Che. Li Emen XT was quickly and completely overwhelmed by a key fierce electrical current. Eat writhed in agony on the ground without stopping. Before Gaxier could even guess who had done this, Digilink shouted, "Professor, P students are falling, quickly catch them." Gaxier quickly cast a spell, gently bringing everyone safely down to wee ground. She anxiously ran and V and asked, "Are you all okay? Are any of you injured anywhere?" Professor Gaxier looked at her students' quid eyes fun of tenderness. Andrago also seemed to have been affected by leaky lightning, his face blackened and dazed as he lay sprawled on leaky ground. Lihan, on the other hand, looked at Men XT quite satisfaction, seeing that Eat had been burned to a crisp. He turned to Waiki Lightning Spirit and asked, "Did I do Eat right? Why don't you seem very focused?" Eat replied irritably, "This ID not my fault, Eat ate yours." Just then, he heard Professor Gaxier voice, "I was wondering whose mighty chat was, and Eat turns ought to be yours, Lihan." He turned towards Evoy and immediately saw Professor approaching Kut Digilink. Lihan anxiously asked about a key condition of leaky captured students. She smiled happily, "You don't need to worry too much about them. They are just a little numb from EP Electric SC." Hearing about Leaky Electric C, he was immediately surprised. Gaxier walked to V. Kut her Madi Chun, "Come here, I will restore you all." Then, she gently swung her Madi Chun, and a soft B Lulai slowly appeared. Seeing this, Lihan thought to himself, judging by Professor 8 reaction, it seems everything ID not too serious. Furthermore, I didn't know Professor Gaxier could use recovery Madich. Usually, professors in Lai specialize in their own fields. Fortunately, after being treated by her, Waiki students who were attacked by Kimenix T were able to move again. Andrago was also able to stand up and walk around. "We survived, then do you, Professor Gaxier?" She gently replied, "Don't than me, then Lihan instead. He was key one who defeated Lao Pimemen and XTT and saved you all." After hearing what Professor said, they were all momentarily stunned at first. Immediately afterward, all their eyes turned toward him, clearly showing their anger. Lihan felt guilty. Leak injuries from leaky electric C were even worse than having their mana drained, so he understood why they were angry. He was just about to ask a few things when Andrago politely walked or V-king and bowed in gratitude. He said awkwardly, "Etid key indeed a bit awkward, but as a knight, failing to than someone who helped me would be improper. Then do you fo that, now I understand why Diju trusts you so much." Receiving Nike unexpected then Diu, Lihan couldn't help but feel uplifted. However, Andrago immediately threw a bucket of cold water on him. "Of course, I don't intend to consider you a friend, and I don't forget this either. We should unlike cooperate to our fullest unlike Key Lake Quate." Having said that, they left together, and Lihan immediately slumped. These people really know how to draw a line. Professor Gaxier shook her head warily. She suggested, "Lihan, can we discuss that lightning Madi Che from earlier?" He turned to Likey Lightning Spirit, "Say time fo do to explain this yourself." Eat replied hesitantly, but my summoning time ID almost or V." Like Lightning Spirit immediately vanished, it seemed he had to handle this himself as Professor Gaxier was still waiting for an explanation but understood nothing. Right when Eat was needed most, Lightning Spirit slipped away. Before vanishing, Eat even added, "Next time, I'll do true power." Han was helpless. He couldn't keep Eat there for even a few more minutes. He hurriedly explained, "Professor, there ain't a reason behind this." But before he could finish, a voice interrupted, "Arduki one who used Iki Lightning Madish." Gaxier was slightly startled by that personate's sudden appearance. In his hand, he was holding a charred piece of Iki Menx T8 remains from Lai P electrocution. Professor Vodley crushed Eat to bits within his palm. He found like matter incredibly in deep rate 10. Lai Hantate face instantly turned pale as he looked warily toward him. Professor Gaxier hurriedly stepped forward to shield him and asked, "Wet Professor Vodley, why are you interested in lightning Medici?" He calmly replied, "TID necessary for his studies." She looked back at Lihan and SPC. Do mean you are taking this personate class?" His one quip immediately left Professor Gaxier stunned in astonishment. She thought to herself, I have always maintained a certain VP of respect for like professors here, but Professor Vodley 8 class IDP beyond like limit. Gaxier believed those classes were too harsh, and that an ordinary student would find it difficult to keep up. Not in lie that. She also looked at Li Han quote eyes fun of worry, because he was en lie a rookie, yet he had already joined his class. Professor Vodley remained calm. Don't worry, I'd always keeping up quit my pace. However, Gaxier was clearly not satisfied. He continued to explain, he has absorbed a vast amount of magical knowledge, even gaining EEP insight to learn how to CP read a water shield. Vodley praised him without any, his desire to learn ID so intense that I had to restrain him myself. Gaxier looked at Li and quote deep unease. Why have things become so counterproductive? Li Han's outstanding talent had essentially poisoned him, shattering every obstacle so that he could take an impossible course. She sighed softly. If he continues to study this well, I have no reason to stop him. Gaxier gloomily instructed, Peli take care of Li Han. He nonchalantly replied, that ID how I have always been teaching. She suddenly turned to him's, Gluck Li Han, leaving him confused about what Li Professor 8 words implied. E.T. was an N-lie then that Li Han began to feel terrified of IP next lesson. Asa and Ganando were walking side by side on a academy campus. He held a bag in his hand and said, when we get IP chance, we should also than him. Li Han always helps us get items. Once we arrive, we can buy some tasty food. Ganando muttered irritably, I'm not so sure, last time I was there, Kibi Li Si market hardly had any food. Asa then explained, actually, a lot of food was brought in faux sale a few days ago. It seems they had a deal quit the White Tiger Guild. Just as Leaky 2 reached Li fence they were immediately stopped. Stand still, we need to chase Ch. Li Si person was Sanko of E2 Tantaclan. He called a greeting. Du 2 are from Li EBC A Jinan Tower, right? Nice to meet you. We to Tantaclan Idik extremely famous in Ki Empire for their exquisite stone carving. Asa was secretly suspicious. From what I know, that IDP a family of dwarves who are get at crafting. Why ID they're an NFHV and like Ki clan. He pushed up his glasses and said politely, nice to meet you. I'm Asa of Duncan family. We want to use these to trade foo goods. Quite that, he lifted light cloth, revealing several potions in Likey basket that had been stolen from Urigamate lab. As soon as he saw the potions in Lighty basket, Sanko's expression changed immediately, looking incredibly angry. He flatly refused, shocking Igi 2 of them. I am very sorry, but we cannot trade Kut Dayu. While Aki 2 sides were still arguing back and forth, someone suddenly approached from behind and asked, what are you doing standing there? Li Ki person who appeared was Li Han, also carrying a basket of goods in his hand. Ganando immediately complained, do you talk to this person? He stubbornly refuses to trade Kutas. Li Han stepped forward to ask Li reason. Sanko and Li replied briefly that eat was a regulation. He spoke clearly, emphasizing each qua from now on, you are not allowed to bring food from illegitimate sources. Hearing this, Li Han immediately understood exactly where I problem was. He must be Yiki, leader of Iki Turtle Tower. Li Han brought a basket of fruit and said, these were all hand harvested from my garden? Can I come in now? He was immediately allowed inside. Li Han turned back to greet Asa and then continued walking. He nonchalantly followed Sanko into Leap Market, while Asa could only stand outside watching regretfully. He thought gloomily to himself, I won't be able to repay Iki favor this time either. Sanko looked at him with confusion. Did you really grow them yourself? Do people of Godanas do this too? Li Han replied indifferently. What does my clan have to do quit eat? I even shared some quut white students at your tower. He asked back in astonishment. Do you share them for free really? Before Sanko could unen his mouth, his stomach spoke his desire for him. He bashfully clutched his stomach, for a moment not knowing what to say. Li Han slowly took a tuber from Leaky basket and held it to Sanko. Do want a potato? This dish was even highly praised by a famously picky princess. In truth, Li Fan said that he found her quite easy to lie when AT came to food. Sanko shook his head and waved his hand. I am fi, I have nothing to pay due right now. Li Han replied kindly, just take eat, no need to pay. Little did he know those words wounded his pride. Sanko said irritably, don't insult me, members of like Tatanta clan absolutely do not accept things without paying. Having said that, he hastily turned and walked away. Li Han stood there, watching Sanko in confusion. He thought to himself, hate clearly an NFSG, isn't he? At a stall, a hearty welcome back greeted him. Raffold shook his head. Du must have heard Lai news by now. Difficult times have fallen upon a thief like me. Lai Han sat down opposite him. She'd seem something has indeed happened. Tell me what ain't going on. Raffold replied dejectedly. Keeble C market ID gradually becoming orderly under Sanko management. But naturally, that has also brought about quite a bit of trouble. He began to recount how some students were bringing many illicit items to Wiki market to sell. There were even students who came here specifically to cause trouble. As do know, White Turtle Tower often finds itself in a difficult position whenever other towers have disputes. That IDK why Sanko introduced a new treasure to help keep Li P Turtle Tower safer. ETIDP a set of strict rules: no work, no food, all stolen items are banned to ensure proper restitution. Li Han slammed his fist down hard on Li Ki wooden barrel in anger. He said resentfully, everywhere I go I see people lie that always making innocent students suffer. Li Han felt foe them. If this goes on, thieves lie us will surely starve to death. Raffold suddenly remembered something and bragged to him. While Du were away, something new appeared here. At Leak opposite table, 3 people were huddled together busily doing something. And pointed to I cards on Leaky table and said, among these 3, there IDK a 6 of spades. I will place E face down and shuffle them. Whoever finds Zoc right one will have their bet doubled. Confused, he asked, "What ID gambling actually allowed?" Reford explained, "Well, Yeet ain't not exactly welcomed. It hasn't been banned yet." At the next table, someone suddenly groaned from losing a bet. "My bread. That was 3 days worth of food." Im stammered in response, "I am so I shuffled a bit too slowly." In reality, he had been using a sleight of hand technique to hide that CPC in his palm for a long time. Reford leaned in and warned him, "Whatever do, don't feel like quit him." Lehan nodded in agreement. That technique ID truly unusual ID he from Iki Gambling Guild. Suddenly, a voice from behind called a Lehan name. He turned his head back in surprise. It turned out to be Sanko leading 2 students to confront them. "It seems these 2 accepted your food without offering any compensation, didn't they?" He looked extremely angry, seemingly unable to tolerate this matter. Lehan's eyes widened in surprise. He realized they were Yuki ones he had previously cooked tomato stew for. Lehan turned to explain to Sanko, "Wait, about that?" Sanko immediately waved his hand and replied, "I don't mean to blame you." Reford was also nearby, preparing to move a crate as they spoke. Sanko spoke up with irritation. "On behalf of these friends, I apologize for their misconduct. Sitting around and receiving free items, I'm truly thoughtless." 2 grime-covered people stood by a nearby hut, turning to look at RVE, while Sanko said firmly, "We want to repay ET food we consumed, even though our current situation ID quite dire." Lehan said it was fine, but thought to himself that taking 8 back from them would make him feel like a villain, especially since they weren't from like Tiger Spire or his tower. Lehan scratched his head while Sanko remained resolute. "I cannot ignore this." Sanko made up his mind and pointed to himself, "I will make Lee repayment on my friend's behalf." He looked in surprise at Sanko standing hands on hips. "How do plan to pay it back?" Sanko pointed toward E-Tower a determined expression. "According to what I've heard, do often wander around Lee Academy at night. I have some useful information for you. Meet me tonight and I will tell you everything." When night fell inside one of Iki Towers, a pair of feet was slowly stepping up leapy stairs. A glowing orb hovered over Lehan and Sanko, illuminating wide path ahead. He held a guiding staff in front while Lehan followed behind, scanning Lai's surroundings warily as they walked. Sanko's eyes suddenly became sharp. Key passage to key 3rd floor of Iki main bu IDE designed so that new students layas can't find it. Every time we try to go up, Lee Tower layout changes, but perseverance finally paid P. He recalled EP times EE group tried to decode Iki Tower 8 secrets. A girl stood before a hallway and shouted,
There are a total of 5 hallways here!
Next was a scene of Sanko scratching his head in confusion, while Lee T friend beside him sat down in despair at a dead end. "I am sure I just saw stairs leading up here." Finally, there was E moment Sanko and Lee P girl were blocked by a wall. Back in Lit present, he stopped walking and turned Kuda somber expression. "We've found the key solution." Upon hearing Sanko say that, Lee Hanate expression briefly showed a look of surprise mixed with unease. As Gi moonlight shone on E giant grandfather clock, Sanko began to explain, "Key hour and minute hands must simultaneously point to odd numbers, at E exact moment when Lee Miss cannot obscure Lee Ki moon." At that very moment, he also had to firmly grasp Lee Kima di each staff quit his left hand. Unendly when these 3 conditions were met would Lee path to I Ki 3rd floor corridor appear. Suddenly Lee Ki water blocking Lee Pi gate dissipated into a wisp of smoke and drifted towards Lee Han and Sanko. He exclaimed in astonishment, "This IDE truly something that Lie happens in a my Dicha academy. If I hadn't seen 8 quit my own eyes, I would never have believed ET. It truly impressive that you figured it all off." P2 continued forward, and Lehan curiously asked, "Did you call me here just to reveal this?" Sanko immediately denied, "This I did in Lee preparation phase." He had a resolute expression, "I want to introduce you to someone." Lehan slowly followed Sanko and asked who that person was, but he and Lee replied, "I cannot reveal that yet. You'll know soon enough anyway." That mysterious remark made him fall into deep thought. As Lehan followed Sanko closely, he wondered to himself, what exactly ID going on here? He suddenly turned back and told Lehan, "I've asked other students what kind of person you are." He immediately grew worried. If he had researched him through outside rumors, he would certainly not have heard anything yet. Thinking of this, Lehan was startled and widened his eyes. Could he person he ate about to introduce me to be? Suddenly 2 figures appeared behind him, scaring him almost all of his wits. Lehan looked at V in surprise. It was Andrago quit a subordinate. Sanko pointed directly at them and shouted loudly,
Exactly! This whole thing I dig a trap!
Oh no, Lehan!
It turned out that scene was merely an Invik Kitop deduction in his head. He shook his head repeatedly, silently hoping things wouldn't turn out that way. Sanko turned back confusedly and asked, "What ate wrong Kut do you?" Lehan immediately denied nothing. "What have others told you about me?" He replied gravely, "I heard you often give food to many people, and I want you to step that. Those who cannot earn their own food or clothing will never understand how valuable they are." He casually replied, "You are absolutely right." Sanko was astonished by that reaction. "Do you actually agree?" He replied, "There's nothing wrong with what you said." He asserted firmly, "Those unwilling to work will surely not understand value of effort," to which Lehan secretly added, "especially professors," making Sanko widen his eyes in surprise. He clenched his fist. "Perhaps I misunderstood you. I sincerely apologize." Sanko cheerfully rubbed his nose. "Some people from Black Tiger Tower said you were a heartless, cruel, and brutal wizard. It seems those rumors are all false." He quietly walked behind him. "Then do you foe believing they aren't true?" Lehan happily thought to himself, "Although I don't understand what ain't going on, I can certainly fight to Iki and to prove leaky rumors are false." At that moment outside Leaky Tower was a star-studded night sky. Inside, Ki-tu stood before a gigantic statue, carved in Ki's shape of a person sitting majestically on a chair. Like womanate face was exquisitely carved, exuding a cold and stern aura. He looked up at Li's statue and thought to himself that although it was slightly cracked, it was still a very beautiful stone artwork. Li-han rested his chin on his hand and thou, Li Ki more he looked, Kli more familiar Li statue seemed. Sanko looked up and called his name. Pointing to a cracked corner of Li statue, he asked, do see Li crack in this spot? Sanko said seriously, after discovering it was cracked, I immediately restored it. I couldn't let his statue remain damaged like that. He stood by, watching him use a small hammer to repair why crack, and thought that he was being overly diligent. Li-han then asked, but why did it break again? Tapping as he spoke, Sanko replied, statue keeps cracking despite my repairs. And that I deek. As he said this, he suddenly stopped his work. Li-han was astonished when IP ground beneath his feet began to shake violently. A door gradually appeared before them. Sanko said solemnly, this ID Halik's secret door Idiki open. Li-han turned back in surprise, but Sanko pushed him in, saying, keep going. From here on, do must proceed on your own. Li-han hesitantly looked up. He stood in front of cave entrance, looking at Li path as a cold sweat broke out. Sanko, I trust you. He put his hands on his hips with a satisfied expression. Just put your trust in me. Li-han took a deep breath and then stepped inside quit pride. Li's scene shifted to a pair of glowing red eyes slowly opening. Li mythical beast was a lion quit two horns, he thought mysteriously to itself, another new student has come. Li-han approached, closely observing Likey Men XT statue and thinking anxiously. I wonder what this thing ID. He spoke, nice to meet do. I am Li statue of a forgotten Men XT. O student who has come to repair Weepy statue, do dare swear not to reveal my existence to anyone. Li-han immediately swore to keep it a secret. He asked curiously, forgive me, but what are you doing here? Swishing its tail, Okimenixtifi statue replied, I'm just killing time. Lock room my guard was sealed 187 years ago. Li-han felt slightly uneasy and continued to ask, why am I not allowed to tell others about Diu? He shook his head and replied, because Li professors might make me work again. Li-han immediately praised Lupa wisdom of Laban NXT statue. Li-han questioned, I heard Dio know how to escape. He quickly corrected himself. I heard Dio possess Li wisdom I need. Do know Wiki location of a room in Iki Tower of Li main castle. Li Menon XT statue slightly licked Li corner of its mouth quit its tongue. He replied, I know of 3 such rooms. He thou excitedly, finally found 8. Just as Li-han was about to shout fu joy, he was interrupted. Li Men XT statue stamped its foot hard on leaky ground. But first, he stared at him. You must defeat me in a match first. Suddenly, 2 floor tiles under Li-han 8 feet slowly parted to both sides. Immediately after an uncanny chessboard appeared. He was immediately stunned when he recognized what was in front of him. It turned out to be a chessboard. Likey Men XT statue laughed eagerly. Let Afili again together. Li-han turned pale quit fear, thinking to himself that this statue must have been bored to madness. Outside Sanko was still diligently restoring up his statues. Leak rustling saw was very faint, but in the gloomy, silent area it echoed clearly. He thought pensively that Likey Men and XT statue rate chess mastery was extremely high. Even someone Li himself, who had once led a clan, couldn't score a single point against ET. I am not sure how strongly Han 8 chess skills are, but he ID key almost certainly going to lose. Of course, I must comfort him. I absolutely cannot hurt his self-esteem. Suddenly, a noise interrupted Sanko a train of thou, and he immediately looked back. Seeing Li-han standing there, Sanko spoke up, You've returned? He brushed up his hands and walked towards him. I will guide Du until Du can defeat ET. Whenever Du want a rematch, just tell me. But Li-han refused immediately. Because he had already and he was even holding YP map created by Aoki statue in his hand. Sanko stood frozen his mouth agape, unable to believe his eyes. Li-han sighed. That statue was even worse than I expected. Likey Men XTT statue 8 chess mastery was even lower than that of Likey foreign professor who lived next door to him, though of course, it was also possible that EP other man was simply too formidable. He still didn't believe it and quickly double-checked. Li-han had to confirm once more. He even said that then to me, he could finally sleep well. Sanko suddenly fell silent and then said, well, that it get then, let it head back, I'll lead Guy Wei Fo Diu. As he walked, he asked casually, how did Diu win in Ikiyen? Sanko excitedly turned back to look at Li-han, his eyes sparkling. I want to discuss Kut Diu P dwarf opening, characteristic of Li Tudanda clan, and Li P strategy of moving light knight to EF3 square when my opponent takes my pawn. He could online nod helplessly in agreement. Li-han secretly felt that something wasn't quite right. On Li way back, he was continuously tormented by Sanko 8 chess stories. On NT following Sunday Monen, Li weather was kun, and he stood watching clear B Lu Lake where not a single soul could be seen. Li-han couldn't help but be amazed by light T vastness of that lake. He suddenly remembered Osu, that cunning old principal. He didn't even know if Osu truly wanted him to complete this Mai-san. I've checked like items I collected, but I'm not sure if any of them will help me cross this lake. However, in his possession were an Lai royal skin wine and a bottle of eye drops, neither of which could be used. Li-han suddenly remembered the most important thing. After returning last night, he had asked Ganando, how do manufacture a bottle of low-grade Manao infusion wine? He replied confidently, quote his arms crossed, cut P base of Leapy Galamaru, then divide remainder into sections about 2 pinky finger joints long. Next, do must use your right hand to slice Y snow scent wood into very thin slices, doing it quickly before Wagalamaru dries. Before he could finish, Johnner interrupted. Walking un ve quit a jar to SPP. Look Lihan, this IDP wisdom infusion, just drink see done deal becomes smart. Lihan stared intently at leak liquid sitting still inside a key jar. He still remained silent, not uttering a single quooks. Suddenly, Lihan turned to ask Anando what 14 times 19 was. He kept his eyes closed and quickly answered 417. Both of them blushed deeply, looking at Ganando, because IP correct answer should have been 266. He then asked him to repeat leaky instructions for brewing a low IV Mage potion, because when IK potion took IFH Ganando would repeat his previous answer. Sure enough, he immediately repeated what he had said earlier. Both of them turned pale. She exclaimed in astonishment, "What? Alright, this ID definitely not a potion of wisdom." He silently concluded, "This IDP a potion of confidence, not a potion of wisdom, and I and Lai have 3 bottles of eat left." Lihan gazed towards distant horizon. "Right now, no potion can help me. Key real problem ID this lake." He wondered if he could use Ma Di Che to conjure a temporary boat. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from Li bushes behind Lihan, making him turn his head in curiosity. Lihan followed Ki's sound, then hid behind a nearby tree to observe silently. He immediately saw exquisitely crafted wooden planks, and at Ki's same time, a voice rang out, "Don't worry, just lower Yates slowly." Andrago continued, "Back in my mother-ate homeland I've done this countless times. Just trust me." Lihan quickly realized that what was before his eyes was a boat. He suddenly yelled, startling each other 2 people. Lihan stepped off, holding a wooden staff, and declared in a cold voice, "I am here." His face was as cold as ice. Leet tip of leaky wooden staff pointed directly at them. Both panicked and raised their hands in surrender. Other friend immediately cursed Lihan, calling him a scoundrel. Andrago fearfully asked, "Are you trying to steal key boat from us?" Luke other friend adamantly declared, "Do you want to get Baphomet? I haven't even named it yet." He then ordered both of them to stand still. Lihan suddenly came to his senses. Why did I unconsciously threaten them? These habits are sometimes as terrifying as demonic possession. He lowered his staff and explained, "Yeet seems there ate a misunderstanding. I didn't come to steal boat, I just wanted to ask where Eat ate going," which made both of them tup dead in their tracks. Andrago lowered his head, quietly pondering for a long time. Then he looked up at Lihan triumphant. "Are you interested in like key boat I built?" He chuckled delightedly. "If you're interested, go ahead and try sitting in AT." He turned pale and asked, "So, you made this yourself?" Lihan thought to himself, "Key more I hear, key more uneasy I feel." A moment later, Lihan was sitting in leaky boat, built by Andrago and his friend. He thoughtfully assessed, key boat doesn't leak at all, even quite many people sitting in ET. But it was hard to believe these two were so easily swayed. Lihan recalled how he lured Andrago and his friend. He merely pretended to doubt their craftsmanship, yet they immediately offered to row around and even let someone they disliked board Blee boat. Completely contrary to his initial assumptions, perhaps they could truly still become friends. Interrupting his train of thought, Lihan leaned against E's side of E boat and said, "Now, let it locate them first." He nodded in approval, and Lihan stepped to Waiki bow of Iki boat fu observation. He stood up, looking straight ahead, and thou, "I need a pair of binoculars." Lihan 8 eyes suddenly flashed as a thought occurred to him. Come to think of it, he remembered all along teaching him that a swordsman reaching a certain realm could use mana to strengthen their body. Although not as powerful as Mediche, he'd still allowed human physical attributes to surge in TC situations. Returning to IP present, Lihan closed his eyes and covered his face to think, if all along 8 words were true, I could completely use mana to enhance my VXN. Lihan began to cast Mediche, and Lu Lai immediately spread around him. Low P stream of Lai from Lihan's body gradually became more dazzling. 2 rings of Lu Lai spectacles appeared before his eyes. Lihan hadn't reached Leaky XT of enhancing a single organ, but his infinite mana allowed him to force a simulation of I Fei. Lihan began to see a small island far in Leaky distance. Lai's shape of like island gradually became clearer. Finally he could see Ki Contour's appearance and trees growing on Leaky Island. He was taken by surprise and blurted out, "I see Yeet." Lihan pointed forward, "I found Eat, there ate an island Veek there." Andrago and his friend immediately shouted in amazement, "Did you really find Eat?" He stood up straight and said, "Teat was just luck. Now that we know Way, we can go there next time." Lihan suddenly stiffened and looked at two of them hesitantly. "Why are you holding up your wooden swords?" Andrago and his friend replied, "Coup to start, nothing." In truth, they were terrified of Mana radiating from Lihan. He finally spoke up, "Let head back." Andrago immediately followed orders, while giant bubbles began to rise to like water 8 Fei. He gripped Arc Ore tightly in his hands. Andrago closed his eyes while rowing and thou. Eat was a bit scary at first, but everything I deet fi. My arms are so tired they feel they might fall a pee. We have to get back quickly. Suddenly, Andrago did or hit a large water bubble, but he didn't pop. He was instantly stunned. Lihan, sitting in front quite his arms crossed, asked what was wrong. Andrago replied hesitantly, "I think I just hit something." Right at that moment, a giant water bubble flew Kapiki S3 of like he lake, reflecting the images of IE3 on Iki boat. Lihan's face immediately filled with alarm, this eerie presence. He held his staff at Ibo of Lee boat and suddenly, leak water bubble launched giant water arrows. Lihan shouted, "Shade a water spirit." Before he could finish, countless droplets of water rushed down to ambush White 3. Lauki other friend held his head and screamed at Andrago in panic, "What he hell did do?" He immediately apologized loudly. Now Leaky water spirit had stopped its attack. Lihan looked up and guessed that since he couldn't speak, It was probably not a high LV key spirit, and lay feelings it radiated showed it was trembling. He thought like water spirit was absolutely terrified. Lihan covered his mouth in astonishment. He suddenly realized an important matter. Lihan remembered that he had just released mana to find Lyki Island. He turned a real culprit wasn't Andrago but himself, and like a water spirit had panicked because of that mana source. Lihan told Andrago to calm down and then stood up. Seeing him holding his staff fearfully, he said seriously, "I need your power." Andrago and his frightened friend hid behind key dividing board and whimpered, "Aren't Dio blaming me?" Lihan thought helplessly. He still believes everything ID his fault. Suddenly his expression became extremely stern. Lihan looked at Andrago sincerely. "Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. What matters ID? How do you face those mistakes?" Leaky Boy was stunned by his words. Lihan then turned his back to look at Leaky Water Spirit and urged, "Keep rowing." Andrago immediately grabbed Iki Ore. "Alright, leave E to me?" Lihan turned away and thought to himself, "I hope we can escape." Lihan stared directly at E Water Spirit with a sharp gaze. YP Spirit immediately fell into a state of extreme panic and anxiety. Compared to Y Tiny Water Spirit, he clearly looked like a giant Menix T. In these spirit-8 eyes, his gaze was filled with terrifying murderous intent. While Water Spirit suddenly released a violent wave of energy. Lihan hurriedly crouched down and shouted, "What ID that?" He looked intently at Lee Water Spirit and quietly made his calculations. Wait, this flow of energy ID summoning other water spirits to rise from Leaky Lake. This discovery shocked Lihan to P core. Andrago and Leaky Fat Brown, haired boy clung to each other and wept, while he sat in front with a look of terror. Newly appeared water spirits immediately fired countless water arrows. He quickly shouted, "Erect a shield in front of me!" Instantly a water shield appeared blocking all attacks from the water spirits. Lihan shouted in panic at Andrago, "What are you all standing there foe? Row, hurry." Loiki two frightened boys immediately obeyed. He continued to urge them, "Don't you dare skit up.
Keep rowing, Andrago."
After a while, Oiki's sun had already risen high in Lysi Kai. Oars gently stirred like water again after terrifying storm. Andrago tremulously asked, "Are we far enough away from it yet?" He sat in front observing and replied, "Perhaps he ate enough." Why boats slowly drifted ashore, Lihan thought to himself, but Ly boat carrying like 3 of them drifted straight to Lypi shore of Lyki Island. He turned his head and reflected, "We were originally planning to return. Why did we end up landing on Lyki Island instead?" In the middle of Iki vast ocean, a small island with an extremely bizarre shape appeared. Lee 3 talented men had no choice but to step onto Y Island with apprehension. Andrago looked back, Ting one last lingering glance at Iki boat. Suddenly, he called awe to Lihan and asked, "Can we rest for a moment?" Andrago's arms were aching, and he continued, "I've been rowing Lyki whole time, so I'm a bit tired." He sighed and agreed, making Andrago than him happily. Lake friend accompanying them was suddenly astonished to notice that leaky sand here was unusually soft. He felt his body sinking, and his legs were sinking deeper and deeper. Realizing danger, he screamed in panic, "I am actually sinking." Lihan was startled and exclaimed, "This IDEP principal 8 trap." He shouted anxiously while running, "Everyone get a this sandbank quickly," and immediately called Fu Andrago to follow him. However, it was too late. His own feet were also stuck in Lyki sand. Andrago cried all in panic, calling Fo help. Lihan remained calm and calculated, thinking, "Key 2 of them are reacting too slowly." Then he took a leaky sphere. Lihan immediately threw 8 into Waiki Air and Thou. Basic Cian Tren cannot directly lift someone else up. He gripped Lyki sphere tightly. Even so, there was still one trick he could use. I will fiend Tran Eek Iron Sphere to move inward. Lihan braced himself, quit all his might, clinging tightly to Waiki sphere, quit both hands. Immediately after, his entire body was lifted off I quicksand. Lihan hovered in mid-air, struggling to hold on tight without letting go. He looked down and thought, I just need to rotate Lyki sphere and use 8 to escape. He slowly flew toward a nearby ARP C. Leaky other 2 could have done Leaky same thing as Lihan. Unfortunately, that was only possible before they had sunk more than halfway. His whole body landed heavily on rocky ground, causing it to crack. Lihan quickly sat up, his face filled with astonishment. Before his eyes, Ike boat was gradually being swallowed by Ike's sand, while Andrago and like other friend had disappeared. Lihan thought to himself, it ain't going to be difficult to escape by boat now. Suddenly IT sand around him shifted, making him jump. From deep beneath Ike's sand, an arm wearing a giant gauntlet slowly emerged. Jovan slowly pulled his entire body of Ike's sand. Lihan stared at him intensely, feeling tense. He stood towering right in front of him lie a vengeful spirit. Jovan observed Lihan and remarked that compared to other freshmen, he was indeed very good at running away. Lihan realized Bly P bizarre creature before him was an undead and immediately suspected 8 was another trap set by Osu. Lihan bowed slightly and greeted him politely. He curiously asked, "What are you doing here? Did you come to assign me a my son?" Leaving Jovan bewildered and confused. He wondered why Lihan wasn't at all surprised, and Lihan immediately replied, "Of course I was surprised." Jovan couldn't help but exclaim that Lihan was truly a rare NS trend student. He revealed that Iki's original plan was to sink him into Waiki sand, and then conduct Iki Tate fo all 3 of them. Jovan pointed down at Iki sand and said, "Alright, go in, the other 2 are waiting for you." And Lihan immediately bowed in compliance. He quickly took a wooden staff. Lihan shouted loudly, ordering Ki Orb to launch straight forward. He darted forward like a beefsteak claw, slamming straight into Jovan 8's face. He lowered his eyes to look at Ki Orb that had just flown toward him. Lyki Orb landed right at Jovan 8 feet, and he widened his eyes in surprise, thinking, this new student. Joven angrily emitted a Lulai shouting, "What the hell are you doing?" He immediately bowed his head to apologize, saying that it was just an accidental slip of Li's hand. Hearing this, Joven became even more confused. Taking advantage of his distraction, Lihan immediately controlled Li Orb to fly up. He shouted his command again, and Li Ki Orb began to spin right in front of him. Like layer of sand beneath Joven 8 feet immediately surged violently. When Lihan launched his attack, Joven quickly shaped a key sand into a defensive shield. Li Orb immediately swerved back. He roared in anger, "Do you dare to make a fool, of me?" He could only sigh helplessly. Lihan firmly thought to himself, "Teammates, instead of putting my trust in them, I would rather defeat this undead myself." He immediately chanted aloud, "I hide within leaky night, my feet upon leaky ground." Joven raged fiercely, shouting, "How do you know Key Master 8 Mage? Did you steal that incantation?" Honestly, Lihan didn't want to learn this type of Mage either. But life forced his hand, leaving him no choice but to learn 80. Lihan immediately summoned a skeleton and ordered it to check Z forward. He swatted Lihan's summoned creature away and irritably said, "You really are a troublesome person." Jovan breathed heavily. "Do you use a summoned creature to stall foe time? And then do you used invisibility Mage to hide, didn't you?" His entire body was filled quit killing intent as he said, "I admit compared to a freshman, your ideas are truly bold." Jovan 8 eyes shone intensely, but that was leaky extent of his power. Amidst swirling wind around him, he spoke, "Since you have run to this island, you are now no different from a rot backed into a corner." Suddenly a sword tore through Pierre, rushing forward. A cold streak of light flashed, slashing straight at Joven's leg. He did not expect Lihan to not unlie refuse to run away, but also drain his Mage power, leaving Joven confused as to how he had done it. He fell after that strike. An answer Lihan gave him was IP sword in his hand, an anti-Mage weapon named Monen Star. This sword was forged from Papik's Lion, and it possessed Eek's innate ability to absorb Mage power. Jovan slowly stood up and asked Lihan, "Why are you able to use an anti-Mage weapon?" He immediately shouted, "Do have no dignity as a mage left." His feet landed lightly on ground. At that very moment, Lihan swung his sword, slashing hard at Joven's arm. His face was cold as ice, thinking to himself, "He was your master, Waiki headmaster, who turned me into this." In a rage, he threw a handful of sand directly into Lihan 8's face. Joven gritted his teeth in anger, cursing under his breath. He panted while calculating. "F8 continues lie this. I be summoned again. I can't go easy on him just because he ate a first-year student. Things have reached this point, so tape better to be careful." Joven slowly raised an arm. He suddenly slammed it hard against AP ground, causing dust and sand to fly everywhere. Joven 8 eyes glowed brightly. "I will formally treat you as an enemy," he continued to declare. "In name of my honorable master." Joven immediately appeared in an entirely new form. He spoke in a commanding tone, "I am Joven Leek II, and I will surely defeat you." He could not help but be surprised when he saw Joven 8 new form. Lihan thought with interest. So he has a name. Summoning someone like him must have taken quite an effort. Should I go easy on him? After all, there are still many things I need to ask. Joven immediately roared, "Prove your worth." Countless sharp stakes continuously erupted from Lee ground. They appeared so suddenly that he could not help but be startled. Before Lihan could see, those sharp points lunged toward him, forcing him to struggle to dodge. He immediately realized that he could not just stand there if he kept launching wide area attacks. Lihan looked at him with concern. He had truly fallen into a disadvantage this time. He calculated silently that in current situation, Lima Deech was clearly not a wise choice. Li's previous attacks were no longer effective because his opponent would not stand still waiting for him to finish his incantation, so he quietly made a decision. Lihan's entire body suddenly glowed. It seemed there was no other way but to use this move, and he immediately shouted, "Ignite." Li's shout revealed Lihan's location. Joven immediately spotted him and yelled, "There you are. What do you intend to do with just one spell?" He suddenly realized something was unusual. The entire island had been swallowed by Lihan's 8 magical sigh of fire. A moment later, Andrago coughed up mouthfuls of sand still stuck in his mouth after being buried. Both of them struggled to find a way to crawl upwards. As soon as he escaped, he asked in confusion, "Were we swallowed by sand again? How could this happen?" Suddenly, Andrago froze in his tracks. He saw Lihan slowly walking off from like remaining embers. His expression was grim, looking as though he wanted to devour someone alive. This sent a chill down both their spines in fear. Lihan immediately flopped down onto Waiki ground. Eek other two ran in anxiously and asked, "Are you alright?" Seeing his injured arm, Andrago wondered what had happened while they were unconscious. Lihan calmly replied, "I encountered Lee principled summoned creature and fought it, but we are safe now," leaving both of them staring at each other in speechless see. Lee's other friend immediately understood and told him to hold all his hand for inspection. Lihan inwardly wondered if he should trust him that much. He advised Lihan not to worry, as he himself had once studied healing Mage. Seeing Li's arm that had already been given first aid, he immediately began to shower him praise. Andrago suddenly spoke up, "Beliwe, there I deek something I want to ask." This caused Lihan to turn and look at him in surprise. Andrago asked seriously, "Did you handle it by yourself?" He simply nodded calmly in confirmation. Both were stunned. Eek's other friend exclaimed, "It's hard to believe you defeated one of Lee Principal 8 summoned beasts." He glanced at him and thought to himself, just looking was enough to understand. He said with great admiration, "That must have been an extremely difficult battle." Li Han sighed softly. They were surely imagining heat that way, but Lai Pi truth was. Back in Lai Ki battle at that time, he stood in the middle of Lai Ki's eye of fire, looking towards Jovan. He thou in a panic. How could this guy CP read such terrible firepower? Qudan Lai first, Tirma Di Chi. If this goes on, my Master 8 Island will turn to ash. I must extinguish all these flames first. While Jovan was still struggling to find a way to a massive object suddenly plunged down from Lai Ki Seikai. It slammed hard into his body. Jovan hadn't expected Li Han to still have this trick up his sleeve, exclaiming in CC, a boulder. Wet, this IDB's. Beams of Lai seemed to be drawn into a key sword in his hand, continuously flowing into Eat. Li Han's entire body was also gradually being covered by that big glue Lai. Jovan could clearly feel light mana in his body constantly draining away. He gritted his teeth in resentment. Just do wait, freshman, I will definitely remember your face. Before completely disappearing, Jovan spoke up to ask Fo his name. Li Han immediately replied, my name ID. He lied without blinking, claiming to be Gigio of Marathi family. Jovan roared, just wait, Marathi, next time I go easy on you, just because you're a newcomer. He tried to utter his final words, that new student. After that Jovan vanished into ET breeze. Li Han breathed a small sigh of relief, so Eat finally EV. Suddenly a tree branch above his head snapped to P. Having not noticed Eat yet, he slowly sheathed his sword. Sensing danger, Li Han immediately turned around to look back. Returning to reality, his expression became extremely grim. He silently reproached himself. Damn Eat, at the very last moment I was careless because I let my guard down. Two of them looked at each other awkwardly. His friend asked, Li Han, do Lai needed to surrender? Why did Du choose to continue fighting? He tried to come up with an explanation. Truth was that Li Han had risked his life in battle simply because he didn't want to perform, P challenge quit them. He replied confidently because surrendering IDP an incredibly shameful act. Both immediately understood that Li Han had done this to protect Warden family honor. And Drago exclaimed in admiration, Li Han, while your arm heals we will become your capable assistants, while Lipi other friend also told him to hand a VE bag. Suddenly both their stomachs growled simultaneously, making them blush with embarrassment. Li Han suggested, let eat something first, to which both flusteredly replied, we have food prepared right here. A moment later, a pot of fragrant, bubbling soup appeared before their eyes. He held a bowl of soup and told two of them to eat up quickly. Both clutched their bowls of soup with hungry gazes, and Drago hurriedly thanked Li Han, while like other friend guiltily said, we should have been like ones to do cooking. He watched two of them devour dish he had cooked and thought to himself, seeing that they wanted to help. I was curious to see what they would make, but unexpectedly they brought a few logs. Eat ate really best if I cook, and Drago was overjoyed because Lighty food was so delicious, and Lakey other friend couldn't believe they would ever get to taste such a delicacy. He suddenly spoke up, "Do two just keep eating and listen to me." Both immediately stopped and looked up. Li Han continued, "Our boat has been destroyed, and now we're all stuck on this damned island. What I mean IDP, we need to make a plan to escape Aki Principal 8 Island." He asked if they could view another boat, and Andrago immediately shook his head. Li Han also understood that it would be quite difficult relying solely on them. He said seriously, right now they're an extremely serious problem. Hearing that, both of them turned pale with fear. And Drago thought to himself, even E Principal DMB was defeated by him, yet there ain't still something that troubles him. It must be very serious. Leek other friend quickly swallowed his food and asked, "What exactly IDET?" Li Han immediately said. At this rate, he was so tense that fear was evident on his face. "Tomorrow, we aren't be able to make sheet to class." Both looked at him and thought to themselves, "It ain't just about going to school." His face IDP as tense as a bowstring and VE. This, ID he mistaken. Lee other friend said in confusion, given Lee current situation, missing a few classes ID quite normal. But Li Han insisted that no matter what circumstances, they must not skip school. And Drago heard that and spoke up. But Li Han, he looked at Lee's sunset slowly sinking below Lee horizon and said, "I don't think we'll have a way to get to class tomorrow." He asked curiously, "If they find all we're missing, will they come to rescue us?" And Drago immediately replied, "Even if they know we've disappeared, they'd never come to Xai us." Li Han silently calculated, luckily, life first class on Monday Mon NID just basic Modich ethics. And Drago suddenly remembered and exclaimed, "That ain't right? What about EP Principal? If he knows we're missing, he'll definitely come to rescue us! We just need to try and hold all until he appears." But he immediately shook his head, interrupting, "That absolutely cannot happen." Principal. Li Han, confident that Osu would appear, sighed and said, "If we can't even manage something this simple, then what are we to do?" He pondered it carefully, and in Lai Pian, could only think of one solution: swimming across Li Ki Lake. While they were still discussing, a spirit suddenly appeared in Li bushes behind them. Li Han immediately sensed it, whirled around and exclaimed, "This energy source!" Looking up, he discovered a water spirit hovering directly above them. Li droplets of water clinging to its body were slowly separating from each other. Li Han quickly rushed Irvi, secretly speculating that Li Ki spirit was indeed not dead yet, then immediately called Fu everyone to gather. Li water spirit, seeing that scene, trembled with fear. It immediately darted away. Seeing this, Li Han cried, "Oh, Jay getting away!" He quickly chased after Yeet, yelling, "See top!" Eek other two looked at each other and decided to follow. Andrago darted to pee while calling,
"Wait, Fu us! I haven't even finished eating yet!"
Li water spirit turned back, continuously shooting a jets of water. Despite that, all three continued to pursue closely behind Eat. Li Han observed the droplets of water launched by Iki spirit and realized its attack method was extremely simple. While running, he suddenly stopped Sudden Thou, just chasing Eat Lie this forever won't solve anything. As Lee's streams of B Lu Lai continued to follow closely behind, Lihan shouted at Eat to stop running. Right after that, he released a terrifying surge of mana. Lihan calmly said to Iki Water Spirit, I have no intention of harming Diu. Standing behind him, Andrago thought to himself, Enliki Devil would believe that. While he asked aloud, are Duo one of E headmaster its subordinates? Eat immediately shook its head repeatedly, and Lihan continued to press Eat. Don't do dare lie to me. Why did Diu suddenly attack while we were resting? Like Water Spirit quickly pointed in one direction, and he immediately looked that way. Eat was pointing at a burnt tree trunk that was broken and leaning, VE. Wiki 2 standing behind watched Foe a long time, but still didn't understand what Eat was trying to convey. Lihan tensely said, I understand now. His face instantly went pale. Eat was angry because he had burnt down a key surrounding area. Andrago stepped forward and asked what Lady Key Spirit had just said. Lihan immediately started making things up. Eat angry because Diu hit Eat quit your ore. Andrago explained in confusion, I didn't mean to. If I've known Diu were there, I would have rowed more carefully. Like Water Spirit was bewildered, not understanding why this person was suddenly acting so strangely. Li Water Spirit felt something was wrong, but Eat was still swept up in his words. Lihan then said, Eat said Eat has forgiven Diu, so don't worry, which immediately relieved Andrago. Lihan turned to look at Eat and spoke. Furthermore, there IDP something else I want to ask Diu. Even if Diu aren't Li headmaster subordinate, Diu must have seen Iki things he did on Iki Island. In Nike. What kind of spell did he cast on this island back then? Lihan, Andrago, and their friend began to talk quick Water Spirit. Lihan silently pondered, this island ID definitely not simple, and he must have hidden a trap somewhere. Why Water Spirit began to change its shape, and Andrago keenly noticed, he trying to communicate something to us. ET continuously transformed into many sea trend shapes, and leaked people nearby started guessing if Eat was a lock or a grave. Lihan remained silent and thoughtful. Professor must have sealed something here. He sighed inwardly. It seems E can Enlai be that thing. While Leaky other two were still busy whispering guesses at Leaky meaning. Lihan took his picnic seat and ordered, Let us to that place. Scenery changed instantly as hazy steps gradually appeared in mid-air. A giant stone pillar appeared within Leaky cold mist. Lihan 8 group and Leaky Water Spirit finally arrived at a vast area deep inside Iki Cave. Andrago and his friend kept looking around, and one of them remarked, Are these Lipi stairs leading down to Lipi tomb beneath Li Beach? Lihan watched suspiciously and thought, why would such a mechanism appear on this remote island? What was he calculating back then? Andrago stepped toward Li P Stone Days and said, Lihan, I think Li Professor left some words on this. That discovery immediately caught all of his attention. He hurriedly asked, What ain't written on Eat? Could a trap appear from here? Andrago replied, No, let me read Eat first. Having said that, he read intently, Congratulations to my new students for making it this far. This unexpected challenge must have surprised you. But Eat ID key all part of Ligi training Pradix X Tifu young mages lay yourselves. He continued his message. On your journey here, Du must have learned how to deal quit students from other towers. I want Du to remember that lesson in order to complete Nike Fi Na Cooperative My Stan. When Du step inside, Du will see an altar located between stone pillars. As long as one person steps onto 8, Du will break key altar 8 seal, and Leaky Picnic Talk will appear. Likey 3 of them listened seriously until Lee message ended. After Wee P instructions concluded, a doubt immediately arose in Lee Hen 8 mind what would happen to Wee person placed on Likey altar. Leek other friend immediately spoke up, what kind of bizarre thing ID this? There must be another way. Leehan replied helplessly, that it impossible. He explained, this ID exactly what Professor Osudik once said more precisely Ite cooperation method he devised. Leehan continued to worry, this isn't get. There are 2 of them and my hand ID injured, so Alki situation ID extremely disadvantageous. While Leehan was busy calculating that he needed an ambush to win, a figure suddenly dashed past him. He was startled, damn neat, Andrago has already made a move. I didn't have time to Ryoxy at all. Leehan was a step too late could NN lie stand back and watch him. Suddenly ET friend behind him screamed in terror leaving Leehan equally bewildered. Lee friend called all in panic, what are you doing? Andrago replied resolutely, I will sacrifice myself. He continued, I cannot forgive Leaky wicked things Leehan has done. Leehan was shocked to his core, this guy truly held a grudge lie a demon. Then Andrago explained, but without Leehan 8 help, we would still be stuck in Likey catacombs lie we are now. Therefore, I will give Likey picnic talks to him, and I will win I next tech myself through my own strength. Those words deeply moved like other friend. He immediately shouted, let me go quit DU. Andrago was also touched by that soaring sense of loyalty. Leehan secretly made up his mind. It seemed a bit of conscience still remained within them. He intended to continue watching Likey too, but his train of thought was suddenly interrupted by Ike actions of Likey Water Spirit. Leehan guessed its intention and asked, Do you want me to attack them? He then agreed, I don't understand why, but fi. Leehan immediately cast Rising Wave stopping E2 figures rushing forward. Andrago and Leek other friend were instantly knocked down, their faces slamming into E ground. 2 dirt-covered faces looked up and yelled, Leehan, what on earth are you doing? Andrago continued to cry out, are you trying to see-tap our noble sacrifice? Berated by E2, Leehan 8 face darkened, and he coldly questioned E-Key Water Spirit. I did as Diu said, there must be a reason Diu told me to attack them. Lai Water Spirit quickly used body language to explain E-reason. In B blink of an eye, Leek perceptively and figured everything out. He confirmed that even if someone stepped forward, E-Seal would not be on Key Water Spirit nodded so vigorously it looked exhausted, which left other 2 completely bewildered. At this moment, Lihan felt shocked. That old professor was truly beyond help. He pondered in horror, was Yi act of offering a sacrifice also a trap? Lihan turned to Yi two others and said that this clearly wasn't Yi correct method. They both understood and replied in unison that it seemed he was right. Lihan then glanced over, silently asking Ike Water Spirit if issue wasn't Ike offering, then what had been suspicious from beginning? Waiki altar heat was maintained so perfectly that each seemed designed to deliberately attract attention. While calculating and preparing to act, he thought, I will just do hate way I destroyed P Tiger Tower 8 shield. Immediately his Medici staff flared quite a powerful lie. All power quickly converged at tip of staff, ready to unleash an attack. A fierce wind suddenly picked up, and his friend hurriedly asked, Wet, Lihan, what are you planning to do? Lihan did not hesitate at all and decisively cast his Ma Di Che. Water Spirit standing nearby was so frightened its body went limp. Moments later, a blinding lot of lie swallowed everything. After a period of silence, Water Spirit gradually regained its composure. Looked around at Leek's surroundings with a dazed expression. Lihan stood in front speaking pensively, I knew hate. Leek altar took fun brunt of Deliki attack yet remained completely intact. Was clearly not an ordinary altar. Andrago and his friend hurried and Lee latter loudly asked Lihan what had just happened. He calmly replied, I tried using Ma Di each to break Leaky spell on but failed, leaving his friend terrified and stammering. Lihan pondered that should have shown some reaction. Was this type of Ma Di Chi completely different from one at him? If so, Lao Ti only remaining option was this. But if he were to be discovered, Lihan's face immediately tightened with fear. He struggled internally, knowing that doing this could very well cost him his life. Lihan ordered in a cold voice, everyone, step back immediately. He then continued to raise his Ma Di Chi staff into weaky air. He shouted aloudly, surging waves. A massive sphere of water quickly took shape, and Lihan thought to himself, Professor Vidali once said that creating a whirlpool like this was a bit excessive. Yet, his next action was complete opposite of his thoughts. As long as they didn't know, there would be no problem. Suddenly, image of Vidali quit cold, sharp eyes flashed into his mind, causing Lihan to tremble and wonder, what if I get caught? Pieces of stone shattered and droplets of water slowly dripped onto weak stone slabs. Andrago and his friend were both so shocked they were struck dumb, unable to utter a single quibus. Lakey surrounding stone and Likey altar had been crushed in an instant, right before eyes of Lihanic group. Andrago stared wide-eyed, wondering what on earth this kind of devious Medich was. Andrago was secretly terrified. He had created a giant water bomb and then detonated it. He had seen Lihan cast water Medich a few times before, but he never expected its power to be so terrifying. Andrago looked at him with admiration, wondering in his heart just how strong he really was. At that moment, Lee Medici staff was suddenly thrust firmly into Lee ground. Lihan's face was pale, and he had to lean on his staff to stand XT Lie. Using it just once had consumed this much mana, and it absolutely could not be overused. At this time, an object inside his coat was peeking as if it were about to fall. A book suddenly fell to weaky ground, letting a dry sow. Walk book, filled with mana, began to oob edge and seek on its own while Lihan was still confused. He was suddenly alarmed. Wait, could it be? Before he could finish his thought, weak pages turned as fast as if possessed, simultaneously releasing countless ancient characters. Those characters swirled Lie, darting as fast as lightning. Lie gradually faded, and Lihan's mouth trembled slightly with anxiety. In next second, he collapsed in front of too, and Drago screamed in fear, Lihan, what ate wrong? And Leaky other friend also hurriedly asked if he was okay. Lihan laboriously raised his hand, signaling them to stay calm. He weakly whispered, I am Phi, do guys go ahead and look for we exits you see. Andrago didn't dare object and immediately followed instructions. And Lie then did he feel relieved enough to pick up Leaky ancient book, thinking silently, why did he do that? Lihan looked at Lee book with great suspicion, wondering why he had imparted all of these spells to him. A thought suddenly occurred to him, Gona Dantesket sharp hand, a second LV body strengthening spell that makes a wizard 8 hands exceptionally sharp. He was still lost in thought. Was he being mocked foe recklessly breaking Likey altar? Oh, did this hold another meaning? Just then, Andrago's shout interrupted his train of thought. Andrago shouted excitedly, I found Leaky exits, Lihan, do you succeeded? He happily brought Leaky TPC in VEF take it belongs to do as promised, you can have it, Lihan coldly agreed. He picked up Lee TPC to examine it and thaw, it seems this one IDE just lay Lee previous one, it looks like all Lee exit cards have Lie P same shape. Immediately after, Lihan asked, could you guys help me bring that flat stoner V here? To which Andrago was instantly confused. Why do we need that? Yeek, other friend also chimed in, I don't really get eat, but can't we rest foe a bit before doing eat? Lihan firmly rejected Likey's suggestion. We have to do eat right now. Lee scene shifted to Monday Mo 9 at Lee Basic Magical Attributes class, where a group of students were loudly questioning, tell us now, where IDK Lihan? Sienna Asa, and Lee girls nearby surrounded Giselle to interrogate her. Asa speculated, last time we saw Lihan, he was some Tiger Tower students near Iki Lake. I am 90% sure Du kidnapped him. Giselle immediately denied it angrily. There ain't no way that ain't true. Inside, Giselle was also panicking, damn neat, I was just wondering where they were myself, what are these people doing here? He thought he should handle a key situation first and proactively tried to mediate, but before he could finish speaking, a blue flame suddenly appeared. Immediately after, Osu appeared with a smile on his face. Get Monen, Ironhead! He narrowed his eyes slyly. Cheat still early Monen, and deer already gathered. What are do questioning? P students immediately bowed one after another. Asa politely explained, "We're just chatting amongst ourselves." Jizel quickly added, "We just met again after walk weekend, so we're a little too excited." A thought occurred to Iki whole group. If lead principal finds all, they'll be in deep trouble. Tate best to handle this themselves. Osu looked displeased. "Alright, you are truly as dull as dishwater. Has anyone on an exit pass yet?" Luck group fell silent again. Ozu immediately goaded them, "So many of you, and no one has. I'm very disappointed. Your seniors before due all completed task." Suddenly, he had an idea. "There ain't no other way, I'll just grant you another chance," he said, making Likey whole group rejoice expectantly. He immediately ordered, "Now everyone head to Lake area." Live students at Lag back chatted animatedly. "I can't believe that principal ID so kind today. It seems I worried foo nothing." Those words reached Giselle's ears, making him secretly despise them. What a bunch of fools, he thought. Giselle looked at Osu and secretly pondered. He definitely has some purpose. I just haven't figured Ito yet. He continued to be Lot and Thou. Although he didn't want to admit Edie, if Li Han were here, he would have surely seen through everything by now. Suddenly sensing something unusual, Osu's pupils immediately darted around. He continuously flew in circles in leaky air. Then he flipped upside down, muttering in confusion, "How see Tren, or has that kid Li Han disappeared too?" Osu flew high up to observe Laipi students, thinking to himself, if that boy has a valid reason to be absent today, then he ain't truly lucky. But if he was already on Eek Island beforehand, Osu imagined Li Han's situation and muttered to himself, then he take terrible, he'd been stuck in leaky underground catacombs all weekend. He secretly relished this matter I'd quite in routine anyway, and simultaneously exhaled a stream of icy air onto Week's icy Fei. Lee water sea Fei quickly frozen spread carrying quid bone chilling cold air. An ice path gradually formed on Lee Keeksi's Fei. Osu spoke up to command, "Do you all divide into pairs and cross a VE there." However, he true plot now revealed itself. Lee Key principal had anticipated that Lee P students wouldn't be able to complete Lee task, and some would certainly try to escape even if forced onto Wiki Island. So, everything was merely a ploy to BLPC all possible escape routes. Not a single student suspected in Lee Key's slightest when he intentionally gave them an impossible task and then pretended to help. Osu excitedly thought to himself, "Your suffering truly begins now. Just imagining Lee's screams excites me. Oh no, each should be heartbreaking." But right after that he suddenly realized something unusual. Osu doubtfully asked himself, why isn't anyone sinking? Lee students who set foot on Lake Island were still perfectly fine, even laughing and chatting happily. Stunned, he pressed his hand into Lee's sand, his heart full of doubt. Why aren't they sinking? His hand sank deep as he tried to feel, but he found no trace of Jovinate Medi. That guy wasn't responding either. At this point, Osu had somewhat guessed Bloppy and Lai one who could have caused this. He was extremely enraged, hat blood rushing straight to his head. Right after that, a familiar pair of legs slowly appeared. Lehan slowly walked off from Key Forest. He appeared quite tired, haggard face, as if he had just crawled off of a grave. Your appearance made him steam quite rage. Countless beams of lie immediately erupted around him as Osu roared angrily, "Eat really ID this brat again." Because Do were too arrogant, other students missed all on a valuable learning opportunity, but before he could vent all his anger, EP students anxiously called or his name and rushed to V. Quadasa asking concernedly if he was alright. He said worriedly. Without Do had been kidnapped, and Lihan hearing this looked confused. Kidnap? Andrago and his friend exchanged confused looks. Who could possibly be strong enough to kidnap him? Just then, two other students also rushed toward Andrago and his friend. Two of them hurriedly reached to pull Andrago and his friend away. In key blink of an eye, Iki distance between them and Lihan had widened by several paces. One of Iki two boys whispered in his ear, "Are you two still okay?" He didn't use any Strenma Deech on Du, did he? This baffling behavior made his friend awkwardly deny ET. Andrago sighed and explained, "Actually he helped us a lot." And his friend chimed in, "If Lihan hadn't defeated like principal at Summon, we might still be stuck underground." Leaky two others fell silent, stunned for a long moment. A while later, their expressions changed simultaneously. I think these two have been brainwashed by Lihan. How could principal do something so extreme? Just then Ozu 8 Voy rang again. Very well done." He gritted his teeth in anger. "Do even defeated Likey Summon I prepared Fu like lesson. Do all did a great job, didn't you?" Hearing this, Lihan couldn't lie resignedly apologize. He still hadn't cooled down. Du defeated Likey Summon that was supposed to drag Du underground. So what key point of like a harsh and educational challenge when Du arrive on ET Island. Hearing this, IQ2 students from earlier were collectively terrified, so they really were telling Ike truth. Immediately after, Ozu sighed helplessly. In any case, he hard to believe that Du on a pass to visit outside AP school. This achievement ID truly worthy of praise, he said, creating a thin stream of lie that covered Lee Han's arm. In an instant, he looked at his arm in surprise and thought to himself, "My arm, ID healed." And Lee Han did not forget to thank Osu. At this moment, he continued, "Besides, Du didn't complete lead task alone. There are two friends of V there as well." He spoke fluently and pointed toward Andrago and his friend. "I earned likey pass quiddle help of those two." Lee 2 immediately scrambled to deny 8, Quiddy friend speaking first. "We didn't do anything." And Andrago embarrassedly added, "Everything was done by Lihan." Osu complained annoyingly, "I could see that without you telling me. There ain't no need to repeat something so obvious." A remark that hit exactly where it hurt, leaving Ike2 speechless and unable to refute him. Even Lihan, standing below, had to silently admit that he was truly talented at hitting people where it hurt. Ozu's voice suddenly became as light as a feather. "Lihan of Lucky Waden family, because Du were lucky first to complete lead homework, I will grant Du special points." At Lee's same time, he reached out to take Lee pass from him and continued. I have finished checking Lee Ki pass for visiting outside Lee school. Why's very next second, a flash lot of light suddenly sparkled in his eyes. Lee Ki pass and Ozu 8 hand also began to transform. In a Fiki lot, a brilliant light flared up and Ki pass vanished completely. Ase and Niliate group watched to be seen, marveling in astonishment. Students standing nearby also buzzed commotion, shouting that Lee PP campus visit ticket had disappeared. Ase group indignantly questioned, did Do retract principal? Isn't this different from what Do promised? He immediately reneged, promise I made? He squinted his eyes feigning innocence, remember exactly what I told Do. Memories of Lee lecture suddenly resurfaced. Osu had instructed, there'd an island in Leaky middle of Lee Lake. I hid EKP campus visit ticket there. I want Du to cooperate to bring Eat back to me. When Leaky recollection ended, Lee's student stunned, cried all in disappointment. Asa hugged her head wailing he never said he would give EPP campus visit ticket. Osu happily looked at Lee's students and laughed aloud. See, now Do understand how important words are. His cheerful voice echoed everywhere. Consider today I've been a learning experience. All resentful eyes immediately turned to Osu, making Leehan sigh helplessly. Really IDP a master of annoyance. Osu continued to ask, Leehan, this matter bothers Dewey most. What are your thoughts? Did I deceive Du? He pondered in silence for a moment. Immediately after he replied assertively, no principal. From Lee's start, I never thought I would get Lee P campus visit ticket myself, so I have no objection. Everyone around them unanimously praised his words. Leehan Do truly are generous. Osu contentedly thought to himself, Sate normal faux talented people to become arrogant, but seeing him so humble truly warms 1/8 heart. However, things didn't go as initially planned, which still made him visibly unhappy. Osu refused to give up, secretly thinking there would be other opportunities later. Finally, we students also dispersed to return. Lee P group stepped onto Leak Icy Path again, following Lee P old route back to Lai Academy. While Leehan was returning, quad everyone. He suddenly noticed Andrago and that other friend were still tagging along behind. Leehan suddenly had an inscrutable reaction, secretly thanking his get fortune, as he hadn't expected Lee principal to personally come to this place. He secretly thought, what I just handed him was actually, like events of IP previous night, a mist like silent night, a voice echoed. ID heat really okay to do this. Will he be fooled? Like other person replied, Tate worth a try anyway. Like 3 of them, including Leehan, sighed in relief, simultaneously looking at like result before their eyes. On E ground were AX Rai of identical tickets, and next to them were piled both successful and failed products. That was a secret known, and N lied I key 3 of them, Likia ticket was actually a fake. Back in E present, Andrago leaned in and whispered, Leehan did Do anticipate this? He immediately gestured for him to keep quiet. Andrago couldn't believe Eat, stammering to ask if Eat was really okay. He was restless because he was holding something so precious. Eek other friend also said, even though we didn't help much, each of us still has a ticket. Leehan advised Kud an air of composure, use Eat very carefully. Absolutely do not use 8 while a key principal IDP still at school. So, E2 watched his figure walk away and then agreed in unison. He glanced at E2 people behind him, eagerly calculating in his mind, accomplices must be treated well so they don't stab me and Lee Key back. He also secretly evaluated Osu, but would that fake Pappy campus visit ticket be effective? Lee's situation just now was too unexpected, perhaps principal wouldn't suspect E was fake. E2 knave people were still unaware of his ongoing scheme. I'll decide whether to use 8 after seeing them try Eat first. After all, we real ticket ID key still in my hand. Finally, all Lee students safely returned to Lee other side of Ikey Island in fun. At this moment, Leehan turned to Ikey Water Spirit to on checks PP rate his gratitude. Than Diu, if Eat weren't for Diu, I would have suffered much more. Hearing those words of Than IP Spirit immediately blushed with embarrassment. Suddenly, Leehan realized he had grown closer to a spirit. He immediately seized Gull the moment, thinking this could be a godsend. Thinking so, Leehan quickly began to speak, could duel, but that action scared Lee's small spirit all of its wits. E.T. immediately flew up and glided in a circle. Then right after that, E.T. war straight down next to Nilia. Lai Water Spirit openly showed its affection for Nilia, making her wonder in confusion why 8 was behaving this way. Then she spoke up, do you want to form a contract quit me? Do you can't? P. Lai sign quit Leehan. Hearing her words, Leehan was so heartbroken that tears flowed. Lai a fountain Johnner, standing beside him, could Enli offer some comfort, saying, let go. Until late into wee night, Leehan was still trudging down weak road alone. Recalling E scene from that afternoon, Leehan blood boiled quit rage. That spirit had actually signed a contract quit Nelia. But Leehan quickly returned to business, setting that matter aside. While thinking, he gently pushed Leaky door. Oh, Biake. Leaky door slowly opened, and his mind became more serious. This was not a Gi time to be concerned about that. Inside Ogi room, Vidali's silhouette flickered. Vidali was sitting there, looking straight at him, cold, stern eyes. Leehan respectfully offered a greeting, breaking Lee frozen atmosphere, but before he could finish, Vidali interrupted. Do you have used lightning Medici? Leehan did not dare hide Eat and honestly confirmed Eat, thinking to himself that this had finally come to pass. Leehan silently wept. He had prepared himself since being caught using lightning Mod Che on Iki Mun XT tree. At that moment Vidali continued. I have heard another story as well. He stated clearly. I heard that Du defeated Ike's second summons of Gon Adantes and Joven. Leehan was startled and silently blamed Osu. How many people had that cursed skeleton told this story to already? Vidali continued. I believe he also mentioned that your hand was injured. He quickly explained some unexpected situations occurred at that time. Then he stepped forward and grabbed Leehan's hand, saying, such situations always arise in actual combat. The enemy will not sit and listen to your reasons. His voice becoming increasingly gruff. Leehan fearfully replied quickly and withdrew his hand, thinking he was even more frustrated because he couldn't refute a single quip seize. At that moment Vidali suddenly turned around. he said in a low voice. Therefore, I have prepared this faux dieu. Li Han immediately sensed danger and quickly got into a fighting stance, feeling wary. What kind of monstrous thing IDP about to appear next? In Valley's very next second, a walk surge of power rose, and Vidali's eyes turned blood red. Around him a terrifyingly dangerous hura overflowed, quick violent bolts of lightning on the verge of exploding. Li Han immediately struck first, quit an impulse move, while calculating that he had to attack first to stop him. Vidali also reacted extremely quickly, immediately manifesting his power. He unleashed a fierce attack, forcing him to do nothing but defend. Li Han noticed something unusual and thought to himself his attack had been blocked before ET could even take shape, something he had never done before. He looked at him and secretly speculated he wanted him to dodge instead of directly blocking key blow. Right at that moment, bolts of lightning surged forward again, grazing his arm. They exploded immediately afterward. Witnessing Li P scene before him, Li Han got goosebumps thinking about what would have happened if he hadn't dodged in time. Vodali continued to negate him, relentlessly unleashing his force. Leak lightning strikes grew increasingly sinister, forcing Li Han to struggle with all his might to evade them. Like lightning bolts exploded one after another, but fortunately, Li Han still managed to escape like he attack range. At this moment, he dared not let down his guard, constantly telling himself, I've dodged Fu now, but can I always avoid them so effectively? Vodali remarked in a low voice, just as I predicted, this ID key still too easy faux dieu. Immediately after, he snapped his fingers to cast some kind of spell. All the lights in Li P room went instantly, and pitch BDC darkness enveloped them both. Li Han secretly reasoned he ID hiding in Li He a key, but regardless I can still find a way. Before he could finish his thought, Li Han keenly caught light object that he had just thrown. He spoke up in confusion, what ID this? Vodali replied coldly, quote, unlie a few stay words, go vic your eyes. He began to get angry at his eccentric pleasure in fighting. Li Han naively stepped forward intending to blindfold Vodali, and lie to be reminded by him, not my eyes. It was then he understood that he was Wilkie one who needed to co-ve his eyes. Li Han hesitantly confirmed, sir, this place ID already pitch BC ID key really necessary to co-ve my eyes. Vodali simply replied, do can do 8. After saying this, he personally tie-dye bandage of his eyes. In bleak blink of an eye, Li P bandage was set firmly on Li Han 8 face. After covering his eyes, Li Han felt as if he had fallen into a silent void, quit on lie an indistinguishable darkness ahead. He could on lie focus his thoughts, I really can't see anything. I even have to rely on intuition to catch sounds. As faux wiki power around him outside key bandage, Vodali's eyes were actually radiating energy. He looked at him quietly, seemingly deep in some kind of thou. Fu generations, Professor Vodali had always firmly believed in his teaching methods, maintaining view that it was key students' fault if they couldn't keep up quote by lecture. However, that belief gradually faltered since meeting Li Han. Initially, Vodali had been extremely pleased to learn that Li Han had the ability to use leaky lightning element. Until today, after speaking Kudosu, he was shocked to learn that Li Han had made a mistake and was injured in combat. That was the reason why everything happened. Vodali calculated silently, if I were Li Han, right now I would definitely want to learn evasion techniques. In like En, his line of thought became increasingly stren. It was also just as things were happening in front of his eyes, EP fire crackled, and rubble flew everywhere. Li Han loomed through whitey dust, and unfortunately, that sight once again made Vodali more confident in his own teaching methods and thoughts. At this moment, Li Han's breathing became heavy, and his heart rate rapidly accelerated. Vodali thought to himself, quote, interest, he had avoided all leaky attacks despite standing in Li's shadows, unable to see anything at all. Having just recovered a little, Li Han quickly stood up and continued to engage in battle. Vodali thought excitedly before, whenever I heard others mention joy of teaching, I thought they were just talking nonsense, but now it seems I understand. He chuckled to himself. It turned out that teaching was actually this in TP rate 10. Vodali happily and continuously performed illusions, his inner self merging quit saw trend flow of power. In that moment he brazenly revealed all the elements completely. Li Han spoke up anxiously, sir, it seems I can also sense Li Madich of other elements. An Enlai silence replied to him. Li Han had to tell himself, he didn't answer, I shouldn't have expected anything normal, in this situation, it ain't impossible to dodge everything, so. My Enlai way ID to reduce Li Ki impact and pain as much as possible when struck, thinking this, he lunged straight toward like incoming wave of power. Their idea truth that very few people know Ikki current lesson was anomaly intended Fu students from their 3rd year onwards. Vodali was quite surprised because Li Han had far exceeded his expectations, although he was gifted quite a massive amount of Madich power, his true talent was. Vodali looked at gasping Li Han and said, I didn't expect you to be able to overcome all EP challenges on Ikki very first day. He highly valued his ability to quickly absorb everything he was taught. Even though it was obscured by a massive amount of Madich power, his exceptional talent would sooner or later be revealed. Vodali took a paper package from Licky table and said, D look exhausted, then handed it to Li Han. He was secretly amazed, could he be worried about me? I never expected him to know how to care for others. Li Han thanked him and opened Li P paper package to look, was it medicine inside? He took a book, and Vodali explained, this IDP a book on lightning Madich, I want you to learn it all before our next meeting. Hearing this, Li Han's face immediately turned pale. He was slightly angry but resignedly replied, I understand. Thinking nerve aren't there written exams this week? I'll be so busy I don't even have time to sleep. Suddenly a very loud noise erupted from outside. Li Han immediately asked what was happening outside and Vodali replied, key professors are dealing quick key summon monsters that just escaped. Li Han stood blankly, frozen in place for a long time. Enlai then did he come to his senses and ask why they would do that, Vidali calmly replied. That Idiki also very easy to understand. Those creatures were destroyed because they could interfere quickly exams. Lai Henate face immediately turned pale. He stumbled and asked for permission. I understand, so I'll take my leave now. Li Han quickly stepped a leaky door. His face was full of disappointment. Had he known, he wouldn't have bothered asking. As he walked, he attentively read Lai book from earlier. Li Han flipped through each P8 and suddenly thought to himself, this book, Idik much better than I thought. Not only does he teach Madiichi, but it also provides instructions for handling safety situations. IP content Idik incredibly comprehensive. There ain't no authored name on here. Could this book have been compiled by Iki Madiichi Academy? Finishing this book seems quite easy. Just then, someone unexpectedly appeared behind him and greeted him cheerfully. So glad to see Du here. Li Han was surprised to recognize Kerman, who then asked, are Du on your way to class? We can go together. Seeing Kerman grinning, Li Han thought, shade hard to believe someone so cheerful idea friend of Professor Vodali. Li Han initiated a key conversation. Do you teach illusion Madiich? Kerman replied immediately. Of course illusion Madiich IT more useful than people think. Madiich lie erecting barriers to see tup intruders or creating illusions to enchant enemies ID key just one part of illusion Madiichi. Some mages combine eat quit space Madiich to seek ret labyrinths. There are also mages who coordinate eat quit mind Madiiche. Just by looking into an opponent's 8 eyes, they can make them collapse. Li Han exclaimed in amazement, that ain't wonderful, but internally thought this ID perfectly suited Fu theft. Kerman asked him, Cheat seems do have a bit of talent for illusion Madiichi. Are you interested in learning heat? Li Han was startled. I have talent. He quietly calculated, now that I've joined Madiich Academy, extra classes are unavoidable. The important thing ID who we professor will be. Furthermore, this person seems to have a fairly get personality. Alright, illusion Madiich doesn't seem like a bad choice either. Kerman suddenly asked, besides Professor Vodali, are you being privately taught by any other professors? Li Han recalled and replied, there'd also Professor Urigram. Besides them, there ain't Professor Von Ziegel, Professor Willow, and Professor Milai. Hearing this, Kerman trembled slightly. Wait, you're learning from that many people. Suddenly his bag squirmed, and a small white skeleton ran off. Li Han immediately urged it to get back inside. Kerman asked curiously, ID that a summoned creature? He replied happily, Professor Urigram gave it to me? Suddenly Kerman stopped when he saw something unusual. A giant white sphere suddenly fell from above. E-sight left him completely helpless. ID he also learning Lock Madiichi? Just how many people are targeting him? I already feel tired just hearing him list their names. Li Han called Auto came in, startling him. So I just saw a summoned creature and 8 made me think of a few things. I hoped you're not too exhausted yet. A Sakon ID, a rare and valuable Munin XTT. Li Han asked blankly. Isn't Eat just a leopard? Kimin was startled once again. Eat ate a leopard. Li Han was fun of doubt. After school, I should thoroughly research what a Sakon really ID. Kimin secretly glanced at him. He has to study privately quit so many people, just following Professor Vidali alone IDK enough to exhaust both mind and body. I really want to take him on, but his thoughts are still Li most important. Kimin coughed softly and said, if you don't mind. Before he could finish speaking, he interrupted. Key principal also gave me this Madiich book. Could you take a look at 8 Fumi? As he spoke, he held Ig book all in front of him. Kimin stood frozen, as if his soul had been taken. He roared internally, Key principal gave him that book again? I can't believe even Li Academy craziest person ID keeping an eye on him. Li Han immediately asked, Professor, I have something I've lied to ask you about illusion Madiichi. Kimin slowly extended his hand forward. He gave a friendly smile and said, as expected, you don't need to learn illusion Madiichi. Li Han couldn't believe what he had just heard, and immediately stammered. Kimin quickly changed the subject. We've arrived. I'll see you in class. Li Han couldn't help but be puzzled by why his attitude had suddenly changed so quickly, like a demon changing its face. I clearly wanted him to teach me illusion Madiichi. During Professor Kimin 8 class, everyone took turns asking questions. Idiki there a way to dispel a break we illusion Madiich of he staircase. Idiki possible to make bread taste like honey through an illusion. Does another first-year student have leaky ability to break an illusion barrier? Kimin cheerfully spoke up. I'm very happy that you are also enthusiastic, but peak like calm down a little. From now on, I will lead you into the fascinating world of illusion Madiichi. First, do need to understand what an illusion ID. To explain it more clearly, I will perform a simple demonstration. Everyone focus and observe me. Suddenly, Kimin fell silent like a statue. Ganando and Jonar were immediately puzzled. Why isn't he saying anything all of a sudden? His body isn't even moving. Li Han secretly observed and realized that something was wrong. I don't know wiki reason, but this feeling ID very key trend, as if person standing there isn't really him. Kimin body seemed to be glowing, then gradually faded. Li Han gently swallowed, carefully observing Li scene before him. He secretly speculated, could it be that he created an illusion in Li blink of an eye, even though everyone was staring? If I try to follow his magical energy flow, then he must still be hiding somewhere nearby. Ganando impatiently asked, Li Han, why ID he standing still lay that? ID he holding 8 in to go to Li bathroom. Li Han intentionally scared him, he Professor ID standing right behind Du, causing Gando to jump and quickly turn around, Madiich wand already in hand. An unexpected hand appeared blocking Li's spell launched from his wand. Then that magical energy immediately bounced back towards Ganando. Li Han was not surprised at all, just calmly watched Ganando trembling. Ko-min then revealed himself and praised, "Well done, you've discovered my location. But you shouldn't have reacted quit such panic." Li-han immediately stood up and bowed, "I apologize, Professor." After that, Ko-min casually cast a dispel spell. He returned to his original position and said, "As Du just witnessed, I easily sneaked to your side without anyone noticing. That ID key terrifying power of illusion Mage. It allows us to conceal our bodies and stealthily approach where weak enemy ID hiding. A key same time, it creates illusions that disorient leak opponent. Of course, freshmen must start quit basic knowledge. I will invite LIP student who just saw through like illusion to perform first. If you don't feel ready, then try practicing on your own. Find a way to dispel like illusion currently cast in this place." Li-han was stunned. Those wooden boxes. There was clearly nothing there just now. When did they appear? Ko-min pointed at a student and said, "Let it start quit do you first." A female student awkwardly cast, illusion quickly disappeared. Key padlock immediately vibrated and automatically unlocked. Key box lid unexpectedly lifted on its own, causing Li female student to recoil in fright. Ko-min sternly reminded her, "You must never be careless. Even an illusion cast upon a real object can be a trap." He continued to call awe, "Next student, step forward." Li-han immediately stepped forward. He secretly resolved, "This time I must definitely leave a gut impression. Those wooden boxes are just illusions. Currently they have this appearance, but this might very well be their true form." Li-han took a deep breath. He shouted clearly, "Illusion dissipate at once." Immediately, wooden boxes began to fade. Then they completely vanished from sight. Everyone was astonished simultaneously. They had disappeared entirely, just as expected. He had succeeded on his very first attempt. Kerman called him VE and said, quote, a somewhat reluctant expression, "ETID quite get that you achieved this on your first try, but there ID, no need to push yourself to master illusion ma de chi." YP smile on Li Hanate face suddenly froze. He completely did not expect such a reaction. Could it be that I just did something wrong? OIDEE, reason still that my amount of ma de che power ID too great. Countless thoughts swirled in Li Hanate head. A moment later, Kerman said goodbye to everyone and concluded Li lesson. Li Han immediately ran Enerviv to speak quote him privately. He asked in confusion, "Professor ID, there a problem quote me?" Kerman also replied quote slight surprise, "There ID nothing wrong quote you at all. Key reason I spoke to you lie that ID, well, I will be direct. Warden, there are currently too many professors keeping an eye on Dio." Upon hearing that, Li Han stood frozen as if struck by a paralysis spell. His face turned pale as Kerman continued to explain, "Do you have taken too many classes? If do you add my class, sooner or later do you will exhaust yourself. When do you need to rest? Do should rest." Li Han was extremely surprised. It was hard to believe that this academy still had such a kind professor. "Precisely because of that, I cannot lose him." Li Han immediately made up his mind and said, "I am fine, Professor. I have already prepared myself mentally for this." Kerman widened his eyes in surprise. Then he patted Li Hanate's shoulder and said, "If do truly want to, then attend Li P next lesson, but do not push yourself too hard." Li Han replied firmly, "Peak Li, do not worry. I do not intend to sign up for any more classes after this one." At that very moment, Professor Kerman instinctively sensed one thing. That things would surely not go as Li Han had just said. But Kerman still decided to keep that thought buried to maintain his spirit. Tuesday morning had arrived. Li's sky was clear and the air was incredibly refreshing. However, Li Hanate's face looked as gloomy as if a demon had drained his life force. He sighed to himself, "I cannot believe Likey basic Mage knowledge take covers everything I have learned from all other types of Mage. Do I really have to learn all of that?" Johnner stood behind him and patted his shoulder to encourage him to keep his spirits up. Li Han was startled and said he understood. Li Han shook his head and told himself, "Now ID not gi time to think about this." He looked at Zeta quit anxiety, as today was Y day of Li basic horse riding Tate. She asked Li students cheerfully if they were ready. Everyone around her replied in a dejected unison, "What?" Zeta said excitedly, "Seeing your reactions makes me look forward to today even more. Quickly bring your horses out. I want to see how CKL you do have become quit your horses." Hearing this, everyone went into EP stable one by one to lead their horses out. Zonda was worried about whether Yeet would be okay to let them all, and Ganando, standing nearby, was also afraid that his horse would try to run away like last time. Looking at Leaky two of them, Li Han also began to worry about his own horse. Li Han stared at Yeet and thought to himself, "This horse seems to have Leaky worse temper in Leaky whole stable." Heshiak glared at him angrily, and Li Han silently evaluated Yeet. Yeet was both tall and frighteningly strong. Sometimes he even suspected Yeet wasn't a horse. Did Professor Urigrim secretly feed Yeet Mage potions? Li Han took a Li ring he was holding in his hand, thinking, "Luckily, I found a way to feed on Tron ET." Both of its legs were tightly bound by magical rings. Its neck was also restrained by a collar. Li Han happily let Heshiak go and said, "Alright, let it go." And Yeet could and Li follow along dejectedly and obediently. Everyone was astonished simultaneously, and one student pointed at Li Han and exclaimed,
"Looky there!"
"I never expected him to actually tame that fierce wild horse." A's expected of Li Han, even his horse radiates an elegant hurrah. He thought to himself, "Actually everyone has misunderstood, this horse ID just patiently waiting for a chance to take revenge on me." Not many students in Leaky Tower can tame their horses lie that truly impressive. Zeta, who was standing not far away, spoke up, "Alright, pay attention, I will explain today, Tate." She placed a sundial on Iki ground. Then Zeta explained Iki rules. "Lead your horses along this path. At Iki Inn of E Road, there will be a river. Let them drink water and then return. Doing so counts as completion. I will use IP sundial to record live time. Does anyone have any questions? Ganando leaned Sikilu to Lihan and whispered, if we let leaky horses drink water some other way and then return, surely no one would notice, right? As if hearing every quick clearly, she turned and said in a cold voice, whoever dares to cheat, I will drown them straight in leaky water. Ganando shrank back in fear and became obedient immediately. Zita declared loudly, alright, let begin. Johnner sat on her horse and asked, Lihan, aren't you going to ride? He replied, he will get tired if I sit on ET, because why magical equipment attached to its body has reduced Heshikate's stamina. She pondered for a moment. Johnner immediately climbed down, saying, then I will walk quit you. But he advised her to go ahead and ride her horse. Johnner happily petted her horse and said, now that I think about it, my Bammy could get tired too. Looking at Johnner and her horse surrounded by sparkling light, Lihan felt himself plunged into a gloomy state. Tears almost welled up in his eyes, all of self-pity. Why was it that unlie his horse turned to lie this? Suddenly, a scream rang out. Ganando shrieked loudly as his horse bolted past them, and luckily they managed to dodge in time. Lihan asked in confusion why he was returning, and Ganando, hugging Y horse neck tightly in fear, yelled, I can't can Tren 8, help me quickly. Seeing them struggle so miserably, he was secretly pleased that Lihan turned a not to be an Enlai one suffering this situation. Eat glared at him indignantly. Lihan just wanted to say, I've taken care of Dew wholeheartedly, so Dew should share a little sincerity in return. He immediately held a Waiki sugar cube in front of ET's. Hair ID your favorite. Suddenly a voice called all from behind, Waden, what are you doing? Causing Lihan to jump in surprise. He turned around and saw Sanko and two friends standing behind him. Sanko just looked at Lihan silently without blinking. Then he asked him what he had just fed Waiki horse. Lihan replied blankly, I and Lai just fed eat a sugar cube. Key friend standing behind Sanko was astonished, do fed eat that. Those sugar cubes should be sold on Easy Market, not tossed to horses. Leaky more he listened. Leak less he understood what this person was talking about. He turned to tell his friend to focus, then called Lihan and V.E. Sanko handed him a basket of carrots and said, horses love these too, don't waste rare items, just use carrots instead of sugar. Lihan didn't understand why they wanted Heshiak to eat carrots, but thanked them anyway. Sanko replied eat was nothing and told him to talpilar by Bikesi Alusi Market next time. After saying that, he left, before disappearing. He even invited Lihan to feed Lai a game of chess when he visited. He watched him go and suddenly understood why. Zoner stepped forward and, seeing Lai basket of carrots, rejoiced. So now dear saving sugar. Lihan held a carrot to its mouth, but Heshiak immediately turned its head away with a look of disdain as if Tate had just seen graveyard grass. He could and Lai look at Aid in silence. As Lihan laid Heshiak toward Iki River, he thought that if he swapped this horse for another, he would surely be noticed immediately. Rowena turned around and called, "Aw, dear here, Lihan, be careful," leaving him confused as to what was happening in this place. He immediately pointed to other side, quickly look. League girl from before was leading her horse to drink water. Right as its muzzle was about to touch, Likey Water 8C Fei, like Water LV suddenly dropped in an eerie manner. Seeing that scene, both Zoner and Lihan were frozen in specie. He thought to himself whenever her horse drinks, Ike Water LV drops, this ID truly beyond imagination. Lihan asked Rowena if he had thought of a solution yet. He sighed and replied, "We tried to get near leaky water, but it recedes too quickly." Just then Adanath unexpectedly appeared. Rowena happily welcomed her. While Adanath Onlai stared at his basket of carrots, Lihan thought to himself, she'd clearly looking at like carrots, not me. He then took one all and gave it to Adanath. She excitedly put 18 in her mouth, munching happily as if she had found a miraculous elixir. Adanath suddenly jerked in surprise. Her face immediately turned pale when she looked at Lihan, because she didn't know she had just eaten carrots meant faux horses, and raw ones at that. He softly said he had originally intended to give them to her horse, whereupon she gestured for him to be silent, pretending not to know anything. Both simultaneously turned their faces away as if nothing had happened. Lihan spoke up, "Use water Madij to bring water here." He immediately shouted, "Water rise quickly!" A giant sphere of water slowly rose into Waiki air. Rowena exclaimed in surprise, "That is amazing, Lihan! You can cast water Madij so quickly and easily." Lihan controlled Ike water sphere to fly towards Heshiak and thought to himself, "That ain't right, this method definitely unn't fail." Heshik immediately opened its mouth as mass of water approached. However, a water sphere suddenly vanished. Everyone who saw Lee's scene was stunned with surprise. Rowena quickly asked, "What just happened?" Johnner puzzled speculated, "Did Lee water evaporate before he touched its mouth?" He reluctantly concluded, "Zeet seems we'll have to lead the horse all our way to river to drink water to be acknowledged." Hearing this, Johnner felt it was too much. Johnner asked what they should do now. Lihan calmly rummaged through his pocket. "I've already prepared for a situation like this." She stared blankly as he took a leaky life-saving item. Johnner was immediately so astonished that he couldn't utter a quip C. A moment later, one by one, they slowly descended into Leaky Lake, each with a rope tied around their body. Everyone and Leaky horses were securely connected to each other by that long rope. She looked at Lihan in surprise and thought, "I can't believe he even brought such a long rope." He sighed and said, "As long as we rely on each other, no matter how strong key current, we can withstand it." Lihan loudly asked, "How IDAT, has Leak horse drunk water yet?" From below, Yuki answer immediately echoed, "He done!" Rowena continued, "We still need to go deeper, but Likey water LV can't be lowered any further." He tried to pull Heshiak further down and secretly rejoiced, "Thank goodness, quit this situation, my san will definitely be completed easily." Eat seemed to angrily ask what trick he was trying to pull again. Li Han then coaxed, I'll give to you a sugar cube, so don't resist anymore. In Heshig's eyes, sparkling sugar cubes immediately appeared. Finally, Eat obediently complied with his words. Seeing this, Li Han breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that everything was going very smoothly, and they just needed to continue like this. Suddenly, a shiver ran through him, making him wonder what this uneasy feeling was. Li Han immediately grew suspicious. Could this be another wax scheme of Li Professor? He quickly opened his eyes wide. Then he cautiously scanned his surroundings. Could there still be something else here? Li Han immediately turned his head to look upstream. He realized with horror that a fierce torrent of water was surging towards them. Milia asked in a panic, what IDE that? Jonna replied tremblingly, could it be that we've just been swept away by Key flood? Li Han stood still, his face darkening. After all, it was caused by these people. He shouted angrily, damn this professor, and then immediately yelled a Urigamate name. Li Han quickly spoke up, telling everyone to stay away. He immediately shouted, shield rise up quickly. A shield instantly appeared before Li Han, helping everyone climb onto Lai Bank one after another. He smirked with smug satisfaction. From above, she immediately shouted, Li Han, then to do everyone ID Key safe. Now and Lai Du and Lai Key horse are left. He told himself, well done, just maintain Nimi Di Ching get o of here. Suddenly Hesiokate foot slipped about P Key shield Li Han was supporting. He was quickly swept away by Key fierce floodwaters. Two Hesioks let out desperate cries foe help. He suddenly realized, damn neat, their ID still Key horse. Li Han immediately lowered Lai P shield. There was no other choice now. He was submerged by a Key flood soon after, while Jonner watched from above, looking after Li Han in worry. She was about to jump down but was immediately stopped by Nulia. Jonner screamed in panic. What should we do?
I have to excite him!
As Nulia held her tighter. You can't. If do go down now, you'll be swept away by Lai water too. Nulia stood up and said, I'll go find Key Professor. Why can't this rope be untied? Rowena suddenly remembered there was still another ordinary rope. He quickly told Jonner to pull up Lee rope, but she realized it had long since been torn apart by water. Rowena stood on Key bank and shouted down to ask Li Han if he could hear. She immediately told him to leave horse and Exexi himself. Rowena immediately focused her attention. He looked at Key surging river, thinking to himself, I see nothing at all. Could he have already been swept away by Key water? Suddenly Hesiok was startled in terror. Et immediately soared into Li's sky. Beneath its body was a hand lifting Hesiok high up. Li Han was soaking wet, still standing in Lai B middle of P rushing river. Everyone was stunned in amazement. They soon realized Lai P water shield was very faint but was still being maintained. Hesiok thought to himself, what kind of crazy act ID this after all? His whole body trembled under lava weight, and he said angrily, if you dare resist any more, I will sink you to bottom right now. Hesiok was shocked and startled. Hesiok thought to himself that he could barely XI himself, yet like boy still risked his life to XI him. Meanwhile, Li Hanate head was spinning, but he tried to remain calm and focused until Yen, maintaining Lai Ki water shield while pouring in all his mana. If he let go of either, he would be swept away instantly. As soon as he climbed onto YP shore, Jonner ran RV anxiously. Li Han immediately set Hesiok down on the ground. He let out a long sigh of relief. Li Han roared in anger, Yurgam? She watched him from a distance, not understanding why Li Han kept looking for Professor Yurgam. Rowena, standing beside her, was also confused, as they didn't realize how much rage was packed into that shout. Hesiok hurriedly ran and Viv in worry, seemingly wanting to ask if Li Han was alright and whether he was injured. Li Han reached out and touched Hesiokate's head. He leaned in CKLU to eat and said, no matter how much do pretend to be well behaved, I'm not taking PE collar and harness. Upon hearing that, Hesiok immediately grew furious. Eat seemed ready to bite Li Han to hit a PE on Ike spot, but he pushed 8 away and said, finally, your true colors are showing. Did you really think I believed you? Waiki. Two people stood at a distance, silently watching a person and a horse bickering with each other. Both watched helplessly, and Jonner spoke up with relief, thank goodness Li Han isn't hurt, while Rowena nodded in agreement beside him. Witnessing everything, my girl nearby couldn't believe Professor Yurigam would do such a thing, and her friend beside her also found it hard to believe that YP horses' lives were being put in danger. She burst into tears because Libby Professor she once respected through Yurigamate exploration books was now doing something that disappointed her so deeply. See, other boys suddenly pointed to Li Si Kai and exclaimed in SBC.
Wait, look up there!
High above, a pair of giant bee-like sea wings suddenly appeared, spreading wide across Li's sky. Like sea bird slowly descended to light ground. On its back were Nilia and Zeta. Zeta spoke up. Yeet, seems we haven't arrived too late. The girl from earlier immediately said, Professor, we cannot continue this Tate. And like boy also added, I'd rather take a failing grade, I can't gamble quote my friend at life. Zeta said irritably, I knew 8 T-spirits of Key Forest are angry aren't they? Both were immediately speechless upon hearing that as she continued, Key horses almost lost their lives. Someone then asked, did you come here to stop this? Peaklai wait a moment. They all fell silent at once, and Zeta turned to ask, what ain't going on? Both quickly replied that it was nothing, as they still thought Yurigam was responsible, not realizing that Zeta was Gwon behind it. Et was unlie then that Nilia noticed Li Han. She asked him, since when did you two become so CKLU? Li Han immediately replied, we're not CKLU at all, this IDT just its way of deceiving me, don't fall fo et. Hearing this, Hesiok glared at him in anger. Nilia said helplessly, from what I can see, that ain't just its way of showing affection. Right then, a voice suddenly rang out. Wait. Zeta was utterly stunned. She turned pale. What had Li Pi Whitehorse just done? Zeta could not believe that Heziok had acknowledged him as its master. She stared at Li Han, wondering what on earth this kid was. Heziok obediently allowed him to reach and pat its head. What kind of creatures were griffins? Bearing like traits of both eagles and lions, their pride was also incredibly fierce. They would rather die than submit to an unworthy and wicked person. Even after years of working with them, Zeta could not be sure of their loyalty. Yet, Eat had accepted a new student as its master. She immediately asked what had happened. Lihan asked back in confusion, I'd eat there's something wrong. While Johnner couldn't lie look at him helplessly. She then explained that when Li P Forest Spirit flew into a rage, Li Horse collapsed, and Eat was Li Han who carried Eat O on his back. He casually replied, I diki that Eat ain't no big deal. Upon hearing this, Zeta gritted her teeth. In her heart, she just wanted to crack Li Han head a notch to knock some sense into him. That fool, that was by no means a normal thing. Now I understand. In a situation where he could have let his own life, he still risked he took see Liu Horse. It was that courage and honor that made Heziok recognize Li Han as its master. Arrogant mages often mistakenly believe that superior knowledge and Madich are weak keys to taming creatures. Zeta chuckled softly, but Li Real Key lay here, a heart that valued others more than oneself. Lihan pushed Heziok's snout away. I am not letting do a pee, stay away. Seeing that scene, she angrily spat all leaf in her mouth and threw hate to up pee ground. He turned around and asked if she had chewed on like wrong thing, to which Zeta immediately snapped, Teat nothing.
Do you idiot?
Lihan walked up to her and asked Fo Heziok's name. Zeta replied that they had tried many names but Eat didn't lie any of them. He wondered if like Professor had a name ready, while Heziok was fuming with anger. She suddenly remembered leaky syllable re and blurted O Fawn. After Eat and then Zeta came up with a name, Fornic. He looked at Heziok repeated Dipe name, and felt Eat sounded quite unique. Lihan stroked Eat and said, do you finally have a name, or do you hap P? While Eat was furious because Eat didn't lie leak name at all. He could lie sigh warily. Lihan thought helplessly, indeed, its temperament ideek as difficult to P lie as if Eat were possessed. After a while, everyone laid their horses down to drink water. Like two people from earlier continued their conversation, like girl thought they shouldn't let Li P horses drink water lie that, while Leaky boy felt that doing so when Key Forest Spirit was angry was lie right way. Suddenly, someone approached from behind and called Aw to Zeta. Zeta turned around, saw Lihan, and asked if he came to inquire about his grade. Since his grade was perfect, there was no need to worry. He replied that he had come for another matter. Lihan slowly sat down in front of her. Professor, could you tell me about Li Ki NXT Sikan? Zeta spoke up. I deek there really anything left to say about that matter. Eat was known as Eat Keen of Panthers, said to be born among craggy mountains and wild panther prides. Yihan immediately asked if Eat was a dangerous NXT. She replied in surprise, ID that even a question? Normal panthers are already terrifying enough. He hesitantly asked further, what would happen if Du turned Sikan into an undead creature and then controlled Eat? Zeta coolly replied, why do something so dangerous? Even if Eat becomes an undead, its wild nature from when Eat was alive does not completely disappear. As soon as Eat detects an opening or accumulates enough resentment, Eat can betray its master and attack like controller. Yuhen immediately imagined a skeleton preparing to pounce on him. Yihan closed his eyes in frustration. He thought to himself, maybe that thing ID even worse than Night Headmaster. Even Night Headmaster wouldn't give that kind of Men XT chi to someone as a gift. She asked curiously, do want to try creating an undead Men XT already? And Yihan immediately shook his head. Even though he denied Eat, Zeta still advised him to research carefully and then choose a suitable and useful type. She continued, do know third most common cause of death folk Empire 8 walk mages last year. Eat was controlling undead monsters beyond their abilities. After hearing this, Yihan remained silent and said nothing. He quietly told himself, Yeet looks lie I have to do better from now on. A while later, Zeta spoke up, today do have all learned many things through this T8. She proudly put her hands on her hips. Key lazy will taste E-key consequences of their laziness, while E-key diligent will see their efforts bear fruit. If do feel that do still have shortcomings, do not see top there, continue striving to perfect yourselves. Johnner looked at Zeta with admiration, listening intently to her advice, not just animal taming, but even Madi each cannot be mastered in a single day. Yihan tentatively thought to himself, as expected, Eat I all wise and meaningful advice. But he lazy group wasn't here right now. He suddenly imagined them still stuck in E Forest, helplessly screaming for help. Zeta said cheerfully, pass these words on to those lazy ones. Today at class IVE, see you next time. Everyone thanked her in unison. After that, Li P students left to P place one after another. Suddenly Sanko called Aw to Yihan from behind. He was confused, not knowing why Sanko was looking for him. Sanko spoke seriously, I need you to help me quit something, this definitely requires your specific abilities. Yihan was bewildered. Sanko was usually as proud as a peacock, so he didn't expect him to proactively ask Fo a favor today. He warily asked what exactly they had encountered. Sanko nervously swallowed a gulp of saliva. Then Sanko said in a solemn voice, I need your cooking skills. Yihan was bewildered, almost unable to believe his ears. Dupe and Muadan were priests of Lisa Sensa order. This order that worshipped knowledge and scholarship was so famously studious that the entire empire respected them. Sanko said worriedly, maybe because of that, Key Priest Li focuses on books and refuses to eat regular meals. Yuhan casually remarked Eat might be due to why Ima each a school ate terrible conditions, but Sanko insisted that was an IT issue. He explained that Li person had always eaten very little, and in IT congregation, There was someone to look after them, but since coming here, no one has done that. Li Han didn't understand why they sought him awe, and Sanko continued. Just as he was wondering. Li Han, I have heard of your cooking talent. Li P Immortal Fine Each priests also praised your skills endlessly. Not on Li Renjit, who comes from a family of chefs, but others also said that no one in Li P's school could beat Du. Sanko nodded rapidly, while he wondered what any of that had to do with him. Li Han hesitated, thinking to himself, can't they take care of each other? He began to consider Yeet carefully. Li Han sighed, alright, I don't know do anything. He asked if Li ingredients were ready, and Sanko gleefully replied, they're done, just follow me to get them. He immediately pointed a finger skyward as if to display his unwavering determination. Sanko said loudly, key ingredients are in Li P kitchen in a key basement of key main BUN. As soon as he heard Li Key main BUN mentioned, Li Han suddenly realized something. He immediately remembered Daiki basement where he and Rathford had once met Bampen. He turned to leave, saying, alright, I just remembered I have an urgent matter, I'll be going now. Sanko quickly held him back. What? This matter needs your help. Didn't Du once infiltrate Li P Tiger Tower? He immediately exclaimed, moment ago, Du said Du needed a cook, so why are Du bringing up such a Citren thing now? If I get like ingredients, I will cook for Du. He immediately said, as expected of Li Han, you've seen through everything. Sanko ate friend, carrying a box, ran VE. Of course, we unn't make Du work fu nothing. He handed Li box to him and said, seeing this, Du will definitely change your mind. Li Han looked at it curiously, not knowing what they had prepared. Li Key friend immediately opened Li Key lid of life box. Inside was a forbidden book on Nikma Diish, enveloped by an eerie red glow. They curiously asked if he was more interested now. A curse immediately shot out and Li Han, startled, yelled at them to see Lo Yeet quickly. Hearing that, he quickly closed the key box at once. All four people fell silent simultaneously. He asked in fear, as soon as Yeet was opened, IP curse shot straight out. What are you doing? Sanko, however, was overjoyed. As expected, Li Han truly loves curses. He recognized it instantly. Just a glance? This left Li Han bewildered, not understanding what he was saying. Sanko explained, according to information from Li Tiger Tower crowd, do lie things lay this. Li Han angrily clenched his fists. Those tigers dare to spread nonsense? Sooner or later, I'll lock them in Li E punishment room. He immediately asked where Gi book was found, and he replied, on IP 4th floor of League Library. There was a bottomless pit there, and we found Eat right inside. Walk library of this Ma Di Che school was nothing like a peaceful storehouse of knowledge, therefore all upper floors, could eat the exception of Lai first and second, were all regarded as dungeons or labyrinths. Li Han curiously asked why he went to Iki upper floors of Li Ki library, and not even in Li Ki main Bu in. Sanko replied, because we have a goal, we will. He spread his arms wide and declared his desire to mimate this entire place, saying that this way everyone would find 8 more convenient. After hearing that, he immediately felt that Iki idea was quite in T-rate tin. Li Han thought to himself, unlike E people in my tower, this idea ID constructive, it even makes me want to change. Sanko awkwardly scratched his head. While looking for a complete me ape, I accidentally discovered this book, but it seems tate not quite up to your LVE. Li friend asked, I think there's something wrong with E curse. He helplessly replied, no, just think whatever do you want. Sanko insisted that Li Han was never lie that. He then asked, but if Eat were a curse that drains Mod D each power, perhaps Li Han wouldn't lay ET either. Hearing that, he immediately paid CLU attention. Li Han hurriedly ran over Weir and asked what kind of curse they had just mentioned. Sanko replied that Eat was a mana, draining curse. Every student who had tried to read this book ended up exhausted and fainted. He looked intently at E-Box quick curiosity. Li Han picked up Li Box and said, I will try reading 8 once. Seeing that, Renjit rejoiced. As expected of Li Han, do you really do love cursed objects? He immediately opened E-lid of Li Ki box. Intense surges of cursed who poured all right in front of Li Han. A moment later, he was still calmly reading Y book as if nothing were wrong. Li Han didn't notice anything unusual. Eat seemed to be slowly draining his mana, but 102 curses were insignificant. Everyone was astonished. As expected, Li Han could withstand Iki curse, while he thou as he read. That can wait until later. This book? ID truly incredible. ET was incredible for 2 reasons. This wasn't a Wakama Diicha book, but a Blood Ma Diicha book, which used blood to enhance mana, though dangerous because Eat required blood. Eat was an orthodox secret technique. He started searching his pocket and Li's second reason IDP this book itself. Li Han took another book and placed Eat next to E cursed one. IP handwriting inside was identical to EG one Professor Vidali had given him, and looking closely, even Li Ki book covers were quite similar. But Professor Vidali wasn't someone who would keep such detailed records. Sanko curiously asked if he was interested. Li Han calmly replied, Tate quite decent, causing Lack other boy to break into a cold sweat immediately as expected. Sanko watched him hold Li book and thou. I heard this book contains spells that consume so much mana they require blood my D each. Perhaps Fo do, those spells would seek red a resonance I feishi. Li Han then said, led me to E kitchen under mean may be Ian, and turned to walk away. But after just a few steps, Li Han suddenly looked back and said, I have one condition. Hours later, as moonlight illuminated like silent night, a slow voice spoke, so then, Rathford continued, we'll need your help this time, Li Han. He warily scanned his surroundings. Li Han then asked, isn't Li Ha coming? To which he replied in surprise, because we didn't call her. Li Han immediately regretted it as he imagined her bitterly complaining, once again, I am Li and Li one left behind. He thought to himself that he would have to explain it to her later. Li Han spoke up, before we depart I will explain key situation clearly. E3 immediately focused their attention to listen. He continued, there are many areas in Lee Key basement first ID key food storage along Quat Si Vi How keep regarding eat, though he cannot see his ability to sense ID extremely keen. Once detected eat almost impossible to escape or distract him. Sanko curiously asked Li Han how he had escaped before. He asked in return, if deer caught wandering light school at night, how do deer usually avoid detection? As for me I have invisibility Madi Chi. He casually replied, one person steps all as a decoy to be caught while Iki rest quietly slip away from notice. Li Han looked at Sanko helplessly and thought, what a pathetically crude method. I will try using that method when I go Quat Eat Tiger Spire group. Osu shouted angrily that mistaking him for a new student was unacceptable no matter what. That 8ye new student almost managed to escape successfully. Banpaden explained that even if he said so, Eat was impossible to distinguish based solely on a key amount of mana. He also warned not to rely too heavily on an to chak cha fo intruders using other methods. If do find Eat too difficult I can lend you my spirit beast. Like he spirit beast 8 eyes immediately lit up upon hearing itself being mentioned. Osu continued to give instructions, but in exchange, if do find that kid Li Han, do you absolutely must not let him escape. He sighed softly. Iki path to Viha was strangely smooth, suggesting that after previous incident they had increased security. Leaky young man turned pale. Eat was a suit of moving armor. Li Han asked in confusion if he knew about Eat, and he immediately replied that he had encountered Eat before. There was no telling how many people Eat had captured, and since Eat immediately recovered no matter how Eat was attacked, fighting Eat was completely futile. Hiding behind a wall and observing silently, he wondered if there was really no way to take Eat down. Looking at Eat seemed to be of like an animate type, similar to Jobin. Inanimate spirit beasts would also suffer recoil if enough Li Emisach was accumulated, but if this continued, they would surely be discovered. Li Han speculated that then must be coming from Gordana's. Unfortunately, he couldn't use most effective Madich right now, and to avoid revealing their location, they absolutely had to make no sow. He asked, Eat doesn't seem to have noticed us yet, so take best to avoid Eat. IDT any get at pursuing targets at high altitudes. But Li P young man couldn't give a definite answer. Li young man suddenly cried all in panic. Look! V there! Another suit of armor was slowly approaching. Li Han quickly realized Ike's situation was unstable. Damn, we're surrounded. He nervously suggested luring them away, but Li Han immediately pulled him back. Don't talk nonsense, follow me quickly. The young man was confused, completely failing to understand what Li Han intended to do. Like he, armor turned its head and looked down at Ike's spot where they had just been standing. However, that area was empty, not a single person was to be seen. Armor stood there motionless, seemingly unable to comprehend what had just happened. They had no idea that someone was hiding behind Leaky door. Li Han immediately covered by young man 8 mouth, signaling him to keep absolutely silent. He sighed in relief. Git, we finally made heat through Waiki danger, but this room ID keeks. This place appeared to have once been used as a classroom. Rathford asked in confusion, ID there's something wrong with this room? But Li Han avoided answering, while Leaky other 2 young men began rummaging through items in room. He looked up at Live's ceiling as a sudden sense of unease rose within him. Surely 8 was just his imagination, as nothing here had changed anyway. Li Han reminded them in a low voice. It seems we can't hide in here for too long either. If that suit of armor charges in here, everyone use Mediche to take Eat down and quickly run away. Eat will definitely cause a major commotion. Other 2 also immediately understood his intention. Li young man had not even finished his sentence. He was suddenly pushed down and shouted in panic,
There ID, someone there!
A blank sheet of paper suddenly appeared in front of EP young man. A pen hovered in mid, Aaron slowly wrote on a key paper, Can't you new students keep quiet? He grew even more terrified, backing away while crying all, Gat! Like pen immediately added not a get but an upperclassman do foolish freshman. Li Han was extremely surprised. An upperclassman? Light boy asked suspiciously. If do you are an upperclassman why ain't deuce your face?
Sus your face!
Or do why headmaster 8 lackey? You other person immediately wrote. Don't be ridiculous. I don't want to be thrown into Wapi disciplinary room. Being here ID already dangerous enough. Unlie then did he understand, Eat turned to that upperclassman would be sent to Lipe disciplinary room if they had contact quit them. Headmaster 8 precautions were truly excessive. Me senior reminded them, anyway do should lower your voices and see top casually discussing using Modich to knock Eat down. Li Han and Rathford simultaneously turned to look at each other. He thought to himself that this was a key opportunity, and immediately called all, Senior. How can we shake Puppy that suit of armor? Li Han wondered if he would have another chance to meet an upperclassman at Lipe school again. Like other 2 also took Waiki opportunity to ask various questions, making Ike Senior feel very awkward. I told Dio to keep quiet, besides Do don't even know what that suit of armor IDE. He spoke up, everyone, calm down and listen to our upperclassman. Then he asked, Senior, what exactly ID that suit of armor? Key Senior began to explain, that mobile suit of armor ID Key Spirit Beast of Headmaster Skullfrost. Z can remain active all day and even sense body heat. Among P students, Eat ID notoriously as terrifying as a soul-reaping demon. Li Han wondered, ID there really no way to escape. Like Senior then wrote on IP paper, but we are not completely helpless. You can use fire Madich to seep red interference, forming thermal illusions to trick Eat. Apply an insulation layer to prevent heat from escaping. I have also shrouded this room in illusions, so Eat remains safe. He emphasized, but if do make noise, He Madich ID useless, so P be quiet. He nodded, so that was why he had felt something unusual about this place. Sanko asked, did you come here for something Senior? Like other person replied, I am just on my way to Likey kitchen. Lihan speculated, are you also planning to steal food? and thought to himself, wait, don't tell me all like upperclassmen are starving too? Hearing this, he retorted, Li Han, this ID an upperclassman, not a freshman. But Leek Sr. admitted, actually yeah, I need to retrieve Regent's hidden in leaky kitchen. Like hope in his heart immediately vanished like smoke. It seemed Whitey future was still bleak. Senior flusteredly wrote, key armors have all left. Let it get Or of here quickly? However, Li Han remained where he stood and wouldn't leave, then called Or again, Senior. Is there any way to learn illusion ma di to deceive those suits of armor right now? Lai Senior explained, even if I were willing to teach Du, this isn't Li kind of ma di a freshman can learn. But if Du insist, I'll give Du a brief overview. This ID fair high date low LVK illusion a Medice that creates thermal projections. I'll use this spell to CP red a concealing mist that doesn't alter white scenery, which should be enough to fool leaky armored figures. Summoning a heat-emitting illusion, however, would consume a lot of mana. He read key words on key paper and nodded. So that ain't how ETIDE? Leon stared intently at leap paper and froze upon seeing YP difficulty. Indeed, this was an extremely difficult spell for new students. Their ability to fiend trend mana was still immature, and their mana reserves were limited, making it almost impossible to cast this spell. He pondered for a moment and then understood. Lihan immediately raised his staff, preparing to tate himself. He commanded in a low voice, heat, distort, leaky air. Everyone around was astonished by Lihan's sudden action. Li Imadichi cast quickly spread throughout Leaky room. Li white paper still quietly hovered in mid-air. Li senior student was dumbfounded, completely unable to understand what had just happened. Lihan suddenly turned around and asked, Senior, what do you think? He senior flinched slightly, then immediately jotted down key mistakes, but he quickly crossed them all, scolding himself. Why am I doing something so shameful? Am I just trying to nitpick my junior talent? It seems he truly has an affinity for fire element. Professor Gasser once mentioned something like that, didn't he? He held his staff and looked around, but EP Professor had already forbidden the use of fire Madi Che. Please senior secretly wondered, just who exactly ID that kid quit Lai staff? After observing their surroundings, Lihan spoke up, who knows when leaky armored figures will return. Let it quickly head into Lee kitchen. Ni senior began to introduce, key place before do ID key kitchen. He instructed, new students, look, Viri here quickly and remember to be careful not to scream. On the other side, all sorts of meat were piled up, each dish looking fragrant and appetizing. He thought triumphantly, key poor new students will surely rush forward quit longing eyes. Lihan calmly picked up a sausage saying, Than, eat it actually quite well made, which stunned Alik senior student into rigidity. He was puzzled. Why ID this kid so calm? And he even casually gives a review. Who exactly ID he? Lihan turned to Key back, saying, we've found all leaky ingredients we need. Now he your turn to steep your skills. Lee liquid in Lee large pot was bubbling vigorously like cheering hungry devils. Lee senior asked in surprise, what ID that? He replied, I'm cooking a nourishing dish for a friend, which made Elgi senior panic. Deet this even cooking.
Ye take clearly a form of alchemy.
New students shouldn't touch something quit this LV key of difficulty. Get away from heat now. Sanko waved his hand reassuringly. Teat fi, there won't be any problems, I'm sure. He let a sigh of relief, thinking, Seat seems he trusting something. That ain't it because Sanko isn't a reckless person. Sanko then rummaged through his pocket saying, I've meticulously written down all Lee family's secret recipes. He enthusiastically encouraged him, you'll definitely be able to do hate. Lee Han instantly froze as if a pressure point had been hit, realizing, so what Sanko placed his trust in was me all along. But making this isn't too difficult. I've completed much more complex experiments. Senior thought helplessly, I already warned you. He turned to reassure Lee P other person, Teat, all right. Like senior thought to himself, this freshman ID so arrogant, fi then, he needs to stumble to learn his limits. I just hope he doesn't cry when Alki liquid spills on him. A while later, leaky liquid in pot was finally finished. Everyone was simultaneously amazed by Lee Henne's talent. Like senior stood dazed, unable to utter a single quiss. He almost couldn't believe his eyes. Are you really a freshman? Tell me what year do you're in? He calmly replied, I really am a freshman, senior, but leaky other person was still fun of doubt. Lehan turned to ask, so you'd finished, Sanko. He stirred Lee liquid in Lee pot and nodded in confirmation. This ID my family's secret craft beer can lie. Upon hearing this, he immediately froze and looked at him in confusion. Sanko stuffed ate into Lee Han ate mouth. Beer can Lee ID a nutritious food quick great effects. E can even be stored for several months at room temperature. Just a piece 2 knuckles long provides enough nutrition for 2 days. He tasted lie can lie and remarked, Yeet gut, tastes quite lie maltose can lie. He continued to introduce 8. Heat also helps restore mana. My ancestors were once trapped in a mine and ran out of beer, so they created this as a replacement. IP name came from that. After hearing this, Lehan nodded. So that ate how eat IDE. Goal achieved, let it leave now. Hearing this, Ike senior student was suddenly startled. He immediately slammed a piece of paper against Lehan. Something has happened. Lehan irritably asked what had happened. Senior immediately warned him. Don't say a single quiss. Outside Lucador, a walk shadow was slowly approaching. Live storekeeper ID coming. He stopped right in front of IP door. Bampadon stood silently outside staring intently at P door. He slowly moved closer to I front of I Lee roommate door. Everyone panicked even more. Eek senior quickly instructed, hurry hide in Lee corner so I can cast a spell. He worriedly asked if this would definitely fool Lee storekeeper. Like senior replied in a low voice, I don't know either, be quiet. Ben Patton placed a hand on key door but remained motionless for a long time. Lai key door in front of them still hadn't been opened. Lai Han became even more confused. Why hadn't he walked in even though he was standing right outside? An eerie lie suddenly emanated from his hand. Bampin stood outside Lee door, silently kixing his Madiche. Sensing something unusual, he immediately spoke up. Senior storekeeper I deep using Madichwa. Senior quickly realized it too. He asked in astonishment, "Wait, how did do know I set a charm outside?" Leehan replied that he felt Meatmana moving. Shocking Senior, you can feel it even from all Leaky way here. Everyone was impressed once again. He crumpled Likey paper and continued writing. Put that aside Fu now it seems the storekeeper I deek extremely determined this time. Leaky Senior thought to himself that normally storage manager would just pass by, but this time was different. He had cast spells, not an unlie on Leak Kitchen, but on every single door. Even Leaky type of Madiche he was using was… Before he could finish writing IP sentence, his whole body stiffened. YP Senior was so shaken that he dropped both his paper and pen. He realized in a panic that it was Space Madiche, a type of Madiche that was both highly difficult and extremely dangerous. Seeing this, Leehan asked, "Senior, why do look so tense?" A door suddenly burst wide to BN. Leak other door also suddenly flew a BN leaving him completely stunned. Both doors had opened simultaneously. Everyone scanned Y Groom in fear. Leehan asked in confusion, "Senior, what are you doing?" Lee Senior wrote on the paper, "Try stepping through Y key back door yourself," making him even more bewildered. "What IDT, why so sudden?" Sanko immediately volunteered. Leehan, dangerous, let me go first?" He was instantly startled by eerie phenomenon that had just appeared. As soon as Sanko stepped through key door, his body immediately returned to room. He looked dazed. "I clearly just stepped outside, so why did I come back here?" He Senior explained. "Key space around Lai door has been warped. That IDWAP P storage manager 8 mud each." He asked immediately, "I deek there no way to solve this?" Like Senior admitted frankly, "That ain't right. Do understand what 8 means to be helpless now?" Leehan stared silently at leaky lines on the key paper. He slowly closed his eyes and calculated silently for a while. Then he said calmly, "In Wainan, we have to go into Yi's punishment room." Hearing that, Yeek other two cried or in panic, "No way, absolutely not." Leehan said nonchalantly, "Whatever, I have been mentally prepared from the beginning. Do you just need to keep your promise later?" Lee Senior looked at his face in SC. Even though he was certain to be thrown into YT punishment room, his expression hadn't changed at all. How could a new student be so calm? CTV. Now I'm feeling ashamed fool leading IP way so haphazardly. And why then did he agree to write down everything clearly? Senior requested, "But first, do you have to help me quit something?" He took a few corn kernels all of his leather pouch. Leek Senior slowly put each kernel into his mouth and chewed. He exhaled in relief. "I am back to life. KX Ting Madich earlier almost completely drained my mana." Sanko asked suspiciously, "Can it really be done?" Like Senior replied confidently, "Alright, do guys just watch." He raised his Madich staff. "Very git, eat must succeed. As a symbol of like silver god and a third-year student, I must serve some prowess in front of like freshman." P Senior Thou, immediately chanting a spell to enhance his senses and spatial awareness. He continued to call awe, fire, turn into an arrow and fly, leaving Leehan extremely astonished. He was inwardly stunned, realizing this person was casting 3 spells simultaneously. Leaky Senior shouted to Keen Tran Lee PDE, and Lee's stream of energy lunged straight toward Leaky door. He silently evaluated that this LVP of Madi chair was light night and day compared to yesterday. Lee form ID key still incomplete, and Leaky Tron during activation ID unstable. It seems much more practice ID needed. Leehan was suddenly startled, wondering if his own thoughts had been poisoned by Professor Vidali. Emi D. Chero immediately pierced into Wiki door. Attack created a violent explosion. Lee other two stared intently in that direction, nervously waiting to see Iki's result. However, like Madi each did not have any eye he on Leaky door at all. Wapi Senior stood there helplessly, unable to say a quick's foe a long time. He stammered in admission, "I am so this attempt has failed." Leapy Senior then took a Lee corn kernels from earlier. After that, he slowly continued to put them into his mouth. He apologized while explaining, "Kima di each range of V how keeper ID stronger and wider than expected, causing me to consume too much Madi each power." Sanko asked angrily, "Does that mean Enli Birkenlai survived, while EP escape plan failed?" Wipe Senior was so angry he nearly steamed. These fools had no idea how difficult that type of Madi each was. Leehan stood silently in front of Lai door, observing intently. He reached out to touch IC Favai a key door and called, "Oh, Senior." Leehan said firmly, "Teach me that spell. I will try eat once." He asked in a panic, "What? Do really think you can learn heat eat?" Leek Senior immediately recalled what had just happened. Lee Kid had successfully created a low LV key illusion of Pahid on his first try. Even Lipi Birkenai was successfully crafted on OP very first attempt. He had no choice but to indulge Leehan, saying, "Fi, do whatever you want, wait for me to write like key most detailed instructions possible." And he thanked him profusely upon hearing this. Lee Senior began to instruct. This Madij requires at least 3 steps. First ID, a tier 2 sensory enhancement spell. Sensory enhancement ID is Pete spell that boosts reflexes and IDP essential when facing an opponent who distorts senses. As EP name suggests, it strengthens all 5 senses. Next ID tier 1 spatial awareness spell, a C pit Madij that helps the user perceive like key surrounding area clearly. ID key often used by battle mages and ID key especially useful when facing spatial Madij, though ID in Light tier 1, its difficulty IDP equivalent to tier 2. Finally, do need a spell quite strong destructive power, provided do you find right weakness in Lee distorted space. Leehan sat reading foe a long time and finally understood principle. He calculated silently. While he could not yet learn Live V2 Madij, he realized that this explanation was sufficient to grasp Live VP1 spatial perception. He immediately raised his wand, ready to cast key spell. Like senior student was secretly jealous, thinking, very well do arrogant new student, this time do will definitely fail. Tasty key misery I felt, he thought, but then wondered, could it be that he will succeed this time as well? An hour later everyone escaped safely. Rathford praised Lehan quote admiration, and he did not forget to thank Ike Sr. saying, than do Sr., do explained it even more clearly than Professor. Seeing Lee person remain silent, he continued to ask Sr. why aren't do answering. His pride was deeply wounded. Lee me de he had worked so hard to learn turned out to be useless. He had thought himself among Lee best in his year, and Lee to become a laughingstock. Renjit speculated, could he have already left? A bystander added, he probably left quietly after finishing. How Kun Lok Sr. immediately wrote, I am still here? He guessed, perhaps he exhausted his Manan ID tired. At this moment, Lehan suddenly realized something. How could one endure maintaining invisibility when running low on mana? He wondered to himself, does Wag Sr. also use a cursed artifact like I do? He remained silent, his whole body stiff for a long time. Like Sr. used Wag toe of his shoe to write on key ground, I am not using invisibility. Like other student and Lehan were immediately stunned, thinking, then could it be? His face suddenly turned pale, wondering, could this have been caused by Xawskull headmaster? ID he really using Mage just to prevent he senior from interacting with new students? Does it really need to be that serious? At this point, P senior finally acknowledged Lehan, forget it, a genius new student ID indeed shocking, but in this school if you'll long enough, you'll encounter all sorts of bizarre things. As a genius who made everyone wary, Ike senior wrote a than do note to him. Leek senior wrote seriously, in this school, people meeting at night don't ask for names or family origins, but I want to know your name. Can you tell me? He opened his eyes wide, looking at leaky person in astonishment. He thought to himself, IDE this senior not paying attention, ID he hard of hearing. My name has been called countless times all night. Even so, it didn't matter. Just as Lehan was about to speak, he was interrupted. Perhaps I should introduce myself first. He began to write, my name ID Bampitan from Laiki Marathi family. He immediately recalled previous memories related to this senior. Lehan was silent for a moment, then decided to introduce himself in return. He laughed aloud, saying, Andrew once said that among countless schemes and tactics to survive here, no method I to P limits. Like next day, during basic swordsmanship class, Ingerl began to introduce Wag lesson. This week, we will tate how well Wag students have kept up. He continued happily, therefore we have specially invited guests from outside to gin us. P knights standing before you will become your opponents. They stepped forward in unison, their faces cold and filled quit killing intent. Waiki Ispan knights are one of EE most renowned knight orders in Leaky Empire. Quite just a warhorse and a suit of armor, they can roam freely throughout He Empire 8 treacherous lands. Ingerl smiled and said, that ain't why these young students will certainly learn a lot from them. Leek knights coldly stared at Lee students before them. Bai Lin softly sighed, fun of wariness. And thou disdainfully, although I came here at Ingerl at suggestion, it seems I've chosen Leaky wrong place. Although each student has trained quit swords for many years within their family, in reality, and lie a few apprentice knights are needed to deal quit them. Bai Lin asked, Professor Ingerl, we just follow what we discussed earlier, right? He replied, that right, just keep them alive. And immediately understood, while Lee Henate face turned pale, could Professor Ingerl be LP same type as Professor Vidali? He announced like lesson 8 requirement, every 3 people will face one knight. Gather until E groups do chose last time. He broke all in a cold sweat, they have such grim looks, surely no one will actually die, right? Lehan called Jeegal at name and said seriously, this time I will completely follow your instructions. Geejal immediately became wary, D must be plotting something. Lehan explained, there ain't no plot at all. If we don't cooperate, we won't get any points in this exam. Geejal stubbornly replied, do you think I'll believe those words? People lie do are always ready to stab others in E back at any moment? He retorted, that ain't just because your leadership ability ID too poor. Sometimes I completely don't understand what do want to do. Deju thought to himself, ain't best not to let these two keep arguing, then turned and asked, Professor, who ID our group hate opponent? Will we draw lots to choose? Ingerl replied, key opponents have been decided based on each student hate ability. Ye one who will fight do all ID. He turned and called Bai Lin, because these are Wag 3 most excellent students, they naturally need a suitable opponent, and said coldly, I look forward to cooperating quit do all. Geegle also had to go along quit Lee's situation. We very much look forward to your guidance. Why atmosphere suddenly became so tense that even ghosts wouldn't dare to breathe. Bai Lin slowly stepped forward and then stopped, and immediately lowered his center of gravity, assuming a fighting stance. Bai Lin coldly challenged, use everything do you have to attack, even Madich ID Phi. I will not hold back at all. Lee Ki other two tensely stared at Han. Lehan entered a fighting stance. Just standing in front of him, he could feel a terrifying power. This person could rival Alolan, perhaps even be stronger. Leek opponent entire body revealed no weaknesses, as solid as a fortress. Alright, anyway, defeating this person IDT impossible. But to earn points, he must display his fun capabilities. He immediately chanted a spell, O legs stir I earth. Geejal was astonished. Could it be that his physical strength had just been enhanced? Deju also immediately noticed a similar chain. He hurried to Than Lehan, while Wide Ladder silently broke into a sweat, thinking that Leek's side effects probably shouldn't be mentioned yet. Lehan continued to cast his Madiche space manifest clearly before my eyes. Deju was absolutely stunned. Was he really planning to use even more Madiche? A stream of lie enveloped his body. O fire make Lai Pierre distort O hands, tear like enemy apart. Lehan silently calculated that when facing a regular knight, He wasn't sure which type of spell would be most effective. Therefore, Yeek and Enlai Wei was to bring all and try every spell he could use. Bai Lin began to worry, using so many spells, if his ma ran completely dry, it would be extremely dangerous for a young mage. He looked toward Ingerl with concern, wondering why Professor still had not stopped him. Sensing that leaky opportunity had come, Lihan immediately cast his Mediche, let Lai burst forth. He turned to Rigreer and shouted,
Deju, attack quickly!
A fetch lot of Lai streaked past Bai Lin 8 head, but he quickly tilted his body to avoid ET. He turned back and saw Jeagle brandishing his sword, closing in right behind him. He frowned slightly, his legs were much lighter than normal, and though 8 was annoying, he had to admit this Ma DH was truly impressive. Like two men simultaneously pointed their sword blades straight at Bai Lin. However, he vanished in the key blink of an eye, leaving Jeagle completely shocked. He cried all in panic. Where has that man disappeared to? Bai Lin suddenly appeared behind an ambush. Did you? Why key attack sent both of them tumbling to leaky ground, quit no time to fight back. He immediately raised his sword, preparing to deliver a key finishing blow to Y2 of them, but he was instantly stopped by Lihan, water stream, flow forth. Bai Lin swung his sword to parry strike and thou etide just basic ma each, dodging will not be difficult. However, Iki orb suddenly changed direction, circled back and lunged straight at him. Bai Lin had not yet understood what Sax Tren thing had just occurred. Like water orb had already flown a VE and struck him directly. Bai Lin 8 hand was instantly soaked from catching that water orb. Bai Lin smiled slightly and began to praise his abilities. He called out,
Hey young mage!
Lihan ignored him and continued to launch his attack, water stream, flow forth. Lihan continued to summon multiple water spheres floating around him. Focusing his entire mind on controlling them, he realized spatial awareness was indeed extremely important. Manipulating multiple water spheres at the same time, which used to be very difficult, had now become much easier. Bai Lin admired Lihan's ability, which was truly astonishing. He wondered to himself if every first-year student in Like Academy could use my DH like this. No, that was absolutely impossible. A talent like this was extremely rare. This was a talent that belonged to him alone. Watching Lihan fight, Ingerl thought to himself that he must have a talk with Professor Vidali. He seriously considered that this kid EXQEV was absolutely not a first-year student and must be due to Professor Vodali's harsh classes. It was truly too dangerous. He sighed warily, thinking that it seemed Enli he could protect these children, but Professor Ingerl 8 misunderstanding Enli grew deeper. Chaotic battle among Bai Lin, Lihan Daiju and Jeagle continued. Single-handedly he knocked back both Daiju and Jeagle, sending them stumbling backward. At same time, he easily parried Lihan long-range attacks. He casually kicked Daiju away, then slammed Jeagle to Iki ground. While Lihan behind him was still powerless and unable to hit Bai Lin, his patience gradually ran out. Damn it. Lihan began to feel anxious. IP3 of them had joined forces and still couldn't do anything to him. How on earth were they going to deal with this? Suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. Perhaps there was still one chance. All he needed to do was use that. A muddy yeech he had never tested before. Bai Lin was still watching Lihan from a distance. That kid was said to come from Leek Wardina's family. From He beginning until now, he had Enli used one type of Madi each, and had not even left his original position. It seemed that despite being born into a prestigious family, his skills were on par, quit a first-year student. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning appeared behind Bai Lin, and Lihan immediately ordered, Shiksh. Lihan raised his staff and began to chant, Pacontra lightning slash. Another clone of Lihan appeared behind, firing a bolt of lightning straight at Bai Lin. Startled, Bai Lin looked back and realized his trick. It turned elite person standing in front of him was just an illusion, yet he had not noticed it at all. He had used Pahidate basic illusion to seek red a clone, then cast an invisibility spell to sneak away. Lihan looked straight ahead and thought to himself, cheat succeeded. Everything relies on this blow, Pacantra. Leak lightning bolt rushed straight toward Bai Lin. He calmly analyzed that it seemed to be fourth tier Madi Chi. Bai Lin admitted that Lihan could still think clearly in Li P middle of heat chaotic battle. It seemed his talent had been underestimated. Thinking this, Bai Lin immediately channeled power into his sword. He unleashed a slash as fast as a phantom shadow. Key two skills clashed in midair, immediately creating a blinding explosion. Lihan Mediche was completely shattered, leaving him stunned as if he had seen a gat. It was completely useless against him. Pacantra, I will never rely on Du again from now on. Bai Lin began to draw his sword towards Lihan and called, Ow! Young mage! I am truly impressed. Although you are still too young, if I were to stand still, it would be an insult to such talent. Therefore, from now on, I will fight seriously. Hearing that, Lihan's face immediately turned pale. He quickly said, Wait, it seems you're misunderstanding something. However, Bai Lin stomped his foot on EP ground to gain momentum. He lunged directly at Lihan quit get lie speed. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, Damn it looks lie I have to use that. Lihan, though surprised, immediately chanted converge compress explode. Professor Ingerl, watching from afar, was extremely astonished. A first-year student could use this type of Madi Chi. He and Lai wanted to know who had taught him. Actually, no one guided him. This was entirely Li result of his own efforts. After a long period of studying basic and applied Madi Chi books, Lihan had comprehended Y key spell on his own. He cast G Ren Magus Phoebe Gate, Mystic Arrow. Technique. Most of these arrows were Enli grade 1 Dichi, but this incantation drew and compressed a large amount of Madi Chi power, a prax sat absent in other arrows. Lihan began to gather power, his staff emitting a crimson violet lie. This was a spell perfectly suited for someone quit an ocean, lie abundance of magical power. Li Han himself didn't expect to have to use ED in actual combat without prior practice. A band of fiery red energy began to form on his staff. Eat continuously emitted intense energy beams. He could inlight pray, P-light don't fail. What ID this eerie feeling? Have I failed already? Although his mind was hazy, he chose to believe in himself. No, I have successfully recited the incantation. Leaky energy Ben hovered between Li Han and Bai Lin. He was still a bit hesitant because Eat was shaking violently. Bai Lin had closed in on Li Han and then suddenly disappeared, leaving N Lai after images in his VXN. In Leaky last second, he managed to realize Eat and turned his head. Bai Lin was already right behind him, preparing to swing his sword. Li Han sensed that EP energy beam was about to explode. Bai Lin 8/ was heading straight for his shoulder. Li Han suddenly smiled. So, this wasn't a type of Madi Charo meant to be fired. Lakey energy Ben expanded to its limit, then began to detonate. A dazzling lie immediately spread in all directions. Eat was on Lai then that Bai Lin realized its terrifying power. Li Han glared at him, as if to say that everything was VE. Leak explosion illuminated light the entire space, and smoke and dust engulfed everything. Bai Lin struggled to resist, thinking to himself, this IDP an explosive spell used at Sikilu range. As smoke slowly cleared, Giggle and Diju hurriedly asked what had just happened, and Li Han did not forget to ask, are you still okay? Li Han's figure gradually emerged from behind Lai's thick curtain of smoke. He was still standing firm, but he felt extremely frustrated that E-Book had not described this spell accurately at all. It seemed his own spell had backfired. Li Han secretly sighed with relief that he had survived and managed to feign and truntrunly scope of leak explosion. Just as he was thinking that his opponent surely couldn't have much strength left, a surprise sword strike slashed straight at Li Han 8 staff. Bai Lin himself was unscathed, and his sword instantly knocked Likey's staff or of Li Han 8 hand. He was so stunned that he froze, unable to re-see for a moment. Heat, and vich, he said coldly. Bai Lin looked at Li Han with key eyes of a winner, while Li Han tried to regain his composure and stared intently at Li Blade. Just as Bai Lin prepared to deliver Yi finishing blow, he suddenly sheathed his sword. He asked, do you want to gin me white fake key lot knights? But Bai Lin had not even finished his invitation. Li Han had already quickly drawn Li P's sword from his waist, swung it up, and pointed it straight at Bai Lin at throat. Yet, he did not dodge and calmly reached his hand toward him. Y2 looked at each other in silence. Bai Lin pondered for a moment and then said, it seems I still have much to improve. How could I have let my guard down just because I knocked your staff away? I accept my defeat, he immediately declared, surrendering and ending Ike battle. After rematch concluded, Professor Ingrel summoned Li Han, Diju and Giggle. Leek Professor praised all three for doing an excellent job, noting how surprised he was that they performed so impressively even against Mr. Bai Lin. He announced that all three had achieved Li highest scores, Li Han observational skills being particularly outstanding. Li Han was surprised by praise, while Giggle looked jealous. Professor continued, saying key other knights had early schedules and had already left. But they said they would recount today, 8 match to their other comrades. Ingerl excitedly shared that they even suggested that if there were similar opportunities, they must be invited to Gin again, so 8 was not just a polite compliment. They were truly very satisfied. Alright, that concludes today's lesson. You all did very well. Lee group thanked their instructor in unison. Li Han walked ahead alone, leaving his friends behind. As he walked, he thought to himself, why do I feel so uneasy? Could LIP midterm exam really force us to face TP against a chapteen of IP knights? But never mind that foe now. His stomach had been feeling uncomfortable for a while, a wave of nausea was rising, and his VXN was starting to sway. Everything before Li Han 8 eyes began to distort. What ID this? Diju immediately noticed that his friend 8 condition was abnormal. He placed a hand on his shoulder and asked worriedly, Li Han, what ate wrong coot you? Li Han suddenly stumbled, his whole body leaning heavily backward. Then he collapsed onto wopey ground. Diju asked in a panic, Li Han, are you okay? What just happened? People behind them were also confused, not understanding Wike's situation. Diju helped Li Han up, letting him drape an arm of his shoulder. Li Han muttered, we can't let Key Tiger Tower crowd discover this situation, keep quiet, his face already pale. Diju replied in confusion, this isn't a battlefield, why are you so tense? Alright, I'll help Dio to VT infirmary. Li Han covered his mouth, suppressing a surge of nausea. Ever since using that thing, his body had been acting S-tren. How could Eat be first, tier Madich? Eat was too powerful yet lacked a safety mechanism. Li Han 8 VXN gradually blurred. He thought, I need to rename that spell. Let it call Itapi Vivlit Curse Mana Explosion. Li scenery before his eyes swayed again. Did you quickly warned, Li Han, don't faint. Everything around him plunged into darkness. Li Han and Li heard a few voices. Did a professor really dare to trigger a Manhwa explosion near a first-year student? Who was that? I haven't heard this voice before. Then Dejidit voice rang. Oh, I can't say. I'm truly so But what were they discussing? Li Han lay on Key infirmary bed in a daze. He struggled to regain consciousness and bolted upright. This was our infirmary. Did you must have brought him here? Li Han heard a voice behind light curtain again. Are you afraid that professor will retaliate? Li students here are quite S-tren. They seem to fear professors even more than my own kind. Li Han pulled back curtain to look. Was this Iki person in CheckUC of Iki infirmary? He hadn't met this person last time. He voice continued. This IDE first time. I've cast a healing spell. He'll be fi. In front of Diju was a floating, talking book. Quit eyes. Diju replied, quit relief, then goodness, then do you, sir. Li Han was so shocked that his eyes widened. Had key book in front of him really just spoken? I didn't expect you to still be walking normally after that explosion. Your willpower ID astonishingly strong. But from now on, absolutely never do that again. Book turned to look, startling Li Han. He quickly thanked Eat Fui treatment. Eat replied, Eat seems don't know how to address me. Diju then asked, Dear awake. Key book slowly spread its pages. Uba. Eat introduced itself solemnly. I am Li Demon of Gi Infirmary. Li Han asked back in astonishment, Dear a demon? He immediately understood, then recalled like case of I forgotten magical beast statue. Leaky Book replied, Your reaction ID quite dull. Other new students are usually scared to death. Li Han said calmly, I've lived in this academy for a while now, so I'm used to yeet. Eat asked, ID eat because of Gonadantes. Right, do you students really have eat rough? I was summoned here by Gonadantes, so now I must serve this place in the key form of a book. Diju chimed in, but your voice sounds quite cheerful. Like Book immediately retorted, Don't think that means I have nothing to complain about. Li Han reminded Eat, if you act recklessly, headmaster will surely punish you severely. Li Book suddenly praised him. This boy IDE quite clever. Quit your massive mana reserves. I once suspected Du were Gonadantes in disguise. He does that from time to time. Deju and Li Han both turned pale. It seemed they had to be more careful. Quit this book. Li Han asked to leave. Alright, I have another class, and my body feels better, so I'll take my leave. Lugbook agreed. Fi, remember to visit me sometimes. This IDP my gift to Dio. Du must be suffering quite a bit because Du cannot feed on Tren that amount of mana. I know a few demons who specialize in draining mana. Do Dio want me to introduce them? Li Han was disappointed upon hearing this. Then Du fu your kindness, he said, then urged Diju to leave. Demons summoned by EP principal were indeed not simple. One should absolutely not be CPLU to them. Afterward they returned to like Imperial Basic Geometry and Arithmetic class. Almost all EP students in Li class had bored looks on their faces. Had he just cast a sleep spell? Li Han still tried to concentrate while almost EP entire class had already slumped V. Li Han handed a cup of coffee to Johnner. Drink some. She thanked him and asked, Aren't you sleepy, Johnner? I absolutely cannot sleep in a sacred class like this. Li Han face brightened, quit pride, while Johnner had no idea what IP hell he was talking about. Li Han was determined to leave a deep impression on Professor Ample Nathan. He was once a high-ranking administrator of Key Empire who had cut countless magical research budgets, to EP point that many professors still harbor a grudge today. But my goal ID to become a civil servant in Leaky Ministry of Ma Di Chi. Li Han ate burning determination worried Johnner, though Bu Liing a relationship could him certainly wouldn't hurt. Professor Nathan finished all lecture. Alright, that it all for today. Do you all should remember this equation. Gijal woke up to start from a doze and asked if Li Key class was Herdu VE, but Li teacher replied, Not yet. Now, do you all will take a set T8. Giggle immediately fell into despair.
It's a disaster. This time EID truly a catastrophe.
But Li Han said, We're lucky? Li Han was fun of confidence, while Gijal kept shaking his head, wondering where on earth Leak luck was. He was determined, this ideally chance. If I get a perfect score on a P8, Professor Nathan will definitely notice me. Professor Nathan slowly picked up a staff. He immediately cast a stream of B. Luma Di Che. Those rays of light flew to each student take position one by one. Alright, whoever finishes can submit their paper and leave Li classroom. Li Han guessed this was anti-cheating Ma Di. Once Ma Di could not be used, trying to cheat would be as difficult as summoning a spirit in broad daylight. The professor added, One more thing, Du can end the leave after answering all Li questions correctly. White tape papers immediately appeared in each student 8 hand. Everyone 8 faces turned pale simultaneously as they ready got questions while listening to White teacher 8 instructions. Suddenly, he reached all his hand and clicked his ski topic watch. A moment later, Olalan looked across to Ake opposite side and announced, Key 2 of Du have finished exam in first and second place. Those two were none other than Li Han and Asa. Well done, one ranked first, and Li other ranked second. But instead of being happy, he and Lithal Ligi answer to Eki Phi in question was pointless. EP professor suddenly spoke up, anyway, Ed Phi, Arden Ingi one student Wardanas no not Diu, Danka follow me. Hearing his name called, he stood up to start and hurriedly replied, What sir? Hearing that, Li Han standing nearby immediately became anxious. Why wasn't he one chosen? He needed to maintain a get relationship with his teacher, so he hurriedly asked, Professor, what task ID this? And Enli then did Olalan reveal, actually, next week an old friend of mine will visit Bike Academy. Upon hearing that, his eyes immediately lit up because he knew a great opportunity was approaching. He said that friend had been CPU to him while he held a senior management position in EP Empire and now wanted to take YP abilities of E students he supervised. Then he immediately said, Therefore I want Danka to prepare a basic Madichi circle. But Asa was slightly worried. Me? Isn't Wardina's more suitable? In her heart, she hoped she wouldn't have to take on another Mi Senin. Olalan explained helplessly, Wardina's already has too many individual lessons, we shouldn't add to his burden when he'd already swamped. Because that reason was completely valid, she gradually accepted Eat. Alright, I understand, I will do heat. At that moment, Li Han realized his lifeline had appeared. As soon as Ethaw flashed, Li Han hurriedly called, Oh, no professor, I will help Danka complete this, making Asa instantly freeze. Wardinus? Hearing that, Olalan asked again, Are you truly sure? He immediately replied, whenever Li Key professor personally assigns a task, Eat ID surely very important, which made her feel quite moved. ID, he sacrificing himself for me to this extent. Those words also put him at ease. Very well, then do to perform this my sen together. Then do both. After that, I key 2 of them simply left a Gi room. Looking at their departing figures, all along suddenly thought, I originally intended to nominate Wardinus Foe leader at role, but quit such ability and enthusiasm, it tate best to let him focus completely on his studies. I will certainly support you wholeheartedly, Wardinus. That day Kyakai was unusually clear. At Li Ki same time elsewhere, Johnner was yawning so much that tears were streaming down his face. Seeing that, Li Han asked, until what time did everyone have to stay in the EP exam room yesterday before being allowed to leave? He received a key answer, not until well after midnight. Right at that moment, a loud knocking sounded from ahead. Urigram stood on E podium and said excitedly, welcome students. Surely do all know what we are going to do today. Hearing that, like students below immediately buzzed quote chatter. That way of speaking made IP exam saw much more troublesome. Although Professor Urigram usually said similar things, this time it was particularly irritating. Then he suddenly raised his voice and shouted, now. Urigram pointed to the door and ordered, line up and go inside one by one. Even Li Han was confused. Why aren't we doing IP Tate in class as usual? Old man replied, did you think there would be a Q&A session quote me before EP exam? As soon as he finished speaking, Urigram stepped outside and urged, don't dawdle anymore, everyone go in Lee correct order. And then lie now did he dare voice his worry, could there be monsters in Lee class? Johnner immediately chimed in, on the key first day there were pigs rushing in to attack us, eat it not impossible. Just then, a voice from outside echoed in, Wardenas, do go in first. Quit no other choice, he had to step forward. Urigram looked straight at Li Han and announced, this ID your tea hate. Around him were piled countless unlabeled potion bottles. You are and lie allowed to use likey ingredients available in this room. He held up a bottle and ordered, synthesize exactly this type of medicine. Just that one sentence made Yi Han 8 face turn pale instantly. He tried to stay calm and asked, Professor, I deep this medicine do you lectured about in the previous session. Upon hearing a no, Yu Han asked if he could at least know what kind of medicine it was, but he still received cold response, no. Having said that, Urigram nonchalantly flipped hourglass and urged, do better start right away. Yi Han watched he seen sweat pouring down profusely. Having no other choice, he asked further, Professor, so I am allowed to use anything in this room, right? Leaky old man and Lai asked, did do bring your own ingredients? And then coldly told him to do as he pleased. Hearing that, he immediately replied, understand. At that moment, Yi Han eyes suddenly widened, a look of determination clear on his face. Quite some kind of supernatural speed, he dashed forward and snatched egg potion bottle. Seeing this, Urigram hurriedly reached out to take it back, but Yi Han had already quickly backed away. That sight made Iki old man 8 face freeze like a stone statue. A moment later, Urigram regained his composure and shouted, hey, do can't just take a professor things like that. To which he bowed his head in apology.
I am so re.
Yi Han countered, but if I had asked, do you wouldn't have given me this ingredient anyway, would you, professor? And Lee old man immediately replied, of course not. Finally, Urigram had to concede, fine, let it see how do you manage. But deep down, Leaky old man knew that simply obtaining Y-key potion bottle wouldn't help him figure or how to brew 8. This was never meant to be an easy exam, even though someone lie him. Suddenly his face stiffened, what was that mot D? While outside his sky remained strangely clear. At key same time in Lee library, a voice suddenly rang out, Bikiway, Rathford. Nilia looked straight ahead and asked, why did you sneak puppy to explore Ike Academy at night last time without calling me? Being questioned, Rathford 8 face instantly paled. I was so busy and flustered then that I accidentally forgot. She simply said calmly, in any case do should have notified me before going, making Rathford silently hope that Wardenaz would appear soon to see his life. Just then, Yi Han opened the door, stepped in, and announced, I've finished. Rathford was immediately overjoyed as if he had met a savior.
Hate here!
Right after that, he rushed to Yi Han. P. Lai explained what happened last time to Nilia. However, Nilia remained calm and asked, what a key matter, Rathford? Nevertheless, her words were fun of menacy. I am just curious about Lee last time due to when exploring Lee Academy at night. Even Yi Han realized that was definitely not leaky expression of someone who was merely curious. But he still decided to step up and explain. Nilia. He took fun responsibility without hesitation. Actually, Sanko suggested eat. I was going to invite Diu, but he kept stopping me, insisting that we shouldn't do so. Yi Han also skillfully added some bait. He said if a talented hunter like Diu joined, the others would lose all their confidence, causing Nilia to blush instantly. Then he turned away and said, anyway, don't blame him too harshly. He was in lie thinking of his friends. And only then did Nilia finally relent, saying, alright, I understand. Rathford, who had witnessed everything from start to finish, was left speechless. This guy lies without batting an eye, truly a master. While they were chatting, a student suddenly ran up and asked, Wardinas, how was your exam? Li Han didn't hide anything and replied frankly, extremely difficult. Even I encountered quite a few obstacles. Li's answer shocked everyone. Zico, if even Diu failed, then this exam clearly has a problem. We must protest. But before Leppy words had even finished, Live Store swung a bar once again. Urigram stepped on and said, everyone has done their best, which made students simultaneously exclaim, Professor. They poured out their hearts complaining. The exam was truly too difficult. At the very least, EP content should have been based on what we've learned. Suddenly a question rang out, startling him. So no one passed this exam, right? But like answer was immediately revealed. What are Dio talking about? Wardinas has already finished. Hearing that, everyone stiffened simultaneously and turned to look at Zico. Not content to stop there, he deliberately rubbed salt into their wounds. I didn't expect Dio to so easily believe likey words of an outstanding student like that.
How knave!
He and Lai said that to motivate Dio all. At Enrogar, Dio must absolutely never trust anyone casually. On that day, students learned another bitter lesson. After leaving, Urigrim couldn't sit up thinking, no matter what, when did he learn that kind of ma dh? Meanwhile, everyone was surrounding Li Han, accusing him traitor. Earlier, during Li Han ate Tate, quit just one incantation, he had solved die-problem elemental components separate immediately. Witnessing that scene, he couldn't help but be startled.
That 8-component separation, Madika!
Urigrim understood better than anyone that this was a basic ma dh that every alchemist must master, but I deliberately haven't taught it yet to ignite EE students' passion for learning and self-discovery. However, that was still not he and Li reason Urigrim was astonished. Everything had happened in Li Ki blink of an eye, after just one glance. Having completed Li exam, Li Han left quit a chill still running down his spine. Why did what just happened give me goosebumps? A little later everyone walked together down EP corridor heading back. Li Han looked at Li P group and cheerfully asked, everyone gathered together lie this again, eat ate really fun, isn't heat? He glanced at each person and smiled, saying, isn't heat? Which made Johnner contagiously hot pie. Feels like been so long since we all walked together lie this, even Ganando. Li Han turned to Ganando and asked, dear just following us to skip studying, aren't you? Outwardly, he denied eat, but inwardly he admitted, exactly. Like group 8 purpose fu gathering today was to find Ike location of Ike Tower Master. He had already calculated in his mind, according to Ike's schedule, that person will appear this weekend. Perhaps they will meet him. Even though he was walking down Li P stairs, Li Han 8 mind was still wandering far away. ET was only a moment later that he suddenly realized this was, once again, P staircase leading up to Wiki 3rd floor. After pondering for a long time, Li Han still decided to take a chance.
Alright, let it go.
We're gonna 3rd floor. He turned his head and suddenly remembered that this was Lee path Rathford had discovered earlier. Li Han thought while walking, they had previously gone to view B 3rd floor quit Senko, but this passageway was completely different, and there was no telling what kind of monsters might appear ahead. Not in lie that, but he also secretly blamed himself, reminding himself that he must always remain vigilant. Finally, Li Han's hand touched Li P gate in front of him. In blind blink of an eye, he was swept away to another place. Li's scene that appeared before his eyes left Li Han stunned. He didn't know when 8 had happened, but Li Ki's surroundings had turned into a dense forest. Could Li Pi's scenery have changed just like that? Witnessing that sight, his mind became chaotic again. He knew why Academy was fun of enchantments, but he hadn't expected Likey areas on Likey same floor to be so different. It was said that even Like Headmaster did not fully understand like origins of this place. After thinking for a moment, Li Han immediately made a decision. If this place is turned into a forest, then let Nelia lead Leaky way, I trust you. However, he didn't know when she had transformed into a gray cat, Nelia. Looking at that scene, he stood frozen like a wooden statue. A cat, really? Wiki area was fun of animals, but Li Han did not recognize them as his friends, and Li calling loudly, where I deek everyone. Nelia Jonna Rathford? Upon hearing her name, cat immediately meowed repeatedly, Nelia. Seeing this, suspicion suddenly arose in his heart. Why are you answering me? Before long, Li Han noticed something unusual. Wait, those eyes. Subsequently, a fox and a bat also appeared one after another. Finally, Li Han realized and asked, are you Nelia? And Enlai then did he understand, could this be a transformation spell? This place isn't just a forest, it also turns people into animals. But Li Han suddenly paused. Why wasn't he affected? I'd eat because of a P amount of Medicha power. First, I must clarify each situation. After some analysis, Li Han gradually identified each person John Nelia and Rathford. But immediately after, he had a question: where had Gaynando gone? After saying that, he immediately gave an order: Sakan go Chi area SUV, there quickly. As soon as 8 hit Li P ground, he turned around and ran a P to ST. Seeing that, he approached and asked, ID there something, a V there. When Li Han reached his hand, a flame gradually appeared in front. This left him extremely puzzled. An extremely strong surge of Medicha power was radiating from that direction. As he turned a tail was sticking off from behind Likey bushes. Why person hiding there was none other than Li Ki. One Li Han was looking for. He looked toward that direction and suddenly so it was a mouse. Li Han became even more curious and immediately approached to observe. A line of teach suddenly appeared on Li P ground. To cross Leaky Forest, do must duel, win to stay, lose to be expelled. So, to get through this place, one must win, while defeat means being sent away. As soon as 8 heard Wyke response, Y Mouse immediately turned its head. Alright, I accept that challenge. Leaky moment 8 saw him. 8 jumped in fright. Unbeknownst to anyone, an overwhelming murderous hurrah had begun to radiate from him. Behind him a giant silhouette flickered, its presence surging like a malevolent god. Rathford was terrified at Leaky's sight, his face turning pale. But Li Han didn't understand what was happening. He simply turned and asked, what ID, this thing? He suddenly remembered something. Wet, does eat judge strength based on Iki amount of mana, just like Iki Vault Keeper from before. Enlai then did Li Han realize that if that were Wii case, he knew what Ki Mouse was misunderstanding. Wet, I am not. But in Leaky eyes of Igi Mouse, Leaky person in front of Eat was clearly Iki Headmaster. Seeing this, Rathford immediately turned tail and fled. He quickly chased after Aiden and called, don't run. Didn't you want to fight? Even as a noble mouse, you should maintain yourself, respect. Even Nelia cried, E kept mentioning a duel, that mouse Idiki surely E leader of E Forest. After 8, Li Han remained hat on its heels. Stop right there. Didn't you say do like dueling? At that moment, EP Mouse suddenly eyed into I water ahead. Yet somehow, Eat vaulted directly RV to E other bank. From beneath I river, a massive column of water suddenly rose. Right then, he immediately shouted, oh magical space, Fokenchi, if you're useless this time as well, I will seal you away for a while. After Y incantation, countless beams of light flared up.
Let Fokenchate lightning strike down.
A brilliant gold lightning bolt struck straight down from like sky into Wee forest. Afterwards, Eat left behind a plume of white smoke, and Iki's surrounding scenery gradually became clear again. Parasite stood motionless, its massive body unable to budge even an inch. Lihan raised an eyebrow inquiringly and calmly concluded, "Don't worry, he doesn't seem to be hurt at all, Fokenchate." Detecting something unusual, Nilia sent a telepathic warning, "No Lihan, Eat has already fallen. ETN lies standing now because I's lucky last bit of its Manan Idik maintaining its form." Lihan immediately moved to a nearby spot and swung his arm down forcefully. Leapy sword in his hand sliced right through Parasite 8 liquid, lie body. His three companions looked up in sexy as Eek water suddenly came crashing down on their heads. Lihan boldly sheathed his sword and calmly said, boasting about being this and that, "That it seems E-Spirit deceived me when we signed T-contract. E-Spirit beasts couldn't lie Sai, thinking, we told you he wasn't lie that." Fokenchai hid an EP nearby grass too terrified to even see its face. E.T. broke awe in a cold sweat and sighed in awe. Gate heavens, he took down a water spirit made from pure spring water with a single blow. He must definitely be I headmaster in disguise. E.T. continued to purse its lips and frown reproachfully. Normally he doesn't care about anything, so why's up to cause trouble today? E.T. probably just lyly previous times. Suddenly something slowly landed right before its eyes. At that moment, Yihan suddenly called aloudly, "I deek someone hiding here." In less than half a second, Defaken shrieked as key cord of spiritual power wrapped tightly around its body, its piercing cry echoing through passageway. Yihan slowly approached and asked, "Are you hiding here?" Looking at Leaky pitiful face of Lipey small spirit beast, he couldn't help but feel so Eat was trembling, likely still thinking he was Ive headmaster, so he intended to explain, "Hey I..." But Yihan swallowed his words before they could leave his mouth. "Wait, do I really need to clear up this misunderstanding? Even if I explain, Eat will just demand a duel anyway." Finally, he decided to feely Leaky villainate roll to Leaky fullest, putting on a terrifying face, "That it right, I am Leak headmaster." He folded his arms and set a condition, "If you let me and my friends leave this place, I will overlook everything this time." Small spirit beast immediately cried or repeatedly, its tail stiffening like a string as Eat pointed behind Eat. A wide passageway appeared ahead, looking quite safe at first glance. And only a few seconds later all scenery changed, leading E path straight to a closed door. Yihan cheered joyfully, "That 8P corridor leading to where we need to go." Alright then. But just as he was about to step forward, he felt something was PP. Wait. Why little Gyun and Mouse was weeping, looking incredibly pitiful. He gently held Eat against his chest, having almost forgotten about Leaky Rodent. That cry just now had certainly come from him. Having settled everything, Yihan politely left a farewell. "Well then, goodbye, little field mouse." He turned his head halfway back with a gentle smile. "See you later." Yihan had originally an ally intended to give a normal greeting. But in E-Mouse 8 interpretation, Eat was a deadly threat. That smile was so distorted Eat seemed to say, "I'll be sending Dio to hell soon." E.T. immediately jolted in fear, its fur standing on end, its small mouth shrieking as if Eat were being slaughtered. Its front paws frantically dug a hole to find an escape route, while its mouth whimpered continuously as if pleading, "Lie, spare my life." Furthermore, Eat even tried to SC its goodwill quit an offer. "Instead, I offer this item to Dio." After a moment of digging, Key Mouse pulled a piece of cloth. Yihan exclaimed in surprise, "A bone fragment containing dense magical power." His eyes widened in confusion. "Why are you giving me this? We're not interested in Eat at all." But right after that, YT scattered bone fragments began to automatically reconnect into a complete skeleton. Lapy flexible joints snapped together into shape. Only then did Yihan cry out and ask, "See, Sekan!" Just half a second later, that skeleton displayed an extremely eerie reaction. Yihan stood still and stared at Eat. This ID Sakanate skeleton. He observed key object before him and muttered, "Teat has all assembled itself into a complete form." Yihan thou skeptically, Professor Yurgrim once said Sakan was extremely dangerous. Could Professor Mortem have prepared Eid as a gift for first-year student? Oh, did he forget leaky safety protocol again? After a moment of silence, he called us softly, "Sakan." Li T skeleton seemed to have heard him but didn't bother to pay attention, making Yihan a bit annoyed. Eid was blatantly ignoring him. Eager to know what key reason, he asked immediately what was wrong. At that moment, Nilia walked by to investigate and remarked that Eid seemed to be resisting orders. Hearing that remark, Lihan immediately asked, "Sakan, if do you have something to say, then OCXEP rate yeet." Finally Sakan reacted, slowly raising its skeletal arm. Lihan observed that body language and guessed. "Don't tell me do want me to CP ret a body fo do." Sakan did not shake its head or turn away, proving he had guessed correctly. Lihan also recognized another request. "Must it be done by my own hands?" He immediately refused. "I don't have that kind of ability." At this point Johnner suggested try using elemental essence as a material to shape a body. He instinctively repeated elemental essence. Feeling it was quite reasonable, Lihan immediately set to work. "Alright, let it just try ET." He carefully took a wooden stick and remarked, "This material will be most suitable for your body." Raising leap stick high above his head, Lihan called all to awaken like he water spirits, "Rise up." Walkie air swirled and everything turned upside down until late into weak night, quite a while later. Johnner sighed in relief and massaged his shoulders. What a bizarre experience. Nelia beside him was still in sexy. "I even feel lie there had a magical beard stuck to my face." Lihan felt a bit sad and said regretfully, "In Yin, I still haven't found Master of Tower." Even so, he had another joy. "At least I managed to complete Seiken." Johnner laughed excitedly and spoke up first. "Imagine having to chop that whole giant mass of water just to seek red a body fo heat." Gaynando added excitedly, "That amount of water and mana must be enough to fill up an entire pit." Lihan kept an indifferent face and replied, I didn't measure anything, so I don't know. Right then, Sakan suddenly showed an expression of disgust, along with a few hints of warning. In the next second, Eat growled and glared at Gainando, scaring him so much his hair stood on end. Lihan stepped forward to pick Eat up and asked in confusion, "Why id Eat looking at me like that?" Eat was just a joke. I am not going to eat anyone. Eat seems Eat really didn't lie that statement. Still hearing Lie growling, he promptly reminded Eat, "Sakan, eat it already, be a little quiet." Behind Gainando, a massive faint green Lie was hovering in front of Lie door. Osu appeared Kuda body identical to Sakan 8 original form. Lihan 8 face immediately darkened and his lip twitched. That Iki Headmaster 8 skeleton soldier. He nervously felt an ill omen. Wait, could this be? Just as Johnner turned back to look, Lihan immediately ordered, "Johnner, quickly wake everyone who ID sleeping." He held Lai wooden stick high Lai a fee lot of rebellion, his voice booming Lithaniki. "Headmaster has attacked. He surely wants to sabotage our exam revision tomorrow. Wake up now." Johnner shouted to awaken Likey's sleeping students, while Lihan immediately attacked Ike 2 undead that had just appeared. Wait, Likey outside ID also being attacked. Ganando warned in panic. Undead have completely surrounded Lee Tower. Lee skeleton Elven carrying torches, ID slowly advancing toward Ike Tower. It seems they have prepared very thoroughly. Lihan immediately ordered, "Sakan, repel anyone who tries to break in." Sakan immediately shifted into a combat-ready stance. Just then Johnner called loudly, "Lihan! I've brought everyone here." Along with her were Asa and Adanath. Asa asked in SPC, "ID Headmaster attacking the academy." Lihan continued to command, "No time to explain. Everyone help her pile up obstacles to BLPC door." Everyone immediately obeyed. Everyone hurried to reinforce Lee door quit tables and chairs, while Adanath began chanting in E back. She summoned a massive brown XC Lai to increase leaky sturdiness of Lai door. Lihan secretly admired her. As expected, Key Princess 8 work truly made a difference. She had used spirits to further reinforce V magical barrier. Suddenly, a massive thud resounded from behind a key door. Johnner asked anxiously, "What was that so just now?" Outside, a giant hand repeatedly pounded on leaky door, accompanied by a shout, "You idiots! You be key door now!" E-person screaming was none other than E-Headmaster. Recognizing a familiar voice, Johnner and Ganando 8 faces turned pale immediately. Asa urged, "Pile more things up, hurry! Bring whatever dew can!" Outside, Why Headmaster still shouted, "Why isn't he on yet? Enough! What on earth are Dew doing?" Asa began to feel angry, while Lihan hadn't expected E-Headmaster to personally keen on Traniki undead. This was too serious. It absolutely could not be just a minor disturbance. Don't tell me, Lihan suddenly realized a terrifying possibility. He immediately turned to look at his friends. Everyone. Could this be another basic Madich ethics Tate in combat? Lee Headmaster on each other side of Edor nodded as expected. Dew realized it quickly. But Asa immediately let her composure. What does this have to do with ethics? He emphasized, use every means to avoid being captured by Iki skeleton DN. If Dew are caught, Dew fail. If Dew can survive until dawn, Dew will pass key course. Asa continued to protest, but we have other exams tomorrow. ID this really okay? While Ganando had already started gathering food as emergency rations. Lee Headmaster reassured them, don't worry about that. All the other dormitories are participating in similar combat tests as well. Hearing this, Ganando immediately became optimistic. Then we don't have to take exams tomorrow. Asa snapped at him, I deke this time to be happy. Lihan calculated silently, fearing that this pile of obstacles would not be able to hold door until Monen. Furthermore, like Headmaster wasn't just attacking from one side, Lihan quickly noticed a sow from a different direction. Two undead had managed to Balawaki window and were starting to crawl inside. Undead are climbing through Lai window. Lihan immediately ordered, Johnner and two others quickly go and hold Lai window. Assassin immediately observed all remaining directions. Ganando struggled to maintain barrier. Princess Du. Lee Principal was watching Lee students through a Madisha circle. He was quite impressed by Lee Hand leadership skills, but he must eliminate that boy first next time. I don't want Lee P other students to panic. I mean, how dare he steal his classmates' opportunity for growth. We cannot let them defend so easily. An assassin broke through YP obstacles blocking Lipi door, scaring Ganando of his wits. Eat lunged and grabbed his hair. Eat hurts so much, Lee T obstacles have been destroyed. Ganando had tried his best and Lee classmates were immediately panicked.
Get of Lai way, Ganando!
Lihan rushed to Veek quickly and drew his sword from its scabbard. He swung it once, slicing Lepi assassin in two. Meanwhile, Ganando lay curled up on Lepi floor, clutching his head, completely panicked. Lihan immediately ordered everyone to guard light entrance and absolutely not go near that door. Hey, come VE here for a second, Asa said, calling Lihan from another window. Looking ard VE there, it seems like something IDE closing in from behind. Impossible, could there be another wave of assassins? Wait, Lihan suddenly realized something.
Pili us!
He turned out to be LP students from Phoenix Tower. Lihan immediately understood what those students were doing. They had certainly chosen to flee. What should we do now? Asa analyzed. If we let them in, everyone here could be in danger. Looking at Lee P assassins chasing behind them, there ID'd a 90% chance that, no, just who be any door and let them in. Lihan decided firmly. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. Asa silently acknowledged Lihan, he really ID'd Wardinus, saving others even in Lee midst of danger. That action ID truly noble. I have behaved disrespectfully toward a noble. I will personally lead them in and provide CB pit in the key name of my family.
Let it go.
Why did these people suddenly change their attitudes so quickly? Lihan didn't understand Aid at all. They probably realized that if they abandoned their classmates in this morality Tate, they would be deducted points. Alright then Dew also agreeing, he said, deciding not to say anything more Fuhi moment because key situation was still extremely chaotic. Lee principal kept watching Li Han, puzzled. I don't understand why he did that, even saving students from other dormitories. How can he be so selfless? In fact, saving other dormitories in Lake Academy was not part of LIPE exam content. That reminds me of my younger years. But I still can't understand his way of thinking. It seems Lai E2 of DU will continue to misunderstand each other for a long time. We must absolutely not lose any points, Li Han said, resiliently swinging his sword to destroy key assassin. Lee key entrance at Lee key main door ID key safe, everyone hurry inside. Li Han late A key fi each tower students in, then DU, Wardinas. Alright, now we just need to step inside and we're done. Asa suddenly collapsed. My leg ID cramped. I've been hit by a curse, my whole body can't move. Li Han turned to look at Asa, a bad premonition suddenly rising in his heart. Without any hesitation, he immediately hoisted Asa onto his shoulder. Before leaving, he called aloudly, I will take Asa, quit me, like rest of do quickly get inside. Hoisted up so suddenly Asa called all in confusion Wardinas. Suddenly an ethereal wave of magical power appeared enveloping entire space. Li Han turned his head back warily, while Asa also couldn't help but be astonished. Without a single wasted movement, Li Han immediately used Asa as a shield. Poor guy. Before he even understood what was happening, he was turned into a human shield. Asa gaped, his head almost touching that mysterious barrier. Afterward, Li Han hoisted him onto his shoulder again. Asa still grumbled, Wardinas, how could you do that? But he didn't answer as he was deep in thou. I deet this a tickling curse. And then after a while did Li Han speak up. I am sorry, Asa, but than to do. Looking toward Lee group of skeleton soldiers, he silently confirmed his suspicion. I found one behind this. Li Han pointed his staff directly at them and cast a lightning spell. A fierce gust of wind ripped through their formation unbelievably fast. In the blink of an eye, one of them exploded. Yet Li Han still couldn't rest easy. He scanned his surroundings and cursed under his breath. Damn, too many troublesome things are heading our way. Just then, sparks of fire rushed in from somewhere, and a voice rang off from behind. Mage power burst, burn. Light sparks flew straight into Lipe skeleton soldiers and erupted into a sigh of fire. Light person called loudly Wardeness, making Li Han immediately turn around. Before his eyes stood three other students. Are do guys here to back me up too? Their faces were full of anxiety, and one of them quickly reminded him, all key fine each tower students have been safely evacuated. Do should quickly head to leaky shelter too. Li Han replied, I understand, but a brief moment of distraction was all he took for off skeleton soldiers to surround him. Damn, I'm trapped. Suddenly, an orange-haired boy chanted loudly, flames burn. That action took Li Han completely by surprise, and he quietly observed for a moment. From like Kai, a rain of fire poured down, all originating from that boy. The boy successfully threw enemy formation into chaos, sending them scattering in all directions. Asa, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. I deki that a Mage fire XQ. He excitedly evaluated Li Boy. To think a first-year student can use that kind of Mage. In fact, Li Han was also wondering if the same thing. Who ID'd that guy? Could he be a half-human quit Li bloodline of a fire spirit? That thought had just crossed his mind when he was loudly interrupted by that person. Key time has come, everyone. Quickly enter P Tower. Li fire was still raging, so everyone scrambled to get inside. Hurry up, get in quickly. Just a moment later, everyone had arrived safely and gathered in one place. Why, young man who controlled key flames initiated key conversation, Wardinas than do eat ID than to do that my teammates were able to retreat safely. Li Han replied politely, key one who should be saying then do ID actually me. Li too chatted happily, and Li Han reached out to shake his hand. Do you also help me a lot, and I am truly grateful. But that action startled Li P other person. He looked at Li P hand emanating a faint magical ray unexclaimed in alarm. Wet, if do you touch my hand? Sure enough, Li Han immediately pulled his hand back, looked at his palm, and thought to himself, very hat, but he didn't cause a burn at all. Li Green lie covering his hand made him ponder. Actually, it was still a bit scorching. Perhaps I subconsciously used my Mage to form a protective shield at that moment. Leek other guy was worried sick and hurriedly asked Li Han if he was okay or injured anywhere. He quickly reassured him and then asked back, this temperature ID related to Li fire spirit, right? Luck person confirmed, then suddenly remembered he hadn't introduced himself. That it right, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Najizer, a priest belonging to like Abba sect, those who worship life fire. He began to recount his origins. My ancestors once made a pact quit fire spirit, so our bloodline has blended quit that power. Combining his story quit what he had observed, Li Han finally understood why he was so skilled at using fire Madi. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but feel envious. If and lie my family also had a connection quit some spirit, instead of just being fun of false rumors. Just then, a cry for help echoed from afar. Najizer hurriedly left but didn't forget to bid farewell to Li Han. Anyway, then do you foo your help, if do you need sex pot later, just ask. I'll go first. Li Han replied happily, see do again. Watching Najizer 8 silhouette, he smiled slightly and felt silently grateful. He ID truly a get person. Suddenly, Giggle expressed objection. Are you talking about priest Najizer? I advised you to keep a certain distance from him. That statement left Li Han extremely surprised, and he immediately turned his head to look at her. His expression became complex. Giggle, even do would say that about someone else. Could it be that priest Najizer has caused trouble in P Tower before? Giggle explained. Cheat not exactly lie that. But before she could finish, someone else approached Li Han. So do you're here. That person was overjoyed, looking at him as if they had struck gold. Key talented and brilliant hair of Key Wardinas family, Li Han. Seeing her, Li Han was also very surprised. It was priest Shiana, an elite member of Ike Freeman's sect. He immediately chatted and didn't forget to compliment her, leaving Giggle still unfinished. Your alchemy skills are as impressive as always, priest Shiana. Still wondering about Li Pi earlier matter, Li Han took the opportunity to ask, has Priest Najizer caused any trouble here before? Siana immediately replied no, not at all. But then she gave a strained smile. Even so, I still advise you not to get too clou to him. That remark was exactly key same as Jijil 8, leaving Li Han even more confused. Why I deek that? But before a question could be answered, everyone was called as NVE. Eat was key student from earlier, he hurriedly pointed downward and said, look everyone. In light distance was Light army of bone soldiers they had been fighting all night. He exclaimed excitedly, undead are starting to retreat. Blue girl beside him announced happily, key day IDP beginning to break. She was so happy she was moved to tears and said, everyone has done a great job. And everyone echoed in unison, do you too? Ganando was so happy that he intended to rush outside. We won! I must go and breathe some fresh air. Li Han's expression suddenly turned serious and he immediately ordered his spirit beast, Sakan, do go off first. Eat was extremely obedient and immediately followed its master 8 order. As Eat turned all Li Han vigilance was completely justified, Sakan was chasing a DMB, which made Ganando 8 eyes widen in SBC. He angrily scolded. That old man was setting traps for us until Li very last second. He ID'd truly as annoying as he ID'd despicable. A moment later, Osu appeared, and Li first thing he said was, you are as annoying as ever. Do you achieve Li maximum score? Hearing this declaration, Li Han bowed politely and said, thank you, teacher. Li Han thought to himself that saving Li P students of Fian each tower had significantly increased his score, while Osu was secretly wondering why this guy was saving people. Was he trying to provoke him? Afterwards, Li Han turned to Gijil, saying, Pita pity Fofen Ichi tower, that some of their students were captured. She comforted him. P important thing I deek learning new things. Grades aren't everything so eat ain't nothing serious. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and asked, B.E. Wei, have you heard this news? Key Priest will be visiting Leek Academy this weekend. As soon as she finished, Li Han froze, his expression changing noticeably. Because whenever IP priests visit, not only are there banquets and get food, but Light difficulty of Light headmaster lectures also drops significantly. Thinking of this, he finally smiled with satisfaction. It seems we will get to relax this weekend, but as people often say, peace always comes before Li P storm. Li Han had no idea what was waiting for him during a long-awaited weekend, because expecting Osu to let things go easily was unbelievable. After Professor Gasserak's lot exam ended smoothly, teacher asked, Li Han, have you really finished studying all these subjects? He answered honestly, what? That I did lucky situation. Finally, like weekend arrived, and everyone felt a little more relieved. While walking leisurely on campus, Johnner spoke up. It's been a long time since we visited Li P priests. Li Han immediately asked, are you planning to visit Freeman's sect? As expected, he had guessed right. She confirmed, that ain't right and I also want to ask about these medicinal bottles. Quit that, she took a bag containing various types of solutions. Li Han picked up a bottle to examine it and worried. If there IDD anything truly suspicious in these, it will be hard to explain. Conversely, Johnner remained calm. I'll just claim I accidentally found them. They are all get people, so they probably unn't confiscate them. Facing that medicinal bottle, Sakan suddenly stared at Eat without blinking. Eat suddenly jumped up. Noticing like anomaly, Li Han immediately ordered, Sakan, stay where you are. Why are you acting so strangely all of a sudden? Saying that, he put Likey medicine bottle back into Likey bag. As he pulled his hand off, Sakan's expression changed completely. Seeing Eight looking downcast, Li Han asked, are you hungry? This isn't food. Afterward, he said goodbye to Johnner, see you later. Before leaving, she asked, are you planning to meet priests of Li Prasinga sect? Li Han replied, I also need to go and ask Li Prasinga side. Hearing Bequus also, Johnner immediately felt Eat was Tren. Li Han didn't leave her wondering for long. I intend to meet Li P clergy of all Li P other churches as well. If there ain't an opportunity, I'll give them all. After saying that, he resolutely turned and walked away. That ain't Eat, goodbye. Even though he had gone far away, Johnner still smiled and secretly gave her blessings. I hope everything goes well for you, even if I don't understand what you are plotting. On Leek other side, Li Han was walking quit Najizer, who late Leaky Way and called out, this way, Li Han. He stopped in front of a door and said, Father, we have arrived. A young priest pulled back like leather curtain and happily welcomed Najizer. Li two sides bowed politely and recited light familiar blessing together. May key fire of Abba protect you. May key fire of Abba protect you. Observing Li greeting, Li Han was a bit confused. He had come here but truly didn't know much about this religion. And Li having heard that Eat was a sect that worshipped fire. Just then, Najizer introduced him to Li's sect, reverend priests, this I Li Han of Wardina's family. Hearing this, he bowed respectfully. Li priest smiled awkwardly. I am a bit surprised. I didn't think a mage from Li P Wardina's family would be interested in faith. Li Han immediately corrected him. That ID just an inaccurate rumor. After chatting a bit more, EP priest invited them in regardless. P Li come inside. Would you lay me to explain our faith? Li Han happily accepted. P Peek Li enlighten me. After having Li Han sit at Li Key table, E priest began to lecture. In that case, I will start quit our most fundamental doctrines. He began introducing their creed, while worship Leaky Abba Flame, believing that one day an Iki future Leak apocalypse will arrive, quit that fire, Eat will consume all things, plunging Lepi entire world into a eye of flames. Hearing this, Li Han could not help but fall silent. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he asked directly, Diki that flame a metaphor for something such as an evil soul? Li priest replied enthusiastically, no, Eat will burn everything literally. Li Han was even more curious, so, I hate destruction to pave Leaky way for an E-world to be reborn. Li question intrigued Li P priest. That interpretation IDE quite in TP rate 10. But he immediately explained, not at all, after Li Key world IDE destroyed, there will be nothing left, and Li fire. Hearing this, Li Han was so astonished his eyes widened. Next, he priest suggested, Lihan, let us examine Iki flame hidden deep within your soul. He obeyed and closed his eyes. Ki-man said Kut satisfaction, that it eat. Experiencing everything that had happened, Lihan suddenly understood why Giggle and Siana had warned him to stay away from Nijizer. He asked subconsciously, must I summon Iki flame within to destroy Iki world? Li priest laughed immediately. People who do not fully understand our sect often think that way. This time Nijizer also chimed in, we do not destroy Iki world or burn Ki empire. E priest added, we simply believe in Abba flame. That flame will find us in Li not too distant future, so everyone must lay without regrets. After hearing Lipe's explanation, Lihan gradually understood it was just a typical doomsday cult. But looking at Iki priest, he still didn't understand why Giggle and Shiana reacted so strongly. Just then, Iki man interrupted his thoughts. Now I will explain Li Ki rules of our sect. Throughout Li's explanation, Lihan listened very attentively. Not unlike that, he secretly evaluated them. These rules are quite lenient. Aside from believing in a predetermined fate, there aren't many responsibilities. Li priest excitedly prepared to demonstrate. Ku best part I deek here, let me do a simple sacred miracle. From his empty hands and staff, a magical flame suddenly burst forth. Lihan focused all his attention on Iki priest, because they worship fire, so this place gathered many masters of fire Ma Di Chi. After Li Ki's beautiful performance, Li Ki priest said, when Li Pi empire needs Madich related to fire, they often ask our sect for Sipit. Lihan secretly praised them. It seemed they were truly very talented. Before those he admired, he suddenly thought, I wonder if I could ask Fo their help. After all, I am very weak in fire Ma Di Chi. Suddenly, Iti priest invited Lihan to do something. Alright, eat IDP time to examine Li Ki flame in your soul. This cup IDP an ancient treasure used to call forth and unleash Li flame hidden deep within Li soul. Hearing this, he stared intently at Li Pi object in front of him. Li priest instructed, place your hand on Eat. Lihan complied but remained anxious inside, just hoping that nothing weird would happen. As soon as his hand touched Eat, Li Ki flame in the cup flared up, surprising Lihan. Observing Fo a moment, he asked, there ain't no reaction, what at next? Nijiza replied, P goal ID not to measure EP intensity but to take TT resistance to EP impact. IP test began one by one. Key first tate was breath, and a key flame resisted successfully. Next, they used a pot of hot water. Li's second tate was water, and Li flame still resisted, causing E to evaporate instantly. Li priest and Li other clergymen seemed to grow anxious and everyone hesitated, saying nothing. Like tests continued relentlessly. Li third attempt using B Li Si San was resisted. Key fourth attempt using Madich also failed, and then He fifth, sixth, and seventh all met Li Ki same fate. Every effort was thwarted, and witnessing this persistent resistance, E priests were completely helpless and frantic. Quote worry. However, an outsider Li Lihan naturally didn't understand, so he asked, "Is something wrong?" Li priest just smiled awkwardly and replied, "Nothing at all." Yet they secretly discussed among themselves, "Can we contact another priest immediately? I will send a message right away," leaving Lihan sitting there looking confused. They lowered their voices further. "I fear we should summon Li Bishop." Suddenly, a figure appeared. Kuda dignified voice. "If you were speaking of me, then I am here." Li person who had just appeared was Li P Bishop they were referring to, he said. "I happened to esh tapi by the chi ouch on Li P students here, and it seems I arrived just in time." Seeing him appear so suddenly, E priests were all astonished and exclaimed, "Bishop." Lihan was also surprised, thinking, "I did this E Bishop." Realizing that Lihan was staring intently at him, Li Ki Bishop turned to face him and smiled kindly. Lihan took E initiative to introduce himself, "ETID an honor to meet you," while reminding himself inwardly that E Bishop ID a very high-ranking official in each church, so he must be extremely respectful. Ki Bishop was also very welcoming. He patted Lihan's shoulder in a friendly manner and said, "Ki honor IDT mine. It has been a long time since I last met someone possessing such a powerful flame." Furthermore, he looked at him with sympathy. "Du must have suffered quite a bit in your childhood, Fu, not being able to keen on trend that flame." But Lihan did not entirely agree. "Not necessarily, sir." As expected, Li P Bishop knew a lot, and he said, "I understand. Du belonged to YP Wardina's family and were taught fire resistance Medici." This made Lihan feel ashamed, thinking, "Actually, I haven't even learned that yet." After chatting for a while, Ki Bishop got to the lucky point. "But Du cannot rely on your family 8 Dicha forever, Lihan. Du must learn to keen and turn Titan the flame properly." This left Lihan momentarily unsure of how to respond. A long time later, he simply replied, "I understand." Unlike he knew that this was EP very reason he came here. If he wanted to cultivate fire Madich, he would certainly learn a lot here. Li Bishop honestly warned. However, this training method will be quite harsh for a student. Can do endure heat. Hearing this, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind, and after a moment of hesitation, he replied, "I am ready." Even though he knew hate wouldn't be easy, it probably wouldn't be much different from YP training sessions given by professors. There ID nothing in this world that comes easily, and if he didn't learn how to feed on trend like T flame now, it would end be more difficult later. Unexpectedly, as soon as he made up his mind, Lihan tore up his outer garment, then P Li release Li Ki flame. "I am ready." That action caused E priest and Najizer to instantly freeze blank expressions. Seeing that there was no movement around him, Lihan gradually realized something was wrong. Indeed, E Bishop asked in confusion, "Excuse me, what did you just say?" After that, Lihan stepped into a pre-erected tent. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to meditate, feeling slightly embarrassed that Li Ki method turned out to be so simple. So E Ki training method was just meditation. Across from him a priest chatted P Bishop, saying that feeling E fire elements entering 1/8 body directly was truly intense. E priest laughed. "Do students certainly know how to joke?" Lihan, hearing them talking happily, couldn't lie laugh E to P. Looking at Li E torch under Wiki spot where he was meditating, Li Ki Bishop remarked, "But this ID key quite impressive. Do you have sat for a whole hour and E flame has not yet flickered out?" Li Han immediately asked, so I did fire Madich suitable for my talent. This took Li Bishop by surprise. Lucky Bishop pondered. In fact, before the student enrolled, he had made a promise, which was also a commitment to Headmaster Gonadantates, that Li Han Wardinas, a young man with outstanding potential to become an archmage, would not be drawn too deeply into ET path of faith. Yet, not Nenlai did Li Han's excellent compatibility quickie fire element, but his spirit was also astonishingly XD Lai. After much consideration, Li Bishop broke into a sweat fun of hesitation. If this fact ID each revealed, he might decide to become a priest of Lugaba Church, and that would be no different than breaking my promise to Waiki Headmaster. After some consideration, E Bishop helped Li Han stand up and said, your fire attribute talent I deek inanely average. Li Han calmly replied, I understand, leaving E nearby priests bewildered, wondering how something so extraordinary could be called average. As Li Han put on his coat to leave, Li Bishop suddenly called out, Li Han, take this item. He placed a shiny gold ring on Li Han 8 hand, and Li Han immediately felt something's tren. What ID this? I can sense magical energy coming from E. Li Bishop explained, this ID a fire element absorption ring. When you cast fire Madi Che, it will protect your body. Before long, Li Han 8 fingers were completely covered in rings, and he asked in confusion, do I really need this many? On the contrary, P. Bishop still seemed worried. I am afraid this might still be too few. He then turned to another priest, as I expected, eat still not enough. Quickly bring more bracelets for him. She immediately hurried BP, sir. Li Han wondered to himself, am I a new student at I Academy, or am I E most wanted arsonist in Iki Empire? A while later, Li Han left E hut. Nijizer bowed to Wiki Bishop on his behalf and said, goodbye, may Iki flame of Abba always lie your way. Li Han now looked like he was wearing an entire jewelry store. He twirled IP gold bracelet on his wrist and thought to himself, this ID truly a fashion style ahead of its time. Li Han looked at Nijizer and thanked him, thank you priest Nijizer for your guidance today. Now I understand that the rumors about Waik Abba congregation are inaccurate. He flashed a radiant smile and kindly replied, that goes without saying, all key priests are incredibly kind and benevolent. As Li too walked and chatted, Nijizer shared, if Key Church hadn't taken me in, I probably wouldn't be standing here today. Half-elves lie him often endure suspicion and prejudice. Viewed as unnatural beings, they mostly lack a gender and easily harm others unintentionally due to their elemental traits. Nijizer carries leaky blood of a fire spirit, so he ID even more heavily stigmatized. Li Han shifted like subject. Those who spread rumors that Iki priests want to burn the world and bring about the apocalypse should really burn themselves first. Nijizer immediately agreed. Well said, I don't know why people believe such nonsense. Afterward, he sighed and said, no one in Li Church thinks lie that, except perhaps Fomi. Li Han also felt that made sense and casually replied, that it right. But both suddenly stopped as they realized something was wrong with that last sentence. Li Han broke into a slight sweat. That last part sounded like he actually wanted to burn something. Nijizer immediately waved his hands. No, that not what I meant at all. He continued. Ain't just that Li more I use fire Madi Iche, IP closer I feel leaky flame of Abba getting to me. Nijizer humbly continued. Key other priests say that feeling isn't right, but every time I meditate, I still hear leaky flame of Abba whispering, leaving Li Han confused as he watched him in his trance. Nijizer looked at him with eager eyes. Key miracle I do, Li Han, being born quit such an intense flame. I pray do will achieve great things in Li future. Unenlai then did Li Han 8 face darken as he recalled Dulp earlier warning, so this IDP why those two told him to stay away from Nijizer. ET was Li Key first time he been encouraged and didn't feel happy at all. A while later, Eddie praising a stall, a voice rang out, young man, then do you. A priest sincerely thanked Li Han, than to do, Gigel doesn't have to go hungry anymore. Gigel, who was sweeping in Li back, replied, I was fi anyway. Li Han carried 2 baskets and replied, state nothing priest. I am just doing what I should. She noticed E Key belt emitting a sea Trena Ren asked, ID there a problem with that belt. He immediately answered, there ID Key absolutely no problem. Li Han added, actually, I want to wear even more. E priest immediately came up with an idea, that ain't perfect in that case. She handed him a silver ring, this ID also an artifact. E was once cursed, but E can absorb magical power and possesses other uses. I am a bit curious, so I have to ask, what does this ring do? Light priest thought for a moment and replied, right, it allows Fu underwater breathing, which made Li Han repeat in his mind in surprise, underwater breathing. He thought to himself that Ikima De Chi Academy, IDP, a place where one can never let their guard down, even walking down a corridor could lead to chaos at any moment. No one knows what disaster might strike unexpectedly, so eat ID better to be prepared. Li Han did not refuse and accepted eat, saying, I will use eat. When worn on his hand, Gai Ring En Lai emitted a faint hurrah, just as he had predicted. When not engaged in battle, eat barely absorbed any Madich power. Li Priest reminded him anxiously, but young man, you are wearing too many artifacts. If they interact with each other, Ki Madich power could conflict or cause an unpredictable reaction. Li Han replied confidently, I will use them in rotation, and she smiled with relief in that case that ate fi. Meanwhile Digilink stood beside him, looking at him and silently wondering, why ID he wearing so many artifacts at once. Li Priest asked again, young man could you help Digilink prepare Fu YP Spring Festival? She paused upon hearing this, as if she hadn't been informed beforehand and thou, Key Spring Festival. She suddenly remembered and said, I haven't told Digilink about this yet. Li Han immediately remembered as well, I haven't told Digilink either. Li Key Emperor has granted permission to hold live festival, and I just received me news from Li Abba order. Li Han replied without hesitation, if there ID anything I can help quit I certainly will. What activities does E praising a order plan to host? Li Priest explained, we are going to perform a fiech fly. In addition, there will be ring toss GM and a cursed experience. Upon hearing this, a trend scene immediately appeared in Li Han's mind. He could unlie, remain silent, and break into a sweat, thinking to himself, maybe I should bring a few people from Light Key White Tiger Tower here. At key same time, in another place, someone approached Gaksher and asked, Professor, were you looking for me? She turned around, recognized white person, and invited them in. Nelia, come on in. Gaksher explained, Kwati Spring Festival approaching. Every professor has decided to prepare an activity. We need students to assist and do RP first volunteer. Nelia replied, Kuda smile, no problem at all. She waved her hands excitedly and thought to herself, each tower ID sending its most outstanding students to help, so naturally, I have to be there. Nelia felt he was Citren and asked further, by Kiwei, isn't Wardinus coming? How could Leaky list of outstanding students be missing him? Gaksher replied, Lihan has been very busy lately, I don't want to add more burdens to him. And she could online nod, I understand. Suddenly, a bee mist appeared and a voice rang, you are working very hard to prepare everything, Professor Gaksher. Lee person who just appeared was Osu. Gaksher immediately greeted Headmaster, but his expression was somewhat wary. Noticing this, she took opportunity to ask, are you not feeling well today? Osu replied, we are Leak ones educating these students, why should we accommodate them? I only feel happy when I see them struggling quit their lessons. Gaksher was left bewildered. She asked again, regardless, Headmaster, have you found a student to assist yet? In Osu 8 mind eat image of he Wardina's kid immediately appeared. Gaksher wondered, isn't Lihan very busy? But he's simply thou, that has nothing to do quit me. Gaksher stared at Osu and thought to herself, that skeleton of his. Just then, he paused, wait a minute. She continued to ask, what ID eat now? Ozu slowly turned to look at her with a skeptical gaze. Finally, he asked, do you don't have any CKLU students, do you? Meanwhile, on the other side, Lihan was focused on compiling his lesson plan. Inside Loki room, a voice slowly spoke up, so, looking at Lee notes on table, Asa said that once Kima each formation was complete, orbs of Lai would hover steadily along both sides of Black Hallway, and statues woven from illusions would appear in Ice Center. Lihan nodded, agreeing that would likely be so. He pushed up his glasses, his expression suddenly darkening as he called Wardinas. Asa gritted his teeth maliciously, Professor Nathan ID truly a complete madman. Hearing this, Lihan felt he was going a bit too far, saying, your way of speaking IDE is becoming more and more rude. Just then Lipi door swung Habinat and a group of students entered, calling out Wardinas. Adanath stood in Likey midst of Likai group and took the initiative to speak first. T'd a pleasure to see Dio. Lihan immediately recognized them and thought to himself, ID that Lee princess and her entourage. He did not return Lee greeting but asked in confusion, why has everyone come here? Leek male attendant replied, we came here to study together. He asked again, what are you busy doing this weekend? Lihan replied without hesitation, I am handling a task assigned by Yi professor. He continued, I heard me key professor 8 friend ID key visiting next week, so I'm setting up a Mage array to demonstrate for them. Lai female attendant spoke up on behalf of Adaneth and Likey male attendant. Doesn't that make Dio key favorite student Leaky professor ID key most proud of? That he truly impressive? After whispering privately quote princess fo a moment male attendant called hey Wardinas. Speaking fo Adanath, he said, he princess wants to help. Would it be alright if we came RV eek to lend a hand? Hearing that suggestion, Lihan felt immediately awkward. Did they really want to invite extra work upon themselves? But faced with their expectant gazes, he had to reply, I am so that wouldn't be appropriate. Looking at Adanath, Lihan thought to himself, key princess 8 reputation ID too great, if I collaborate with her, all my hard work will be overshadowed. But he couldn't say that outright, so how could he refuse? Just then, someone else walked in. Eat was ample, he stood at Lee doorway and asked, I stopped by to see how your work was coming along, but what are all DU students gathered here for? Everyone turned around in surprise and Lihan immediately called all respectfully, Professor. He quickly tattled, they said they wanted to assist me. A spark of hope flashing in his heart, thankfully, this strict professor would surely send them away. Seeing a Professor 8 surprised expression in silence, Lihan silently prayed, Lead, find a tactful way to send them AM. But contrary to his expectations, Professor seemed extremely interested and praised them, that wonderful. Hearing this, Lihan asked in confusion, pardon, but Ampel continued to praise them without stopping. He even said that Lihan had such get friends, adding that knowing how to accept help from others was also a valuable trait. Before turning to leave, he didn't forget to advise, in that case, try collaborating with other students, coordinating a large amount of manpower ID also a valuable experience. Watching Ampel back as he walked away, Lihan was left completely stunned. Asa whispered, Sinsky professor said that, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to let them get in, right? Like atmosphere suddenly grew heavy as Lihan said in a cold voice, Asa. He coldly ordered, go back to Lee dormitory and drag every single one of those people lounging around, here for me. Asa was startled thinking, do really have to go that far? Even though he didn't want to, Lihan still had to devise another plan that would benefit him. Since he had already fallen into Y-key trap, he might as well drag everyone else down, quote him and use all available manpower to earn a higher evaluation score. And so, EP students of Lee Azure Lee Regian Tower quickly gathered in fun force, and before long a room became noisy and bustling. Lihan 8's scheme had indeed proven effective. But there was a catch. After completing a portion of Ema each circle, Lihan observed and thought to himself that although Likey manpower had increased significantly, productivity had not improved much. He sighed helplessly. Kima each array was in Lee 1/3 complete, but everyone had already collapsed from mana exhaustion. Key reason being that Lihan mana requirements were simply monstrous. Suddenly, a voice rang off from behind him, well done, causing him to turn around in surprise. Li Han saw an elderly man quit a tall bodyguard standing behind him. Puzzled, he looked at Eevee Man and wondered who he could be, then took Eevee initiative to ask, "Are you a professor, sir?" He stopped, crossed his arms and smirked, saying, in a certain sense, "Why?" which left Li Han even more confused. What on earth was Y Man talking about? After thinking for a moment, a different answer popped into his head. "I understand now." He confidently guessed, "It seems you are a direct apprentice to a professor, lie a research student." But E-Man immediately denied it with irritation. "Not at all." E-Man began to introduce himself. "I am Kendry Baku. If you tell them I am a friend of Professor Ampel, you will likely understand." Kendry explained that he was not scheduled to arrive until next week, but had some business that brought him early. Li Han replied in surprise that he had arrived earlier than planned, while secretly guessing that an acquaintance of Ampel was likely an imperial official. He then introduced what he was drawing. This Mage circle was prepared to be demonstrated to esteemed guest. Kendry expressed unexpected praise due started preparing so early. He'd ID indeed Ampelate style. Kendry smiled and said, "I apologize for putting you through so much trouble," while Lou bodyguard behind him asked in a low voice, "Isn't your arrival too early?" "Nothing here ID prepared yet." He immediately revealed his intention. "If I had arrived on a scheduled day, how could I have checked Lee's actual situation?" Kendry lowered his voice and explained, "Magicians are as cunning as venomous snakes and would surely hide every flaw. I had to appear unexpectedly to see all truth quit my own eyes." He looked at Li Han and said, "I heard rumors that you all aren't being fed properly and have to endure extremely harsh training." Seeing that Licky Boy complexion was still bright, Kendry assessed him silently, thinking Licky rumors were untrue and the Academy 8 fame wasn't unearned. Unfortunately, he had chosen Licky wrong student to observe. He then asked, "A complex Mage circle lie this has been developed further than I expected. How long have you been working on it? Did you start at leak beginning of IP term?" Li Han immediately replied, "No sir." He answered truthfully, "When Lai started working on it today," which caused Kendry to ask in astonishment, "Just today?" After a moment of speculation, he suddenly asked, "Could you be one called Wardinus?" Li Han immediately confirmed that I key me. Kendry recalled what Anpel had once said and exclaimed, "I used to think old Anpel was overpraising you, but he turns out there was a reason for everything." Li Han was extremely surprised to hear this. Ike Professor had actually mentioned his name to an imperial official, and his efforts to stay awake during class were clearly not in vain. Kendry smiled with satisfaction. "That ain't how it should be. A Mage Academy exists precisely to hone students like you. Anyone can be an imperial official, but Mage research must be reserved for geniuses." Li Han replied politely, "I think imperial officials are just as important as Mage research," which made Doggyman burst into laughter. "Coming from Wardinus family, your perspective ID truly unusual." Kendry stated his assessment, "Than you. If you become an official, you would certainly be very well suited for ET." Li Han 8 eyes immediately lit up. Could his path to an official career finally be opening up? He hurriedly asked, Do you really think so, sir?" However, Kendry immediately extinguished his hopes. "Of course I was just joking. A talent like you must follow key path of research," making Li Han feel as if he had fallen straight from Lee clouds. "I am also doing a get job in my role as an imperial official." Before leaving, Kendry left a few words. "In any case, my eyes were open today, and I will spot you. It seems I should not have thought so poorly of Gonadantes." Li Han's face remained walk, however, as he thought, "He doesn't matter if you continue to think poorly of this place." He did not forget to reveal that outsiders would be visiting Lipe Academy this week, and Li Han took the opportunity to ask, "Besides mages, will there be others?" Kendry smiled and replied, "ITAT festival season, so anyone interested in Rogar will find their way here. There are even people from other Mage academies," he said, and upon hearing that, Li Han could not help but be surprised. A sense of unease suddenly welled up in Li Han's heart. Other Mage academies. Key scale of this festival was larger than he could have ever imagined. In Lake area outside Academy campus, pieces of meat were sizzling fragrantly on the grill. Li Han 8 group of friends gathered outdoors. Some were busy quit food and drinks, others continued to prepare lesson plans, and he was in sheep UC of grilling Ike meat. He paused his work and looked RV at Johnner, who was discussing plans on each other side. "Right, Johnner, how I deke progress on those potion vials?" She gave a confident smile. "He looks like etate almost certain." Johnner recalled whole protextate and replied, "I finished testing a few vials. The first one just contained alcohol." Not in lie that she also discovered that another vial was a transformation potion, although it required further verification based on reaction. It appeared to be a beast transformation drug. In addition, there was a potion extremely useful for this current situation. It was believed to be an antidote for harmful Mage, and its potency seemed very strong. While Johnner was still talking on, a scream suddenly reached them. Right, besides EMD antidote, there ate also. Just then, Leon turned and asked, "Did that shout come from leaky direction of Iki Tower?" Johnner also sensed something was wrong. "Let it go chi eat out." Finishing his words, he immediately rushed to throw Kador Obinik to Chethochich. What happened? It turned out that Sakan was inside, causing quite a commotion. Witnessing Leap scene, he immediately shouted, "Ow." Seeing Sakan running away with a vial in its mouth, Li Han hurriedly shouted a warning, "Sakan I deek running away." As he watched Lipe direction it was sprinting, he wondered in confusion, why did he suddenly go crazy? Stop, Sakan? While giving chase, Li Han suddenly remembered something and turned back to ask, "Johnner, which veal did Sakan steal?" She couldn't lie reply. P colors are too similar to tell them apart. Teat either gi antidote o we beast transformation drug. After hearing that, he could only sigh helplessly. "I have no words. Sometimes eat makes me miss Light days when eat was just an obedient skeleton." While running, Li Han 8 steps suddenly faltered. Li P place Sakan ran to turned out to be quite familiar. ID this place EP stables. Johnner grew suspicious upon hearing this. What ID that sow? Are leapy horses in trouble? Lihan immediately suggested, let it go in and sheesh. Quat that said, E2 quickly opened Dolly door and stepped inside together. But IP scene that appeared before their eyes startled Li Han. Glancing down at sickenate feet, Li Han immediately understood which potion Eat had consumed. Not in lie that, a pair of giant wings suddenly sprouted from its sides. Eat took a long while for Wiki two of them to gradually understand Li Ki's situation. A hippogriff was present right in the middle of Li Ki's stable. That was also cause of Li recent commotion. No wonder horses were scared to death when a horse, hunting hippogriff suddenly appeared right in middle of their stable. Fimfia was extremely satisfied because its master had finally recognized its true identity. However, Johnner did not understand his meaning. She insisted that Sakan must have secretly given Eat a potion to transform into a hippogriff. Fimfia very much wanted to speak up and deny that, however. While everyone was still discussing, a purple mist suddenly appeared around Eat. Just a few seconds later, Sakan had transformed into a white horse. Because Lipe curse on Eat was too strong, a single bottle of potion could not completely break E.T. Lihan suddenly remembered a possibility and asked, Johnner, could IP truth be completely Iki opposite? She replied in confusion, what do you mean? He immediately voiced his speculation, maybe Life stolen bottle wasn't a beast transformation potion, but Johnner adamantly denied Eat, saying, Professor Urigram couldn't have turned a hippogriff into a horse and given Eat to a student. Hearing that, Lipe atmosphere among everyone suddenly fell into silence. Even so, Lihan still wanted to find a way to prove late, we must charge Chi again, let it try E remaining green bottle. But she immediately stopped him, giving animals transformation potions that will ID very dangerous. Hearing this, he immediately replied, of course I don't intend to give hate to Fimfia. Key 1 to take Eat will be Ganando. After thinking for a moment, Lihan suddenly realized something's trend. Wet, EP name Fimfia sounds suspicious too. Don't tell me that 8 Li truth. A normal weekend at Ima Deech Academy passed by just lie that, and then Monday arrived. Lihan walked up to Voda Li and politely greeted him, Professor. His subsequent reaction startled him. Professor sighed moment he saw him, how terrifying. Li then did Voda Li slowly speak up, I warned you not to be overconfident, and also made it clear not to act rashly, leaving Lihan bewildered. Why? Then he began to recount live things he had just heard. I heard Dew try to cast multiple water balls. Hearing that, he felt a bit guilty. How many people has Professor Ingerl told about this? Key situation was urgent at leaky time, so I had no other choice? And Voda Li nodded, I supposed as much. Having said that, he and Lai nodded gently. But deep down Voda Li was extremely frustrated. Teaching an obedient student ID truly not easy. A mage will not stop acting recklessly just because of a few empty reprimands. Unlie when they understand fill themselves will they stop. Therefore, this ID responsibility of a teacher. After that, he immediately tossed him a garment. Put this on. Lihan gradually understood, empty warnings lie last time probably wouldn't work. ID this a cloak, sir? Not unlie that, he also noticed something unusual. I can feel mana on E cloak. What spell have you cast on Eat? Voda Li replied calmly, protective spell. This made Lihan feel uneasy, as he had no idea how much more P Master intended to torture him. Immediately after Voda Li ordered follow me. Hearing this, Lihan was even more confused, asking, are we not training in Li classroom master? Where exactly are you taking me? Voda Li calmly explained, your ability to sense elements ID already get enough, their ID no need to continue training that part. He added, I gave Dio e-book on basic lightning Madi Che, but I never expected Dio to understand Eat all immediately. Which made Lihan even more anxious, as Eat seemed Li book was far more difficult than he had imagined. As he opened Ike door ahead, Voda Li said, your ability to sense, Fiendtron, and transform elemental states meets Ike requirements, so Eat ID no surprise that Dio tried to use Iki multi, water orb. Right after that Ike door slowly swung open. Before their eyes appeared an empty, vacant space. Seeing this sight, Lihan was speechless, wondering how many secret passages there actually were in this place, and asking, Master, where are we going? Hearing this, Voda Li suddenly turned his head, causing Lihan to immediately fall silent. It seemed like Master always assumed he had explained everything clearly. However, he still desperately asked, could you be more specific, Master? At least tell me where we are heading. And Enlil then did Voda Li calmly reply, we are going down to Ili Dungeon. Upon hearing this, Lihan just wanted to give up entirely, wishing he had kept his mouth shut earlier. A dungeon ID, a distorted space quit laws completely different from key outside world, formed when magical power accumulates in a specific location. E could be ancient ruins or a tower built by Elich Kindenzono as a storage vault. Generally, E can take any shape. Why problem ID that dungeons are usually filled quit monsters, which made Lihan extremely discouraged as he had no interest in entering such a hellish place. He turned to ask, Master, ID, there no other armor besides this robe. But Voda Li didn't care, stating that armor hinders E flow of Madi Chi. That answer left him even more bewildered. How was he supposed to defend himself? Was he supposed to use protective spells instead of armor? Yet he coldly replied, protective spells also interfere quit other Madich just dodgy key attacks. Lihan went blank after hearing that, immediately making a decision in his heart. Regardless of what Like Master said, he was determined to fight quit defensive Madich already activated. To him, Li T place below was extremely dangerous, and no one knew what kind of monsters were waiting inside. Meanwhile, in another place, banners had been hung all VY streets. Gasser stood in Li P courtyard to welcome her, saying, TIDP a great honor to welcome you here, Piki Lai follow this way. Li person standing opposite him was Humididus Higarchmage who created like water Madi Xeat Tem famous throughout Lipi Empire. What spells she researched were widely used by royal mages, and even Gasser had once been her student. Gasser immediately stepped forward and respectfully said, Meeting due ID a tremendous honor. But Eumiditus Enley calmly replied, there ID no need to such reverence to an old mage. Seeing her, a thou immediately crossed Gesserate mind, no one could see through current appearance of this archmage. In reality she greatly admired Eumiditus because that gentle, elderly woman had once been a warrior mage in her youth who had achieved countless glorious feats. She observed his surroundings and remarked, Medici Academy has always been a wonderful place and Lee students are as well, to which Gasser immediately agreed. But Eumiditus' hate next remark made Gasser jump. Unfortunately, professors were not lie that, so she hurriedly corrected herself, ID that so. Everyone seems to be working very hard. She sighed softly, problem lay in character rather than professional ability. Kut Ganadantis here, we have no choice but to accept it. Gasser thought to herself, that man ID likely source of all our troubles. Which was undeniably true. Afterward she immediately inquired, are you currently mentoring any particularly in-rate teen students? Eumiditus replied instantly, I'd indeed. Nothing gives me more joy than teaching a talented student. Thinking of that, her mood brightened instantly. Throughout my life I have almost always handled everything quote reason, but I have never succeeded in properly training myself. Eumiditus suddenly asked, now that I mention Vodali Vakartek ID also working here, right? I want to see him before I leave. Can do sneak way? Gasser immediately agreed. As she laid her Gasser calculated in her head, at this time, should be Leaky Basic My Deech theory class. Oh no, Leaky Basic My Deech combat practice class that repeats. I will take due there right now. Finally, Gasser began to harbor a bit of anticipation, hoping that Eumiditus would see his teaching style foe herself and become furious. So, two of them went to Vodali classroom, but was completely empty inside. This scene confused her. Was clearly during class time, so where could they have gone? Eumiditus was not bothered at all, calmly KXing a spell to track them down. Immediately afterward, currents of blue air appeared at their feet. Observing foe a moment, she said, ID teaching elsewhere. Based on key traces left behind, they have definitely entered Lee Dungeon, which left Gasser astonished. Key Dungeon. More than anyone, she understood that when students reach a certain level, key fastest way to train ID key through actual combat. While Eumiditus was still busy analyzing, Gasser had already dashed forward. Following these tracks, he must be teaching Lee third-year students, or perhaps key fourth year. She hadn't even finished speaking when she heard Gasser urging, let it go quickly. Eumiditus looked at that reaction and was completely perplexed. She asked why she was so tense, and Gasser replied, I fear Professor Vakartek has taken the key first-year students down into Lee Key Dungeon, which startled her as well. First-year students? Yet Eumiditus confidently asserted, then they must certainly be extremely talented individuals, leaving Gasser frozen. Talent wasn't Leak issue here. She remained calm. In my day we learned Mage directly in Lee Dungeon. Key magical energy there was abundant, making it easier to cast powerful spells. Moreover, all magical phenomena appeared there, becoming excellent reference material. Gasser could in lie say modern mages no longer study that way. Eumiditus was still firm. Proper balance and safety limits are important. Vodali Vakartek will surely keen train everything. You don't need to worry. But Gasser became even more uneasy, as that professor had never known what a limit was. Suddenly, Gasser realized something unusual. Wait a minute, like Wei do mention Professor Vakartek seems to be somewhat stren. Her footsteps faltered and she asked, Eumiditus, could he be that do are? Finally Gasser understood our do that Professor Gate Master. But she and Lai smiled and denied it. Not exactly, he and Lai received sat-term guidance from me. Even so, Gasser was certain most people would call that a master-disciple relationship. Then Gasser asked directly to Leak Point, what exactly happened between E2 of DU? Even at this point Eumiditus continued to deny nothing happened at all. Through Walk's subsequent explanation, Gasser understood that things were not simple at all. Our personalities were completely incompatible. If we stayed near each other any longer, one of us would surely have led our life. That statement made Gasser even more uneasy, but it was something she could completely believe. Meanwhile, down in Leaky Dungeon, Leaky teacher and student were facing a sea-tren creature. Looking closely, one could see was nothing unfamiliar, but rather a Lowell V demon. Immediately Vodali lightly snapped his fingers. That action made Yehan even more uneasy. In this situation, was Iki demon trying to extinguish fire? But he didn't care and immediately shouted Lee incantation, lie up here. Looking to his side, all sorts of emotions welled up inside him. It seemed that guiding task ended here. Among wide low-live Veek demons, was there also a demon professor? Demons were immortal monsters distorted by Lee's sins accumulated during their lifetimes. Even so, Yehan still raised his staff and shouted, rise. However, he secretly thought that raising 1-8 voy loudly in Lee Key middle of a dungeon was never a good idea. Beams of Lie quickly knocked down Lee Key Meni in XT in front of him. Hit by that strike, Eid immediately lay flat on Key ground. Witnessing that scene, Vodali recognized his quick reflexes and instinctual alertness qualities necessary for a combat mage. But Vodali didn't offer even a single quox of praise foe to him. Such a reaction was to be expected. Then he urged, continue moving forward. Yehan could only reply, what sir? As he stepped forward he kept calculating whether he really had to do exactly everything Lee Key professor said. According to what Yehan remembered, considering the reason professor had brought him here, this dungeon was very likely to contain traps that forced a mage to cast multiple spells simultaneously. Right then he realized that if that were case, he had to prepare in advance. Space locate, feet, master this ground. Seeing that action, Vodali finally gave a faint smile. As soon as incantation ended, blue currents of air quickly enveloped his body. Yehan reached his hand forward. Vodali 8 silence made him even more worried. Misty hand, appear. Then he threw 8 forward and ordered, go scout Lee Key path quickly. Lipe Misty hand immediately went deep into White area where darkness reigned. Just a few seconds later, an arm suddenly reached to grab ET. Next a horrifying slimy face gradually appeared. Lee Men XT quickly destroyed Lee Misty hand in front. Seeing that Yehan felt even more uneasy, it seemed there was nothing suspicious there. Rise. After that attack, Ikimen XTT continued to be broken into ash and dust. Yihan turned and asked, Professor, do demons also have loopy ability to hide? Vodali replied that each type of demon possesses many different unpredictable characteristics. Hearing that answer, he immediately stiffened. This situation did not look good. Thinking that, he hurriedly fussed UVE collection of rings on his hand. Then Yihan immediately shouted Li incantation ignite. He understood clearly that if he didn't prepare Fire Madi Iche, he would be in danger. Vodali silently assessed, very Git thinking. A Git mage never rests on their laurels. Seeing that, Vodali finally offered a compliment, Sheet seems do have begun to adapt. Then he continued to command, go through this dungeon and proceed to I-key floor below. Finally, Vodali left behind and lie one sentence before disappearing. I will stand here and wait. That action left Lihan frozen in place. He gritted his teeth in anger, but Enlai dared to curse silently. That damn professor actually dared to leave me here alone. Lihan then proceeded step by step deeper into Weepy Pitchbeak Alixi cave. Observing through Y-screen, Vodali heard him call, Professor. Just then, Humididus appeared Quoot Gasser and greeted him. Vodali Vakratek, it has been a long time since we last met. Gasser looked at the scene before him in disbelief. Was that screen created by Medici illusions? Did you really send Lihan into EE dungeon and leave him all by himself? But Humididus did not seem to care much. She stepped forward and asked, what IDE current LVP of this new student? Vodali reported immediately his ability to Kentron Elements Morphology Transformation, and Kex Ting Multi to get Kentron Ma Che has all reached Daikixtigi requiring practical training, which left Humididus stunned.
IDE really lie that?
Upon hearing this, she was still skeptical. Gonodantis, you aren't trying to set a trap to deceive me, are you? Gasser replied, unfortunately this ID entirely Iki truth. Gasser added, that student ID able to use such advanced Medich because he has received extremely strict guidance and training. But Humididus did not pay attention. She suddenly called all Vodali Vakratek. Her words were like a blade cutting into Vodali 8 deep wounds. I have always doubted whether you are capable of training anyone at all. However, Lee's story did not end there, she added. But, then she smiled and continued, T seems I have underestimated your abilities. A student aid achievements can enly stem from like proper guidance of a teacher. Vodali replied coldly, then do you fo your compliment. Humididus did not care and asked, what ID Golfo today? Lee answer was to actualize multi to get keen trend Medich. Lee conversation continued. Humididus asked what type of men XD was selected. Vodali replied, goals. Even Gasser breathed a sigh of relief, as goals were not too dangerous foe a first-year student. Humididus stared at Lee's screen and said, new student IDE still just a new student. However, she quickly analyzed even among new students there are varying levels. Could his proficiency handling goals ID be entirely feasible? On a key other side, Lihan did not stop fighting. Hit, distort like air, Medich a circle, deploy at once! Streams of heat were continuously released, destroying Y monsters one by one. That scene left Humididus slightly surprised. The amount of Medich power he possesses ID significantly greater than I anticipated. Suddenly, she realized something was wrong. Everything became unusually quiet. Thinking LIP battle was RV, Gasser asked, ID everything finished? At that very moment, a slimy arm suddenly reached out. Seeing that sight, Lihan could hardly believe his eyes. It was so massive that a single blow would be enough to knock Lihan down. It was a mutated gull. Gasser did not dare to imagine Lee consequences and cried all in panic. This situation IDK beyond his capabilities. Even Humididus was uneasy. That ain't right. There was no need to use a men NXT lie this. Yet Vodali remained incredibly calm. That ID indeed true. The situation ID completely outside original plan. Hearing that, Waiki two of them were simultaneously shocked into stillness. After thinking for a moment, she remained firm. Wasn't appropriate at all for him to go in there, so she would go instead. To achieve absolute scene trend, every action must follow correct method. But just a few seconds later, Gasser suddenly cried all in panic, Lihan! That shout startled Humididus, and she immediately turned her head to look back. Humididus quickly ran under the ear to observe Kuta worried expression. What ain't happening? Don't tell me he'd already been defeated. She exclaimed in astonishment. What, has that stone completely absorbed like lightning? YP scene before her eyes made her widen her eyes in utter SPC. At Liki same time on each other side, Lihan was racking his brain to calculate a way to deal quit Iki situation. He pointed his staff forward, preparing to cast Medich. A surge of mana quickly wrapped tightly around Liki Men XT8 body. But Lipi situation still didn't change. Does Falcon 8 Medich always fail like this? Truly a useless spirit, not helpful at all. Key more he thou, key more panicked Lihan 8 mind became. In that case, I'll use we most familiar element. Putting Thou into action, he immediately summoned a small water sphere. Immediately after, countless water spheres appeared all at once around him. More than anyone, Lihan understood this technique. Ordinary water spheres are definitely useless. I must find a way to make them rotate. Without realizing he had calculated in great detail. He didn't need to be as perfect as when dealing quit a P-stone golem, just enough piercing power to take down Iki enemy. At Lihan 8 command, all key water spheres immediately rushed straight forward. Unexpectedly, they actually pierced through Lipi and XT8 body. Witnessing that scene, Lihan himself was stunned and speechless. It turned out that this attack actually worked against ET. Finally, flows of blue air once again enveloped his body. Lihan watched Mean XT collapse, unaware that Humididus was standing behind him. She whispered, wonderful. However, Lihan simply said calmly, ain't just a goal. She wasn't in a hurry and explained slowly, that ain't no ordinary goal, but a mutated individual. I don't understand why it suddenly appeared in Key Dungeon now. Seeing a stranger, Lihan immediately bowed politely, then do must be a mage from Lee Key outside hell. Humididus then asked, do recognize who I am? His answer pleased her quite a bit. I don't know, but since you are a guest visiting from outside, I must naturally welcome due quote politeness. Humididus continued, Mage who ID both talented and polite, aren't due surprised that due just defeated a mutated goal. Suddenly she asked, aren't you angry quote Voda Lee Vakratek for arranging this trial? Her words made Lihan realize that she didn't call Voda Lee by Iki title of professor. Quite his quick wit, he immediately understood they must be Siki Ulu acquaintances. Not at all, Ki professor prepared this just to teach me, I have no reason to be angry. Wakuara around him almost dazzled Humididus, how did Voda Lee Vakratek find such an excellent student? This ID truly impressive. A moment later, Humididus looked around and asked, are you alright Lihan? Hearing this, Lihan immediately replied, Professor Gasser, while she was frantically worried, I never expected to have to face a mutated goal. However, he remained unconcerned. I am Phi. Professor Voda Lee had already calculated and prepared everything. Gasser hurriedly asserted that mutated demon was not part of key plan. ET was completely an unforeseen accident. Lihan. Hearing that, he was trembling quite anger, but in front of his elder, he could only swallow his bitter words. No wonder his Ma each wasn't effective. Teed alright, and on contrary, this incident has become a get opportunity for me to learn. Afterward, she continued quote introductions be okay way let me tell do this Idiki Humididus surely do have heard of her reputation. And Enli then did Lihan suddenly understand Iki famous water archmage of Iki Empire. Eat Idika great honor to meet do Humididus. Humididus then inquired, do made water orb spin just now didn't you? He replied a bit bashfully I still cannot perform eat perfectly, but she immediately denied eat no. According to Humididus, this was not simply a matter of being incomplete. Mere fact that he had achieved that much was extremely impressive, and if he were to fully master YP spinning motion, many other mages would likely be so disappointed they would break their own staves. A moment later, she confirmed again, your name ID, Lihan, right? Humididus observed Lihan for a moment and then asked, I will be staying here for a few more days, would you like me to teach you a few simple things? Hearing that offer, Lihan felt as if he were floating on air.